He befriended Bulgarian nationalists, while studying medicine in Moscow during the late 1870s. After graduation, he emigrated to Bulgaria in 1879, and moved to Prague 3 years later. At that time, his surname was spelled Jonas, Jan, Bazanoas in agreement with Polish orthography. The language in which he preferred to write was still Polish, and in it Bazanavicius authored numerous articles on Lithuanian history. As the main foundation of Lithuanian nationalism, he chose the thesis that the 1569 union of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania with the Kingdom of Poland was a national tragedy, because it led to the decline and Polonization of the Lithuanian nation. This ethnic reading of the pre-national past made all things Polish into an enemy of the Lithuanian national idea. In order to differentiate between the Polish language and Lithuanian written in line with Polish spelling, Lithuanian national activists replaced Lithuanian's Polish-based orthography with a spelling system derived from the Czech orthography as originally proposed in 1861 by Jonas Juska, Juskiewicz, 1819–1880. 17 Hence, at the end of the 19th century, the W and CZ in Bazanavicius's surname were replaced with V and C, and SZ in the title of Osro with S. The modern Lithuanian. 186. Orthography, however, still preserves the characteristic Polish diacritic of the hook, ogonek, literally little tail, attached to the bottom of the font, in the following letters A, E, L, E, and U. But the two last characters do not exist in LL the Polish alphabet, and the two former, though shared with Polish, have different phonetic values. Price 1998, 307, Snyder 2003, 34–36, Zinkvicius 1996, 269, 280, 284. In the 1880s, when freshly formed Lithuanian nationalism turned as much against Russian influence as against Polish, the old myths came in handy to legitimize the existence and the standardization of Lithuanian as a language in its own right. In the 15th century, the nobility of the Kingdom of Poland traced their origin back to the Sarmatians, an Iranian people who had reached the Danubian border of the Roman Empire in the 1st century BCE. In Poland-Lithuania, during the second half of the 15th century, the boyars, nobles, of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania replied by fashioning themselves into the descendants of Romans who had fled Julius Caesar's tyranny. By extension, the Lithuanian language was identified as a direct offshoot of Latin, or even as Latin in its pure state. This late medieval myth, which emphasized the Roman origin of Lithuanian in conjunction with the Indo-European linguistic theory, caused Adam Mickiewicz, 1843, to repeat and popularize the opinion that Lithuanian was derived directly from Sanskrit. Eventually, a scholarly thesis arose, which proclaimed Lithuanian as the oldest language spoken on the European mainland. As a result, if anyone dared to snub Lithuanian by dubbing it as a peasant speech, Lithuanian nationalists could react by claiming for their language the cultural and historical legacy of Latin and Sanskrit. Others maintained that Lithuanian was closer than any other language to Greek and Hebrew, and that the Lithuanians descended from the ancient Sarmatians and the ancient Thracians. Thus, the Lithuanian language was also believed to be either modern Sarmatian or modern Thracian. The latter was Bazanavicius's theory, which no scholar seriously considered. Borowski 2001, 172–173, Snyder 2003, 37, Spires 1999, 492–496, Stone 2001, 25, Subasius 2007. Standard Lithuanian is based on the dialect of Aukštaitija as spoken in the region around Suwałki, known as Suwałki Rusnemuni, and also perceived as the southern fragment of the larger region of Sudovia, where the majority of early Lithuanian nationalists stemmed from. Other national activists championed their local dialects for Standard Lithuanian, but lost the competition. As a result, the winning dialect from the southwesternmost corner of the Lithuanian-speaking area conveniently distanced Standard Lithuanian from Standard Latvian based on the dialect of Riga, Central dialect, which is coterminous with the larger part of the western half of the Latvian-speaking area, and borders directly on the northern Samogitian and western Aukštaitija dialects of Lithuanian. This reinforced the linguistic borderland of graded incomprehensibility between the Lithuanian and Latvian dialects. Unlike Ain. 187. The case of the Slavic dialects, the separation provided by semi-comprehension or mutual incomprehension is starker in the case of the Lithuanian and Latvian groups of the Baltic dialects. The 1569 border between the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania was of utmost importance for the modern day, that is, retroactive, separation of the dialect areas of Ukrainian and Belarusian, prior to the transformation of these areas into the Ukrainian and Belarusian nation-states. In the case of Lithuanian and Latvian, however, the historical border between the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the ecclesiastical state of the Livonian order, merely separated by Samogitia from the similar ecclesiastical state of the Teutonic order, or future Prussia, simply reinforced the dialectal border of semi-comprehensibility, which had already been there. In 1561, the state of the Livonian order was incorporated into Poland-Lithuania, but the administrative border remained and separated the Grand Duchy from the Duchy of Courland. Following the partitions of Poland-Lithuania, the border continued to separate Russia's gubernias, provinces, of Kovno, Kaunas, and Courland, until it was translated into the international border between Lithuania and Latvia in 1918. The development of planned Standard Lithuanian was facilitated by the fact that Daniel Klein, Danielius Kleinas, 1609–1666, whose two first scholarly grammars of Prussian, Lithuanian were published in Königsberg in 1653 and 1654, chose the dialect of Aukštaitija for his codification. Most scholars, lexicographers, and authors writing in Lithuanian, who were active in Prussia, respected Klein's decision. In Poland-Lithuania, and later in Russia, no single standard of Lithuanian developed, and books appeared in the Samogitian, Žemaitija, and Aukštaitijan dialects. However, beginning in the early 18th century, the former prevailed. Those who knew Lithuanian, frequently conceptualized the two dialects as two different languages, Samogitian and Lithuanian, due to the persisting historical and regional difference between Samogitia and the rest of Lithuania Major. The aforementioned ban on imports of Lithuanian books, combined with the ban on production of Lithuanian books in Latin character, proved self-defeating. The smuggling of Lithuanian books from East Prussia to Russia was unstoppable. Between 1865 and 1904, 1,153 book titles were printed in East Prussia for the Russian market. The Russian border guards intercepted 173,000 copies of these books in the period 1891 to 1902, and the police confiscated over 200,000 copies in Lithuanian homes and shops between 1891 and 1903. In 1904, St. Petersburg decided to lift all the restrictions on the imports and publication of Lithuanian books. The main obstacle the Russian administration faced in the Lithuanian-speaking area on the way to final Russification was the continued cultural domination of Polish. The tactical encouragement of Lithuanian language culture and book production was to contribute to the depolonization, raspoliachini, of this region. And it did, but 188. Later, Russian did not replace Lithuanian, as had been planned. The 1904 lifting of the ban on publishing and importing Lithuanian books in Antiqua or the Gothic script did not revive the moribund tradition of literacy in Samogitian, but reaffirmed Prussian Lithuanian as the basis of Standard Lithuanian. On the forefront of the momentous change was the first ever Lithuanian daily, Vilnius Žinios, Vilnius News, 1904–1909, Vilnius. A member of the daily's editorial board, the linguist, Jonas Jablonskis, 1860–1930, authored the influential Grammar of Lithuanian, 1901, Tilsit Savitsk, which became the foundational normative grammar of Standard Lithuanian. He also introduced the letters O and U to Lithuanian. Under his influence, a lot of Polish, German, and Russian loanwords and syntactic constructions were also removed from Lithuanian in the utopian search of the Žmonijų kalba, language of the people. Between 1915 and 1918, the German occupation administration of the Land Oberost, that is, the northwestern provinces of the Russian Empire, excluding Congress Poland, allowed the use of Lithuanian in public and at schools. It became a co-official language along with German, Latvian, Polish, White Ruthenian, Belarusian, and Yiddish. At that time, the first ever Lithuanian medium secondary school was founded. Lithuanian became the sole official language of Lithuania, when this new nation-state emerged in 1918, and the first ever Lithuanian language university opened in Kaunas in 1922. Ironically, newly independent Poland became the biggest foe of Lithuania. Southern Slovakia, including the regional capital of Suwałki, passed into Poland, the rest of the region, overwhelmingly Lithuanian-speaking and, where Standard Lithuanian emerged, became part of Lithuania. Belarus, shortly independent in 1918, Lithuania, and Poland clashed over the issue of Vilnius, the historical capital of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. The Belarusians and the Lithuanians claimed it because they saw the Grand Duchy as their early Belarusian or Lithuanian nation-state, respectively. 19th Poles too laid a claim to the city, as they considered entire Poland-Lithuania as their own early Polish nation-state with its two historical capitals in Warsaw and Vilnius. In 1920, Warsaw seized the Vilnius region and its vicinity by force. From the ethno-linguistic viewpoint, a mere 1 to 2% of the city's inhabitants were Lithuanians, and they constituted 12.6% of the population in the region. Poles amounted to 69.1% of the city's inhabitants, Jews to 12.6%, and Belarusians to 2.8%. Lithuania reacted by formally renouncing the 1569 union with Poland. Lithuania Minor remained in Germany, less the Memel, Klaipėda, region. In 1920, the Allies detached this region from Germany by the decree of the Treaty of Versailles, and placed it under international administration exercised by France. 3 years later, Lithuanian-speaking inhabitants of Memel land rose in a revolt against the French seeking admission of this region to Lithuania as an autonomous territory. Their wish was granted and the Allies accepted Lithuania's annexation of the region in 1924. This gave the landlocked state 189 access to the Baltic and bolstered the patriotic feeling, which had slackened after the Allies had formally accepted the incorporation of the Vilnius region to Poland in 1923. The Memel region's population of 140,000 consisted of Germans, 47%, Lithuanians, 28%, and Germanic-speaking Memellanders with a knowledge of Lithuanian, 25%. Kaunas claimed the Memellanders as Lithuanians, but those concerned did not always accept the imposition of Lithuanian national identity on them, which later translated into a strong pro-German feeling among them. The population of Lithuanians remaining in Germany shrank to 10,000. Not only did the political border separate them from Lithuanians in newly established Lithuania, but also confusion. The former predominantly professed Lutheranism and produced books in the Gothic script until the early 1940s, while the latter were Catholics and stuck to Antiqua. What created a tentative link between both groups was newly codified Standard Lithuanian. In the mid-1920s, the preparatory work for the publication of the first authoritative dictionary of the Lithuanian language began under the initial editorship of Kazimieras Bijūga, 1879–1924. Between 1941 and 2002, its 20 volumes were published. The dictionary records all the Lithuanian words used in print and manuscripts from the publication of the first Lithuanian book, 1547, to 2001. In March 1939, Lithuania lost the Klaipėda region, Memel land, to Germany, and a year later, the country along with Latvia and Estonia, was incorporated into the Soviet Union. Moscow did not attempt to replace the Latin alphabet of Lithuanian, Latvian, and Estonian with Cyrillic, which was a small price to be paid for a modicum of loyalty on the part of the subjected populations. The sole change in Standard Lithuanian imposed by the Soviet authorities was the scrapping of the letter O, which pops up in publications of the Lithuanian diaspora, but was not reintroduced to the Lithuanian alphabet after the country regained independence in 1991. Lithuania also received the coveted national prize of the Vilnius region, which made it the more dependent on the Kremlin in view of the fact that the Poles wished to retake the city unless prevented from doing so by the Soviets. In 1944, the Soviets oversaw the expulsion of 200,000 ethnic Poles from the Vilnius region. The official Lithuanianization of the area was over in 1950, when the Kremlin decided to end a national bourgeois deviation, thereby turning numerous Lithuanian and Russian schools into Polish ones. In order to ethno-linguistically homogenize Soviet Belorussia, Lithuanians residing in the north of the republic were made to declare themselves Belarusians, Poles, or Russians. In Soviet Lithuania, Russian was gradually imposed as the true official language, without knowing which one could not count on achieving any real career in the Soviet Union. As a result, the vast majority of Lithuanians became bilingual, unlike in the case of Estonia and Latvia, where Estonian and Latvian speakers chose either not to acquire Russian or not to speak it. In 1989, Lithuanian as well as Estonian and Latvian were 190. Elevated to the status of state languages in the three Soviet republics of Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia. A year later, the ill-fated Institute of the Lithuanian Language was re-established. It was founded in independent Lithuania in 1939, and continued as a shadow of its former self in Soviet Lithuania until 1952, when it was dissolved. When Lithuania regained independence in 1991, after having proclaimed it in 1990 as the first one of all the Soviet republics, it was necessary to reacquaint the population with Standard Lithuanian, whose popular use had become seriously Slavicized during the Soviet period. Many companies run and staffed by ethnic Slavs also opposed the introduction of Lithuanian as the language of administration and records, but the shift was mostly completed by the mid-1990s. Interestingly, Samogitian was revived as a non-dominant variety of the Lithuanian language, as even reflected by Samogitian Wikipedia. The Russian language remained a popular second language, unlike in Estonia and Latvia, followed by Polish. In such an order, Lithuanian politicians and intellectuals still use both foreign tongues, which until recently were not actually foreign in Lithuania, and are still used by the Russian and Polish minorities, who add up to 9.4% and 7% of Lithuania's inhabitants, respectively. In Lithuania, Lithuanian speakers form 80% of the population, unlike Estonian and Latvian speakers, who constitute 68% and 58%, respectively, of the populace in their nation-states. This is quite a change in comparison to 1989, when Estonian and Latvian speakers added up to 61.5% and 52% of the inhabitants in Soviet Estonia and Soviet Latvia, respectively. In the interwar period, the percentages were 87.7 and 73.4, and the subsequent plunge in the numbers after 1945 was caused by massive in-migration of Russian speakers, mostly Slavs, which was bigger in Soviet Estonia and Soviet Latvia than in Soviet Lithuania. To a degree, this explains why, unlike Vilnius, Tallinn, and Riga are in Latvian, the harsh policy of derussification, denying citizenship to those inhabitants who do not speak the national languages of Estonian and Latvian. Only those who held or whose ancestors held citizenship of independent Estonia and Latvia during the interwar period are accepted from meeting this requirement. Eberhardt 1996, 40-43, 45, 54-59, Hrick 1985, 93-94, Janik and Gruhl 2002, 45, 160, Kaiupa etal 2002, 106, 164, Lasinskiani 2002, 3, Mertelsmann 2006, Price 1998, 296, 306, Rodkiewicz 1998, 176, 188 to 190, Snyder 2003, 53, 65, Subasiuz 2007, Zinkviciuz 1996, 293 to 297, 306, 316, 318, 329, 331 to 332. The end of communism, the collapse of the Soviet Union, and the emergence of independent Lithuania brought about the establishment of the Society of the Slavic-speaking Lithuanians. The society saw the Grand Duchy of Lithuania as their early nation-state, and decided that if Lithuania is the Grand Duchy's direct successor, the modern nation-state should be a home to the bilingual Lithuanian Slavic nation of the Lithuanians. Unlike Russians. 191. Who mostly arrived in Lithuania after 1940 and 1944 and are dispersed throughout the country, the indigenous Poles, 0.3 million, and Belarusians, 63,000, form the compact Slavophone group in the eastern section of the country, centered on Vilnius. They share the same local dialects, but Poles are Catholics and use the Latin script, while Belarusians are Orthodox and write in Cyrillic. These differences allow them to maintain that the former speak in Prosty Polski, simple Polish, and the latter in Prostaya Mova, simple language. The Society of the Slavic-speaking Lithuanians attempted to standardize the two vernaculars as languages, named as Vishin, Sikski Janzik, and Halshainish, Halsinski Jazyk. The former name is derived from the ending wiks, pronounced /vish/, popular in the surnames of Lithuania's Poles, for instance, Mikiewicz, while the latter refers to medieval Halic Ruthenia. Until the 1240s, this polity separated the original ethnic Lithuania from Poland. By the mid-14th century, Lithuania absorbed the northern and central sections of Halic Ruthenia, while Poland the rest. The Belarusians believe that they are different from other Slavic nations, because though Slavic-speaking, they presumably stemmed from a mixed Balto-Slavic population. Both Vishin and Halshainish are written in Latin characters. Vishin differs from Polish, because Polish digraphs CZ, RZ, and SZ4/CH//, /ZH/, and /SH/ were replaced with C, Z, and S. Polish letters A, C, AAE, and SEE are not used because the phonemes, which they denote, do not exist in Vishin. As about toward Lithuanian, the character E is employed. Halshainish shares the script with Vishin, except for the specific Belarusian letter U, not used for writing in Vishin. The movement for the standardization of Halshainish and Vishin petered out by the end of the 1990s. The flaring up of this initiative was similar to that for the standardization of a Cyrillic-based, West, Polshian language, Zakadishnopoliskavalita, which unfolded in Belarus in the mid-1980s, but subsequently lost momentum in the first half of the 1990s. Like the proponents of Halshainish, the supporters of Polshian claimed that the speakers of this language were descendants of a mixed Baltic Slavic population. In order to emphasize this proposed lineage, they preferred to use the Baltic, that is, Latvian, word Volota for language than the usual Slavic counterparts of Mova or Iazyk. In Latvian language is Valida but Kalba in Lithuanian. The dialect of Polsia, straddling the borderland between Belarus, Ukraine, and Poland is equally distant from Standard Belarusian, Standard Ukrainian, and Standard Polish. As in the case of Vishin and Halshainish, the idea was that instead of struggling to acquire any of these three standard languages, the local population should be provided with publications and education in their own mother tongue. The proponents of Polshian claimed for the language the 16th century Ruthenian manuscripts and books, produced in their Jun of Polsia, as well as the biscriptural, Latin Cyrillic, Rusinski Lementer/Rusinski. 192. Lementer, Ruthenian primer, published in Polsia in 1907. Between 1905 and 1915, this biscripturalism was typical of book and periodical production in Belarusian. Polshian is mostly written in Cyrillic, and its proponents produced many more periodicals and books in the language than the supporters of Halshnish and Vishan. However, at the beginning of the 21st century, all the three language projects seem to be slated for extinction. The attraction of the already well-established standard languages of Belarusian, Lithuanian, Polish, Russian, and Ukrainian proved irresistible. This, however, did not stop Jan Maksymyuk, 1958, a leading writer and intellectual of Poland's Belarusian minority and a translator of James Joyce's, 1882–1941, Ulysses into Standard Belarusian, from proposing, in 2005, another Polshian language, Podlaska Mova, based on the dialect of Poland's share of Polska. It differs from the aforementioned earlier project, because of Maksymyuk's preference for the Latin script. Other names used for referring to Maksymyuk's Polshian language include Svahamova, Ponesomu, or Posvojomu, all mean in one's own language. However, Halshnish, Vishan, and Polshian, in its both varieties, will remain the spoken vernaculars of their respective rural populations. This apparently ensured return to exclusive oral use is bound to make them similar to Trajanska and Syrzhyk. The former is a hybrid form between prestigious Russian, and, sometimes, Polish, spoken in Belarus's cities and towns, and various rural dialects, defined as of the Belarusian language. In central Ukrainian cities, the interaction of Russian with rural dialects, seen as belonging to the Ukrainian language, produced Syrzhyk. Currently, the social prestige of exclusively oral Syrzhyk and Trajanska is lower than that of Halshnish, Vishan, and Polshian. But unless Halshnish, Vishan, and Polshian are revived as written languages, the growing linguistic interference of the prestigious urban languages of Belarusian, Lithuanian, Polish, Russian, and Ukrainian, with time, may make Halshnish, Vishan, and Polshian into dialect standard language hybrids as much disparaged as Syrzhyk and Trajanska are today. Bearing it in mind that Russian and Polish seem to be of the highest influence on Halshnish, Vishan, and Polshian, all the three may be redefined as Trajanska, Danilenko 2006, Dolichenko 2004, 227 to 281, 359 to 367, Eberhardt 1996, 57, Maksymyuk 2005, Subasius 2007. Latvian and Estonian. The Baltic language of Latvian and the Finno-Ugric one of Estonian shared with Lithuanian a similar course of development. In a nutshell, their rise as written languages took place in the course of the Reformation and they never functioned as official languages before the founding of the Latvian and Estonian nation-states in 1918. The difference was, however, that in the 19th century, the German-speaking nobility encouraged the development of Estonian and 193. Latvian as written languages, while the Polish-speaking nobility suppressed the rise of written Lithuanian by aggressive promotion of Polonization. Present-day Estonia and Latvia are located on the historical territory of the crusading Livonian order, Livonian Brothers of the Sword, founded in 1202. Following the near annihilation of the order by the Lithuanians at the Battle of Sol, Sholin, near Šiauliai in Lithuania, 1236, it was incorporated, as an autonomous entity, into the similar crusading Teutonic Order of Prussia the following year. By the end of the 13th century, the order had conquered Kurland, Kurland in German, Kurzm in Latvian, and Kurlandia in Polish, and Livonia, Livland in German, Vigem in Latvian, and Inflantii in Polish. Also in the 13th century, the Danes conquered Estland, Easti in Estonian, but sold this territory to the Livonian order in 1346. In 1561, the Livonian order was secularized under Poland-Lithuania's protection. Its last master converted to Lutheranism and received Kurland as his principality, which became a Polish-Lithuanian fief. Livonia was incorporated into Poland-Lithuania. Also in 1561, the Swedes annexed Estland. From the mid-16th century through the 17th century, Poland, Lithuania, and Sweden clashed over the patrimony of the Livonian order in Courland. In 1629, Sweden wrested Livonia away from Poland-Lithuania, except its southeastern quarter, or Latgalia, and the fact was eventually recognized in 1660. Accordingly, Swedish replaced Polish in Livonian administration. Swedish was the official language of Estland. German persisted in this function in Courland, but the territory's status as a Polish-Lithuanian fief contributed to the use of Polish in diplomatic correspondence. On the whole, German remained the language of the local nobility in all the three regions, while Latin was retained as a useful lingua franca in situations when communication was required between Baltic-, Germanic-, Slavic, and Finno-Ugric speakers. The line of ethno-linguistic division between Estonian and Latvian cut Livonia in half, though until the 13th century entire Livonia was Finno-Ugric speaking, and was never reflected in any significant historical border. Latvian speakers inhabited the region's southern section as well as Courland, while Estonian speakers concentrated in northern Livonia and Estland. Between 1561 and 1629, the Estonian-speaking north of Livonia coincided with Poland-Lithuania's voivodeships, regions, of Dorpat, Tartu, Dorpad, and Parnava, Parnu, Perna. At the turn of the 18th century, Muscovy joined the competition for the Baltic lands. Moscow seized Livonia from Sweden in 1721, and this victory bolstered Peter the Great to change the name of his state to that of the Russian Empire. As a result of the first and third partitions of Poland-Lithuania, 1772 and 1795, Russia obtained Latgalia and Courland as well. All these changes gradually purged the use of Swedish as an official language from Estland and Livonia and of Polish from Latgalia and Courland, but German remained the language of administration and education in the three Russian gubernias, provinces, of Estland, Livonia, less Latgalia split between the gubernias of 194, Vitebsk, Vitsebsk and Pskov, until 1885. Later, it was gradually replaced with Russian. Russification of Latgalia began earlier in 1865, with the purging of Polish from administration and the ban on Latgalian publications in the Latin alphabet. In spite of the changes in the official language, and the ethno-linguistic cleavage separating the Estonian and Latvian-speaking peasantry from each other, and from the German-speaking nobility, practically the entire population of Estland, Livonia, and Courland was united in the shared Lutheran faith. The exception was southeastern Courland, or Latgalia, where Catholicism predominated, because the region belonged to Poland-Lithuania until the first partition of the polity in 1772, Janik and Gruhl 2002, 151, Ron 2001, 29, 66-67. The first Latvian printed book, of which no copies survive, was a Protestant manual with parallel texts in Estonian, German, and Latin, 1525. A Catholic catechism was published in 1585 and a Protestant one followed a year later. A Latvian-German dictionary came off the press in 1638 and a Polish-Latin-Latvian one in 1673. The first grammar of Latvian, written in Latin, followed in 1644. The Latvian translation of the Bible, sponsored by the Swedish King Carl XI, reigned 1660–1697, was published in parts between 1685 and 1692. But this language emerged from the cultural domination of German only in the second half of the 19th century. The expansion of its use in writing is associated with the rise of the Latvian national movement in the 1860s and 1870s, and with the prolific output of Jānis and Zilinis, 1873–1961. On the other hand, the poetry of Jānis Rainis, 1865–1929, endowed this language and the national project connected to it, with the romantic aura of national revival, atmoda. This romanticism stemmed from folklore, which Andrés Pumpers, 1841–1902, employed in the national verse epic La Cp. Elisis, Bear Slayer, 1888. Pumpers drew on the example of a similar Estonian national epic, Kalevipoeg, Kalev's Son, 1861. In 1865, the Russian administration banned the use of the Antiqua-style Latin script for publications in Latgalian, which, as in the case of Lithuanian and Samogitian publications, could be printed exclusively in Cyrillic. The continuous tradition of Latgalian publication, which had begun with the first printed Latgalian book in 1730, was severed. After 1885, the Russian authorities unsuccessfully attempted to impose the Cyrillic alphabet on the users of Latvian in Livonia. Like German, Latvian continued to be written and printed in Gothic. This tradition of employing Gothic letters also extended to Estonian, and in general, underscored the cultural and religious commonality of Northern Europe, steeped in Lutheranism, from Denmark and Scandinavia via northern Germany to Russia's Baltic provinces. After the ban on the use of the Latin alphabet was lifted in 1904, Catholic Latgalians resumed publishing in Antiqua, also used in the Catholic areas of former Poland-Lithuania for writing and publishing in Polish. 195. In the first half of the 19th century, the rise of national movements led to the superseding of the Gothic script with Antiqua in all the non-German-speaking areas 20 apart from Russia's Baltic provinces. The confessional-cultural commonality gave way to separate ethnic nationhoods also reflected in language and script. In the case of Latvian, Antiqua was gradually adopted for Standard Latvian. The codifiers of this language followed the Lithuanian example and employed single graphemes, monographs, for each Latvian phoneme. In this, Latvian is as much different from German as Lithuanian from Polish, because both German and Polish use digraphs and multigraphs. Beginning in 1908, specifically Latvian sounds are represented with diacritics borrowed mostly from Czech and Polish, A, C, E, G, K, L, KKN, S, U, NN and Z. This resignation from the Gothic script for writing Latvian, and the adoption of unified Latvian orthography, instead of German-style spelling previously used by Latvian speakers and Polish-style spelling earlier employed by Latgalian speakers, contributed to the making of Latvian and Latgalian more similar to each other. The Gothic type of Latin letters used for writing Latvian re-emerged in the Land Oberost, 1915 to 1918. As in the case of Lithuanian, the German occupation administration recognized Latvian as one of the official languages obtaining on this territory. The official status of Latvian was reaffirmed, when it was made into the sole official language of independent Latvia in 1918. Standard Latvian was codified on the basis of the central dialect with its center at the capital of Riga. The 4-volume Latvian-German dictionary, published between 1923 and 1932, followed the Czech, Slovak, and Lithuanian examples of employing extensive bi- or multilingual dictionaries for the task of language standardization. In 1937, the Latvian orthography was reformed and remains in an unchanged shape to this day. The authoritative 8-volume Dictionary of the Latvian language was published between 1972 and 1996. The modern Latvian translation of the New Testament came off the press in 1936. The new translation of the Old Testament was printed abroad in 1965. In the Soviet Union, the publication of the holy scripts of any living religion was banned, for the ideological reasons. The state promoted atheism as an antidote to religion, defined as opium for the masses. Following the period of Russification when Latvia was annexed to the Soviet Union, 1940 to 1991, Latvian once again functions as the sole official language of the Latvian nation-state. Apart from the tradition of literacy in the central dialect, which spawned Standard Latvian, a parallel tradition continued in Eastern, High Latvian, dialect, or Latgalian. The regional group of the Latgalians speaks it. The difference between them and the rest of Latvians is similar to that which existed between the Samogitians and the Lithuanians before the latter ethno-regional identity became dominant among all Lithuanian speakers at the end of the 19th century. Nowadays, there is a movement for a separate Samogitian language in Lithuania. 196. Likewise, the Latgalians, who constitute 30 to 40% of the Latvians, have supported the vigorous revival of their dialect/language since the late 1980s. Latgalian survives to this day, perhaps, because the Latgalians, unlike other Latvians, who profess Lutheranism, are Catholics. No similar religious cleavage separated the Samogitians from the Lithuanians, as both groups were Catholic, so it was the historical border between Samogitia and Lithuania that played this role. Until the founding of independent Latvia, history and culture more closely connected the Latgalians with the Lithuanians and the Samogitians than with the Latvians. Latgalia was part of Poland-Lithuania until Russia annexed it in 1772. From its inception as a written language, Latgalian was recorded in Antiqua with the use of Polish spelling. The first book in Latgalian, a Catholic hymnal, was published in 1730. The fledgling tradition of Latgalian literacy was cut short in 1864, like that of Lithuanian, when a ban was imposed on the use of the Latin alphabet for writing in local idioms in northwestern Russia, or the erstwhile Polish-Lithuanian lands directly incorporated in the empire, including those in the gubernias of Vitebsk, Vitsebsk, and Pskov, between which Latgalia was divided. By default, the publication of Lutheran Latvian books in Gothic characters continued in Livonia and Courland largely unhindered. Catholic Latgalians refused to use Cyrillic, but were much less successful than the Lithuanians in producing books abroad and smuggling them into Latgalia. After lifting the ban on Latgalian publications in Antiqua, 1904, and the incorporation of Latgalia into independent Latvia, 1918, Latgalian literature and publications developed as a parallel variety of the Latvian language. Between 1920 and 1934, Latgalian was used as a co-official language in local self-government and education in Latgalia. The tradition was crowned with the Latgalian translation of the New Testament in 1933. After a coup in 1934, this revival was cut short, because the authoritarian regime, which overthrew democracy, castigated Latgalian as an obstacle to the full ethno-linguistic unity of the Latvian nation, although this language does not differ much from Standard Latvian. For the Kremlin, which annexed Latvia, along with Estonia and Lithuania, in 1940, Latgalian presented an unwanted complication on the way to building the National Republic of Soviet Latvia. Between 1959 and 1989, no publications in Latgalian rolled off the press, except those published abroad. Today, publications in Latgalian are produced for the surviving 150,000 speakers of this language. The number of self-conscious Latgalians is estimated at 350,000, mostly thanks to the efforts of the publishing house of the Culture Center of Latgalia in Arzen, Arzen in Latgalian, Rzen in Russian, Rossitan in German, Rzezika in Polish, which was founded in 1990. The speakers of Latgalian mostly consider it a dialect of Latvian and identify themselves as Latvians. The Latvian language law of 1999 obliges the state to ensure the preservation, protection, and development of Latgalian literary language, defined as a historical variant of the Latvian language. 197. In Latvia, the moribund Finno-Ugric language of Livonian, with no more than 10 fluent speakers, all of whom are elderly, precariously survives in the vicinity of the coastal town of Koka, Quilca in Livonian, which faces the Estonian island of Saaremaa. Ironically, in the 13th century, the speakers of this language lived in the place, which is the northern half of Latvia today. The Livonian translation of the New Testament was published in 1942. Riga recognizes the Livonians as an indigenous people of Latvia, and proclaimed the strip of the Livonian coast, with the 12 villages inhabited by 1,700 ethnic Livonians, a cultural, historic, and protected territory, Elivod, Ronda, in 1992. Ethnic Latvians and other non-Livonians are discouraged from settling in the area and establishing businesses there. In addition, the language law of 1999 also recognized Livonian as an indigenous language of Latvia, which allows the state to support its maintenance. Grimes 1996, 494, Jots 2000, 667, Janik and Gruel 2002, 151, Kyaupedal 2002, 123, 144 to 145, Latvian Bible Society 2004, Price 1998, 294 to 297, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 323, 469, 534, Ziebensprachen Wörterbuch 1918, Topolska 2002, 330. Thethnonym Estonian gained currency only in the 19th century, unlike Latvian, which had become widespread already at the beginning of the 17th century. Earlier, Estonians referred to themselves as Maravas, country people, and to their language as Makiel, country language. Russian sources refer to them also as Chuds until the beginning of the 20th century, and the term was sometimes adopted in Polish as Chudowie. Its etymology is unclear. For the first time, the ethnonym made its appearance in 6th century Latin histories on the Goths. Rus Slavic chroniclers recognized the Chuds as one of the founders of the Rus polity, alongside the Germanic Varangians, Swedes, and Slavs. Folk Slavic etymologies claim that the ethnonym came from Slavic chuzhoi, foreign, chud, weird, or chudny, miraculous. The Slavic speakers of Rus tended to ascribe the ethnonym Chuds to the Finno-Ugric peoples, in general. Interestingly, in 2002, in the Russian Federation, a Finno-Ugric nationality named as Chuds was officially registered. They live in the northern region of Arkhangelsk. Latin Estonia or German Estland is derived from the Germanic name of this region, Ostland, or the Eastern Land, as used by Danish and Livonian order invaders. Later, in the spirit of classicism, and in order to make the territorial gains more dignified, Latin scribes maintained that the name of Estland meant the land of the Esti. Tacitus mentioned an ethnic group named so in his Germania, and located it on the southeastern shores of the Baltic. The ethnonym Latvian stems from Latin for Latgalia, which was rendered variably as Latgalia, Latgali, Letoia, or Letia. Hence, German Letland, Latvian Latvia, Polish Lotwe, Russian Lataia, and English Latvia. Latvian for Latgalia, Daugavpils, is derived from the river Daugava, Dvina, which crosses the region. Because Riga, the center of Latvian culture, developed in the originally Finno-Ugric speaking area, in the 17th century the Livonian. 198. Finno-Ugric, term Latvies emerged for referring to Latvians. At the same time, it gave rise to Ruthenian Latish and Polish Lotis for Latvian, and the corresponding Latviskazem, i.e., for Latvia. It was an informal term, as what today is Latvia, was then known as Livonia and Kurland. Under this influence, in the 18th century, Latvian Latviju, Latvisu, Zemi for Latvia emerged, and developed into contemporary Latvija, Latvija, in the first half of the 19th century. The Russian administration used Latisi for Latvians, which Latvian national activists preferred to German Let, as at that time the already established self-ethnonym for Latvians was Latvijtas. To provide the Latvians with a classical genealogy in the mid-19th century, some claimed that their ancestors emigrated from Latium, or Lasahu in Latvian. This also deftly countered the Lithuanian claim that the Lithuanian language was the direct descendant of Latin. The Estonian self-glottonym Makiel corresponded to Orthodox Slavic Prostiamova, simple language, for local vernaculars as opposed to Church Slavonic or Ruthenian. Since the early 13th century, Denmark the Livonian, Teutonic, Order, Sweden and Poland-Lithuania had dominated the Estonian-speaking areas before Russia incorporated them after 1710. The name of the Estonian capital of Tallinn is a clear evidence of these early influences, because it means the city of Danes, though some authorities disagree and claim that the etymology of this name is unclear. The political upheavals changed the ethno-linguistic makeup of the region. In the 13th century, Finno-Ugric Livonians lived as far south as modern-day Riga and the southern shores of the Gulf of Riga. As in the case of Latvian, The first continuous Estonian text appeared in a now lost quadrilingual Protestant missal, 1525. The earliest surviving text is a German Estonian Protestant catechism published in Wittenberg in 1535. The first grammar of the Estonian language was written in German and was printed in 1637. The translation of the New Testament that came off the press in 1683 was written in the southern or Dorpat, Tartu, dialect of Estonian. In 1715, a new translation was published but in the northern or Reval, Tallinn, dialect. The entire translation of the Bible, 1739, was printed in the latter dialect as well. The first rudimentary glossary of Estonian was included in a German language grammar of this language, 1632, however, the manuscript of Salomo Heinrich Vestring's, 1663–1749, Estonian-German dictionary circulated widely. In 1803, a lectureship of the Estonian language was founded at the University of Dorpat, Tartu. Once again paralleling the Latvians, the Estonian national movement took off in the mid-19th century. The intellectual center of this movement was Russia's sole German medium University of Dorpat, which also supplied the Latvian national movement with intellectuals and activists. Similarly, the Polish-speaking cultural center of Vilnius produced the leaders of the Lithuanian and Belarusian national movements. The first modern grammar of the standard, that is, Northern, Estonian language, written in German, rolled off the press in 1843. Its author, Eduard Ahrens, 1803–1863, advised in the grammar's second 199 edition, 1853, that the German model of spelling used for writing Estonian should be replaced with a Finnish-style orthography. In this framework, a single grapheme, monograph, was to represent a single phoneme with the exception of long vowels indicated by the doubling of an appropriate letter, for instance, a or oo. The German letters of a, o, u were retained for writing the corresponding Estonian sounds, as had happened earlier in Magyar in the cases of o and u. Also, the Czech letters s and z were borrowed for Estonian. The former letter is shared by Finnish. For his orthographic system Ahrens adopted a specific grapheme O, introduced by Otto Wilhelm Massing, 1763–1832, in 1818 for an Estonian phoneme that is not shared by German. Although Ahrens codified the present-day Estonian orthography in the mid-19th century, it eventually entered popular use in the 3 final decades of that century. The employment of German-style W/V/ instead of V favored by Ahrens, continued well into the 1930s. Instrumental to this end was the Union of Estonian Writers, founded in 1871, which undertook the task of standardizing Estonian. They decided to graft this planned standard on the tradition of literacy in the Tallinn dialect, because it was more accepted than that of Dorpat. This standard was eventually codified thanks to the extensive Estonian-German dictionary, 1869, and the multi-volume descriptive grammar of Estonian, 1875. Southern Estonian disappeared as a written language by the end of the 19th century. In 1861, Friedrich Reinhold Kreutzwald, 1803–1882, published his definitive rendition of the national Estonian epic Kalevipoeg, son of Kalev, modeled on Finnish Kalevala, 1835. The codifiers of Estonian also took over the radical outlook of their Finnish colleagues that all the foreign words in Estonian should be replaced with Estonian-based neologisms. In 1880, 90% of all the books published in Estonian appeared in the new standard complete with its distinctive orthography. The achievement was crowned with the publication of the New Testament, 1886, edited in agreement with the rules of Standard Estonian. The example of the cultural and economic autonomy that the Finns enjoyed in Russia's Grand Duchy of Finland was enticing. In 1900, St. Petersburg attempted to impose Russian as the official language on this Grand Duchy, but the aggressive Finnish resistance and the 1905 revolution caused the revocation of this decision. The Russification of previously German language education, with some concession for Estonian and Latvian in elementary schools, in Estland, Livonia, and Kurland in 1885, rounded up with the Russification of the University of Dorpat, 1893, entailed an officially induced slump in the rate of literacy. In 1886, 98% of recruits conscripted from Estland could read and write, because they were asked whether they were literate in German or Estonian. By 1901, the figure had fallen to 80%, because the recruits were inquired about their ability to read and write in Russian. 21. A lasting legacy of the Russification is the fact that 1/5 of the Estonians and Latvians profess Orthodox Christianity. In 1905, Estonian activists caused the Estonian language to be introduced as the medium of instruction in elementary schools. 200. Russification had failed, because, like the Lithuanians and the Latvians, the Estonians did not wish to accept either the Tsar's faith, Orthodox Christianity, or Cyrillic as a script for writing their language. On the other hand, Russification weakened the significance of German language and culture, which opened a window of opportunity for developing Estonian as a written language. In 1918, Estonia gained independence and, as a consequence, Estonian was elevated to the rank of the official language in this nation-state, but with provisions for official use of German, Russian, and Swedish in the parliament and the local self-government. Efforts to distance the Estonian nation from their former German and Russian lords, translated into the introduction of English as the most important foreign language taught in Estonian schools. But the German influence persisted, hence the use of the Gothic type in Estonian publications continued along with Antiqua in the interwar period. Unlike in the case of Latgalian in Latvia, the marked decline of South Estonian, which had begun in the 1880s, was not halted. The developing movement of the Orthodox and South Estonian-speaking Cetus, 15,000, was suppressed after the introduction of the authoritarian system of government in 1934. The prevailing agreement was that the nation must be unified linguistically. Between 1925 and 1937, the first monolingual authoritative dictionary of Estonian was published in 3 volumes. 2 new multi-volume dictionaries began to be published in 1988 and 1994. The former is planned to include 6 volumes, and the latter, 12. Following the breakup of the Soviet Union, 1991, which had annexed Estonia alongside Latvia and Lithuania in 1940, Estonian was reinstated as the nation-state's official language. The commonality of socio-political experience with Latvia and Lithuania is emphasized by the fact that all the 3 states became members of the European Union in 2004. By default, their languages joined the club of the Union's official languages as well. As in the case of Latvia's Latgalian and Lithuania's Samogitian, South Estonian, with 60,000 speakers, revived as a written language in the 1990s. During the Soviet period it had become similar to Standard Estonian, and the authorities had imposed the Estonian identity on the Cetus by not allowing them to declare themselves as such. The present-day South Estonian language is based not on the dialect of Tartu, but on that of the city of Võru, which spawned a new glottonym of Võru language. The enthusiasm for the celebration of linguistic difference not yet satiated, Seto, Setu, with 10,000 speakers, is also claimed to be a language in its own right, though others consider it to be a sub-dialect of Võru. However, the speakers of Võru and Seto usually identify themselves as Estonians. Religion separated the Võru and Seto speakers in the past, because the former are Lutherans and the latter Orthodox. But at present, when 3/4 of Estonia's inhabitants claim not to profess any faith at all, the old difference disappeared, and in 1995, a common standard orthography was adopted for Võru and Seto, which some interpret as the founding of a common Võru-Seto language. 201. Seto, Võru, and Estonian's other dialects are often not mutually intelligible, which is the reflection of dialectal differentiation that has unfolded for 2 millennia or more. By comparison, it is assumed that the Slavic languages began to drift apart only 1,000 years ago. In addition, it is proposed that the original Finno-Ugric community fragmented over 10,000 years ago. Hence, unlike in the case of the Slavic languages, the EU's three official Finno-Ugric languages of Estonian, Finnish, and Magyar are utterly unintelligible, though Estonian is much closer to Finnish as Swedish to German. The largest Finno-Ugric speaking communities speak these three languages, whereas other Finno-Ugric languages are spoken by much smaller groups and face the danger of extinction. Practically, the speakers of all these endangered languages live in the Russian Federation, where they are subjected to the continuing pressure of Russification. In order to offset this fate, Finland and Estonia actively support the preservation of the languages and specific ethnic cultures of Russia's Finno-Ugric speakers. Hungary participates in these activities less actively, because Budapest traditionally invested its ideological stakes with Latin and Western Christianity rather than with the peoples, whom the Magyar critics of the Finno-Ugric theory accused of reeking of fish. The lack of attraction of the idea of Finno-Ugric commonality in Hungary did not prevent the development of scholarly links between Hungary and Finland, justified by the shared Finno-Ugric linguistic background. A modicum of international political support to the cultural pan-Finno-Ugric idea was given by 5 Finno-Ugric cultural congresses held in the interwar period. After the fall of communism, they were revived as World Congresses of Finno-Ugric Peoples, and by 2004, 4 of them had been held in Estonia, Finland, Hungary, and the Autonomous Republic of Komi, the Russian Federation. AUS Laulu-Ramat, 1926, Dying Fish Swims in Water 2005, Grimes 1996, 475, Hanzik ETAL 2001, 188, 332, 353, Jots 2000, Janik and Bauer 1991, 55, Janik and Gruel 2002, 46-49, Karulis 2001, 504-507, Lasinskiani 2002, 3, Mertelsmann 2006, National Auctioning 2006, Price. 1998, 151-152, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 466, Ron 2003, 132, Seelenthal 2002, Sutrup 2000. Romanian, Moldovan, and other East Romance languages. After having had a cursory glance at the main languages that developed at the eastern flank of erstwhile Poland-Lithuania, the chapter's focus shifts to the southern and southeastern reaches of the former Kingdom of Hungary. The origins of the Romanian language are difficult to trace, on several counts. First, the national historiographers of Romania and Hungary propose 2 starkly different visions of the past of the Romanians. Romanian scholars maintain that the Roman province of Dacia, 106-271, created a Romanized population that was to spawn the Romanians in future. In this vision, Dacia's Romans, 202, continued to live in their region despite political instability, which set in after the Roman legions abandoned the province, leaving it open to the succession of numerous invasions of Goths, Slavs, Huns, or Avars. On the other hand, Magyar historians maintain that most, if not all, of the Latin-speaking population of Roman Dacia moved south of the Danube, when the Romans decided to evacuate this province. This would mean that the Magyars seized Transylvania as an empty country, with no legitimate owners. The logic of ethnic nationalism dictates that continuous settlement of a population ethnically identified with a contemporary nation means that this nation should be the rightful owner of Transylvania. In fact, there are no documents to decide what really happened. Probably, some inhabitants of Roman Dacia remained in the province and, likewise, the Magyars did not arrive into a region completely denuded of population. It is likely that, as in other areas of the Balkans, the Latin-speaking, or more appropriately, Romance-speaking, population faced with steppe nomadic populations sought protection in fortified coastal cities and in inaccessible mountain villages. The former being absent in Transylvania, the latter solution was more workable. Living in a difficult mountainous environment required adapting to a new way of winning a livelihood. From then until the 19th century, the transhumant version of pastoral economy dominated in the region. Under the impact of renewed instability connected to the northward advance of the Ottoman Empire, this economy spread northward along the Arch of Carpathians. The population engaged in this kind of economy used to be known as Vlachs or Wallachians, irrespective of what language they might use. In the southern Carpathians, it was usually a Romance speech, while Slavic in the north of these mountains. Perhaps, Slavophone peasants have remained in close contact with Romance-speaking shepherds since the 6th century, when Slavs arrived in Central European the Balkans. Later, economic symbiosis allowed Slavic-speaking villagers to emulate the Romance speakers' transhumant way of life, when cultivating land proved too dangerous. In the 16th century, the Romance language of Dalmatian, known as the ancient language Lingua Vetri in Ragusa Dubrovnik, disappeared. 22 The agricultural economy of Slavic, Greek, and Albanian speakers proved more effective at producing growing populations, which engulfed the static populace of Romance-speaking shepherds. As a result, the formerly larger area of their residence shrank to demographic islands located in the mountains of the Balkans. These islands evolved into the Aromanians in Greece, Albania, Macedonia, and Bulgaria, the Istro-Romanians in Croatia section of Istria, and to the Megleno-Romanians in northern Greece. The Aromanians, also known as Macedo-Romanians, traditionally were referred to as Vlachs, like the Romance-speaking forefathers of the contemporary Romanians. The latter called themselves Wallachians, which was also 203. The ethnonym popular among the Slavophone transhumant pastoralists of the northern Carpathians, for instance, Wielasi in Slavic, Wolasi, Walasi or Walachowi in Polish, Wielasi or Velasi in Czech, Alak or Olahik in Magyar, and Walachen in German. The English word Wallachian as well as its other forms enumerated above are derived from the Germanic word Welsh, which means foreigners, that is, non-Germanic speakers. Linguists reconstructed the Germanic word *Walcha, meaning foreigner, as the original root of all these terms. The Germanic speakers applied this label to denote peoples in some way associated with the Roman Empire, namely the Cymry, Welsh, of Wales, the Romanized Franks and Lombards, and the Wallachians. Slavic speakers and Magyars took over this Germanic tradition, as attested by Polish Olaki and Magyar Olazarzig for Italy. Today, when attempts are undertaken to standardize the Romani, Gypsy, language, the term Vlach or Vlachs has resurfaced as the label for denoting the Romani dialects spoken in Romania, Ukraine, Hungary, and Serbia. Of all Roma, Vlach speakers are most widely spread worldwide, hence the Vlach dialects are proposed by some Roma activists as the basis for a future standard Romani. The Roma speaking these dialects tend to refer to themselves as Vlach Roma too. This reflects the fact that from the 14th century to 1864, they were slaves in Wallachia and Moldavia. Already in the 1850s, but especially after that year, Roma from both Danubian principalities dispersed into the Balkans and Central Europe in search of better life. 23 The ethnonym Wallachian for denoting the Romance-speaking population of Transylvania, Moldavia, and Wallachia initially spread through the Chancery language of Greek, Vlachoi, Unctoflachoi, Modovlachoi, and latter through that of Latin, Blazi, Blakey, Velo. But already in 1404, 1514, and 1536, Latin writers suggested that Wallachians are descendants of Romans, and speak in the vulgar Roman language, that is, vulgar Latin. Seemingly, the Wallachian self-ethnonym Romani in Standard Romanian, or Roman supported this thesis. But this self-designation stems from the Greek name Romans, Romani, Rome, 24 for all the Christian inhabitants of the Byzantine Empire. Prior to the arrival of the Slavs, this term mainly applied to Greek and Latin, Romance, speakers, and its meaning was never extended to include Magyars. The preservation of the self-ethnonym among the Wallachians perhaps supports the thesis that the population originated south of the Danube, before they began to penetrate the Carpathians in the 10th and 11th centuries. When the entities of Transylvania, Moldavia, and Wallachia were established, the regional and local identities developed among the Wallachian peasants residing in these three provinces. Obviously, the name of Wallachia originated from the ethnonym of Wallachian. The etymology of Moldavia is more contested, but usually it is accepted that the name stems from the river Moldova, a tributary of the Siret. Eventually, it was the Hungarian kings, who controlled the territories inhabited by the Romance-speaking Wallachians. The area north of the southern 204 ranges of the Carpathians, known as Transylvania, was incorporated into the Kingdom of Hungary. Wallachians displeased with Hungarian rule migrated south and east of the Carpathians into the territories, which coalesced into Wallachia and Moldavia, respectively, during the first half of the 14th century. The Hungarian monarch was not averse to this emigration of Wallachians, because it created a buffer zone between the kingdom's embattled eastern border and Turkic-speaking steppe nomads. For some time, Hungarian control also extended over these Wallachian settlers, as evidenced by the earliest recorded name of Wallachia, Ungrosulakia, Hungarian Wallachia. The relative isolation of Wallachians in their mountainous settlements contributed to the folklorization of their Byzantine Christianity. On the other hand, when they settled in Transylvania, they were drawn closer to Western Christianity. On this account, Byzantine hierarchs criticized Wallachians as heretics given to speaking exclusively in their Latin language. This opinion was also a reflection of the growing rift between the Orthodox, Greek, Byzantine, Church and the Catholic, Latin, Church, which turned into a chasm in the wake of the Great Schism of 1054. Despite their language, which was often perceived as Latin, the Wallachians of Wallachia and Moldavia decided to side with the Orthodox Church in order to lessen the influence of Catholic Hungary in their principalities. In 1359, an Orthodox ecclesiastical province was founded in Wallachia, and in 1401, another one in Moldavia. Although no significant structures of the Orthodox Church were established in Hungary's Transylvania, the example of Moldavia and Wallachia was enough to instill Orthodox Christianity among the province's Wallachians. Later, such structures gradually developed, especially after the Ottomans extended their control over Transylvania. Between 1683 and 1699, Vienna wrested from the Ottomans numerous territories, including those inhabited by Serbs. In 1691, they were granted a set of privileges, including their own Acephalous Orthodox Church with its metropolitan seat in Karlowitz, Karlica, Sremski Karlovci. When the process of establishing the Uniate Church in Transylvania was completed in 1701, the Orthodox Church was dissolved. Vienna allowed the re-establishment of the latter church in 1761, and it was subjected to the Serbian Orthodox Church. Finally, in 1864, the remaining Orthodox Romanians of Transylvania received their own autonomous church with the metropolitan seat in Hermannstadt, Nagy Szeben in Magyar, today, Sibiu in Romania. Until the 18th century, the Wallachians in their own principalities, as well as in Transylvania, remained part of the Orthodox religious and cultural world despite the serious incursions of Western Christianity and Ottoman Islam. Since the 14th century, as the written language of liturgy and administration, they employed Old Church Slavonic in the prestigious Old Bulgarian Recension variety. In Moldavia, this language was mediated via the Kievan Rus, Ruthenian, Recension, and in Wallachia via the Serbian Recension. Hence, Wallachians frequently referred to Church Slavonic as Serbian. These peculiarities of the 205 usage prompted some scholars to term this Church Slavonic of the Wallachians Deco-Slavonic. In Transylvania, the first documents in Church Slavonic appeared at the turn of the 16th century. But Wallachians must have come in touch with Church Slavonic literacy as early as the 11th century in Hungary, where it had survived following the Magyar destruction of Greater Moravia. Perhaps, This hypothetical experience convinced Wallachians to select Church Slavonic as their written language, which emphasized their sovereignty vis-a-vis Hungary with its official Latin, and the Byzantine Empire with Greek. Furthermore, the close political and economic contacts with Poland-Lithuania prompted the acceptance of Ruthenian and Polish for diplomatic and cultural uses, especially in Moldavia, which was the Polish-Lithuanian monarch's fief between 1387 and 1456. The Ottoman domination over Wallachia, Transylvania, and Moldavia established in 1492, 1526, and 1552, respectively, lasted until the end of the 17th century in the case of Transylvania, and by 1878, though in practice by 1829, in the two other principalities. The Ottoman administration, with its toleration of Christians and Jews, largely preserved the religious and economic shape of the Romance-speaking Wallachians as it had been at the time of conquest. After Vienna regained most of the territories of the Kingdom of Hungary, including Transylvania, Wallachia, and Moldavia became the Ottoman Empire's bulwark against the incursion of Christian Austria and Russia. To ensure that the largely autonomous principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia meet the military demands, the Sultan appointed loyal Romans, Greeks, from the Fanner district of Constantinople as administrators in 1711 in Moldavia, and in 1715 in Wallachia. The Phanariot regime lasted until the beginning of the 1821, when the War, or Revolt, of Greek Independence, 1821 to 1827, discredited Orthodox Greek speakers as loyal subjects of the Ottoman Empire. But during the time of the Phanariot regime, Byzantine Greek was frequently used as the language of administration and liturgy in Moldavia and Wallachia. The Greek influence was even stronger among the Aromanians, who wrote down their Romance language in Greek characters during the 18th century, before they switched to the Latin alphabet in the following century. The Aromanians resigned from the Greek script, because they did not wish the Ottoman authorities to associate them with rebellious Greeks. At that time, the script and religion were the main basis of group identification in the Balkans, not the actual vernacular, which a group happened to speak. Brown 1996, 14, Bryce 1919, 364, Crow 1996, 96, 120 to 121, Hancock 1995, Hannon 1996, 13 to 14, 65 to 72, 79 to 81, Hanzik etal 2001, 400, 585, 687, Janik and Gruel 2002, 224, Jelavic and Barbara 1977, 89, Ken and Zidnike 1984, 181, King 1999, 13 to 14, Magoxi 2002, 5, 44, 116 to 117, Price 1998, 18, Zach 1977, 10 to 14, 30 to 31, 185. The Romance Wallachian language as it was known then, was written in Cyrillic characters, which allowed maintaining the ideological, mainly religious. 206. Unity with Church Slavonic employed by Wallachians in church and for temporal purposes. The first document in Wallachian, a letter written in Wallachia, dates back to 1521. Another piece of writing, a deed of sale, appeared only in 1563. In the second half of the 16th century, the continuous tradition of writing in Wallachian developed under the influence of the Reformation in Transylvania. Translations from Slavic religious texts predominated. The first Wallachian language book, which came off the press, was a bilingual, Church Slavonic Wallachian, Gospels produced in Hermannstadt in Transylvania, 1544, but no copy of this remains. So the tradition of printing in Wallachian commenced in earnest only during the years 1559 to 1580, when 11 religious texts were published in Kronstadt, Brasso, Braisovi, in the same region. At that time, Wallachia's first capital of THIRD-WORLDISM emerged as an early center of printing in this polity. The first book produced there in 1508, was followed by others, but they were printed in Church Slavonic. In the princely chancelleries of Moldavia and Wallachia, Wallachian began to be used for issuing documents in 1574 and 1593, respectively. The Orthodox Metropolitan of Transylvania, Simeon, Stephan, was the first to make a case for a common written language for all the Wallachian-speaking provinces in his introduction to the first complete Wallachian translation of the New Testament published in 1648 in Carlsberg, Gyolafaherver, Alba Iulia, Transylvania. Later, the Orthodox hierarchy in Wallachia also sided with this view, because they noticed that Church Slavonic was not understood not only by people, but by popes, Orthodox priests, as well. The first complete Wallachian translation of the Bible was published in 1688 in Bucharest, in Wallachia. Meanwhile, translations of some books of the Church Slavonic liturgy were also printed in the second half of the 17th century. As a result, Wallachian was introduced to Orthodox liturgy in Transylvania in 1675. The change was more gradual in Wallachia and Moldavia. The published set of Wallachian language liturgical books was completed in Wallachia by 1714. In 1736, the last Church Slavonic liturgical book was printed in Wallachia. A year earlier, the Phanariot administration had brought these Wallachian liturgical books to Moldavia, where they were locally reprinted in the 1740s. At the end of the 18th century, exclusively Wallachian was employed in Orthodox liturgy in Wallachia and Moldavia. The two Greek tertiary level school, known as academies, and modeled on Jesuit academies proliferating, in the wake of the Counter-Reformation, across Central Europe, opened in the capitals of Wallachia and Moldavia, Bucharest, 1689, and IASI, 1707, respectively. Both schools and the Phanariot administrations of Wallachia and Moldavia were served by the school's print shops, which produced mostly Greek-language books. But both academies also taught Italian, Tuscanian, and French as foreign languages, and beginning in the mid-18th century, Greek language education mediated the introduction of numerous Italian and French words into Wallachian. Since 1810, 207. The academies had taught Russian and German, which was a reflection of the growing Russian and Austrian influence in Wallachia and Moldavia. As a result, numerous Russian and German linguistic loans entered Wallachian. In addition, the Phanariot administration introduced numerous Ottoman, Old Turkish, terms in the sphere of politics, administration, and military affairs, which were also mediated via official Greek, and replaced Church Slavonic counterparts. However, the conscious and increasingly planned codification of the Wallachian language progressed mainly in Transylvania. Between 1697 and 1700, the union of the province's Wallachian-speaking Orthodox faithful with Rome was completed. From this time, Uniate priests received education in Vienna and Rome. The exposure to the Latinate culture of Catholicism clearly indicated to them that their speech was close to Latin and that of the Italians. In addition, as early as the 1560s, some Wallachian texts produced in Transylvania were published in the Latin script with the use of Magyar orthography. This forming new Latinate tradition drew on the novel experience which Uniate clergymen obtained in Western Europe. As a result, the Orthodox culture, complete with the Cyrillic script, as represented by Ottoman-dominated Wallachia or Moldavia, appeared unattractive in their eyes. This caused Transylvania's Wallachian-speaking Uniate clergy to look for the legitimization of their political claims in the sphere of the Latinate culture. Their leaders, known as the Transylvanian School, Scola Ardelean, 25 elaborateth basic thesis of Romanian nationalism that the Romanians are of Roman origin and their presence in Dacia, Transylvania and Wallachia, has been continuous since Trajan's conquest in 106. Thus, they presented the freshly rediscovered Latinate commonality of the Wallachian language in the ideological overlay of Roman history. This allowed them to draw the line between Transylvania's Uniat and Orthodox Wallachians and the province's Catholic and Protestant Magyars and German speakers, on the one hand while on theatre, to emphasize the commonality with Orthodox Wallachians in Wallachia and Moldavia. The main leader of the Transylvanian school was the Uniat Bishop of Transylvania, Ion Innocentii Micu Klein, 1692–1768, in office 1729–1751. He and his successors struggled to obtain an improved status for Wallachian-speaking Uniats as a natio equal to Transylvania's officially recognized nations of the Magyars, the Zgellers, and the Saxons. This never happened. The followers of the bishop's intellectual vision for the Wallachians published the first ever Wallachian book in Latin characters in Vienna in 1779. A year later, the first printed grammar of the Daco-Romanian or Wallachian language, written in Wallachian, came off the press in the same city. It was reprinted in a revised edition in 1805. The first authoritative Wallachian Latin Magyar German dictionary was printed in 1825 in Buda. Importantly, in the Wallachian version of the Latin title, the Wallachian language was unambiguously denoted as Romanian. This dictionary employed the system of Latin script spelling similar. 208. To the modern one, which is characterized by the one-to-one correspondence of graphemes, letters, to phonemes, sounds. Although the term Terra Romanesque, Romanian lands, had been in use among Wallachians for denoting Wallachia since the 16th century, the preference for the term Wallachia continued. The Uniat clergy often treated their church as an inherently alien institution imposed from without, but with time they began to perceive it as a peculiarly Wallachian institution. Beginning in the 1740s, they used the term Romanovi Lashes for those Wallachian-speaking Orthodox Christians who joined the Union. On the other hand, Transylvania's Wallachian-speaking Uniats opposed any further absorption of their Uniat Church into the Roman Catholic Church. This created an ideological paradox, for the clergy claimed the direct descent of the Wallachian speakers from the ancient Romans. The Uniat clergymen perceived the Roman connection as something that set them apart from the Orthodox Slavic speakers, especially the Serbs, to whose church Transylvania's remaining Orthodox Wallachians were subjected. The attachment to the Eastern rite of Christianity, however, remained the defining factor of what it meant to be a Wallachian until the beginning of the 19th century. For instance, in the 1760s, the Wallachian-speaking Orthodox of Transylvania drew a line between themselves and the Uniats, referring to themselves as we, Wallachians, not Uniats or Orthodox Romanians. But the self-ethnonym Romanian for referring to all the Wallachian speakers as a nation, and to their language, became popular only in the 1820s. Perhaps, Orthodox Wallachians and Moldavans were not opposed to it too much either, because their leaders, having become acquainted with Greek during the 18th century, when Phanariot Greeks administered both Danubian principalities, realized that Romania was also the Greek name of the Orthodox Byzantine Empire. Quite a pedigree in itself, Byzantine Empire 2006, Gaster 1891, I-1-44, Hitchens 1986, 551-558, Janik and Gruel 2002, 274, Magoxi 2002, 56, Price 1998, 386, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 471, Schroeder 1987, 198-205, Seaton Watson 1934, 176-191, Verderi 1999, 58-65, Zach 1977, 18-19, 185-187. In the course of the wars waged by Austria and Russia on the Ottoman Empire, Moldavia was partitioned. In 1775, Vienna gained the northernmost corner of this land, named Bukovina for its beech forests. Buk is beech in Slavic. The extensive eastern section of Moldavia between the rivers Prut and Dniester, known as Bessarabia, in honor of the Bessarab family credited with the making of Wallachia into a unified polity at the turn of the 14th century, fell under St. Petersburg's rule in 1812. The Russian pressure made the Sultan reintroduce autonomy to Wallachia, 1831, and truncated Ottoman Moldavia, 1832. Romanian nationalism took off at that time in emulation of Greek and Central European nationalisms, as well as thanks to the university education the Romanian administrators and intellectuals received in France and Russia. 209. Following the defeat of Russia in the Crimean War, 1853–1856, the Russian and Ottoman control over the two Romanian principalities weakened. With the support of Napoleon III, 1808–1873, Alexandru Ioan Cuza, 1820–1873, overcame Austrian and Ottoman opposition to personal union. Hence in 1859, the Romanians elected Cuza as prince in both Wallachia and Moldavia. Cuza was one of the revolutionaries who, in 1848, had participated in the aborted national revolution in Moldavia. The national government had been established in Wallachia, but St. Petersburg had promptly occupied Bucharest and re-established the old order in the same year. The de facto union of the two principalities was reaffirmed in 1862, when the nation-state of Romania was founded with its capital at Bucharest. As in the case of Serbia and Montenegro, the Ottoman Empire, Russia, and the Western powers recognized the independence of Romania in 1878. 3 years later, the European powers agreed to elevate the status of the Principality of Romania to a kingdom. Meanwhile, under Cuza's rule, peasants were finally freed from serfdom in 1863, and the Greek monasteries were nationalized. The latter event wrapped up the 150 years, when the Greek language had dominated in politics, culture, and religion of Wallachia and Moldavia. In 1864, the first Romanian language university was founded in Bucharest. Dyer 1999, 3, Frush 2000, 178, Seton Watson 1934, 192–219. Along with these political changes, the codification of the Romanian language continued in accordance with the specifically Central European coupling of nationalism with language. In 1829, the poet and journalist Ion Heliad Aradulescu, 1802–1872, published a Romanian grammar in a simplified version of Cyrillic modeled on Russian Grajdanka. 9 years later, he introduced the new Romanian alphabet consisting of 19 Cyrillic and 10 Latin letters as well as I and O that could be both .tuth script, today dubbed as transitional orthography, contemporaries referred to as alphabet civil, civilian alphabet, which was a literal translation of the Russian term Grajdanka, and used it widely until the official adoption of the Latin alphabet in Wallachia, 1860, and Moldavia, 1863. The Romanian intellectuals of Transylvania advocated cleansing the language of non-Latin elements, Greek, Magyar, Slavic, and Ottoman Turkish, and to replace them with counterparts derived from French. Romanian scholars in Wallachia and Moldavia agreed, hence the process had been largely completed by the 1860s, and included even partial remodeling of Romanian syntax in emulation of French. Transylvania's Romanian linguists advocated the writing of Romanian in an etymological fashion to emphasize Romanian's genetic link with Latin. Radulescu, however, stood for phonetic spelling based on Italian orthography. In 1866, the Romanian Academic Society was founded with its main mission to standardize the Romanian language. 3 years later, the society came out in favor of an etymological and Latinized spelling. In 1879, this society was elevated to the rank of the Romanian. 210. Academy of Sciences. 2 years later, this academy decided on a phonetically based system with some concessions to etymology. Between 1770 and 1881, as many as 43 different systems of spelling, Cyrillic, Latin, or mixed, were employed to write Wallachian/Romanian. This massive linguistic engineering distanced the written language from the people's vernacular, creating a communication gap that was even wider than that between Standard French and the Romance dialects in southern France. In the 1870s, German and Magyar observers, who disliked the rise of Standard Romanian as a linguistic competitor vis-a-vis official Magyar and German in Transylvania, called the Romanian language a swindle, because it was used and easily comprehended only by a handful of the Romanian intellectuals, who ran the administration and politics of newly created Romania, and Transylvania's Romanian national movement. The argument was similar to the conclusion of the Russian administration, which, between the 1860s and 1905, banned publishing in Little Russian, Ukrainian, and imports of Ruthenian, Ukrainian, books from abroad, on the ground that the language was a Polish intrigue, invention, and actually did not exist. The radically phonetic orthography was introduced for writing Romanian in 1953, which made Romanian unique in this respect compared to other Romance languages and thus similar to Slavic spelling systems. For instance, the letter A was scrapped and replaced with I, because both denoted the same phoneme. During the Stalinist period, the ideologized Soviet influence on humanities, social sciences, and even natural sciences was overpowering in the Soviet bloc. Romania, branded as an enemy state due to its wartime alliance with the Third Reich, was more eager than Czechoslovakia or Poland to adopt the Soviet model to wash away the stigma as soon as possible. The changes introduced to Romanian orthography allowed for distancing the new Romanian of socialist Romania from the language of the fascist kingdom. In 1966, the rise of Romanian national communism, in the wake of de-Stalinization, required, however, the reinstating of A in place names, because the etymological spelling of Romania, Romania, more clearly referred to the country's ideological link with ancient Rome than the phonetic version of its name, Romania. Some of the phoneticizing changes, especially, the full-scale reintroduction of A, were reversed in 1993 in order to mark cultural and linguistic continuity with the pre-communist period. The standardization of Romanian proceeded on the basis of the Wallachian dialect with Bucharest at its center. But, like Magyar, the Romanian language displays weak dialectal differentiation. In both cases, this was the effect of the relative spatial mobility of the population well into the 19th century, as required by the transhumant economy of the Romanians and the pastoral economy of the Magyars. This provided Romanian nationalists with the linguistic argument to claim the Istro-Romanians, the Aromanians, and the Gleno-Romanians as 211. Belonging to the greater Romanian nation and their languages as dialects of Romanian. This claim has been voiced since the last decades of the 19th century. In this scheme, Standard Romanian, renamed as Daco-Romanian, was made into the leading dialect of the Pan-Romanian language, supposedly spoken by all the Romance speakers of the Balkans. This model was similar to the Pan-Slav proposals that all the Slavic languages are dialects of a single Slavic language, or to St. Petersburg's official theory, which maintained that Little Russian, Ukrainian, and White Russian, Belarusian, were dialects of Great Russian, Russian. Between 1871 and 1876, the first authoritative, two-volume dictionary of the Romanian language came off the press. In 1912, a Romanian translation of the Quran was published for the Muslims of Dobruja, Dobrogea. A year later, the Romanian Academy of Sciences commenced the publication of a multi-volume authoritative dictionary, but the effort faltered after a few volumes. The dictionary was resumed in 1958, but it has not been completed yet. In the 20th century, numerous changes in orthography, motivated by ideological reasons, time and again made earlier volumes of this ill-fated dictionary obsolete. The most extensive and complete authoritative dictionary of the Romanian language so far was printed between 1955 and 1957. It consists of 4 volumes, Fallman 1880, 189, Gaster 1891 Volume 2, 258 to 287, Janik and Gruel 2002, 223 to 226, Price 1998, 383, 386 to 387, Schlosser 2005, 111 to 112, Schroeder 1987, 206 to 209. The further political developments in the 20th century left their imprint on Romanian too. After World War I, the Western powers facilitated the emergence of the greater Romanian nation-state. Transylvania, Banat, Maramureș, Maramureș, and Bukovina were transferred from Austria-Hungary to Romania along with Bessarabia from the Russian Empire. In Hungary's former provinces of Transylvania, Maramureș, and Banat, the use of other languages than Magyar, with the tentative exception of German, was harshly, though unsuccessfully, suppressed in the period 1867 to 1918. The situation of Romanian was better in Bukovina, which belonged to the Austrian half of the dual empire, so the province enjoyed Vienna's liberal linguistic policy. However, Germans and Yiddish-German-speaking Jews, who amounted to 9 and 11% of the population, dominated the Crownland's economy and culture. In 1875, the German medium university was founded in Czernowitz, Chernivtsi. After intensive post-1918 emigration, in Transylvania, Magyars, Germans, and Jews amounted to 29, 8, and 2.4% of the population. In Banat the respective percentages were 10.4, 23.7, and 11.2, and in Maramureș 23.1, 4.8, and 6.4. The situation of the Romance vernacular and the Wallachian language in Russia's Bessarabia was different. The Russian authorities encouraged the glottonym of Moldovan language, both for the local vernacular and Wallachian, in order to reinforce the political border between Romania and Russia with that of language. The early chronicler of Moldavia, Grigory Ureke, 1590 to 1647, was 212. The first to use the term Moldavian language, though he emphasized that the idioms of the inhabitants of Wallachia and Moldavia, as well as of Transylvania's Wallachians, were part of a single language. In 1714, the Moldavian scholar, Dimitri Cantemir, 1673 to 1723, reinstated Ureke's thesis, and remarked that the common language stemmed from ancient Dacian. In 1827, St. Petersburg abrogated the autonomous status of Bessarabia, and in the following years, Russian was made the sole language of administration. In 1842, Russian replaced Moldovan in education. In official documents and books in Moldovan, the language was variably referred to as Moldavian Wallachian, Wallachian Moldavian, Moldavian, and Wallachian Romanian. After the mid-1860s, the term Moldavian predominated, which, in the case of Bessarabia, was the reflection of the onset of the official policy of Russification in the entire Russian Empire. It was easier to ban a language that went by one name, not several. In 1863, Moldavian Tautasajubject was removed from schools. 3 years later, the same fate met Moldavian taught as a foreign language in Bessarabia's sole secondary school. In 1867, classes in Moldavian as a foreign language were removed from the Divinity Seminary, and in 1871, an official law banned teaching of and in Moldavian. The justification of this decision was, as in the case of Samogitian, Lithuanian, Lithuanian, White Russian, Belarusian, or Little Russian, Ukrainian, that local idioms, narekia, are not used for teaching and administrative purposes in the Russian Empire. In 1872, Moldovan was removed from the administration of the Orthodox Church in Bessarabia, and in 1882, the Moscow Synod of the Russian Orthodox Church closed its print shop in Chisinau, Chisinau, to prevent further production of books in Moldavian. The 1905 relaxation in the official policy of Russification allowed for the founding of several Moldavian language newspapers beginning in 1906. In 1913, the Moscow Synod permitted the use of Moldavian in Bessarabia's Orthodox churches. Unlike in Romania, where the Latin alphabet replaced Cyrillic for writing in Romanian in the first half of the 1860s, the Grajdanka-style Cyrillic was used for Moldavian. In 1918, when Bessarabia was incorporated into Romania, Romanian replaced Russian as the official language, Moldavian was renamed as Romanian, and Cyrillic was replaced with the Latin script. In 1930, Romanians constituted 90% of the province's population. Cyrillic-based Moldavian was retained east of the Dniester on the territories inhabited by a Romanian-speaking minority and organized into the Moldovan Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic, MASR, 1924–1940, which formed part of Soviet Ukraine. Moldavian speakers constituted 30% of the population, and it was Ukrainians who added up to the Autonomous Republic's plurality at 48.5%. The existence of MASR facilitated the Soviet Union's claim to Romania's Bessarabia. Moldova is the name of the country as its Romance-speaking inhabitants write and pronounce it. But in Slavonic, the name was transformed into Moldavia and as such, it entered the Western European. 213. Languages via Latin. In addition to that, when this country formed part of the Soviet Union, its name was transliterated into other languages via Russian, which fortified the internationally accepted Slavicized usage of Moldavia. The international adoption of the form Moldova took place only when requested by the Republic of Moldova, after it had gained independence in 1991. During World War II, Bucharest allied with Germany. Thanks to these, Berlin made up, in 1941, for Romania's loss of northern and central Transylvania to Hungary as well as of southern Dobruja to Bulgaria with Transnistria, that is, the Soviet territory between the Dniester and southern Bug rivers, including entire MASR. After 1945, Romania's pre-war borders with Hungary were re-established. However, southern Dobruja was lost to Bulgaria, and Bessarabia and northern Bukovina to the Soviet Union. Northern Bukovina and the coastal region of Bessarabia were incorporated into Soviet Ukraine along with almost the entire Transnistria. The territory of the pre-war MASR was limited to the ethnically Romanian-speaking sliver along the Dniester and made, with the rest of Bessarabia, into the Moldovan Socialist Republic, MSR. Eventually, following the 1991 breakup of the Soviet Union, Soviet Moldavia, renamed Moldova, and made into the independent nation-state of the Romance-speaking Moldovans, came into being. A year later, after a brief war, Moldova's Transnistrian sliver, or Pridnestrovia in Russian, and sometimes, Transnistria in English, seceded. The local Russian and Ukrainian speakers accounting for 54% of the area's population, established their unrecognized Dniester Moldovan Republic, Eberhard 1996, 231, 237, History of the Moldovan Language 2006, King 1999, XXXI, 178-208, Magoxi 2002, 149. After the incorporation of Bessarabia into Romania, the Cyrillic used for writing in Moldavian was replaced with the Latin alphabet. In MASR, within the broader framework of Soviet-wide Korenizacja, nativization, the decision was made to create a separate Moldavian language. The initial stage of this process was crowned with the publication of a grammar of this language in 1929. This reference introduced a plethora of Slavicisms and Slavic neologisms in order to make the language as different from Romanian as possible. In the course of the all-Soviet policy of modernization, the Latin alphabet was elevated to the symbol of progress in the sphere of culture. Furthermore, it was opposed to Cyrillic, dubbed as the Russian alphabet and associated with Great Russian chauvinism and imperialism. The Korenizacja entailed a revival of local ethnic cultures and languages, which were made into the attributes of nations, which Moscow allowed to operate, or build from scratch, and endowed with autonomous national territories. This was intended to nullify the Tsarist policy of Russification, and to attract the ethno-linguistic minorities to communism. Between 1922 and 1932, almost all the languages used in print in the Soviet Union were Latinized, with the exception of Armenian, Belarusian, Georgian, Russian, Ukrainian, and Yiddish. The Latin script was adopted for Moldovan in 214. 1932, which left it different from Romanian only in name, apart from a few Slavicisms and regionalisms. But when Moscow declared that the deviation of Great Russian chauvinism had been successfully liquidated, the process of Cyrillicization commenced. A new Russian-based Cyrillic alphabet for Moldavian came into force in 1938. The Latin alphabet returned in 1941 to 1944 when Bucharest controlled this area. Later, the Moldavian language written in Cyrillic replaced Romanian in Transnistria, and also in post-war Bessarabia, where it became the national language of the MSR. The name of Chisinau, made into the new Soviet National Republic's capital, was transliterated from Moldavian Cyrillic, as Chisinau. The pronunciation of both versions remained identical, though the city became popularly known under the Russian variety of its name, Kishinev, due to the growing dominance of Russian in the post-war Soviet Union. Dyer 1999, 5, King 1999, 67-69, 81-86, Martin 2001, 203. The codification of the Moldavian language was completed with the publication of a 4-volume orthographic dictionary in 1965, and of a 2-volume authoritative dictionary between 1977 and 1985. Extensive projects of translating world literature, mainly from Russian language versions, into Moldavian were undertaken. Romanian scholars claimed that this was a thinly disguised case of large-scale plagiarism, with Moldavian translations being mere transliterations from Latin-based Romanian into the Moldavian Cyrillic. Since the mid-1950s, some Western linguists supportive of the Soviet Union have recognized Moldavian as a second East Romance language alongside Romanian. Others stood fast by Bucharest, which denied the existence of Moldavian, even when Romania constituted part of the Soviet bloc. In 1989 to 1990, the Latin alphabet began to be used along with Cyrillic for writing and publishing in Moldavian. When Moldavia obtained independence in 1991 and became Moldova, the former script replaced the latter, and Moldavian has been known as Moldovan since that moment. Since then, there has been no obvious difference between Moldovan and Romanian, apart from a handful of regionalisms and the constitutional recognition of Moldovan as the official language of Moldova. But Bucharest's repeated claims that Moldovan was simply Romanian under a different name caused the 2003 publication of the first ever Moldovan-Romanian dictionary. At 350 pages, and with 19,000 headwords, this dictionary may mark the final divergence of Moldavian and Romanian into two different languages. The process of diversification continues, reaffirming the ethno-linguistically justified existence of the Moldovans and the Romanians as two separate nations. Their respective nation-states, as foci of two different centers of politics and culture, fortify this process. For all practical purposes, Moldovan emigrants in Romania are treated as Romanians, and they do not form any minority organizations. This, however, is similar to the behavior of Slovak immigrants in the Czech Republic, which does not make them into Czechs. Dyer 1999, 7, 13, 26, Janik and Gruel 2002, 228-229, Moldovan-Romanian Dictionary 2004, Stati 2003. 215. The 1992 war that led to the de facto secession of Transnistria was caused by the fears of the Slavophone population that Moldova might unite with Romania. Moldovans constitute 39% of the Transnistria's population as opposed to the Slavophone plurality of Ukrainians and Russians, who add up to 28 and 23% of the inhabitants. To alleviate this tension, in the 1994 constitution, Chisinau declared that Moldovan is the official language of Moldova. Earlier, Moldova Slavic speakers had perceived the seemingly unstoppable drive to the unification of Moldovan with Romanian, as a prelude to the union of Moldova with Romania. The Slavophones dreaded this prospect. They feel more attached to the tradition of Soviet multilingualism with the dominance of Russian, and were afraid that with no top-notch command of Romanian in a monolingual Greater Romania-Moldova, they would become second-class citizens. Some Moldovan speakers were repelled from the idea of espousing Romanian as their language as well, because in the first half of the 1990s, proponents of this solution launched the action to teach Moldovans how to speak correctly in their Romanian language. Instead of reaching its planned goal, the action convinced numerous Moldovans that they speak a language different from Romanian. Chisinau's decision to recognize Moldovan as the official language of Moldova emphasizes the separateness of the Moldovans and their nation-state vis-a-vis the Romanians, in an effort not to alienate the Slavophones as well as to allow for the future reintegration of Transnistria with Moldova. Although minuscule in size, Transnistria is responsible for most of Moldova's industrial output. This, and Russia's tacit support, keep Transnistria afloat. In Transnistria, alongside official Russian, Moldovan is accepted in minority education and for limited purposes in administration. But it is still written exclusively in Cyrillic, unlike in the rest of Moldova. The Slavophone elites do not permit Transnistria's Moldovan speakers to use Latin letters for writing in their language, fearing it would erase the cultural difference, which separates Transnistria from Moldavia and justifies the postulated existence of Transnistria as a separate nation-state. What is more, the use of Cyrillic by Russian and Moldovan speakers ensures a modicum of ethno-scriptural unity for the tentative Transnistrian nation. Karas 2003, Eberhardt 1996, 254, King 1999, 186, Price 1998, 325, Zawadzki 2004. In the 1990s, a new disagreement over an ethnonym emerged along Bucharest's traditional insistence on terming Romance-speaking Moldovans as Romanians, and their Romance language of Moldovan as Romanian. The period after the fall of communism saw the politicization of the Roma, Gypsy, population throughout Central and Eastern Europe. Previously they were treated as an underclass of pariahs, parasites, or lumpenproletariat, whom the socialist state had to make productive. The idea that they could be considered a national or ethnic minority group did not cross the minds of the communist legislators. But after the 1989 replacement of communist regimes with democracies, the Roma could not be disregarded or marginalized too easily. They 216. Number about 10 million in Central and Eastern Europe, though the official statistics record a mere 2 million for the entire region. This discrepancy is the result of the Roma's fear to declare themselves as Roma, which comes part and parcel with social rejection and marginalization. Hence, the 1992 census recorded 0.4 million Roman in Romania, though more reliable estimates range between 1.8 million and 2.5 million. In this country, where Roma were held as slaves as recently as 150 years ago, the wish of the public at large not to be associated with them is even stronger than in other states. It vexed many Romanian politicians and intellectuals that Roma activists decided to refer to all the Roma in Europe with one of their specific ethnonyms. Etymologically, the Romani word Roma has nothing to do with Rome or Romania. But the graphic similarity is anathema enough. Bucharest proposes that to mark the difference clearly the activists should use the Romani spelling of the word Roma, that is, Roma. Ironically, in the 1820s, Wallachian intellectuals settled on Romania as their ethnonym in order to stress their presumed historical and cultural link with ancient Rome. And during the 1960s and 1970s, Bucharest insisted that the English form of Romania be dropped in favor of Romania, obviously more similar to that of Rome. Crow 1996, 144, Hancock 1995, 17, Magoxi 2002, 200, State of Impunity 2001, 7. The Aromanians and the Megleno-Romanians refer to themselves and their language as Vila or Vlach. The Istro-Romanians tend to speak about themselves as Rumarai, which is usually translated as Romanians, though the ethnonym unambiguously stems from the Byzantines' name for themselves, Romans. The imposition of the ethnonym Romanian on the international names of these groups reflects the Romanian efforts that have aimed at making these peoples part of a greater Romanian nation. Strangely, Rome did not forward any ethno-linguistically justified claims to these ethnic groups for the Italian nation. Perhaps the fact that they professed Orthodox Christianity was off-putting to Catholic Italy, or the Italian government was more interested in securing the ethnically Croatian littoral of the Adriatic and Greek islands, which had belonged to Venice. This left to Romania alone the self-imposed task of gathering all the Romance-speaking peoples of the Balkans in an effort to build a greater Romanian nation. Although a basic glossary for Istro-Romanian was published in Leipzig in 1899, the 3-volume Dictionary of Megleno-Romanian, 1935, and the Dictionary of Aromanian, 1963, came off the press in Bucharest. Interestingly, in the case of Aromanian, the Romanian authorities took care to label it as a dialect of the Romanian language. The Istro-Romanians amount to a mere 1,000 persons, and the Megleno-Romanians to 5,000. Thus, only 0.3 million to 0.6 million strong Aromanians constitute a group sizable enough to make a qualitative difference if it joined the Romanian nation or chose separate nationhood. Despite the discussion going on among the Aromanians whether to write their 217 language in Cyrillic, Greek, or Latin characters, it seems that they have set out on the path to constructing their separate nationhood. The Aromanians also maintain that their language is closer to some Italian dialects than to Romanian, which poses Aromanian as a lost link between West and East Romance languages. In Macedonia, for the first time in history, Aromanians received the official status of a separate nationality. Although they are known as Velasi, a variant of Vlach, in Macedonia, they go by the name Ksensari in Serbia, and Greeks label them with the somewhat pejorative term Kutsovlaks. The Aromanians themselves settled on the ethnonym Arman. In the Tosk, southern, dialect of Albanian, they are known as Remer, which stems from the ethnonym Romans, but actually means shepherd. Janik and Gruel 2002, 229-230, Karat 2001, Price 1998, 18, 250, 323, Skoke 1973, 608. To this day, language remains the main instrument of building and defending national identity in Romania and Moldavia. Even more importantly, political elites and inhabitants of the two countries, at large, continue to believe that language alone justifies the emergence and maintenance of national statehood. In the 19th century, the insistence on the Romandation character of the Romanians and their language, made the Magyars into newcomers, and, thus delegitimized their right to Transylvania. Apart from well-documented Magyar denials of the Romanian theory of ethno-linguistic continuity between the present-day Romanians and their supposed Dacian and Roman forefathers, this ethno-linguistic struggle caused some nationally minded Magyar scholars to seriously propose that the Magyars are descendants of Sumerian settlers who arrived in Central Europe 5 millennia ago. Ergo, the Sumerian language was Old Magyar. The capturing of the Dacians for the Romanian national idea also put Bucharest at loggerheads with Bulgarian nationalists, who claimed the Thracians as their forefathers. The Dacians constituted part of the larger Thracian ethnic group. Last but not least, even today some nationalist groupings propagate ideas, which extol mythical qualities of the Romanian language. For instance, they maintain that the language spoken in France in antiquity was Old Romanian, and some extend this claim back in time, saying that Indo-European was none other but pre-Romanian. Luckily, mainstream politicians refrain to act on the basis of these ideas, and Toei 1998, 315, Weaver 2006, 113-114, 116. From Slavic to Croatian and Serbian to Serbo-Croatian to Bosnian, Croatian, Montenegrin, and Serbian. West and south of the East Romance-speaking lands and the Magyar-speaking area, the South Slavic languages developed. The beginnings of the written tradition among the Croats and the Serbs date back to the 9th century, when they adopted Christianity and their first significant polities emerged. Approximately 218. These polities extended from the northeastern Adriatic coast to the Sava River in the case of the former, and from the southeastern Adriatic coast to the Morava River in the case of the latter. In the earlier period it is difficult even to differentiate between the Croats and the Serbs as distinctive peoples. Their Slavic commonality was enough to make them appear as similar groups of Slavs in the eyes of Byzantine and Frankish observers. In the late 8th century, the ethnonyms Serb and Croat appeared in documents for the first time, mostly in the context of the area extending from the northern Carpathians to the Sudetan Mountains. It is usually interpreted as a trace of the early travels of both groups, perhaps induced by the politics of the Avar Khaganate. The Sorbs of Lusatia, today in eastern Germany, are considered to be a remnant of these early, white, Serbs, and the modern-day Rusyns are identified as the descendants of the white Croatians. None of these two ethnonyms, Croat or Serb, is explicitly Slavic, which bred numerous contentious views regarding their etymologies. The main ideological cleavage runs between the proponents of Slavic and non-Slavic etymologies. If the latter are right, it would mean that Croats and Serbs participated in mixed ethnic alliances before they became Slavicized. The proved instance of such a phenomenon is the Slavic Bulgarians, whose early statehood was built by Turkic Bulgars. Similarly, though Magyars are nowadays homogeneously Finno-Ugric, it was a Turkic Finno-Ugric coalition, which invaded the Danubian basin. Last but not least, a group of Scandinavians founded the Slavic polity of Kievan Rus. Supporters of the Slavonic school of etymology, among others, claim that the name Serb stems from Old Slavic for free villager, and Croat meant those who have a lot of land. Proponents of the non-Slavic etymology of both ethnonyms believe that Serb is derived from the Indo-Iranian phrase for those who fight by hitting others with their heads, while Croat stems from the Iranian word either for shepherd or man who has many wives. 26. Initially, Greek and Latin were used among the Croats and the Serbs for few written purposes, depending whether missionaries or other ecclesiastical functionaries arrived from Byzantium or the Frankish Empire. Old Church Slavonic as a language of administration, liturgy and ecclesiastical writings developed in Greater Moravia between 863 and 885. In 885, the polity accepted Latin, and the supporters of Church Slavonic were expelled. They continued their project in the Bulgarian Empire, where Church Slavonic replaced Greek as the official language. The Serbian lands were in the empire's sphere of influence, and Bulgaria incorporated them in 960. This contributed to the acceptance of Church Slavonic as the official language among the Serbs. Between the 10th and 12th centuries, Cyrillic replaced Glagolitic for writing in Church Slavonic, but Serbian priests employed Glagolitic for limited liturgical needs until the 15th century. Croatia remained in the Frankish and Byzantine spheres of influence, which had commenced with the baptism of a Croatian prince Porna of Dalmatia reigned 810 to 820, but literacy in Glagolitic-based Church Slavonic. 219. Spread thereto, due to the language's closeness to the Slavophone population's vernacular. Croatia gained full independence in 910. In the 960s, Bulgaria declined, and in 1018, Byzantium reincorporated. Hence the invention of the Cyrillic script, which probably took place in Bulgaria, did not reach Croatia, while Venice's increasing penetration of the Adriatic coast and Hungary's southward expansion spread Latin literacy in Croatia. Thus the Kingdom of Croatia looked to Rome in religious matters. The political and cultural division between it and Serbia deepened after the Great Schism of 1054. In 1089, the Croatian crown passed to Hungary, and 2 years later, Croatia was incorporated as an autonomous province to the Catholic Kingdom of Hungary. In 1102, the Hungarian king Koloman, reigned 1095 to 1116, was crowned as King of Croatia, which formally commenced the personal union between Croatia and Hungary. This event reaffirmed the Catholic character of Croatia. In 1014, Serbia passed from Bulgarian to Byzantine control. Between 1035 and 1081, Serbian statelets regained a modicum of independence, before they were reincorporated into Byzantium until 1159. In that year, the independent Kingdom of Serbia emerged, but it continued to look toward Orthodox Constantinople for cultural, political, and ecclesiastical models. The weakness of Byzantium became apparent, when the Second Bulgarian Empire coalesced in 1185. The resultant development of Slavonic literacy in both Slavic polities ensured the final switch from Glagolitic to Cyrillic. In the 13th century, this change also spread to Croatia's southern Dalmatia. In the 14th century, the Latin alphabet began to be used in Slavophone documents, especially at the Dalmatian littoral, and soon replaced in this role Glagolitic and Cyrillic in the Croatian lands, though the tradition of Glagolitic writing survived in some locations in northern Dalmatia until the beginning of the 20th century. Bosnia, which initially was the core of Croatia, changed hands among Hungary, Serbia, and Byzantium until it emerged as Aspirate polity in the late 13th century and grew into an independent kingdom in 1377. Bosnia became a buffer zone between the Catholic and Orthodox churches, reinforced by the development of the separate Bosnian Church, which drew on the heretic teachings of the Bogomils. The tradition of separate statehoods and of the religious difference led to the emergence of the specific Croatian and Serbian recensions, varieties, of Church Slavonic, deepened by the use of different scripts. In addition, the use of Latin and Italian in the Croatian areas as opposed to Byzantine Greek influence in Serbia, also kept the two recensions apart. Among the Serbs, Church Slavonic survived as the language of liturgy and temporal writing until the 18th century, like in other Orthodox Slavophone areas, namely Bulgaria, Muscovy, and Poland-Lithuania. The oldest surviving Croatian manuscripts in Church Slavonic date back to the 11th century, while the Serbian ones to the turn of the 13th century. In the 14th century, the Cyrillic alphabet underwent reform under Bulgarian and Greek influence, but in inaccessible Bosnia, isolated from 220. The outer world by mountain ranges, the Cyrillic developed into a special form known as Bosančica, or the Bosnian script. Earlier, a special kind of Glagolitic had emerged there as well. The first printed Glagolitic and Cyrillic books in Church Slavonic were published at the end of the 15th century, Glagolitic ones in Hungary's Croatia, and Cyrillic in Serbian Zeta and Poland-Lithuania. The tradition of Glagolitic-based Slavonic literacy never developed, curbed by the use of official Latin in Catholic Hungary, Gluhak 1993, 267 to 270, 572 to 573, Hanzik etal 2001, 105 to 106, 133, 269 to 270, 625, Magoxi 2002, 9, 11, 54, 56, Pelican etal 2004, 22 to 25, 39 to 41, Pop 2005b, 31, Price 1998, 424 to 425, Skoke 1971, 690 to 692, 1973, 315 to 317, Urbanchik 2000, 143. By 1396, the Ottoman Empire had incorporated Bulgaria, then seized Serbia and Bosnia by the mid-15th century. Independent Bosnia, the name originated from the Bosut stream, a tributary of the Sava, however, had existed long enough to spawn the ethnonym Bosnian and the glottonym Bosnian language, which have been frequently used in Ottoman documents done in Ottoman, Old Turkish and Arabic since the 15th century. After 1526, the Ottoman conquered most of the Kingdom of Hungary, including almost all of Croatia, by the mid-16th century. The northwestern sliver of Croatia centered on Agram, Zagreb, remained in the hands of the Habsburgs. Venice dominated virtually all the Dalmatian littoral with the exception of the independent merchant republic of Ragusa, Dubrovnik. The situation insulated the Serbian Orthodox cultural tradition, barring it from adopting the vernacular. Following the Ottoman destruction of Serbia, 1 century of Constantinople's direct ecclesiastical jurisdiction that spread Greek cultural influence set in. The autocephalous Serbian Orthodox Church re-emerged in 1557 and functioned as an ersatz Serbian state until 1766. The renewed Greek ecclesiastical dominance never spread to Montenegro and was over in the second half of the 1820s when the modern Serbian state was created. In 1832, when Greece formally gained independence, the Sultan reinstated the separate Serbian Orthodox Church. After the fall of Constantinople, Muscovy remained the sole independent political center of Orthodox Christianity. The persistence of Church Slavonic as the official language of this polity set the standard for other Orthodox areas. And prior to the 1830s, the political and cultural influence of the Orthodox Church prevailed among the Serbs. Unlike the Serbs, the Croats participated in the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation that, as in other areas, resulted in the emergence of vernaculars as written languages. First, these vernaculars were used to translate the Bible, but soon secular literature was created in these new languages too. In 1560 to 1563, the New Testament in Croatian was published in both Glagolitic and Cyrillic characters in Tubingian, and in 1595, a five-language Latin-Italian-German-Dalmatian-Hungarian dictionary came off the press in Venice, where the future Croatian language went by the name of Dalmatian, and was delivered in Latin. 221. Letters. In the 16th century, religious and secular literature was written and printed in the Stokavian, Kakavian, and Kajkavian dialects. The first one was used in Ragusa, the second in Dalmatia, and the third in central and northwestern Croatia. Philologists developed the names of these dialects only in the 19th century, drawing on the interrogative pronoun what, sto, ac, and kai, respectively. The actual users writing in these dialects or language, s, called their written vernacular, s, by a plethora of various names. In the 16th century, they referred to it as Slavic, which meant that they did not clearly distinguish it from Church Slavonic yet. In 1661, the term Croatian language appeared and was followed by the glottonyms of Slavic Bosnian in 1683, Illyrian in 1732, and Slavonian in 1776. Three of these glottonyms referred to regions, from which the authors stemmed, namely, Croatia, Bosnia, and Slavonia. The glottonym Illyrian was the sign of the spread of the knowledge of antiquity, because it alluded to the Roman prefecture of Illyricum, which coincided with most of the present-day Balkans, but ironically, did not include Bosnia, Croatia, Dalmatia, or Slovenia, which formed part of the prefecture of Italy. In addition, those Slavophone Catholics who lived in the Kingdom of Hungary tended to write their language with the use of Magyar spelling, while Italian-based orthography came naturally to those in Venice-held Dalmatia and in Ragusa. The commonality of Catholicism and the Slavic vernacular now committed to paper in Latin characters was not enough. The Slavophone Catholics lived in the regions of Croatia, Slavonia, and Dalmatia. At the beginning of the 18th century, the Habsburgs took back Slavonia as well as most of the Ottoman-held Hungarian territories from Ottoman hands. Slavonia together with Croatia was made into an autonomous province of the Kingdom of Hungary again. In 1797, the French troops seized Venice with its territories, including Dalmatia. Later, France also took most of Croatia up to the Sava River and incorporated it into the French province of Illyria together with Dalmatia in 1807. Ragusa was added to this province in the following year. After 1815, all of Croatia returned to the Kingdom of Hungary, but Dalmatia with Ragusa was made into an Austrian province. The political and administrative disunity of the lands that would be made into future Croatia was not only reflected in various names for the Slavic written vernacular but also in the lack of any common ethnonym for all the Slavophone Catholics. There were Croats, Dalmatians, Ragusans, Slavonians and so on. On top of that, in different regions, they tended to use for writing all the three dialects mentioned above, Stokavian, Kakavian, and Kajkavian. And to complicate matters further, writers championed different orthographies. For instance, the sound represented by present-day Croatian letter C used to be noted as C, C, Z, CZ and CS. In 1784, German replaced Latin as the administrative language in the Austrian lands of the Habsburgs. During the first half of the 19th century, Magyar gradually took the place of Latin in the Kingdom of Hungary. 222. These developments, together with the experience of the Napoleonic province of Illyria, brought about the rise of the national movement of the Croats. Under the influence of Panslavism, Croatian nationalists developed the program of Illyrianism during the 1830s and 1840s. It advocated cultural and political unity for all South Slavs and adoption of a standard for the Croatian language based on Stokavian, spoken by Catholic Croats, Orthodox Serbs and Montenegrins, and Muslim Bosnians. Cox 2002, 15, 16, Frush 2000, 379, Janik and Gruel 2002, 135, Ken and Zidnike 1984, 261, Kantler 1999, 63-64, Kornhauser 2000, 155-156, Magoxi 2002, 6, Naylor 1980, 75-78, Price 1998, 423, 426, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 465, Schaff 2004, Skok 1971, 191, Village IC 1999, 167-173. Borders split the Serbs in a similar manner. During the 1690s and in the first decades of the 18th century, 60,000 to 70,000 of them moved from Ottoman-held Serbia, northern Bosnia, and present-day Kosovo and Macedonia, to southern Hungary, that is, contemporary Vojvodina, and modern Croatia Slavonia. Some moved to Venice S. Dalmatia, as well. Despite the Serbian clergy's request, Vienna did not provide them with Cyrillic books or allowed Orthodox schools. So they turned to the Russian Tsar. In the 1720s, books and teachers from Russia began to arrive in the new Serbian areas of Hungary. They brought along the Ruthenized tradition of Church Slavonic, known as the Russian recension version. This recension superseded the Serbian one in the written language. Later, the newly standardized Russian also influenced the region and introduced the idea that Orthodox Christians can also write in their vernaculars. That is why, from the 1730s, some started writing in the simple language, Prostjezik, or simple dialect, Prostojalkat, as they called the Serbian vernacular. In the 1780s, all three languages, Church Slavonic, Russian, and the Serbian vernacular, amalgamated into Slavano-Serbian, also named as Serbo-Russian. The new written language was used for secular writing, so some called it civil language. Nobody spoke in Slavano-Serbian and no grammars or dictionaries were written to codify this language. Albijani c. 1985, Janik and Gruel 2002, 262, Jovanovic etal 2004, 61, Mladenovi c. 1989, Pelikan etal 2004, 144-145, Price 1998, 426, Riklik and Kuba 2003, 340-341. This situation was different from that of Croatian. The 16th century tradition of compiling dictionaries of the Croatian language continued. In 1649 to 1651, a dictionary of the Slavic language came off the press in Loreto and Ancona, the Papal States. Two Italian Latin Illyrian dictionaries published in 1728 and 1805 in Venice and Ragusa, respectively, followed it. This lexicographical tradition privileged the Stokavian and Kakavian dialects. The latter is spoken in western Bosnia, eastern Istria, and the northern half of Dalmatia, as far south as Split. Although nowadays Stokavian is the dialectal basis of the present-day standard languages of Bosnian, Croatian, and Serbian, the dialect was spoken, originally, in the center of the historical province of Croatia, between the rivers Sava and Kupa, and in what today is Bosnia, southern Dalmatia, Montenegro, and Serbia. 223. Kajkavian is used in the northwestern corner of Croatia, between Zagreb and Varaždin, and in northeastern Istria. In the case of Serbian, the switch from Slavano-Serbian to the vernacular and the beginning of the codification of the latter dates back to Dositej Obradovici, Dosithius or Demetrius Obradowitsk, 1739-1811, and Vuk-Karadžić, Vuk-Karadžić, 1787-1864. Obradovici studied to be a monk in a Serbian Orthodox monastery of Hopovo on the mountain Tarkal, Fruška Gora, Vojvodina. Displeased with this education, he fled the monastery and traveled in Anatolia and Western Europe. He gained Orthodox education in Corfu, Mt Athos, 27 and Smyrna, Izmir. In the last place, he came across the movement, which strove to modernize Orthodox Christianity in the Balkans and Asia Minor. Afterward, Obradovici studied philosophy, mathematics, and natural sciences in Vienna, Halle, and Leipzig. During the last 2 decades of the 18th century, he published his autobiography and other writings, in which he gradually replaced Slavano-Serbian with vernacular Serbian. Under the influence of Herderian thought and the French Revolution, he was the first to state that not the Serbian Orthodox Church, but the vernacular Serbian language should become the basis of the unity of the Serbian nation. During the First Serbian, anti-Ottoman, uprising, 1807-1813, he became the first Serbian Minister of Education, 1811, in the de facto independent Eyalet, Ottoman administrative region, of Serbia. Despite his untimely death, he inspired the founding of the network of 50 schools. Most Serbian teachers arrived from Hungary's Vojvodina, which conveniently faced the Serbian capital of Belgrade across the border river Sava. In 1808, the first ever secular Serbian university-level institution, the Higher School, was founded in Belgrade. These achievements were lost with the return of Ottoman rule in 1813. The Second Serbian Uprising, 1815, re-established autonomous Serbia, 1816, but the warfare deepened the destruction. In 1826, there were a mere 26 schools. Their number grew to 72 10 years later. In 1831, the first ever Serbian print shop was founded, and 3 years later, the first Serbian newspaper came off the press. In 1835, the first secondary school was established, but the first Serbian university sprang up in Belgrade as late as 1863. Education and administration were mainly carried out through the medium of Slavano-Serbian and Church Slavonic. In the first half of the 19th century, secular Serbian intellectuals, especially those based in Vojvodina in the Austrian Empire, supported Obradovici's choice of the vernacular as the basis for standard Serbian. The Serbian Orthodox Church in the Habsburg monarchy, with its center in Karlovac, Sremski Karlovci, Slavonia, opposed this trend, wishing to maintain the cultural and political domination among the Serbs by the use of Slavano-Serbian, which also allowed for emphasizing a certain commonality with Russia. In the 1830s, the renewed Orthodox Church of Autonomous Serbia usually tuned in. The Serbian poet, Lukijan Muzici, 1777-1837, who became a monk in 1802, and was 224. Nominated the Orthodox Bishop of Buda in 1828, proposed a compromise solution. He alluded to Lomonosov's 3 styles of Russian, by proposing that standard Serbian should be composed from the high style of Slavano-Serbian employed for written purposes, and of low style of the vernacular appropriate for everyday spoken and written communication. The high style Serbian was to be written in the Church Slavonic Cyrillic, and the low style Serbian in the Russian style Grajdanka, known in Serbian as Grajanka. The poet, Sima Milutinović Sarajlaja, 1791-1847, one of the tutors of the Montenegrin Vilatica, temporal and ecclesiastical monarch, Petar II Petrović Njegos, reigned 1830 to 1851, instilled in his pupil a love for folk poetry. During his reign, Njegos authored 4 epic poems and a collection of poetry, written in a vernacularized form of Slaveno-Serbian. The most famous of these epic poems, The Mountain Wreath, 1847, on the extermination of Montenegrins who converted to Islam, became the Serbian national poem, and made its writer into a Serbian national hero. Njegos enthusiastically espoused the Serbian politician, Ilija Garašanin's, 1812-1874, Great Serbian Project of the Union of Serbia and Montenegro, 1844, as a necessary step to the eventual expulsion of the Ottomans from the lands of the South Slavs. Garašanin's project and vision merged well with the synthesis of the ecclesiastical and linguistic definitions of the Serbian nation, popularized in the mid-19th century, namely that it is composed from all the Stokavian speakers, who profess Orthodox Christianity, Catholicism, and Islam. This plan of building a great Serbian nation drew on the same ethno-cultural features, as that of Illyrianism. The difference was that in the former vision a pan-Serbian identity was to dominate, instead of forging a common new, Illyrian, identity for all the South Slavs. Njegos's politics and the specific Serbian language of his writings were popularized by the first Montenegrin print shop, founded in 1834, and the system of schools developed in the latter half of the 1830s. Karadzic is the most famous graduate of Obradovic's short-lived higher school in Belgrade. In Vienna he came to the attention of the Slovene scholar, Bartholomew Jurnić, Kopitar, 1780-1844, the imperial censor for Slavic, Greek, Wallachian, and Albanian books, who, beginning in 1808, corresponded with Joseph Dobrovsky on Slavic philology. Due to his peasant origins and education in linguistics, received in Jena, Karadzic had a sound grasp of the differences between Slaveno-Serbian and the vernacular. He followed the guidelines of Johann Christoph Adelung, a codifier of the German language, who advised to write as you speak. In 1818, thanks to Kopitar's help, Karadzic's dictionary and grammar of the Serbian language were published in Vienna. Although in the 2 works he codified the idiom of the simple people, Govor prostoga naroda, as the Serbian language, he could not help writing the grammar in Slaveno-Serbian. In his phonetic Cyrillic spelling he dropped the ligatures of and, as well as replaced the Cyrillic character of with the Latin one of j. The last. 225. Intervention was probably due to the influence of the Catholic Kopitar known for his anti-Orthodox prejudices. Orthodox hierarchs perceived J as a devil letter, planted in the Serbian Cyrillic to destroy its purity. Similarly, the Muscovite Orthodox clergy dubbed the Latin alphabet as a devil script. This, in addition to unsettling Church Slavonic and Slaveno-Serbian from their privileged position of the sole written languages of the Serbs, made Karadzic's codification of the Serbian language the more unacceptable to the Serbian Orthodox Church. Dulichenko 2004, 69, 100, Gil 2005, 91, 93, 264-266, Janik and Gruel 2002, 135, Naylor 1980, 70-72, Pelikan etal 2004, 202-204, Pincent and Konikova 1993, 287, Tornov 2005, 425-426. In 1830, Ljudevit Guy, 1809-1872, wrote a book in Kajkavian and German, in which he proposed to accept the Czech orthography for the Croatian language, which he called Croato-Slavonian. Impressed by the flowering of 16th and 17th century Ragusan literature in vernacular, Stokavian, Slavic, Guy and his followers switched in 1836 from Kajkavian to Stokavian as the dialectal base of Croatian, and adopted Czech orthography. In that year, Guy's close friend Vjekoslav Bobukic, 1812-1875, published an appropriate grammar of this Stokavian-based Croatian, which he labeled as the Illyrian dialect of the Slavic language. At that time, the South Slavic, Illyrian, movement, like its Czechoslovak counterpart, sought legitimacy in the broader idea of panslavism. Bubkici's grammar was translated into German, 1839, and Italian, 1846. Croatian intellectuals supported the Illyrian idea that claimed common origin for all the Slavs of the Jug, or South, hence, Jug in the name of Yugoslavia. Serbian GG scholars active in Austria also saw the possibility of the South Slav, Yugoslav, national movement as a counterbalance to German and Magyar nationalisms in the empire. Although keeping to the Latin and Cyrillic scripts, respectively, the Croat and Serbian language codifiers had already settled on Stokavian as the dialectal base of Standard Croatian and Serbian. This political and linguistic commonality was enough to coax the Croatian and Serbian intellectuals to sign literary agreement in 1850 in Vienna. It was a modest event, not noticed at that time, but the vicissitudes of history made it into the ideological cornerstone of Yugoslavism in its linguistic and state-building aspects. As a result of this agreement, the existence of the Serbo-Croatian language was announced, but the language was not named to prevent any ideological squabbles. They settled for the southern dialect of the Old Dubrovnik. However, the document provided that this language should be written in both Latin and Cyrillic scripts. The name of Serbo-Croatian was derived from Kopitar's 1836 Latin phrase Illyrian dialect of the Slavic language, that is, Serbo-Croatian or Croato-Serbian. The Stokavian, Jacavian 28 dialect of Herzegovina that borders Montenegro and southern Dalmatia with Ragusa, was elevated into the linguistic framework of the new standard. This compromise discarded the Kakavian and Kajkavian. 226. Literary traditions of the Croats, and distanced the new standard from Belgrade's Serbian based on Thikavian variant of the Stokavian dialect. As mentioned above, the signatories could not agree on the common name of the language, and referred to it euphemistically as our language. In official use, the terms Bosnian, Croatian, and Serbian persisted for denoting this language. In 1861, the Croatian Sabor, Diet, voted to name this language Yugoslav, but Vienna overturned this decision and promulgated the cumbersome dual name Serbian Illyrian, Cyrillic, and Serbian Illyrian, Latin. Following the founding of the Yugoslav Academy of Sciences and Arts in Agram, Zagreb, 1867, its members spoke of Croatian or Serbian. The Croatian linguist employed by this academy, Petar Budmani, 1835–1914, was the first to use the term Serbo-Croatian, Illyrian, in his 1867 grammar of this language, written in Italian, and published in Vienna. Later, he served as the initial editor of the authoritative Dictionary of Croatian or Serbian Language, 1880–1975, published by this academy. In 1868, Vojvodina Serbs accepted Karadzić's Akavian orthography. 2 decades later, in independent Serbia, the Belgrade Novi Sad, Akavian, dialect was officially championed as the linguistic basis of the common language. But in addition to the aforementioned dictionary, in 1899, the Yugoslav Academy published the first authoritative grammar of the Croatian or Serbian language, authored by Tomislav Maradić c. 1854–1938, which assured the supremacy of the Jacavian, Southern, dialect. Greenberg 2001, 19–20, 2004, 20–21, 27, 168, 170, Naylor 1980, 76–79, Okuka 1998, 16, Price 1998, 423, Rosenow 2003, 12–13, Tornoff 2005, 445, 593. Since 1688, Montenegro, ruled by the Vladica, Prince Bishop, had survived into the 19th century as an autonomous, though de facto independent, state in the Ottoman Empire. Serbia received a similar status in 1817. In 1878, both states gained independence, while Vienna occupied Bosnia-Herzegovina and made it into corpus separatum, or a territory that did not belong to Austria or Hungary, and de jure remained part of the Ottoman Empire. Serbo-Croatian, although differently named, was accepted as an official language in Croatia, 1867, and Serbia, 1886, and as a semi-official, minority, language in Hungary's Vojvodina, 1868. Serbo-Croatian gained a similar official status much later in Bosnia, 1907, and Montenegro, 1923. In Bosnia the occupation administration, apart from using German and Magyar for internal matters and communication with Vienna and Budapest, could not decide on an appropriate name of the local Slavic language. In 1879, they settled for Croatian, but then switched for a non-committal designation of the language of the region, Landesprache, written in the Latin script. In schools, the language was known as language of the region, Croatian, Serbian. In 1880, the language of schools was changed to Bosnian or Serbo-Croatian language of the region and Croatian in administration. In 1882, the Hungarian aristocrat Benjamin, Benny, Calais, 1839–1903, was nominated the common Austro-Hungarian Minister of Finance and Administrator of 227. Bosnia. He encouraged the rise of Bosnian national and linguistic identity as distinct from Croatian and Serbian nationalisms, and from the Serbo-Croatian language. Although the following year he promulgated the adoption of the common Serbo-Croatian orthography, Calais championed the exclusive use of the Latin script, encouraged referring to this language as Bosnian, and preferred to speak about it as the national language of the Muslim Bosnian nation. After 1890, Bosnian was the dominant glottonym, and was replaced with that of Serbo-Croatian in 1907, 4 years after Calais' death. During World War I, between 1915 and 1918, the use of Cyrillic, as symbolic of Serbia and its protector, Russia, was banned from writing and printing in Serbo-Croatian in Bosnia. In Montenegro, where English-style Serbian replaced Church Slavic and Slaveno-Serbian in the 1830s, Serbo-Croatian was not introduced as the official language until 1923. It was possible after the last recognized Montenegrin king had died in 1921. Despite the espousal of Serbo-Croatian in Croatia and Serbia, the separate traditions of Croatian and Serbian literacies persisted. The second edition of Karadzic's Dictionary of Serbian came off the press in 1852. 8 years later a significant German-Croatian dictionary was published and, in 1901, a 2-volume dictionary of the Croatian language followed. The opposition to Serbo-Croatian was especially strong in Croatian-speaking Dalmatia and among the Serbs. In addition, Slavophone Muslim Bosnians continued to write their Slavic vernacular in the Arabic script. Neither did they endorse the Serbo-Croatian translation of the Quran in Cyrillic characters published in 1895. Bosnia's Slavic-speaking Muslims had to wait until 1937, when the Slavic translation of the Holy Book of Islam came out in the Arabic script. Karadžić translated the New Testament from the Church Slavonic, Russian, and German versions. In 1847, the British and Foreign Bible Society published it in Vienna. The Orthodox Church did not espouse this translation, citing it was not done from the original languages. The translator was not a theologian, and he translated the Holy Script into a peasant jargon. Karadžić responded to this criticism by saying that if the Bible could be translated into the language of shepherds, that language could certainly be used for other purposes. The easy comprehensibility of the translation made Karadžić's translation into a popular book despite the Church's opposition. His pupil, Giordani Cic, 1825–1882, a graduate of the revived higher school in Belgrade, translated the Old Testament, and in 1868, the entire Serbo-Croatian Bible was published by the British and Foreign Bible Society in Budapest. As a prominent member of the Yugoslavian Academy of Sciences and Arts, he inspired the compilation of the authoritative 23-volume Dictionary of the Croatian or Serbian Language 1880 to 1976, Zagreb, printed in the Latin alphabet. Another full Serbian, that is, Orthodox Cyrillic-based Serbo-Croatian, translation of the Bible came off the press in 1933, but the Serbian Orthodox Church espoused as canonical only the next translation published in 1984. 228. The Croatian Catholic hierarchy objected to Karadzic and Danicic's translation of the Bible on several counts. First, it began as a Serbian, not Serbo-Croatian translation. Second, it was intended for Orthodox Serbs as indicated by the fact that, among others, this translation was done from the Church Slavonic Bible. Third, the Serbian Orthodox Church itself rejected this translation. And most importantly, the first full Croatian translation of the Bible was published in 1821, obviously in Latin characters. It was the work of the Franciscan, Petar Katan Cic, 1750 to 1825, so there were no theological objections. The translation was done from the canonical Latin text of the Vulgate. This text was printed side by side the Croatian translation, which made it into a popular book, because Latin still held sway among the Catholic Croatians. Another Croatian translation of the Bible into Latin script-based Serbo-Croatian was published in 1968. In opposition to Germanization and Magyarization, they continued to use this language in administration and public life until 1868. During the second half of the 19th century, the Croatian versions of Serbo-Croatian Turkisms and foreign words were replaced with Czech and other Slavic loan words as well as with Serbo-Croatian neologisms, obviously all in the Latin script. Despite this effort, quite a handful of lexemes of German and Magyar origins remained. On the contrary, the Serbs were happy to retain Turkisms and adopted international terms, derived from Classical Greek and Latin, in their Cyrillic script variant of the New Standard, Greenberg 2004, 140-141, Janik and Gruhl 2002, 135-136, 266, Naylor 1980, 80, Okika 1998, 59, Pelikan etal 2004, 212, Price 1998, 427-428, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 465, 471-472, Carey 2004, Schaff 2004, Sipka 1999, 7-8, 49, Spajanska Prusik 1997, 61, Tornov 2005, 596. This lexical and script dualism continued even in the efforts to standardize Serbo-Croatian. The aforementioned extensive dictionary of the Croatian or Serbian language printed in the Latin alphabet in Zagreb, was popularly perceived as the authoritative dictionary of the Croatian language. In 1959, the Serbian Cyrillic-based Dictionary of the Serbo-Croatian Literary and National Language started publishing in Belgrade. So far, 15 volumes have been published, the last one covering halfway the letter N. Popularly, it was seen as the authoritative dictionary of the Serbian language. However, in official vocabulary the Serbo-Croatian language was known as Serbo-Croatian among the Serbs and Croato-Serbian among the Croats. In order to emphasize the support for unity of this biscriptural language, beginning in the 1970s, scholars and school textbooks spoke of the Serbo-Croatian or Croato-Serbian language. The 1990s breakup of Yugoslavia probably sealed the fate of this political cum lexicographic effort. In the meantime, at the end of World War I, the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes came into being. Article 2 of the 1921 Constitution proclaimed Serbo-Croato-Slovenian as the official language of this kingdom. The efforts to amalgamate Serbo-Croatian and Slovenian into a Yugoslav language were stepped up after 1929 when the royal dictatorship was instituted and 229. The state was renamed as Yugoslavia. Officially, the name Serbo-Croato-Slovenian was maintained and the de facto separate status of Slovenian and the biscriptural character of Serbo-Croatian were preserved. But the Stokavian, Jakavian dialect of Bosnia, Dubrovnik, and Montenegro, which the literary agreement made into the compromise basis of Serbo-Croatian, was replaced with Stokavian-Akavian of Belgrade, another unmistakable sign that Yugoslavia was to become a Greater Serbia. 29. The Slavic dialects of Macedonia, akin to Serbian and Bulgarian, were dubbed as Southern Serbian, and, sometimes, as Southern Serbo-Croatian or Southern Yugoslavian. The tradition of separate Slovenian literacy was strong enough to prevent the actual subsuming of this language into a common Serbo-Croato-Slovenian. However, the use of Slovenian was limited even in Slovenia, where Serbo-Croatian, Yugoslav, as the official language of Yugoslavia, was gradually used in state institutions and offices, especially in the 1930s. Scholars mindful of official Yugoslavism and the constitution, as well as of this linguistic reality, spoke of the Serbo-Croatian and Slovenian literary language, and emphasized that Croats, Slovenes, and Serbs are a single, unified nation, of one blood and one language. During World War II, that is, between 1941 and 1945 in the case of Yugoslavia, parts of Yugoslavia were annexed by the neighboring states, while the rest turned into separate polities of Croatia, together with Bosnia, Serbia, and Montenegro. At that time, the existence of the separate Croatian language was reaffirmed by the publication of various grammars and dictionaries. In wartime, Croatia, Cyrillic, and the glottonym Serbo-Croatian were banned. Also, administrative steps were undertaken to cleanse Croatian of Serbianisms and other linguistic loans perceived as foreign, or un-Croatian. After the war, the communist leadership reunified Yugoslavia and tried to defuse the previous politicization of language. In 1944, they agreed to the codification of South Serbian into a separate language of Macedonian, and reaffirmed the existence of Slovenian as a separate language by dropping from the new constitution the fiction of the Serbo-Croato-Slovenian language. The latter decision calmed the fears of Slovenian nationalists, while the former allowed forestalling the Bulgarian claims to Yugoslav Macedonia on the grounds that Macedonian was a dialect of Bulgarian. During the war, interwar Yugoslavia, southern Serbia, that is, future Macedonia, found itself under Bulgarian occupation. Sofia's official position was that the region's Slavs were Bulgarians and they spoke Bulgarian. 30. Obviously, the existence of a separate Croatian language written in Latin characters was denied. Interwar Yugoslavia's official language of Serbo-Croato-Slovenian was replaced with Serbo-Croatian. It was the biscriptural language, which actually had played the role of official Serbo-Croato-Slovenian, Yugoslav, before 1941. Similarly, the fiction of the Serbo-Croatian, Yugoslav, nation was dropped from official documents, and in its stead, the kindred but separate nations of Croats, Macedonians, Montenegrins, and Serbs were recognized. In 1954, the 230 Novi Sad Agreement was signed, a reconfirmation of the literary agreement of 1850. The new document stated that the Stokavian-based language of the Serbs, Croats and Montenegrins was united, as well as reaffirmed the equality of the Cyrillic and Latin alphabets, and of the Jakavian and Akavian pronunciation variants. Unlike in the literary agreement, the question of the name of the language was not avoided. The two official variants of the unified language were to be known as Croato-Serbian, Western, Latin script-based, and Serbo-Croatian, Eastern, Cyrillic-based. In this manner, Serbo-Croatian united the three separate nations of Croats, Montenegrins, and Serbs in their shared national language. In comparison with the interwar period, the Macedonians were allowed to leave the linguistic supranational commonality of Serbo-Croatian. After 1948, Slavophone Muslims could declare themselves as Muslim/Croatian, Muslim/Serbian, or Muslim/nationality undefined, but in 1953 the possibility was abolished, so there was no need to specify the Bosnian/Muslim nation in the Novi Sad Agreement. For the time being, those who did not feel themselves members of any of communist Yugoslavia's recognized nations, could declare themselves as Yugoslav/nationality undefined. New dictionaries and grammars were written to fortify the officially reinstated unity of the Serbo-Croatian language. In order to satisfy all the parties to this agreement, a plethora of official and semi-official designations appeared: our language, Serbo-Croatian, Croato-Serbian, the Croatian or Serbian language, or the Serbian or Croatian language. The Croatian and Serbian variants were also termed as Western and Eastern Serbo-Croatian, respectively. It happened that books bore notices that they were translated from Serbian into Croatian or vice versa. This, however, amounted rather to transliteration from one alphabet into another rather than to genuine translation, as in the case of translations done between Cyrillic-style Moldovan and Latin script-based Romanian before 1989. All that was not enough. In 1967, Croatian scholars and intellectuals issued a declaration on the name and position of the Croatian literary language, which, in denial of the Novi Sad Agreement, stated that Croatian and Serbian were separate languages. Since the 1970s, the Croats have continued to use the term Croatian literary language. The 1974 constitution made Yugoslavia into a genuine federation composed of national republics. The Republican Constitution of Croatia, promulgated in 1974, recognized the Croatian literary language as the official name of the Croatian version of Serbo-Croatian. In popular speech, the term Croatian frequently replaced Serbo-Croatian in Croatia. The Republican constitutions of Bosnia and Montenegro also proclaimed their own Bosnian and Montenegrin subvariants of Serbo-Croatian based on local dialects. The Serbs did not follow suit, satisfied with the Novi Sad Agreement. Hence, the unofficial glottonym Serbian appeared less frequently in Serbia than Croatian in Croatia. In sum, the 1974 constitutional recognition of the Republican subvarieties of Serbo-Croatian, on the one hand, respected the 231 linguistic and national differences of Serbo-Croatian speakers, but on the other, offered the possibility of dividing this language into new ones, should a political situation require this. Not surprisingly, as of the turn of the 1980s, all the official documents of the federal parliament in Belgrade were issued in Albanian, Macedonian, Magyar, Serbo-Croatian, and Slovenian. But in the spirit of the Novi Sad Agreement and the 1974 Constitution, Serbo-Croatian documents had to be produced in 3 different dialectal and orthographic variants, typical of Croatia, Montenegro, and Serbia: Bugarel 2003, 106, Carmichael 2000, 237, Frush 2000, 518, Greenberg 2001, 21-23, 40, Janik and Gruel 2002, 134, 167, 265-266, 284, Yarosawiz 2004, 149, Markov IC 2001, Naylor 1980, 82, Price 1998, 428-429, Sipka 1999, 69. The 1990s breakup of Yugoslavia reinforced the nationally motivated movements to reaffirm the separate existence of Croatian and Serbian. The most forgotten victim of these events were self-declared Yugoslavs, who numbered as many as 1.2 million. Not only were they deprived of their country, but of their Yugoslav language too. Upon the 1991 declaration of the independence of Croatia, Stokavian, Jakavian-based Croatian written in Latin characters was made into this polity's official language. Appropriate dictionaries and grammars of the language followed. Yet, no multi-volume dictionary of the new standard has been published so far, and no bilingual Croatian-Serbian dictionaries exist. To know the difference between Croatian and Serbian, users refer to the usually new school dictionaries that record lexical, pronunciation, and morphological differences between these two languages. In 1992, the new Yugoslavia, Serbian, authorities adopted the name Serbian for the official language based on Akavian and Jakavian-Stokavian and written both in the Cyrillic and Latin alphabets. The Akavian variant in Cyrillic was earmarked for Serbia and the Jakavian in both scripts for Montenegro. In Serbia, the glottonym Serbo-Croatian persisted in the first half of the 1990s, but the term Serbian took over in popular usage in the second half of this decade. The growing post-1991 international recognition of the split of Serbo-Croatian into Croatian and Serbian only reaffirmed this linguistic divorce. In addition, the breakaway Serbian republics in Bosnia and Croatia's Krajina declared in 1992 Stokavian-Akavian-based Serbian of Belgrade, written exclusively in Cyrillic, as their official language. This was an entirely politically motivated change because the dialect spoken by Bosnia's and Krajina's populations, whatever their religion or national identification, is Jakavian-Stokavian. In this manner, the official Serbian of Bosnia's and Krajina's Serbs was twice removed as the official language of their Muslim, Bosniak, and Croatian neighbors, based on Jakavian-Stokavian and written in Latin and Cyrillic characters. The new Serbian language of Rump Yugoslavia and Bosnia's and Krajina's Serbs simply took over the Cyrillic-based tradition of Serbo-Croatian, so there has been no urgent need to produce new authoritative dictionaries of the Serbian. 232. Language. In Croatia, Croatian, written exclusively in the Latin script, was announced as the official language in 1990. Zagreb distanced their new Croatian language from the commonality of Serbo-Croatian by a concerted action of linguistic purification. Hence, Serbo-Croatian, studiously shunned by the Croats, became Serbian by default, and the Serbs did not have to Serbianize formerly common Serbo-Croatian in order to make it into a Serbian language. Furthermore, Cyrillic is quite enough to make Serbian different from Croatian written in Latin characters. With the privilege of hindsight, one may infer that the use of two different scripts for writing a single language eventually tends to make this language into two separate ones. 31 In 1995, a Croatian offensive sent a wave of Serbian refugees from Krajina, sealing the fate of the unrecognized Serbian Republic in this region. The war in Bosnia ended in the same year upon the signing of the Dayton Peace Accords. This document was prepared in English and in the three variants of the Serbo-Croatian, namely Bosnian, Croatian, and Serbian. All four idioms remain the official languages of the state to this day. Bosnian and Croatian share Jakavian pronunciation, whereas Bosnia's Serbian Republic switched from Akavian to Jakavian pronunciation in 1998. The codifiers of the Bosnian language refer to Bosančica 32, local type of Cyrillic influenced by Glagolitic, and to the tradition of writing in Slavic with the use of the Arabic script, Arabica, as the roots of the contemporary Bosnian language. They also emphasize the Latin script literacy that commenced during the times of the Austro-Hungarian occupation. The occupation authorities termed the local Slavic vernacular the Bosnian language, especially after 1890 when the anonymously published Grammar of the Bosnian language written by Frane Vuletić appeared anonymously in Sarajevo. When Serbo-Croatian was made into the official language of Bosnia in 1907, this grammar was reissued the following year, but Serbo-Croatian replaced Bosnian in the title. As of 1918, in the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovene/Yugoslavia, Bosnia ceased to exist as a separate administrative unit. But the 1946 constitution recreated Bosnia as a republic in the Communist Federation of Yugoslavia. In the meantime, the Slavic translation of the Quran was published in Arabic characters in Mostar in 1937 and 5 years later in Sarajevo. In 1968, Slavophone Muslims were given the opportunity to declare themselves as Muslims in the ethnic sense. The 1971 census introduced the new national category Muslim, but Muslims living outside Bosnia were discouraged from using this new category. The 1974 federal constitution recognized the Slavophone Bosnian Muslims as a nation, and included them in the privileged set of the Yugoslav nations, which also included the Croats, Macedonians, Montenegrins, Serbs, and Slovenes. This group perfectly coincided with the pre-war group of the officially defined speakers of Serbo-Croato-Slovenian. The 1974 Republican Constitution of Bosnia also stipulated that Bosnia's official language was the Jacavian variant of 233. Serbo-Croatian or Croato-Serbian. In 1984, the newly legislated existence of the Bosnian Muslim nation speaking their own subvariant of Serbo-Croatian was popularized worldwide, when the Bosnian capital of Sarajevo hosted the Winter Olympic Games. This seemingly innocent designation helped the dramatic rise of a new language during the 1990s. The 1992–1995 war in Bosnia reaffirmed the separateness of the Bosnian Muslim nation, now renamed as the Bosniaks, when neither local Croats nor Serbs wished any commonality with their Muslim neighbors or kin. The Bosniaks had no choice but to fight for their own nation-state and to steep their nationalism in language as their Croatian and Serbian neighbors did. In 1992, a dictionary of the characteristic vocabulary of the Bosnian language was published, and 3 years later, its fourth edition was reissued as the Dictionary of the Bosnian Language. The Bosnian language is written in the Latin script. The Bosnian Muslim tradition of writing in Ottoman, Old Turkish, Arabic, and Persian that deeply infiltrated the Slavic vernacular allowed for making the Bosnian vocabulary different from Serbian and Croatian. In pronunciation, it is the fricative velar consonant /h/, which makes Bosnian distinctive, because this phoneme has been largely lost in Serbian, and to a lesser degree in Croatian. The persisting cultural dualism of Bosnian found its fullest expression in 2002, when the first Bosnian translations of the Quran and the Bible were published. As in the case of the absence of any bilingual dictionaries, which would pair Croatian and Serbian, no dictionaries pair Bosnian with these two languages either. Bugarel 2003, 106–107, Carmichael 2000, 238, Frush 2000, 518, 891, Greenberg 2001, 25, 29, 2004, 86, 137–138, 145, Hollywood Bible Translation for Bosnia 2003, Jahisi 1999, Janik and Gruel 2002, 13, 136–136, 262–263, Yarasawas 2004, 147, 216–220, Curran 2003, Magus 2003, Maxwell 2003, Okyuka 1998, 54–55, Carey 2004, Spajinska. Prusik 1997, 59, Sipka 1999, 15–17, Views 1999. It seems that the devolution of Serbo-Croatian has not finished yet. The breakup of Yugoslavia led the Montenegrin politicians and population to leave the commonality of the Serbian culture and language shared with the Serbs. Initially, the Montenegrins reaffirmed themselves as a separate nation on the economic plane. Pajorica replaced the inflationary Yugoslav dinar with the Deutsche Mark and, after 2002, with the euro. A year later Rump Yugoslavia was overhauled into a loose confederation of the two nation-states of Serbia and Montenegro. Already in the 1970s, there were voices that the Montenegrins 33 speak a language different from Serbian or Serbo-Croatian, that is, Montenegrin. The 1974 Republican Constitution of Montenegro defined the official language of the Montenegrins as the Jacavian variant of Serbo-Croatian. In 1992, the name of Montenegro's official language was changed to the Jacavian variant of Serbian, but officially written in Cyrillic and the Latin alphabet, unlike Serbia's exclusively Cyrillic-based official language. The actual encroachments of Serbia's 234 Jacavian variant of the Serbian language in Montenegro, encouraged by Belgrade, brought about the protests of Montenegrin intellectuals under the slogan "Our language is our fatherland." In 1994, they organized a conference that prevented the removal of Jakavian as a recognized subvariant from official Serbian. In the same year, the Montenegrin branch of the International Pen Club declared that the language of Montenegro is Montenegrin. Since 1993, Vojislav Nikšić, 1935, University of Montenegro, Nikšić, has published 3 500-page volumes titled The Montenegrin Language, which contain a multifaceted description of this new standard in making. In 1997, his Grammar of Montenegrin came off the press. The Cultural-National Organization of the Montenegrins, Matica Crnogorska, Montenegrin Cultural Society, established in 1993, proclaimed its support for the Montenegrin language in 1997. The proponents of this new language emphasize that it is based on the Jakavian version of the Stokavian dialect, which makes it different from Serbian based on Akavian-Stokavian. The Montenegrins also claim both the Latin script and Cyrillic as their national alphabets, unlike the Croats and the Bosniaks, who settled for the Latin alphabet. In the Montenegrin Cyrillic, there are 33 letters, while 3 less in the Serbian variety of this alphabet. The 3 additional Montenegrin letters for representing specifically Montenegrin phonemes /palatal ch /palatal zh and /dz /r, s, z, and in the Latin alphabet, and c, and s in Cyrillic. Montenegrin nationalists also claim that the epic poem, The Mountain Wreath, 1847, written by the Montenegrin Vladica Petar II Petrović Njegos, ruled 1830-1851, rightfully belongs to the Montenegrin nation, not to the Serbs. They also see Njegos's poetry as the beginning of the Montenegrin language. However, not a single extensive dictionary of the Montenegrin language has been published yet. Likewise, Pajorica has not announced it as the official language of Montenegro, and international organizations do not recognize Montenegrin as a distinct language. During the 1999 Kosovo crisis, forced expulsion of Kosovo's Albanians, which compromised Belgrade, Pajorica, eager to distance Montenegro from another Serbian war, issued some official Montenegrin documents described as done in the Montenegrin language. A year later, the Matica Crnogorska issued a declaration on the separate status of the Montenegrin language. In 2003, democratization swept Serbia, which Pajorica hoped to use in order to declare the independence of Montenegro. Under international pressure, the Montenegrin government relented and entered the Confederal Agreement with Serbia, valid for 3 years until 2006. In the 2003 census, 21.5% of Montenegro's population declared Montenegrin as their native language. However, because many Serbs live in the country, the number of the declarations amounted to as much as 31.5%, when only the ethnic Montenegrins were taken into consideration. In the following year, Montenegro's independence-minded Prime Minister, Milo Đukanović, 1962, d. 235, declared himself as a speaker of Montenegrin. Also in 2004, the name of the compulsory school subject Serbian language was changed to Mother Tongue, Serbian, Montenegrin, Croatian, Bosnian. Nowadays, about half of the contents posted on Montenegro's governmental websites is labeled as in Montenegrin. In 2006, Montenegro separated from Serbia, and both states became independent of each other. The question of the official language of Montenegro still remains to be decided in future. Ironically, Prince Nikola Petrović Njegos, 1994, the pretender to the Montenegrin throne who lives in Paris, speaks better French than Serbo-Croatian. Greenberg 2001, 33, 37-38, 2004, 103, 161, Montenegrin language 2004, 2006, Okjuka 2002, Spajinska Prusik 1997, 61, Stegner 2006, 66. There have appeared a plethora of bilingual dictionaries of Bosnian, Croatian, and Serbian in which these languages are paired with English, French, or German. However, no bilingual dictionaries exist where Bosnian, Croatian, or Serbian lexicons would be placed side by side. The partial exception to this rule is extensive school dictionaries of the Croatian language that point out Serbianisms to be avoided by learners. School dictionaries of Serbian and Bosnian tend to follow the same line. The former caution students to avoid Croatianisms, while the latter urge students to employ approved Bosnian words, often Turkicisms and Arabianisms. The extensive 2001 Norwegian Bosnian/Croatian/Serbian dictionary utilizes Latin script and Cyrillic versions of the words as well as notes the currently adopted lexical differences between the three post-Yugoslav languages. In this manner, the compilers endorse the political changes, while their work reflects the largely undifferentiated and common corpus of words. Interestingly, it is the third edition of the dictionary, which in its first edition, 1990, described the Serbo-Croatian language, and 5 years later, the Serbian/Croatian languages in the second edition, Haugen et al. 2001. Dr. Sipka's 2002 Slim Dictionary notes a handful of significant lexical differences that exist between Bosnian, Croatian, and Serbian at present. The gradual breakup of Yugoslavia brought about the elevation of new official languages. Croatian in Croatia, Serbian in Serbia and Montenegro, and also the two and Bosnian in Bosnia. The descriptions of the linguistic situation would not be complete without mentioning that the international administration of Bosnia also brought along English, while the 2006 breakup of Serbia-Montenegro may eventually entail the rise of the official language of Montenegrin. The international acceptance of the new linguistic pattern in the post-Yugoslav states is reflected in the publication of Ronali Alexander and Elena Lisabersa's Comprehensive Bosnian, Croatian, Serbian, a textbook, and Bosnian, Croatian, Serbian, a grammar, Madison WI 2006. Furthermore, Wikipedia is available in all the three languages, and the Serbian Wikipedia, in the two scriptural versions, preferred Cyrillic and Latin. The Latin version of the Serbian Wikipedia is an open gate to the possible declaration of Montenegrin as a separate language. Should this 236 happen, the Latin version of the Serbian Wikipedia could be easily transformed into a Montenegrin Wikipedia. Significantly, the number of articles featured in the aforementioned Wikipedias was the largest in the Serbian one, at 43,000 in February 2007, which was followed by the Croatian Wikipedia, 28,500 articles, and the Bosnian one, 14,000 articles. The growth of the separatist Croatian national movement steeped in the idea of the separate Croatian language, which followed the 1967 declaration, also incited the revival of Croatian literacy in Kakavian and Kajkavian, as the clearest symbol of the movement's intention of withdrawing Croatian from the Stokavian-based linguistic commonality of Serbo-Croatian. The proponents of Kakavian pointed to the fact that the earliest Croatian writings were created in this language. Like historians of the Croatian language, they conflated Kakavian with Church Slavonic, because the earliest Croatian writings in Slavic, written in Glagolitic, Bosančica, and the Italian-style Latin script, were created in northern and central Dalmatia, inhabited by Kakavian speakers. Hence, the first printed book in Croatian, 1483, in Glagolitic, was also the first printed book in Kakavian, the first printed dictionary of Croatian, 1595, was also that of Kakavian, and the first grammar of Croatian, 1604, written in Latin, was that of Kakavian. In a nutshell, the first centuries of Croatian literacy were Kakavian-based. The early flowering of Kakavian Croatian literacy was possible thanks to the close links of Dalmatia with Italy, which were not severed by the Ottoman advance in the Balkans. The Kajkavian speakers did not enjoy a similar position, their region between the Drava and Sava rivers squeezed into the war borderland between the Habsburgs and the Ottomans. The written Kajkavian language developed thanks to the Reformation in the shape of Hungarian Calvinism. Hence, the language was written in the Magyar version of the Latin script. The first printed Kecskavian book came off the press in 1574, the first dictionary was published in 1740, and the first grammar was printed in 1783, to be followed by 4 further ones. Keckavian-speaking intellectuals constituted the core of the Croatian national movement, so they accepted Guy's 1836 linguistic reform, which produced the Stokavian-based Croatian language written in a Czech-style Latin script. Keckavian publications in the Italian-style Latin alphabet ceased to be published by the mid-19th century. On the contrary, many Keckavian-speaking intellectuals were alienated from the Croatian national movement by its close ideological ties with Catholicism and preferred to identify as members of the Hungarian political nation. That is why the last Keckavian grammar, published in 1837, was written in the Magyar style orthography to emphasize the Keckavian opposition to Guy's new Croatian language. The pro-Hungarian attitude among the Keckavian speakers was extinguished by the excesses of Magyarization in the 1870s, when the last Keckavian publications were reprinted. The last Keckavian book came off the press in 1859. Despite their Calvinism, Keckavian 237 intellectuals entered the mainstream of the Croatian national movement, so strongly connected to Catholicism. The revival of Keckavian and Keckavian at the beginning of the 20th century is associated with the poetry of Vladimir Nazar, 1876–1949, and Anton Gustav Matos, 1873–1914, respectively. The insistence on the linguistic national unity in interwar and communist Yugoslavia hindered further development of Keckavian and Keckavian literacy. The 1967 declaration was the turning point. In 1968, a Keckavian periodical began to publish, and 6 years later, a Keckavian society was founded in Zagreb. Similarly, a Keckavian society and its Keckavian journal were established in 1969 in Split. Like in the case of the regional languages, or dialects, of Italian, the function of Keckavian and Keckavian is limited to literary expression. Both are written in the regular Croatian Latin script, as codified by Guy in 1836. There are no normative dictionaries and grammars of Keckavian and Keckavian, so authors write in their local dialects. The first volume of the Dictionary of Croatian Keckavian Literary Language came off the press in 1984, Zagreb, but the initiative got stalled. Practically all Keckavian and Keckavian speakers are bidialectal, bilingual, and they are fully literate in Standard, Stokavian, Croatian, not in their dialects, languages. Also, all of them identify as Croatians and sometimes use the dialectal, language, difference to present themselves as better Croatians than regular Stokavian-speaking compatriots. This Croatian increase of interest in Keckavian and Keckavian also led to Zagreb's insistence on the Croatian character of Burgenland Croatian and Moletian Slavic. The former speech community is composed from the descendants of mostly Keckavian-speaking Catholic refugees, 40,000 to 50,000, who, at the turn of the 16th century, fled from Ottoman-held Western Slavonia and northwestern Bosnia to Royal Hungary's westernmost region of Burgenland, which was Vienna's last bastion of protection against Ottoman onslaught. The name of the region, literally, Land of Castles, was translated into Croatian as Gradazi. Burgenland's Croats refer to their vernacular variably, as Burgenland Croatian, Burgenlandian, or Croatian. The first manuscripts in this language were composed already in the 16th century, and the first printed book was published in 1732. Father Juraj Mula, 1694–1754, was an early significant writer in Burgenland Croatian, and the Baroque poet, Father Joseph Fico, 1772–1843, actually a Slovene, was another. At that time, Magyar orthography was employed to write the language. In the 19th century, La literature made an appearance, and Burgenland Croats adopted the Croatian-style Latin script during the last 3 decades of this century. The activist and linguist, Mate Mircea C. Miloradi c. 1850–1928, established the first organization of Burgenland Croats, which began to publish the first newspaper in Burgenland Croatian, 1910, and published Milo Radić's first grammar of this language, 1919. After the Great War, mostly German-speaking Burgenland was divided between Hungary and Austria in 1921. This event left 35,000 Burgenland Croats in Austria and several thousand in Hungary. 238. In 1952, the Burgenland Croatian translation of the New Testament came off the press, and was followed by a German Burgenland Croatian dictionary, 1982, and a Burgenland Croatian German dictionary, 1991. In Austria, Burgenland Croatian is employed in radio, television, Catholic masses, and is taught as subject at school. Most Burgenland Croats do not know Standard, Stokavian, Croatian, and their vernacular of everyday communication is significantly Germanized. It was also the turn of the 16th century, when the Stokavian-speaking ancestors of the present-day Moletian Slavs, endangered by the Ottomans, left Dalmatia for the Adriatic coast of the Kingdom of Naples. Most of these Slavophone refugees and their descendants became Italianized by the end of the 18th century. But less than 4,000 speakers of Moletian Slavic survive in 3 villages located in Italy's region of Molise. Italians refer to them as Slavs and to their vernacular as Slavic. Only scholars speak of Moletian Slavic, or Moletian Croatian. The concerned Slavic speakers themselves refer to their idiom as speaking in our own manner. Giovanni de Robertis, 1813–1889, wrote poetry in the vernacular and translated into it from Italian, which commenced the language's written tradition. In 1967, the first periodical in Moletian Slavic, tellingly titled Our Language, began publishing. It was bilingual, Italian-Slavic. The first grammar of Moletian Croatian came off the press in 1968, and was followed by a small dictionary 4 years later. Nowadays, Zagreb claims both speech communities of Moletian Slavs and Burgenland Croats as part of the ethno-linguistically defined Croatian nation. In the case of the former, it perhaps will not prevent their eventual Italianization, whereas Burgenland Croats mostly agree with Zagreb's position, though have no intention of emphasizing their Croatianness by giving up German, or Magyar in Hungary, and mastering Standard Croatian. Inevitably, the linguistically justified breakup of Yugoslavia into separate ethno-linguistic nation-states, followed by the parallel fragmentation of the Serbo-Croatian language, evoked renewed interest in language as an instrument of ideology among Serbian intellectuals. Even earlier, it was a commonplace to hear that Serbian is the most perfect language in the world, because it presumably enjoys perfect one-to-one matching between letters and phonemes. In the 1990s, there were published extensive scholarly works, which aim to prove that the Serbs are the oldest nation on earth. They are the lost tribes of Israel. Serbian, not Greek, culture spawned the pantheon of Olympic gods. Serbian is the oldest language of the Bible, and actually it is the oldest human language from which all other languages sprang up. The last proposal is uncannily reminiscent of the Sun theory, Gün Estil Teorisi, of the Turkish language, which was officially espoused in Turkey during the latter half of the 1930s in order to justify borrowing words from Western languages. If these languages sprang up from Old Turkish, such borrowing did not contradict the overall drive to purify Turkish of 239. All foreign, mainly Arabic and Persian, words. Worryingly, Serbian academic circles seem to support the aforementioned ethno-linguistic myths, which are presented to public at large as scientific findings. In addition, in 2005, Belgrade entered the annals of language and nation building again, when the Republican authorities of Vojvodina recognized the regions Bunjevci and Sasai as nations, and their right to education in their own national languages. Zagreb has traditionally claimed the members of both ethnic groups as part of the Croatian minority in Serbia, hence this official recognition, much to Croatia's anger, subtracted them from this minority. With time, the step may generate 2 new Slavic languages, or more likely a single Bunjevchan Sachian language, because, in the 2002 Serbian census, the former group numbered 20,000 members and the latter 1,800. In the 2001 Hungarian census, 1,500 people also declared themselves to be Bunjevci, or Bunyevakik in Magyar. They are descendants of Jacavian Stocavian speaking Catholic refugees from Ottoman-held Herzegovina and Dalmatia, who, at the turn of the 18th century, arrived in Hungary's Vojvodina alongside more numerous emigration of Jacavian and Akavian Stocavian speaking Orthodox Serbs. The Bunjevci and the Sasai were included as separate national categories in the Hungarian censuses from 1880 to 1947, initially in order to prevent the possibility of the penetration of Croatian nationalism from Eastern Slavonia to Vojvodina. After World War I, the inclusion of both groups in statistics allowed for lessening the number of Croats and Serbs in interwar Hungary. Vojvodina's Bunjevci and Sasai were often referred to as Catholic Serbs, and to make good on this sobriquet, 1,200 Sasai converted to Orthodoxy in 1899, which led to the Sasai's gradual merger with the Serbs. The Bunjevci preserved a clearer separate ethno-linguistic identity. In 1880, they organized their party, and in 1913, their school association. In 1918, it was the Great National Assembly of Serbs, Bunjevci and other Slavs, which gathered in Sabatka, Subotica, and demanded the incorporation of Vojvodina into the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. In interwar Yugoslavia, Magyar orthography still used in handwritten documents was replaced with the Latin script variety of Serbo-Croatian spelling for writing the Bunjevčan language. However, Bunjevčan publications had utilized this script since the 1860s. After having become similar to Serbo-Croatian, the language was gradually suppressed, though the aforementioned Bunjevčan School Association survived until the early 1930s. Between 1925 and 1935, the teacher of the Subotica Secondary School, Milovavina Zvici, 1899–1973, published a cultural monthly which encouraged the Bunjevčan identification. In 1931, his crowning achievement, a chrestomathy of Bunjevician texts created between 1790 and 1927, came off the press. Significantly, it included a chapter on the Bunjevician language and orthography. In communist Yugoslavia, it was announced that the Bunjevci and Sasai are part of the Croatian nation, but they preferred to send their children to Serbian 240 schools instead. Hence, beginning with the 1953 census, the Bunjevci and Sasai were listed separately, with the exception of the 1971 census. The Bunjevčan national movement became active in the 1990s and its views were expressed in a quarterly. In 2005, the National Committee of the Bunjevčan National Minority was founded, and a Bunjevčan monthly began publishing. In the following year, their cultural national association, Bunjevaka Matica, opened in Subotica, and Hungary's Bunjevci requested Budapest to recognize them as a national minority. Beginning in the year 2006/2007, the subject Bunjevčan language and national culture was introduced to schools. Bunjevčan and Sachian schools employ a slightly vernacularized version of Jacavian Stocavian more frequently written in Latin than Cyrillic characters, which makes this language under construction quite similar to Croatian and Bosnian. The Bunjevčan leadership's most pressing goal is to codify the Bunjevčan language. Bunjevaci Naveen 2006, Dolichenko 2003, 85–86, 128–129, 2004, 69–71, 100–102, 380, Ethnic Groups of Vojvodina 2005, Janik and Grul 2002, 270–272, Yaroslawiz 2004, 290, Jovanovic etal 2004, 71, Kornhauser 2000, Muraljib etal 2005, Todosic Vici 2002, Tornov 2005, 448, 459, Weaver 2006, 116 to 120. Albanian. NATO's 1999 intervention in Serbia's Kosovo, or Kosova in Albanian, caused the de facto replacement of the official Serbian, Cyrillic-based Serbo-Croatian, language with Albanian. Like in Bosnia, English is a co-official language of the international administration of this province, while Serbian is retained in official capacity in a handful of Serbian villages. In this manner, following Albania, Kosovo, became the second polity, where Albanian functions as an official language. This is an Indo-European language but not related to any other languages in this family, like Greek and Armenian. The self-ethnonym of the Albanians is Shqiptar. The name Albanian is believed to derive from the Albanoi, an Illyrian tribe who lived in what is now north-central Albania. Ptolemy, 100 to 170, mentioned this group. Because his map of the world provided until the 18th century the usual point of reference for Western Europeans to describe and analyze the geographic and ethnic realities of Europe, Africa, and Asia, the 13th century Latin writers began to refer to the Shqiptar as Albanians. As in the first millennium BCE, the Indo-European Illyrians settled in the Western Balkans. Some claim that Albanians are their descendants and explain that their ethnonym stems from Illyrian Alba for settlement or locality. But it seems a far-fetched guess, as there are no extant continuous texts in Illyrian. Similarly, apart from a handful of words, no texts in Thracian are surviving, which makes improbable the Bulgarian and Romanian claims of having identified Thracian linguistic influences in both languages. To complicate matters. 241. More, some scholars also proposed that the Albanians are of Thracian, or mixed Thracian-Illyrian origin. In addition, the confusion continues between Albania and Caucasian Akvania, Albania. Although it seems improbable that the Albanians stem from the Akvanians, an Akvanian influence might reach the Albanians in the 9th and 10th centuries. In the 9th century the Byzantine authorities resettled many proponents of Polychaeanism, a Manichaean heresy that arose in the 7th century, from the Caucasus to the Balkans to weaken this heresy in the borderland exposed to the Islamic conquest of Arabs. From the ethno-linguistic viewpoint, Polychaeans were Armenians and Akvanians. In the Balkans, in the 11th century, Polychaeanism evolved into Bogomilism, which was the beginning of the specific Bosnian Church. Prior to the emergence of the modern self-ethnonym Shqiptar in the mid-16th century, for the first time it was recorded in 1555 by the Catholic Geg, Jan Buzuku, in his missal. North Albanians, Gegs, referred to themselves as Arben, and South Albanians, Tosks, Arbor. Hence, the self-ethnonym Arborish of the present-day Italo-Albanians, numbering about 100,000, in southern Italy and Sicily, whose ancestors, in the wake of the Ottoman Wars, emigrated from their homeland in the 14th century. These self-ethnonyms perhaps influenced the Byzantine Greek Arvanites for Albanians, which was followed by similar ones in Bulgarian and Serbian, Arbanasi, Ottoman, Arnaut, Romanian, T-Arbanas, and Aromanian, Arbines. This convinced some linguists that the ethnonym may be derived from Greek orphos for dark, Greek orphanos for orphan, Latin arvum for arable field, or the Illyrian place name Arbana. Serbian scholars also maintain that the name is basically Albanian, and means inhabitant of the town of Krui, located in modern-day Albania, which, in the mid-15th century, was the capital of a short-lived Albanian statelet that won independence from the Ottoman Empire. It is clear that scholars and Albanians themselves agree that they do not agree on any single etymology of the ethnonym Albanian. A similar predicament is faced by the self-ethnonym Shqiptar. The most popular scholarly explanation is that it was formed by analogy to Slavs, Slovene, believed to be derived from Slovo, word, and by extension, from sludi, to speak clearly. The last explanation semantically contrasts with Slavic Niemiec, mute, stammering, babbling, and Greek barbarian, from barbaros those who stammer, babble, hence, Shqiptar could be derived from Albanian Shqipoj, from Latin Xipera, for to speak clearly, to understand. The Albanian public favors the belief that their self-ethnonym stems from Shqipe, eagle, found on the Albanian national flag. Others believe that it is derived from Shqip, to rip, to tear, or Kipai, heap, which alludes to a gathering of people. Likewise, the etymologies of the regional self-ethnonyms of the Albanians, Geg and Tosk, are merely tentative. Tosk, Tosci, is claimed to stem from Italian Tuscan for Tuscanian, that is, inhabitant of Tuscany. The etymology. 242. Of the Italian word is Latin Tuscus for Etruscan. The question is why the Tosks, who are Muslim and Orthodox, would adopt the name of a Catholic region from the Apennine Peninsula. Geg, seems to be derived from an onomatopoeic word for babbling, as contrasted with Shqiptar or those who speak clearly, correctly. If the explanation holds, by default, it would mean that the Tosks are those who speak clearly. But this is an illogical proposal, for the self-ethnonym Shqiptar seems to have originated among the Gegs. Hence, this explanation probably was dictated by the purging of the Geg dialect, language, and culture in communist Albania, carried out by the anti-Geg and predominantly Tosk leadership of the Communist Party, Hanzik ETAL 2001, 23, 25, Livingstone 1977, 67, 387 to 388, Mojadel 2005, 24, Orel 1998, 7, 112, 434, 460, Pipa 1989, 150 to 160, 165, 188 to 189, Pripti 1978, 11 to 12, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 57, Skok 1971, 55, Stegner 2006, 61, 67. The two significantly different, even to the point of unintelligibility in speech, groups of Albanian dialects were separated by the river Shkumbin. The situation between Geg and Tosk speakers can be likened to that between Czechs and Slovaks in Czechoslovakia. Before the division of Czechoslovakia, Czechs and Slovaks tended to easily communicate with each other speaking their languages. Gegs and Tosks can easily communicate in such a fashion, but it is a hard job for a Geg to acquire Tosk Albanian, and vice versa. Hence, the controversy, as in the case of Czech and Slovak before 1945, whether Geg and Tosk are dialects or separate languages. The border between Gegs and Tosks is a reflection of cultural division. Following the division of the Roman Empire in 395, the Albanian-speaking areas found themselves in the Eastern Empire, Byzantium, but the ecclesiastical organization remained under Rome's jurisdiction in this region. The Great Schism of 1054 placed southern Albanians, Tosks, under Constantinople's Orthodox, ecclesiastical jurisdiction, while North Albanians, Gegs, remained within Rome's Catholic Church. At the same time, the homeland of Albanian speakers frequently changed hands among different polities. At the turn of the 8th century, the First Bulgarian Empire incorporated it. In 1014, it returned to the Byzantine Empire, but in 1081, Normans, Norsemen, seized the littoral which passed to Venice at the end of the 12th century. In 1183, a local Albanian polity emerged, but was incorporated into the, ethnically Byzantine Greek, Despotate of Epirus, founded in 1205, following the establishment of the Latin Empire, Romania, in Constantinople in 1204. Like the Latin Empire, this despotate was controlled by crusaders from Western Europe. In the mid-13th century the Second Bulgarian Empire seized the control of the northern half of the Albanian homeland, and a century later, the entire homeland was incorporated into Serbia. Meanwhile, Venice had to share the littoral with Ragusa and the Kingdom of Two Sicilies. This kingdom controlled the vicinity of the port of Dyrrhachium, Durs, which emerged as a separate Albanian crusader statelet at the turn of 243. The 14th century. In the second half of the century, its center moved inland to Skutari, Shkidar. At the beginning of the 15th century, the Ottoman conquest of the Albanian homeland commenced. In 1443, an Albanian noble, Gjoj Kastrioti Skenderbeu, Skanderberg, 1405–1468, won back from the Ottomans the land between Dyrrhachium and Skutari, and established the capital in Krui. Albanian nationalists made Skenderbeu into the most hailed Albanian national hero, and his symbol of black eagle became the Albanian national coat of arms. After Skenderbeu's death, the Ottomans reincorporated his statelet. In addition, Venice lost the port of Butrento, Butrint, to the Ottoman Empire. In the 16th and 17th centuries, numerous Albanian speakers converted to Islam. This shaped their final confessional division. The Gegs are Muslim and Catholic, with a smattering of Orthodox, while the Tosks profess Islam and Orthodox Christianity. Significantly, the Tosks account for 1/3 of Albanians, whereas the Gegs for 2/3. The division between the Gegs and the Tosks deepened within the Ottoman Empire, when they found themselves split between two different administrative regions, which, under the leadership of local magnates, became semi-independent between the mid-18th century and the 1820s. Unlike other Balkan national movements, the Albanians, divided confessionally and with no tradition of some great statehood, had no choice but to rally exclusively under the banner of their specific language. In 1913, Albania emerged as an independent nation-state, but half of the Gegs were left out in neighboring Serbia, Kosovo, Macedonia, and Montenegro. As a result, Albania's population was in half composed from Tosks and in half from Gegs. Due to their confessional diversification, in the past, Albanian scribes used 5 variants of the Latin alphabet, the Serbian variety of Cyrillic, 2 versions of the Greek alphabet, and the Arabic script to write in their vernacular. The oldest extant handwritten Albanian text, 1462, is in Latin characters, as well as the first printed book, a missal, 1555. The first dictionary of Albanian, 1635, paired this language with Latin, and labeled the former as Epiran, Epiroticum, but later the usual adjective Albanian prevailed. All the 3 works were in Geg and in the Latin script. The first extant Tosk text, done in Greek characters, dates back to the late 15th century, and the first book, in the Latin script, came off the press in 1562, though actually it is in Arborish, the idiom of the Italo-Albanians, Arborish, which is a form of Tosk. Later, not only the Geg, Tosk, and Arborish traditions of writing developed separately, but also split along confessional lines. Muslim Gegs and Tosks wrote in Arabic characters, Catholic Tosks and Arborishint he Latin script, Orthodox Tosks in the Greek alphabet, and Orthodox Gegs in Cyrillic. In the 18th century, this staggering disunity in script and literacy contributed to the rise of the theory on the lost Illyro-Thracian Old Albanian script, in which, once upon a time, all Albanians wrote. It inspired the Albanian, Geg, intellectual sin. 244. Elbasan to develop a brand new Albanian script based on the Greek running hand but specifically modified under the influence of Glagolitic, and with letters also borrowed from the Cyrillic and Latin scripts. Instead of unifying, the new alphabet further diversified Albanian literacy. Another specifically Albanian script based on the Greek hand was developed in the first half of the 19th century. In the 1850s, Konstantin Neko Christoforidi, 1827–1895, traveled around the West and in the Middle East thanks to an Austrian vice-consul's help. The British and Foreign Bible Society commissioned him to translate the New Testament into Albanian. His Geg translation in the Latin script, 1872, and Tosk in the Greek alphabet, 1879, published in Istanbul, drew on Vangelmix's 1827 Tosk translation in Greek characters, which was printed in Corfu, and reprinted in 1852 in the Greek capital of Athens. Christoforidis authored a grammar of Albanian written in Greek, 1882, and an Albanian Greek dictionary, 1904. In the 1880s, the Albanian Society Dright, Light, based in Bucharest and sponsored by the Romanian government, developed a brand new script, which was a combination of Greek and Latin letters. Christoforidis supported this effort, fearing that sticking to the Greek script would result in the eventual Hellenization of the Albanians. The Albanian national movement did not take the Arabic script into consideration, because the West deemed it, like all things Ottoman, backward and antithetical to the Western idea of progress. In 1908, at a congress in Monastir, today, Bitola in Macedonia, Geg and Tosk letters adopted an exclusively Latin alphabet for Albanian, called Bakshimi, unity. It is used to this day. The script contains 2 diacritic letters and 9 digraphs, which made it different from the Latin, Croatian, alphabet of Serbo-Croatian, which employed diacritical letters in preference to digraphs. 5 years later, the Albanian nation-state came into being. During World War I, when Albania was under Austro-Hungarian occupation, the Literary Committee, which convened in Shkodër in 1916, decided to base Standard Albanian on the South Geg dialect of Elbasan. But the provision was not implemented, so Albanian literature and publications continued to be written both in Geg and Tosk during the interwar period. The tradition of the equal status of the 2 varieties had commenced with the journal Albania, 1897–1909, which contained Geg and Tosk texts. Between 1908 and 1944, the average Albanian book production was 21 titles per year. The publishing industry took off in earnest only in communist Albania, when, following the Soviet model, the ideal official literacy was harnessed in the service of propaganda. In 1944, Albanian, mainly Tosk, communist forces freed the country from German occupation. However, many Gegs perceived this event as the Tosk conquest of the Geg lands. The interwar king of Albania, Zagaj, reigned 1928–1939, and many of his retainers were Gegs. Thus, the brunt of the communist regime's reform was mostly directed against Gegs. Suitably, in 1952, Geg 245, denigrated as a class enemy language, was replaced with Tosk as the basis of Standard Albanian. The Toskicization of Albanian proceeded with the publication of the official principles of grammar and orthography in 1956 and 1967. This put Gegs at a pronounced disadvantage as those who could not speak proper Albanian. To alleviate this situation, special textbooks were published to teach Gegs this proper Albanian. The Cultural Revolution, 1966–1969, not only abolished any religion, 1967, but also wiped out the last remaining Geg traces from Albanian language and culture. Geg-based Albanian continued to be employed in Yugoslavia, Kosovo, Macedonia, and Montenegro. Yugoslavia's Albanians disliked Belgrade's refusal to grant them a full-fledged national republic. In 1968, as a protest and a form of pressure on Yugoslavia's communist leadership, Kosovo's Albanian scholars gathered in Pristina, Prishtin in Albanian, and resolved to adopt Albania's Tosk-based standard. Interestingly, only in 1972, Tirana officially elevated the standard under the name of Unified Literary Albanian. It happened at the Congress of Orthography, convened under the slogan One Nation, One Literary Language. 3 years later, in order to fortify the ethno-linguistic homogeneity of the nation, the Albanization campaign of Greek, Slavic, and other non-Albanian personal names was undertaken. Until the mid-20th century, there had been no monolingual dictionaries of Albanian published. The codification of the language's lexicon was possible thanks to bilingual dictionaries with explanations in German, 1853, Greek, 1904, Italian, 1909, and English, 1948. The first monolingual dictionary of the Albanian language came off the press in 1954, and was followed by two others in 1980 and 1985. But to this day, no multi-volume authoritative dictionary of Albanian has been published. The communist regime collapsed in Albania in 1990. This allowed for the renewal of contacts with Albanians in Yugoslavia. In 1992, GEG writers issued a declaration that literacy in their dialect should continue. One-third of the Albanian speakers, that is, 2 million, live outside Albania, in Kosovo, southern Serbia, Montenegro, and Macedonia. Because they speak GEG, the discussion on what should be the dialectal foundation of Standard Albanian still continues. The expulsion of Albanians from Kosovo in 1999 intensified Albanian-Kosovo ties, and although de jure Kosovo, remained a Serbian province, de facto it was an international protectorate, before it gained a separate statehood in 2008. Skopje's blatant disregard for the cultural and political rights of Albanians in Macedonia triggered a near civil war in 2001, which brought about an aggressive international reaction, with Tirana's participation, to forestall the outbreak of another war in the Balkans. Eventually, when the political and economic concerns are settled, the renewed language question will have to be dealt with. In this regard, the Albanian, GEG, universities in Pristina, Kosovo, and Tetovo in Albanian, Macedonia, will constitute a force to be counted with. The world-famous Albanian writer, Ismail Kadare, opined that an Albanian of the 246 future would have to make some concessions to GEG in order to remain a unified language. If it does not happen, and the international community does not permit an independent Kosovo to join Albania, a new nation of the Kosovans may emerge, complete with its own GEG-based Kosovan language. This would make Kosovo into a seventh post-Yugoslav ethno-linguistic nation-state in the wake of Bosnia, Croatia, Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, and Slovenia. The near suppression of religion in communist Albania resulted in the replacement of the erstwhile religious differences, Muslim, Orthodox, and Catholic, with the politicization of the GEG-Tosk linguistic cleavage. Not surprisingly then, the first Albanian translation of the Quran was published in 1992, and the first full translation of the Bible came off the press a year later. Obviously, both holy books were translated into Tosk-based Standard Albanian. Perhaps, in the near future, they will be followed by translations into a new compromise GEG-Tosk Standard or Aspirate GEG Standard, Deeds 2000, 85, Fallman 1880, 181-182, Frush 2000, 14, 292, Grimes 1996, 465, Hetzer 1984, 48-49, 89-90, 125, Hanzik etal 2001, 24-25, Janik and Gruel 2002, 2-5, Magoxi 2002, 85, 200, Mojadel 2005, 24-27, Pipa 1989, 12, 1-6, 14, 40, 100, 200, and 46-247, Price 1998, 6-7, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 246, Carre 2004, Rees 2002, 11. Macedonian. Another language that is connected to the sad fate of Yugoslavia, or the failed nation-state of the South Slavs, is Macedonian. The Macedonian national movement was that of Orthodox Slavs living in the last sizable Ottoman region in the Balkans squeezed between Montenegro, Serbia, Bulgaria, and Greece. This national movement originated through the emulation of the successful nationalisms that had earlier spawned the aforementioned nation-states. Neither did the Macedonian nationalists wish to become part of the already established neighboring nations nor to accept Islam. As a result, early Macedonian nationalists started appealing for their own nation-state during the last 3 decades of the 19th century. The 1912 division of Ottoman Macedonia among Serbia, Bulgaria, and Greece shattered their hopes. The position of a distant borderland, contested by several polities, had been characteristic of Macedonia since the arrival of Slavs in the Balkans during the 6th century. At that time, Macedonia, with its capital in Thessaloniki, was a province in the East Roman Empire, Byzantium. In 837, the Bulgars seized most of the province. Upon the liquidation of the First Bulgarian Empire, Macedonia returned to Byzantium in 1018. In 1081 and 1096, Normans raided Macedonia, and in the 12th century, this land was continually contested by Bulgaria, the Crusader Despotate of Epirus, the Crusader Latin Empire, and Serbia. Between 1204 and 1246, the Crusader Kingdom of Thessaloniki flourished in southern Macedonia. In 1206, the rest of Macedonia was incorporated in the Second Bulgarian Empire. The 247 renewed Byzantine Empire regained Macedonia in 1256, but the Despotate of Epirus seized the western section of this province. In 1331, Byzantium lost Macedonia to Serbia, and the Ottomans conquered it in 1371. In the Ottoman Empire, all the Orthodox Christians were grouped in the non-territorial Roman, that is, Greek, millet, established in 1453. This translated into the growing influence of Greek language and culture in Slavophone Orthodox areas. The first ever print shop on the territory of what is present-day Macedonian nation-state, founded in 1710, produced exclusively books in Greek. Written Slavic survived in manuscripts, written and copied in monasteries. Beginning in the mid-16th century, local spoken Slavic infiltrated the Church Slavonic of these manuscripts, which also amounted to a Greek influence, because most Slavic books were translations from the Greek, and at the same time spoken Greek influenced the antiquated standard of Byzantine Greek. In the 18th century, the Russian cultural influence entered the Balkan Slavophone areas channeled via Church Slavonic religious books printed for the region in Moscow and Kiev. Some of these books were produced in Venice and the Habsburgs' Croatia, as well. The decisive thrust of Hellenization commenced with the liquidation of the Slavic Archbishopric of Ohrid in 1792. The Slavic place name was replaced with Greek, Lychnitis. The Phanariot administration, which to a degree, encouraged Romanian language culture in Wallachia and Moldavia, saw the Balkans south of the Danube as rightfully belonging to the Constantinople Patriarchate, because these lands had constituted part of the Eastern Roman Empire. This empire, Byzantium, was Greek in language and culture, hence Greek nationalists saw it as their state, which they aspired to re-establish in the form of a Greek nation-state. In the Ottoman Empire, Greek nationalists deemed the Patriarchate and the Orthodox millet to be an ersatz of Greek state, and the guideline in accordance with which the future Greek national polity should be built. Given the coalescing ethno-linguistic cum religious character of fledgling Greek nationalism, the Orthodox Greek hierarchy saw to the destruction of numerous Slavic manuscripts in Slavic Orthodox monasteries located in Macedonia. Obviously, the Ottoman administration brought about Islamicization of the population in Macedonia, especially Albanians, and the growing influence of Turkic on the Slavic vernacular. Given the Greek influence, it is not surprising that in the 19th century, a handful of authors employed Greek letters to write in the Slavic vernacular, though the majority of Slavic manuscripts were written in Cyrillic. Some Slavic books were printed in the Greek script as well. The Slavic Gospel, published in 1852 in Selanik, Thessaloniki, is most famous. The 19th century writers from the then Ottoman territory coinciding with modern Macedonia called their language Bulgarian, Bulgaro-Serbian, and Slavic. It is popular to trace the history of the modern Macedonian language to the Orthodox monk Daniel's, Daniel Moscopolitis, Lexicon Tetraglosson, or Dictionary of Four Languages, Greek, Albanian. 248. Valachian, Aromanian, and Slavic, irrespective of language, all the entries were written in Greek letters, published in 1794, Moskopol/Moskopolis, today, Foskopoj in Albania, reprinted in 1802, and republished as a dictionary of 3 languages in 1841. But the main aim of this dictionary was to spread the knowledge of Greek among the Balkans' non-Greek speaking Orthodox. However, numerous handwritten copies of this dictionary, which circulated on the territory of present-day Macedonia, facilitated the development of Slavophone education, which continued in monastery schools, mostly established in the 18th century. The adjective Macedonian for referring to the language and the people who spoke it appeared only in the 1850s. However, Macedonian linguists identify either Lexicon Tetraglosson, or Arlogis book in Slavic vernacular, 1814, as the first printed book in modern Macedonian. The first elementary schools with Slavic as the medium of instruction opened in the 1830s, but Greek language schools predominated. Hence, each Slavic speaker with a smattering of education could write better Greek than the not yet standardized Slavic vernacular. Similarly, until the mid-19th century, in the Austrian Empire, Czech, Ruthenian Russian and Ukrainian Slovak and Slovenian nationalists wrote better German than their national languages. The trend changed during the 1870s. The idea of a separate Macedonian language can be traced back to Georgija, Pulowski's, 1820/1828, 1895, Grammar of Macedonian, written in 1865, and eventually published in Belgrade in 1880. Meanwhile, his textbook, Dictionary of 4 Languages, remained in print in Belgrade. In this work, he paired Macedonian under the name of Serbo-Albanian with Serbian, Greek, Ottoman, and Arbano-Arnautian, Albanian. Pulowski's temporary pro-Serbian attitude was countered by his contemporary Kuzmin Shapkarev, 1834-1909, who in the 1860s and 1870s, published textbooks of the Western Macedonian, Arid, dialect united with the written dialect of Bulgarian. In the 1890s, when Bulgarian and Serbo-Croatian had been established as standard languages, the Macedonian linguistic question flared up in earnest. 4 competing concepts emerged. Shapkarev, in emulation of the example of dualistic Serbo-Croatian, proposed there should be a united Macedonian-Bulgarian language common for the 2 closely related nations of Macedonians and Bulgarians. The Serbian scholar and diplomat, Stojan Novakovic, 1842-1915, proposed that Macedonian should be constructed from 3/4 of local vernacular linguistic elements and 1/4 of Serbian. Grigor Perlikev, 1830-1893, an intellectual writing in Bulgarian and Greek, hoped to counter the dominance of Greek culture and language by creating a common Slavic language steeped in the Russian and Bulgarian recensions, varieties, of Church Slavonic. The intellectual father of separate Macedonian language was Pulowski, who composed his works in the local Slavic vernacular of Macedonia. Bulgarian intellectuals rejected the concept of common Macedonian-Bulgarian language, proposed in the spirit of Yugoslavism, Illyrianism, which 249 sought to mold all the South Slavs into a single nation. They considered the Macedonians part of the Bulgarian nation, and the Macedonian language a dialect of Bulgarian. This Bulgarian conviction was learned by the great success, which Bulgarian nationalism achieved in 1870. Sultan Abdulaziz, reigned 1861–1876, eager to stem Greek irredentism, agreed to the creation of Bulgarian Exarchate. It was an intermediate entity between archbishopric and patriarchate, but for all practical purposes, the autocephalous Bulgarian Orthodox Church. What differed it from a full-fledged patriarchate was the location of the seat of the Exarchate outside its territory, in Constantinople. Bulgarian leaders saw the Exarchate as a cross of millet and national church, and identified the Exarchate's territory as a future Bulgarian nation-state. The Exarchate coincided with present-day Bulgaria, Macedonia, and southern Serbia. Bulgarian national leaders justified the territorial extent of the Exarchate in 2 ways. First, they took over the Greek concept of identifying all the Orthodox living on the territory of the East Roman Empire, mainly the Balkans south of the Danube, as the Greek nation, but limited it to Orthodox Slavs. Second, they argued that the Exarchate coincided with the core of the First Bulgarian Empire, and most importantly, included Ohrid. In 893, Simeon I, reigned 893 to 927, the first Bulgarian ruler to use the title of Tsar, Emperor, founded the Bulgarian Patriarchate with the seat in this town, and replaced Greek with Church Slavonic as the official language. Saint Cyril and Saint Methodius's pupils expelled from Greater Moravia after the latter's death, 885, had found safe haven in Bulgaria. From among them, Saint Clement, 830 to 916, was nominated the first Bulgarian patriarch. Soon, Ohrid developed into the first significant center of Slavonic literacy, scholarship, and education. In the 970s, Kievan Rus and Byzantium defeated the Bulgarian Empire, and the territories coinciding with the present-day Bulgaria, along with the capital of Preslav, were annexed by both invading polities. After a period of chaos, in 997, Bulgarian Emperor Samuel, reigned 976 to 1014, moved the capital to Ohrid, and with the help of the Holy Roman Empire, re-established the truncated Bulgarian Empire, which historians dub the Western Bulgarian Empire. Nationally minded Macedonian historians name this polity as the Macedonian Empire, and perceive it as the first state of the Slavophone Macedonians. However, contemporary Byzantine and Church Slavonic documents consistently referred to Samuel's empire as Bulgarian. Later, in the Ottoman Empire, the designation Bulgarian referred to all the Slavs living in Rumelia, or the Ottoman Balkans. In 1878, Russia imposed on the Ottoman Empire the Treaty of San Stefano, Yezilikoi, Stefanos in Greek, which created a Bulgarian nation-state whose borders reflected those of the Bulgarian Exarchate, and included almost entire historical Macedonia, less the region's capital of Salonik, Thessaloniki. The subsequent Treaty of Berlin, 1878, overturned the terms of San Stefano. Much to the outcry of Bulgarian nationalists, Bulgaria was confined to a much smaller territory, and Macedonia was returned to the Ottomans. Subsequently, Bulgaria, 250, Greece, and Serbia contested Macedonia. The Ottoman authorities tacitly recognized the Bulgarian and Greek cultural right to this region, and did not hinder the establishment of Bulgarian and Greek language schools, which numbered 748 and 800, respectively, in 1886. Serbia had no ecclesiastical or political rights to claim Macedonia, yet did so anyway in its drive to free southern Serbia. The Ottomans did not allow for any Serbian schools in this region. Obviously, the local Macedonian Slavic vernacular was neither a medium of instruction, nor was taught Hasajubject in Macedonian schools. The playwright, Vajaden Pop Georgiev Chernodrinsky, 1875–1951, who wrote in Macedonian and lived in Bulgaria, founded a Macedonian Cultural Society in 1890. Between 1890 and 1894, the first periodical in Macedonian was published in Sofia. In 1903, Krasant Petkov Misirkov, 1874–1926, advised, in his book published at Sofia, that a separate Macedonian language should be established on the basis of the Macedonian dialect of Monastir that is as far as possible removed from Bulgarian and Serbian. In the same year, an unsuccessful anti-Ottoman uprising broke out in Monastir. Subsequently, Macedonian historians made it into founding national myth of the Macedonian nation. The Russian Revolution of 1905, then presence of European financial controllers and gendarmerie in Macedonia imposed by Austro-Hungary and Russia, and the British-Russian secret agreement on the division of Macedonia, 1908, triggered the Young Turk Revolution, which spread from Salonik. Subsequently, the 1876 constitution was restored and the political life became more relaxed. The liberalization allowed for the establishment of several Macedonian language periodicals in Uskub, Skopje, which grew into the center of Macedonian national movement. Obviously at the same time, Albanian, Bulgarian, Greek and Ottoman, Old Turkish, periodicals were published in the city as well. Even the publication of a Serbian magazine was permitted. At the turn of the 19th century, the uneducated Macedonian Slavic speaker declared himself as a Bugarin, or Raja. The former appellation is a dialectal version of Bulgarian and reflected the Ottoman use of Bulgarian for denoting all Orthodox Slavic speakers. The Ottoman term Rey referred to the empire's entire, Muslim and non-Muslim, population, who did not participate in politics and decision-making, a privilege reserved for a narrow stratum of almost exclusively Muslim notables. Orthodox Greek-speaking Phanariots joined them in the 17th and 18th centuries, similar to the European nobility or estates. The self-designation Raja, uttered by a Macedonian Slavic speaker, basically meant peasant. In the wake of the Balkan Wars, in 1913, Macedonia was divided among Bulgaria, Greece, and Serbia. The division of Macedonia brought about the suppression of the Macedonian vernacular. While the existence of this language was simply denied in the Greek part of this region, it was treated as 251. A dialect of Serbo-Croatian/Serbian and Bulgarian, respectively, in Serbia and Bulgaria. Even as the Slavophone population of Macedonia was referred to as Bulgarian in Ottoman censuses, Belgrade renamed its share of Macedonia as Southern Serbia. After 1918, in the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, Macedonians, alongside Slavophone Bosnian Muslims, Croats, Montenegrins, and Serbs, were subsumed in the category of the Serbo-Croats. The ban on the use of Macedonian was maintained in interwar Bulgaria, Greece, and Yugoslavia. However, in the Serbian National Theatre in Skopje, 1914 to 1936, plays were produced in Southern Serbian, that is, in the Macedonian vernacular. Greece downplayed the existence of Slavic speakers in its northern borderlands, but allowed for the publication of a Latin script Slavic primer in Athens, 1926. It was an answer to the educational needs of mainly French Catholic missions in Belgrade's Macedonia, and conveniently allowed Athens to hinder the emergence of a unified Macedonian national identity by propagating confessional and scriptural dualism. A decisive change came in the course of World War II. The Macedonians sided with the Yugoslav anti-fascist forces and despised the incorporation of Yugoslav Macedonia into wartime Greater Bulgaria. Most Macedonians considered this event a Bulgarian occupation, which fortified the ethnic boundary between them and the Bulgarians despite the commonality of language and Orthodox Christianity. This anti-Bulgarian feeling was crucial for the Yugoslav resistance forces. Hence, the existence of the Macedonian nation was recognized in 1943. This decision drew from the official announcement that Slavophone Macedonians were a nation in its own right, made by Comintern in Moscow in 1934. In 1944, Macedonia was proclaimed as a separate state in the post-war Federation of Yugoslavia, obviously, complete with its own official language, Macedonian. Also in 1944, the codification of Standard Macedonian commenced. The young philologist and poet, Blaise Konietzki, 1921–1993, was put in charge of this project. The Macedonian version of Cyrillic and orthography were adopted in 1945, and at the same time, the standard was based on the Central Macedonian dialect, that is, spoken in the center of Yugoslavia's Macedonia, Bitola, Prilep, Strumica. In 1946, the first primer in this language was published, and an official anthology of Macedonian texts from the 19th and 20th centuries, which established the canon of Macedonian as a literary language. These were followed by the officially espoused grammatical and orthographic principles of Macedonian, 1948, 1950, and a full-fledged academic grammar, 1952 to 1954. Until 1948, Standard Macedonian was used in schools located in the Bulgarian section of this region, but the end of the Greek Civil War and the ideological split of Yugoslavia with the Soviet Union ended Belgrade's dream of uniting the entire historical Macedonia as Yugoslavia's Greater Macedonia. Weary of possible Macedonian irredentism supported by Yugoslavia, Sofia reintroduced Bulgarian into education and reaffirmed the Bulgarianness of its section of Macedonia. 252. However, under the Kremlin's pressure to improve relations with Yugoslavia, the Bulgarian authorities included, in 1956, Macedonians as a separate category in the census for the first and the last time so far. That census established the number of Bulgaria's Macedonians at 188,000. Later, Sofia subsumed Bulgaria's Macedonians in the category Bulgarians, though Macedonian scholars continued to identify the population of Bulgaria's share of historical Macedonia as Macedonians. According to these estimates, they numbered 0.25 million in 1985. Similarly, Macedonian researchers claim that most of Greece's Slavophone Greeks are none other but Macedonians, whose number was estimated at level off 0.2 million in 1995. Church Slavonic remained the official language of the Bulgarian court until the end of the 14th century, when the last vestiges of Bulgarian statehood were extinguished in the course of the Ottoman conquest. Bulgaria disappeared, but Church Slavonic survived in Slavophone Orthodox churches and monasteries. On this strength, Bulgarian philologists maintain that Church Slavonic was none other than Old Bulgarian. In support of their thesis, they cite the fact that in Poland, Lithuania and Muscovy/Russia, one tended to dub Church Slavonic, Old Bulgarian through the 18th century. Macedonian scholars disagree because they identify Samuel's West Bulgarian Empire as Macedonian Empire. Ergo, they conclude that the Church Slavonic of Samuel's Arid court was Old Macedonian, or, at least, the Macedonian recension of Church Slavonic. Another argument Macedonian academics forward in support of their thesis is the fact that Saints Cyril and Methodius were citizens of Thessaloniki, and based their codification of Old Church Slavonic on the local Slavic dialect spoken in the vicinity of this capital of historical Macedonia. The institutional separateness of the Macedonians and their language was fortified in 1958, when the Orthodox Archbishopric of Arid was revived as Adiosis Kotermenous with Macedonia and with its seat in the Macedonian capital of Skopje. 9 years later, the autocephalous status of the Macedonian Orthodox Church was declared. Other autocephalous Orthodox churches have declined to recognize this declaration to this day. Significantly, the first ever Macedonian translation of the New Testament came off the press in London in 1976, courtesy of the British and Foreign Bible Society. But the Macedonian Church tends to use the standard Bulgarian translation of the Bible, 1925, approved by the Bulgarian Holy Synod. A Macedonian edition of this translation was printed in 1967. Macedonian scholars and hierarchs usually refer to Bulgarian translations of the Bible as Macedonian, extending the thesis that Church Slavonic is Old Macedonian to Bulgarian, construed as a dialect of the Macedonian language. Meanwhile, a 3-volume dictionary of the Macedonian language with explanations in Serbo-Croatian, 1961 to 1966, came off the press. In 1968, a Bulgarian Macedonian dictionary was printed. Both works reaffirmed the 253 distinctiveness of Macedonian vis-a-vis Serbo-Croatian and Bulgarian, and the former remains the authoritative dictionary of Macedonian, since no extensive monolingual dictionary of this language has been published so far. Macedonian and Bulgarian are even closer to each other than Czech and Slovak, the lexical difference being a result of Russian loanwords in Bulgarian, and Serbo-Croatian in Macedonian. To emphasize the difference between Macedonian and Bulgarian, a Serbian-style Cyrillic is used for writing in the former language. The latest stepping stone in the molding of the Macedonian language into a language separate from Bulgarian was laid in 1990, when the first complete Macedonian translation of the Bible was published. A year later, Macedonia became the sole post-Yugoslav state in the 1990s to gain independence without bloodshed. Macedonian was proclaimed the sole official language of this new nation-state. However, the process of international recognition of this nation, its nation-state, and language still continues. Athens does not recognize the name of Macedonia, which it considers an inalienable part of Greek national history. 34 Hence, due to the political clout of Greece, Macedonia is known as the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia or FYROM in the official documents of NATO or the European Union, while in Greece, the state is termed the Skopje Republic. Hence, in Greece, the Macedonians are referred to as the Skopjeans, Skopiani, which is considered insulting in Macedonia, so some Greek documents adopt the term Slavo-Macedonians. Another bone of contention is the use of the Macedonian king Philip II's, 382–336 BCE, so-called Virgina Sun as the Macedonian national flag. The symbol features prominently in the king's tomb which, in 1977, was discovered in the North Greek Macedonian town of Virgina. Philip II's son, Alexander the Great, 356–323 BCE, also used this symbol. In Greek eyes, Skopje's decision about this flag amounted to unwarrantable appropriation of the past of the Macedonia of antiquity for present-day Macedonia's own national history. In 1993, Macedonia was accepted as a member of the United Nations under the name of FYROM. Athens had no choice but to recognize the Macedonian borders in 1994. Yet, Greece clamped a 20-month-long economic embargo on Macedonia, which was terminated in 1995. In that year, Athens also established diplomatic ties with Macedonia. Bulgaria was the first state to recognize the independence of Macedonia, 1992, but Sofia continued to deny the existence of the Macedonian nation and its language, deeming the Macedonians a regional group of the Bulgarian nation, and Macedonian the second written variety, Western Bulgarian, of the Bulgarian language. The treaties contracted between Macedonia and Bulgaria reflect this disagreement in the quaint qualification added at their end, done in the official languages of the two states, the Macedonian language, in accordance with the Constitution of the Republic of Macedonia, and the Bulgarian language, in accordance with the Constitution of the Republic of Bulgaria. Macedonia was the poorest Yugoslav republic, hence the possibility that Bulgaria will become a 254 member of the European Union in 2007 caused 63,000 Macedonians to apply for Bulgarian citizenship and passports by late 2005. Macedonia's border with Serbia-Montenegro was settled in 2001, and in the same year, a near-civil war erupted when Macedonia's Albanians, displeased with their second-class citizen status, started an uprising. It is worthwhile to remark, however, that despite the various setbacks and frustrations on their way to recognized national statehood, the Macedonians never succumbed to unreflective Islamo- and Turcophobia. Hence, apart from the European section of Turkey, Macedonia is a rare area in the Balkans, where mosques, minarets, and other monuments of the Ottoman past largely escaped wholesale destruction gleefully perpetrated elsewhere in an effort to erase half a millennium of Turkish yoke. In Bosnia and Kosovo, the situation was similar until, in the 1990s, the post-Yugoslav wars and their aftermath wreaked havoc, also in regard of the Islamic and Ottoman monuments, in both regions. These monuments stood a good chance of survival in predominantly Muslim Albania, if Tirana had not abolished religion in 1967. The incessant struggle for the possession of historical Macedonia played out among Bulgaria, Serbia, Yugoslavia, Greece, and the Ottoman Empire, left 0.25 million to 0.35 million bewildered Slavophone peasants, who became subjects of the Greek king in 1913. Until that time, the region around Thessaloniki was mostly Slavophone. Athens dubbed them as Slavic-speaking Greeks, Sofia claimed as Bulgarians, Belgrade as South Serbians, and the Macedonian national movement as Macedonians. A discontent with the Greek linguistic domination had already been stoked up in the 1860s. French Catholic missionaries had promised them freedom of worship in their Slavic language. When these peasants' appeals to the Orthodox hierarchy for liturgy in Church Slavonic had fallen on flat ears, they had started one after another to declare themselves for Rome. Their principled stance came to nothing, because their region was not included in the Bulgarian Exarchate, hence Greek remained the sole language of social mobility for the Orthodox populace. One way out of this dilemma was conversion to Islam. In the 1940s, there were 41,000 Slavic speakers in northern Greece. But beginning in the mid-19th century, the Patriarchate of Constantinople allowed for the publication of Slavic religious books in Greek letters, which were printed mainly in Salonik, Thessaloniki. A vernacular Slavic translation of the Gospels came off the press in 1852. In this manner, an unexpected Greek script-based Aegean Macedonian language coalesced. French Catholic missionaries hoped to turn this situation to their advantage, and in 1925, published a Slavic primer in the Latin script in Athens. But the Orthodox hierarchy did not allow use of this textbook in schools, and the Slavophone Orthodox faithful were not interested in it either. Having observed this failure, the Greek communist movement, which concentrated in the north thanks to aid flowing from the 255 Yugoslav communists, published Aegean Macedonian brochures and periodicals in Cyrillic. After a savage civil war, the anti-communist government defeated the communist guerrillas in 1949. Greek and Aegean Macedonian-speaking communist refugees fled to the Soviet bloc. They could not go to Yugoslavia because of the country's ideological conflict with the Soviet Union, which had unfolded in 1948. The communist guerrillas from Greece sided with the Soviets. During the 1950s, the cultural life of the Aegean Macedonians revived in Poland and Romania. Grammars of their language were published in Bucharest, 1953, and Warsaw, 1956. Besides a different dialectal basis, the Bulgarian-style Cyrillic also differentiated Aegean Macedonian from Standard Macedonian. In the 1970s, many of Aegean Macedonian refugees left for Yugoslavia's Macedonia, and after Greece joined the European communities in 1981, also for this country. In 1985, the Latin-based primer of 1925 was reprinted in Skopje. Yugoslav Macedonia successfully claimed the tradition of Aegean Macedonian for Standard Macedonian. An Aegean Macedonian periodical, which published in Greece between 1996 and 1998, was printed one issue in Greek and another in Standard Macedonian, Banak 1984, 328, Dimitrov Skiatal 1978, 57, Dulichenko 2004, 8-9, 376, Jakeski 1981, Eberhardt 1996, 283, 312, Frusch 2000, 264, 308-309, 889, Hanzik etal 2001, 373-374, Janik and Gruel 2002, 31, 166-168, Koneski 1980, Lersplawinski 1949, 44, Magoxi 2002, 6, 12, 85, 87, 98, 115, 200, Mazur 2005, 243, McCarthy 1997, 109-110, 316-317. Myadinsky 2000, 197, 202-203, Moshinsky 2006, 37, Polton 2003, 120-122, Price 1998, 314-315, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 189, 470, Riklik and Kuba 2003, 56 to 58, 71, 224 to 227, 235, 326 to 327, 331 to 332, 339 to 340, 343 to 348, 353 to 354, 356, 359 to 364, 378 to 379, Sietkowska 1992, 288, Sugar 1977, 32, 44 to 45. Greek. An overview of the Balkan languages and their uses at the hands of nationalists would not be complete without a short glance at Greek and Turkish. Greek was the official language of the eastern half of the Roman Empire and then of Byzantium until the fall of Constantinople, 1453. Latin, as the official language of the entire empire, survived in Byzantium until the 8th century. It was an uneasy cohabitation, as Greeks used their language as the measure of cultural and political excellence since the antiquity. Those who could not speak it were barbarians, or literally, babblers. The Roman conquerors of Greek city-states adopted this Greek conception of cultural superiority as their own, but retained Greek as the ultimate symbol of sophistication after the subsequent elevation of Latin to the unprecedented position of the official language of the Roman Empire. In the course of the 9th century, when Church Slavonic replaced Greek in the First Bulgarian Empire, 893, Greek was made into the symbol of cultural superiority of Byzantium over Latin Western. 256. Christianity. After the Ottoman takeover, Greek survived as a language of the Orthodox Church, commerce and administration in Greek-speaking areas from Egypt to western Anatolia, the southern littoral of the Black Sea and the Crimea, from Attica to Crete and Cyprus, and from Epirus to Sicily. In the 1710s, Greek also became the official language of Wallachia and Moldavia, following the establishment of the Phanariot administration in the provinces. Greek also encroached at the cost of Church Slavonic in the Orthodox Slavophone areas of the Balkans, after the abolishment of the Slavophone archbishoprics of Pec, Ipek, and Ari, in 1766 and 1767, respectively. The former preserved the last vestiges of the Serbian Patriarchate and the latter of Bulgarian. Practically, by the end of the 18th century, Greek had become the sole official language of the Orthodox Millet. All Orthodox Christians, whatever their ethno-linguistic background, might be subjected to the jurisdiction of the Patriarchate of Constantinople, in the Ottoman Empire. Accordingly, all the members of the Millet, including Arab Christians, were recorded as Greeks, literally, Romans, in Ottoman censuses. Apart from replacing Orthodox Christianity with Islam as the state religion, the Ottoman Empire, which succeeded Byzantium, kept the ideas of empire and Caesaropapism, elements of the Byzantine administration, and often the Greek versions of place names. The name of Constantinople remained the same, though rendered as Konstantinia in agreement with Ottoman, Old Turkish, pronunciation. It was changed into Istanbul only in 1930 after the Republic of Turkey had replaced the Ottoman Empire. Similarly, the European section of the empire, largely coterminous with the Roman prefecture of Illyricum, was known as Rumeli, and the traditional Turkic name of Anatolia was Rum, alluding to the Rum Empire of the Turkic Seljuks, which was weakened by a Mongolian onslaught in the 1240s and disappeared at the beginning of the 14th century. Both names, Rumeli and Rum, meant the country of the Romans. Romeoi, Romans, was the self-ethnonym of the Byzantine Greeks, not the ancient appellation Hellenes, which, beginning in the 3rd century, had come to mean pagans. By extension, all the Orthodox Christians in the Ottoman Empire, organized into a separate millet, were termed Romans, despite the different idioms they happened to speak. In Ottoman, the Orthodox millet was known as the Rum millet, or the Roman millet, though in Western literature it is simplistically referred to as the Orthodox millet. In the legalese of the Byzantine Empire, Romneoi was preferred to Romeoi. The former term is the literal Greek translation of the Latin sobriquet Romans, while the latter its corrupted form, used in the vernacular. The Byzantines drew the line between themselves and the inhabitants of the Holy Roman Empire or Western Christians in general, calling the latter Latins. The appellation Hellenes was reintroduced in the 1820s, during the Greek Revolt, or Greek Revolution from the Greek point of view, and in the name 257 of independent Greece, Hellata, 1832. It was the aptly named Philhellenes of Western Europe and Russia, enchanted by the long-gone glories of ancient Greece, who inspired and aided the founding of the first ever independent Balkan nation-state. The ethnonym Hellenes was officially used in the name of independent Greece, which, in 1833, was overhauled into a Hellenic kingdom, ironically, with the Catholic monarch at its helm, and received its autocephalous Orthodox Eastern Apostolic Church of Greece. But the self-ethnonym Romans, championed by the Patriarch of Constantinople for denoting Greeks, and other non-Greek speaking Orthodox under the Patriarchate's jurisdiction, living outside independent Greece, survived among the Greeks well into the 20th century, and can be heard even today. The usage also came handy to the proponents of the megal idea, great idea, which emerged in the 1830s. They hoped to create a true Greek nation-state with the capital in Constantinople, which would coincide with the territory of the Hellenic Empire of Alexander the Great, and of Byzantium. The Ottoman designation of the empire's all-Orthodox Christians as Romans seemed to legitimize these Greek national hopes of expansion nicely. Understandably, the constitutions of independent Greece invariably identified Hellenes as the native Orthodox population, irrespective of language. Hence, for all practical purposes, beginning in the 1830s, the ethnonyms Hellenes and Romans became largely synonymous in Greek political vocabulary. However, among Greek speakers, Hellene became the synonym of an active pro-independence urbanite, while Roman of a passive peasant or a supporter of Ottomanism. Initially, Greeks used numerous names to refer to themselves, often regional and derived from the names of their respective city-states and regions. 35 What separated them were different dialects, closely related languages, produced by the successive waves of Greek, Indo-European, settlement in the first half of the second millennium BCE. Hellene was the name of the chief of a Thessalian tribe, first recorded in Homeric writings, dated to the 9th century BCE. Later, this tribe went by his name, and by the 6th century BCE, Hellenes evolved into the overreaching self-ethnonym employed by all the Greeks in the antiquity. Earlier, as recorded in Homer's Iliad, the Greek allied forces had gone under three different, though synonymous names of Achaeans, Argioi, and Danaans. Similarly, the self-ethnonym of Ottomans stems from the name of Sultan Osman I, reigned 1281–1324, who, in northwestern Anatolia, founded his polity squeezed between Byzantium and the Mongol-controlled Sultanate of Iconium of the Seljuk Turks. English Greeks, Czech Rikov, German Grecian Magyar Gorog, Polish G. Greci, or Slovak Greki stem from Latin Greci, which the Romans of Rome employed to refer to Greeks. The etymology of this ethnonym is unclear. Aristotle, 384–322 BCE, opined that it was derived from Graikoi, or the original self-ethnonym of the Greeks of Epirus. It is probable that Greek colonists from Euboea brought this appellation to Italy, Grycia. 258. Magna or Greater Greece. 36 A Boeotian tribe, which migrated to Italy in the 8th century BCE, went by the name Graikos. The Latin usage of Gryci became the usual appellation for Greeks in Western Christianity. By contrast, people living east of the Greeks dubbed them as Hauna, Armenian, Yawan, Hebrew, Yavan, Modern Hebrew, Yavnat, Sanskrit, Yunan, Arabic, Syriac, Hindi, Unani, Turkish, Indonesian. This ethnonym is derived from Ionia, the Greek-speaking coast of Asia Minor, which, in antiquity, was the theater of Greek-Persian wars, and became the Persian designation for Greeks, ya. From this Persian form, the other were derived. Hellene became the ethnonym from which the name of Greeks was coined in these languages that did not have a name for them, or which were standardized in the 20th century. For example, Hellas in Norwegian, Hy Lap in Vietnamese, or Zilla in Chinese. Georgian Bergini for Greeks is a rare example of local neologism, coined from Georgian word-wise. This coinage reflected the fact that Greeks had the technology of writing, which Georgians borrowed from them. In later antiquity, not only did one have to speak in Greek, not to appear a barbarian to Greeks, but also be able to write, preferably in Greek characters. The Greek revolt of the 1820s, which simultaneously erupted in the Peloponnesus, Attica, and the Danubian principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia, though concluded with the successful founding of independent Greece, marked the onset of the decline of the Phanariots and the Greek language in the Ottoman Empire. The Phanariot administration was terminated in Wallachia and Moldavia, where Wallachian, Romanian, replaced Greek as the official language. In Constantinople, Armenian supplanted Greeks as the predominant element in banking. The Greek merchant communities lost their special position, often to Bulgarian merchants, increasingly commissioned to supply for state and military needs. The final blow was dealt to the Greek dream of uniting most of the lands encompassed by the Patriarchate of Constantinople in a future Greater Greece, when in 1870, the Sultan agreed to the establishment of an extensive Bulgarian exarchate. At the same time, the Hellenization of the Kingdom of Greece proceeded apace. For instance, the predominantly Albanian-speaking character on the Peloponnesus was altered by the 1830s. Albanian speakers were mostly Muslim, so many were massacred, expelled and harassed to leave, on a par with Muslim Turks. As all Orthodox usually appeared to the Ottoman eye as Greeks, and Western Europeans as Franks, Greeks saw all Turks, Albanians and Arabs united in Islam as Turks. Despite this ethnic cleansing, the number of remaining Orthodox Albanian speakers necessitated the 1858 reprint of the 1827 Tosk Albanian translation of the New Testament in Greek letters. The Ottoman Empire brought to the Balkans the tradition of trilingual literacy unified by the common Arabic script. In matters religious, Muslims used Arabic, the holy language of the Quran. For pleasure, they wrote, recited, and read poems and stories in Persian, which enjoyed the highest prestige among the urban elite. 259. Of the Ottoman state. Administration was carried out in Ottoman, Old Turkish. Ottoman, Osmanlika, was the official designation of this language. First, due to a plethora of lexical and syntactical loans from Arabic and Persian, Ottoman was far removed from the Turkish vernacular of the Anatolian peasants. Second, the Ottoman administrators did not consider it appropriate to compare their Ottoman language with the base speech, Turkish, of the common folk. The prestige of Ottoman, the slow influx of Turkic speakers to the Balkans, and concomitant Islamicization of many non-Turkic speakers translated into numerous Turkic, Arabic, and Persian linguistic loans in other languages spoken in the European section of the Ottoman Empire, including Greek. Greek is an Indo-European language, an isolate like Albanian or Armenian. Although the first remaining Greek texts date back to the second half of the second millennium BCE, Greek as a codified written language, complete with its own specific Greek script, emerged in Attica, the region of Athens, during the 5th century BCE, when the city gained the dominant position among the Greek city-states. Attic rapidly gained prominence and overshadowed other Greek dialects and their nascent traditions of literacy, due to Athens's economic, military, and political power. Attic became Koine, common dialect, of all the Greeks. Later, Attic Greek was accepted as the language of the court in the Kingdom of Macedonia, and in the wake of Alexander the Great's conquests, it evolved into the lingua franca of the Hellenic East. With centuries, literary Attic used for writing books ossified and the written Koine used for everyday administration changed following the spoken vernacular. This resulted in diglossia that persists among the Greeks to this day. In the 3rd century BCE, the Old Testament was translated into Attic Greek for the sake of Greek-speaking Jews outside Palestine, who were no longer able to read their scriptures in the original Hebrew. This translation is known as the Septuagint. In Latin, Septuaginta means 70, because the legend holds that 70 translators were commissioned to do this translation. When Christianity was accepted as the state religion in the Roman Empire in 380 AD, this fortified the divergence between written and spoken Greek in the Eastern Empire. The New Testament was written in revernacularized Koine, but Attic persisted as the official language of the court and aristocracy in Byzantium. After the collapse of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century, Greek replaced Latin in most official usages. Books continued to be written in Atticizing Greek, while saints' lives, intended for popular reading, were committed to parchment in contemporary though archaizing Koine. Meanwhile, the vernacular diverged from the two written standards ever more. After the fall of Constantinople, written Atticizing, Byzantine, Greek remained a language of the Orthodox Church and of the Greek-speaking elite in Constantinople. The first printed book in this language was published in 1526. Spoken Greek changed rapidly, absorbing numerous 260 Italian and Ottoman lexical and even syntactic loans. Greek-speaking Muslims also wrote in their vernacular, but with the use of Arabic letters. During the 15th and 16th centuries, the first paraphrases of the Holy Scriptures into the vernacular appeared in the Greek-speaking areas controlled by Venice and Genoa. In 1536, one of them was published in Venice. At that time, the Greek of the Septuagint was 1,800 years old, and that of the New Testament 1,500. Thus, to understand the Bible, a Greek speaker had to study the Greek of the Holy Writ as a foreign language. In the 16th and 17th centuries, Catholic and Protestant missionaries translated New Testament into the vernacular for the purposes of proselytizing, which obviously entailed the Orthodox Church's condemnation of such translations. Under the influence of Protestant thought, the Patriarch of Constantinople, Kyrillos Lucaris, Cyril Lucaris, 1572–1638, recognized the need of translating the Bible into the vernacular. He encouraged the monk Maximos of Gallipoli, Maximus Callipolites, died in 1633, to undertake this translation. In 1638, this translation was published in Genoa, at the expense of the Dutch government, with a preface in the vernacular by Lucaris. The learned monk Melitio Sirigos, 1590–1664, vehemently opposed Maximos's translation, remarking that any vernacular translation of the original Greek Bible was not canonical. On the same ground, the Catholic Church discouraged translating the Vulgate, the Latin translation of the Bible done in the 4th century, into vernaculars until the Reformation, 15th to 16th centuries. The Church Slavonic translation of the Holy Scripture retained its paramount position until the end of the 18th century in Wallachia and Moldavia, and by the second half of the 19th century among Orthodox Slavs, and to this day, solely the Arabic original of the Quran is canonical among Muslims, whatever languages they may happen to speak. Other translations followed that of Maximos, but they never gained similar popularity. That is why, the monk, Seraphim of Mytilene, presented his translation as a revision of that by Maximos. It was published in London, 1703, and eventually cost him his life, because his Orthodox opponents had him arrested and exiled to Siberia, where he died in 1735. A genuine revised edition of Maximos's translation, done under the supervision of the Royal Society of Prussia, came off the press in Halle, 1710. In 1810, the British and Foreign Bible Society republished it in London for the sake of missionary campaign, conducted by Protestant churches among the Ottoman Empire's Greeks during the first 2 decades of the 19th century. The Orthodox hierarchy condemned it as the Protestant Bible. The founding of independent Greece with its center in Attica intensified the controversy over the translation of the Bible into the vernacular. In line with the logic of ethnic nationalism, it was obvious that Greek was to replace Ottoman as the official language of the new nation-state. The question was, which kind of Greek? The Phanariot elite of Constantinople, who seized control of Greece, introduced Byzantine Greek as the official language. 261. The Paris-based Greek nationalist and scholar, Adamantios Korais, 1743–1833, who despised the orthodox Byzantine tradition, followed Western European Philhellens in their belief that modern Greece should be rebuilt on the basis of ancient Greece's classical tradition, seen as the cradle of European civilization and embodiment of liberty. To this end, Korais commenced in 1805 the publication of exemplary editions of Greek classics. In his efforts, he fell back on the corpus of Greek ancient writing translated into Latin between the 14th and 16th centuries, and often published in bilingual editions. Inevitably, he saw classical Attic Greek of the 5th century BCE as the only appropriate model for Standard Greek. But he also realized the wide gap of incomprehensibility between it and Demotic, Ghymoteiki, or the language of the common people, which in Greek was referred to then as Romaic, or the Roman language. Korais proposed that Standard Greek should be formed gradually by taking the vernacular and purifying it of Turkish loans and regional dialect features, because he believed that only classicizing, Atticizing, form of Greek would express and preserve eternal values of ancient Greece. This normative approach produced katharevosa, purifying language, but this influential form of Greek has never been properly codified. The tradition of Demotic Greek dates back to the first Demotic grammar, 1814, Rome, that laid down norms for a Standard Greek based on spoken dialects. Then, only in 1888, the first novel written in Demotic was published. The Greek Orthodox Church and the Phanariot elite perceived users of both Katharevosa and Demotic as enemies of Christianity and the Greek nation-state. Korais's protege, Neophytos Vambas, 1770–1855, translated the Bible. The Holy Synod of the Church summarily condemned this translation published by the British and Foreign Bible Society, the New Testament in 1832, and the Old Testament in 1840, and Vambas found himself an outcast, branded as a Protestant. During the 1870s, Queen Olga of Greece, 1851–1926, with the tacit agreement of the Synod, commissioned a slightly demoticized Katharevosa translation of the Bible to improve the chances that an average Greek could read it. Eventually, the Synod needed its approval, but this translation was published in 1900. The first ever Demotic translation of the Gospels, carried out by Alexander Pallas, 1851–1835, and published in 1901, triggered the infamous Gospel riots, Evangelica. This served as an excuse to impose a ban on the use of any translations of the Bible, which was not repealed until 1924. Despite 30 further renderings of the Bible produced in the 20th century, the Greek Orthodox Church still prescribes the use of the ancient Greek translation of the Bible. It is as if the Vulgate were the only translation of the Bible officially available to French, Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese Catholics. Not surprisingly, the Greek Orthodox Church is the preserve of Byzantine Greek and Katharevosa. Interestingly, no negative emotions were raised by the 1878 Demotic translation of the Quran for the use of Greek-speaking Muslims. This agreed with the line of 262. Greek nationalism. It was preferable that Muslims living in Greece should use more Greek in mosques than Arabic or Ottoman. Most poetry and fiction has been written in Demotic since the 1880s, but Katharevosa prevailed in administration and public life. In 1909, it replaced Byzantine Greek in the educational system. The use of Demotic was allowed in elementary schools in the periods 1917 to 1921, 1923 to 1935, and 1936 to 1964. In 1964, Demotic replaced Katharevosa in the entire educational system, and was put on equal footing with the latter in public life. The imposition of the military dictatorship 3 years later reversed all these changes and led to the banishment of Demotic even from elementary education. The dictatorship ended in 1974, and 2 years later, Demotic became the language of administration and the sole language of instruction in schools. The period of diglossia ended, as well as the 20th century penchant for associating Katharevosa with the political right and Demotic with the political left. However, Katharevosa persists in the law, the army, and the church. Also, Byzantine Greek has not disappeared yet, as the Greek Orthodox liturgy is conducted in this language. But the future belongs to Demotic. Greece acceded to the European communities in 1981, and since then Demotic has been one of the official languages of the communities, overhauled into the European Union in 1993. In 1901, a 4-volume dictionary of Demotic came off the press, and after a long gap of 40 years an officially endorsed extensive grammar of Demotic came up in 1941. So far, however, no authoritative multi-volume dictionary of Demotic has been published. In this respect, Greek shares the situation with many other official languages of the Balkans. From the political vantage, the territory of the Greek nation-state expanded in stages. In 1864, the British passed the Ionian Islands to Athens. In 1881, 1913, and 1920, Athens gained most of contemporary northern Greece and the Aegean Islands from the Ottoman Empire. Crete gained independence from the Ottomans in 1898 and joined Greece in 1913. Finally, Italy transferred the Dodecanese Islands to Athens in 1947. The construction of the Greek nation-state with the use of the ethnic principle of religious and linguistic homogeneity meant a policy of national and linguistic assimilation directed at the speakers of Albanian, Slavic, Vlach, and Turkish, to whom Athens refers as non-Greek speaking Greeks. After the 1923 failure of the Greek offensive in western Anatolia, known as the catastrophe in Greek nationalist historiography, which was intended to deliver a greater Greece in agreement with the Great Idea, the use of Greek in Turkey shrank to some districts in Istanbul. The Treaty of Lausanne, 1923, provided for the expulsion of Orthodox, usually Greek-speaking, but some spoke Turkish too, from Turkey to Greece, and of Muslims, mostly Turkish-speaking, though some spoke in Greek, from Greece to Turkey. As a follow-up, an action of the Hellenization of Slavic personal names was undertaken in 1936. The Greek language gradually became another badge of 263. Greek national identity, but its utility was limited by the ongoing disagreement on which version of Greek is real Greek. Although the question has been largely settled by now, it is orthodoxy, which continues to be the basis of the Helleno-Christian civilization, as the Greek Prime Minister stated in 1981. Only under the European Union's pressure, the indication of one's religion was removed from Greek ID cards and passports as late as 2001. This happened despite the vociferous opposition of the Greek Orthodox Church, which likes to present itself as the savior of the Greek language during the 4 centuries of slavery suffered by the Greek people under Turks. All the extant dialects of Greek stem from the Attic Koine. The only survivor of other ancient Greek dialects is Tsakonian, name derived from Laconia, or the region of Sparta, or the Doric vernacular of Sparta, today Sparti, still spoken by 200 to 3,000 persons. Spartan and Attic were different already 2,500 years ago, so Tsakonian and modern Greek are mutually incomprehensible, and for all practical purposes, separate languages. The decline of other ancient city-states vis-a-vis Athens, accompanied by the rise of Attic as the virtually sole, despite the brief, 67-year-long standoff between Katharevosa and Demotic, standard of all the Greek speakers, accounts for the fact that, unlike Latin, Greek survived as a unified language. Only if several alternative Greek centers of power had arisen on the ashes of Byzantium, as France, Italy, Spain, and Portugal did when the Western Roman Empire disappeared, new languages could have stemmed from Byzantine Greek. The special case is posed by Cyprus. This linguistically mixed, Greek Turkish island was a British colony between 1878 and 1960. Greek and Turkish became co-official languages of independent Cyprus. The constitution defined Orthodox Cypriots as Greeks and Muslim Cypriots as Turks, irrespective of language. The Archbishop of the Cyprus Orthodox Church became president of independent Cyprus, and was referred to in Greek as the Ethnarch, meaning the father of the Greek nation in Cyprus. The ensuing Greek-Turkish tension flared up in military conflict in 1963, 1965, and 1967. In 1974, the last gamble at creating a Greater Greece brought down the dictatorship in Athens, and precipitated a Turkish intervention, which has left Cyprus divided to this day. Until 1989, English remained the language of law courts in Greek Cyprus, and the translation of Cyprus laws from English into Greek lasted from 1988 to 1996. Cyprus's Greek vernacular is a Greek dialect that differs most from Standard Greek, which Greek Cypriots have to learn at school. Although entire Cyprus joined the European Union in 2004, in practice, solely the Greek section enjoys this membership. In addition, Turkish has not been made into another official language of the Union, which downplays the official bilingualism of undivided Cyprus. Bibline Modern Greek 2004, Burke 2004, X, Chrysolaris 2004, 42, 46, 55, 59, Deeds 2000, Drews 1988, 39-40, 198-199, Frush 2000, 309, Hradikny 1999, Janik and Gruel 2002, 93, 98, Jelavic and Barbara 1977, 40, 48, 51, 71, 77-78, 316, Lewis 1963, X, Magoxy 2002, 6,58, 172, Mazur 2005, 21, 244, 264. McCarthy 1997, 37-38, 45, 73, 129, 338-339, Names of the Greeks 2006, Oxford English Dictionary Online 2004, Politikos and Geophysicos Cartas Elitas 1999, Price 1998, 215-221, 472, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 200-201, 467-469, Ronner 1986, 283-284, Rees 2002, 11, Sugar 1977, 45-46, Carey 2004, Trudgill 2000, 243, 247-250, 255. Turkish, Gagaz, Tatar, and Karaim. Turkish belongs to a group of about 40 Turkic languages, all of which are closely related to one another. They are spoken by 155 million people as native languages, spreading over a landscape extending from Eastern Europe, southern Russia, Moldova, the Balkans, and Anatolia to Kazakhstan, Central Asia, Siberia and northwestern China. The Turkic languages are as close to one another as the Slavic ones, which makes the question of whether they are languages or dialects into a heated political issue. Thus, there is a considerable degree of mutual comprehensibility between the Turkic languages. Turkish, and Ottoman, with Azeri, spoken in Azerbaijan and Iran's region of Azerbaijan, Gagaz, spoken in Moldova and the Balkans, and Turkmen of Turkmenistan form the Oghuz, derived from Turkic OK for arrow or tribe, or southern group of the Turkic languages. The Kipchak, derived from Iranian Kip for red or blonde and -Cak for Scyth, or western group, comprises Tatar and Karaim, among others, and Cumans in the past. The speakers of Central, Northern, and Eastern Turkic languages live mostly in Asia and are of no interest to us in this study. The earliest Turkic inscriptions written in the Sogdian Runic scripts survive in Mongolia and date back to the 8th century. From the 9th to the 13th century, Turkic texts were produced in the Brahmi, Tibetan, and Uyghur scripts. The subsequent conversion of the majority of the Turkic peoples to Islam entailed the use of the Arabic alphabet. Until the 20th century, the role of religion in deciding which script tone employed for writing had been most significant. That is why, in Anatolia and elsewhere on the territory of the former Ottoman Empire, non-Muslim speakers and users of Turkic left a considerable body of writings committed to parchment and paper in the Armenian, Cyrillic, Georgian, Greek Hebrew, Latin, and Syriac alphabets as well. The significance of the Turkish languages for Europe and Asia is emphasized by the fact that, for instance, Turkish is spoken by 50 million persons, Azeri by 23 million, Tatar by 7 million, and Turkmen by 6 million. However, the etymology of the ethnonym Turk, Turk in Turkic, recorded for the first time by a Chinese scribe in the 6th century, remains as obscure as that of Albanian. Turkic speakers like to derive their ethnonym from the Turkish word Turk for strength, might, power, but most linguists disagree. They presented a staggering variety of alternatives, which, among others, propose that Turk stems from Turkic words for the most honorable place in a yurt, law, custom, idol, to be. 265. Born, headdress, or helmet. In 1190, a Crusader chronicle referred to the territories gained by the Seljuk Turks in Anatolia at the cost of Byzantium, as Turkey. Since that time, Christian Europeans colloquially applied this designation to the Seljuk Empire of Rome, and its successor, the Ottoman Empire. Not unlike in the case of Greek, there existed similar diglossia in the use of Turkish in the Ottoman Empire. The elite used the heavily Arabianized and Persianized Ottoman, Old Turkish, for administration and politics. This language stood in stark contrast to the Turkic vernacular of the Anatolian peasant. The retreat of the Ottoman Empire from its richest provinces in the Balkans took place under the combined pressure of the modernized European powers and the ethnic nationalisms of the non-Turkish-speaking peoples. Since the mid-19th century, the Ottoman elite had realized that they needed to reform and industrialize the empire to save it from dissolution. At that time, they warmed to the technique of printing. Although the first printed Ottoman, Old Turkish, book was published in 1729, their religiously motivated high value placed on handwritten manuscripts prevented any earlier rise of printing in Ottoman. Until the mid-20th century, it was believed that the true Quran could be copied exclusively by hand. The reforms instituted by the Ottoman government did not provide any clear answer what to do about nationalism. The founding of the ethno-linguisticum religious nation-states of the Serbs, the Greeks, the Montenegrins, the Romanians, and the Bulgarians made this issue into an acute question, which could not be disregarded any longer. Some Ottoman officials proposed to overhaul the Ottoman subjects into the Ottoman nation on the basis of the common religion of Islam. This would still leave a considerable number of Christians and Jews outside the pale. In reply to this ideological predicament, at the beginning of the 20th century, ethnically construed Turkish nationalism came into the fore with the program of creating the Turkish nation complete with its homogeneously Turkish-speaking nation-state. Instead of working out an attractive alternative, which would preserve the empire, an influential section of the Ottoman ruling stratum turned Turkish nationalists took as their goal the model of ethno-linguistic nationalism already employed in the nation-states carved out from the empire's territory in the course of the 19th century. In the field of language, the first step was taken in the direction of Turkish nationalism, when a dictionary of Ottoman was published in 1874. It denoted this language by the novel name of Turkish. Earlier in 1842, the first Ottoman translation of the Quran was published in Cairo. It was possible because Egypt was merely under nominal Ottoman control at that time. Otherwise, the Sultan, in his religious role of caliph, would not have allowed this heretical publication. Prior to the mid-20th century, any translation of the Quran was deemed heretical, because it was believed that the sole language of Allah and His revelation could be only the classical Arabic of His Prophet Muhammad. 266. 570 to 632. The Ottoman translation of the Holy Book emphasized the beginning of the emergence of the Turkish language from the confessional and cultural Islamic commonality grounded in the Arabic language and script. Perhaps the impulse to undertake such novel initiative, which sharply clashed with their religious tradition of reading the Quran exclusively in the Arabic original, came from British India, where a Persian translation of the Holy Book came off the press in Calcutta, Kolkata, in 1837. 37. The Ottoman translation of the Quran was also a reply to the infiltration of the empire by the Ottoman translation of the New Testament that was published in Arabic characters in Paris and Constantinople, 1819-1826, to be followed by the translation of the Bible that was printed in Paris, 1827. Between 1875 and 1877, the 2 volumes of the officially approved Ottoman translation of the Quran came off the press in Constantinople. The gradual breakup of the Ottoman Empire took place at the end of World War I and immediately in its aftermath, when warfare continued throughout Anatolia, the Caucasus, and Central Asia. In 1922, the Turkish Grand National Assembly abolished the Sultanate, or the secular part of the Ottoman statehood. In the following year, the Republic of Turkey was founded, and in 1924, the Caliphate, or the religious part of the Ottoman statehood, was done away with. The capital of the new republic was moved from Constantinople, occupied by the Western powers, to Ankara, strategically located in the middle of the country. The city displayed another advantage to the new nationally minded elite: it was surrounded by the homogeneously Turkic-speaking and Muslim countryside, unlike Constantinople, populated by a medley of inhabitants speaking various languages and professing different religions. In addition, the multicultural Ottoman capital found itself extremely vulnerable, placed so close to the borders with potentially hostile Greece and Bulgaria. Although the Turkish form Istanbul had been popular since the 18th century, the official name of the city was changed from Constantinople to Istanbul only in 1930. Immediately, reforms commenced to overhaul Turkey into a modern and secular nation-state. One of the most important goals was to replace official Ottoman with the Turkish vernacular of the common people. At that time, it was thought that culture expressed through script and language determined development. In emulation of the Soviet Latinization campaign, which opened in 1923, the Arabic alphabet was replaced with the Latin one for writing the Turkish language, 1928. In propaganda, Moscow vilified the Arabic script as the cause and symbol of uncivilizedness, and also as an unnecessary hurdle on the way to modernization and progress. Ankara agreed with this Soviet reasoning, and the script change was extended to the traditional version of Arabic numerals, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which were replaced with the Western version obtaining in Antiqua, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Burke 2004, 13, Isieve 1979, 41-49, Martin 2001, 182-207, Price 1998, 472. 267. It was decided that besides changing the script, it was necessary to purify the Turkish language of Arabic and Persian elements, so as to truthfully reflect the vernacular. In 1932, the first Congress of the Turkish language convened in Constantinople, and the Turkish Language Society was founded. This society, in agreement with the official line of Turkish nationalism, propounded in 1935 the so-called Sun language theory that claimed Turkish as the language, the original source of all the other extant languages. This extreme kind of ethno-linguistic nationalism subsided after the death of the founder of the Turkish nation-state, Kemal Atatürk 1881–1938. Between 1939 and 1952, the Society published a 6-volume dictionary of spoken Turkish, which included a collection of materials on the vernacular gathered throughout Turkey in the 1920s and 1930s. This work provided the basis for compiling the standard one-volume dictionary of the Turkish language, which the Society compiled and published in 1945. Numerous reeditions followed. The proclaimed secular character of the Turkish state did not exclude the sphere of religion from the stipulations of the language reform. In 1932, the Turkish translation of the Quran in Latin characters came off the press in Istanbul. Only in 1959, was it allowed to republish the classical Ottoman translation of 1875 to 1877, but with the text transliterated into the Latin alphabet. Considerably earlier, the 1826 Ottoman translation of the Bible had been republished in Latin characters in 1941. But the translation of the Christian Holy Script into modern Turkish was printed only in 2001. From the 1950s to 1970s, several grammars of modern Turkish were produced abroad in English, German, Italian, and Russian, but no authoritative grammar of this language has been published in Turkish yet. At that time, the profound difference between Ottoman and modern Turkish was acknowledged too, and the first Ottoman Turkish dictionary came off the press in 1952. Further similar dictionaries have been published regularly with Ottoman entries in Arabic characters and Turkish ones in the Latin alphabet. To this day, Turkish lacks an authoritative multi-volume dictionary, though the first attempts at this task were made in the 1990s when a 4-volume dictionary was published between 1995 and 1996, and was followed by a 2-volume one in 1998. The question of language codification remains a highly politicized issue in Turkey. The left always strives for further reform and purification of the language, while the right and the military stand for the standard that stabilized in the mid-20th century, Haid 1954, 25, 28, Janik and Gruel 2002, 311-312, Law 2000, 48-52. On the international plane, the existence of the Turkish nation-state, complete with its own national language of Turkish, carried quite a weight, first in the 1920s, and again in the 1990s. In the first period, in 1926 and 1927, the Tatar intellectuals of Kazan, who had standardized their Turkic Tatar language earlier in the 1880s, proposed to create a new Turkic alphabet on the basis of the Azeri Latin script, developed in 1923. This would have produced a unified 268 standard language for all the Turkic speakers of the Soviet Union. As a result, they could become the second most numerous group after the Russians. To prevent this, the Kremlin ordered standardization of Azeri, Kazakh, Kyrgyz, Tatar, Turkmen, and Uzbek as separate languages, complete with their different kinds of the Latin alphabet. Not surprisingly, further national development led to the building of separate nations, which were officially called nationalities, not some unified, pan-Turkic nation. In 1928 to 1932, the Latinization of languages in the Soviet Union became ideologically suspect on many counts. In the case of the Turkic languages, the final straw was the adoption of the Latin script for writing newly standardized Turkish in Turkey, which bordered on the Soviet Union. The danger was that through the instrument of this largely common, excepting minor differences in diacritic characters, Latin script, Ankara could claim the still not constructed nations of the Azeris, the Kazakhs, the Kyrgyzs, the Turkmens, and the Uzbeks for a larger Great Turkish nation. The 1918 foray of Ottoman troops to the Russian Caucasus was still remembered. Finally, Moscow stopped the Latinization campaign in 1933. Then the Soviet authorities replaced the new Latin alphabets devised for writing the languages of the Soviet Union with Cyrillic counterparts in the second half of the 1930s and at the beginning of the 1940s. Following the breakup of the Soviet Union, with the notable exception of Kazakhstan, all the new Turkic-speaking nation-states of Azerbaijan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan adopted various kinds of the Latin script for their respective national languages in the 1990s and at the beginning of the 21st century. Ankara, seizing this opportunity, subsidized these changes, which brought back the languages closer to Latin-based Turkish. On the advice of the Turkish Language Society, the idea of creating a common Turkic language for all the Turkic speakers was rekindled in Turkey, and remained popular there until the mid-1990s. The Turkish government commenced a wide-ranging political and diplomatic campaign to this end, but this effort failed as the new nation-states stuck to their specific Turkic national languages. However, some grassroots groups still continue appealing for adoption of a universal Turkish alphabet for all the Turkic languages. Some interest in this project remains in Azerbaijan, as the Azeri language is largely mutually comprehensible with Turkish. In the second half of the 1990s, Turkey resigned from its ambitious plans of a common Turkic language, and a common Turkic alphabet, recognizing that the post-Soviet Caucasus and Central Asia remain Russia's sphere of influence, near abroad. Ankara's pan-Turkic rhetoric annoyed the Kremlin, and could entail a clamp on Turkish economic expansion in both regions. Turkey subsided, but as the richest Turkic state, it continues to subsidize cultural activities in other Turkic states, as well as welcome students from these states to Turkish universities. However, when in 2002, the Russian Duma frustrated the decision of autonomous Tatarstan to adopt the Latin alphabet for the Tatar language by 269. Legislating that languages native to the territory of the Russian Federation must be written exclusively in Cyrillic, Ankara did not demur. Turkey remains more vocative on the issue of divided Cyprus. Although this island state was divided in 1974, this fait accompli was not recognized by the international community. This means that the provision of decolonized Cyprus's 1960 constitution making Greek and Turkish into co-official languages, de jure remains in power. In practice, the use of Turkish remains limited to road signs in the Greek section of the island, but Turkish is the official language in the Turkish zone of Cyprus. Unfortunately, in breach of not recognizing the effects of the 1974 division, Turkish was not made into an official language of the European Union. After Cyprus acceded the Union in 2004, Esposito et al. 1995, 241, Grimes 1996, 468, 792, 795, Landa and Kellner Heinkel 2001, 127 to 130, Lewis 1963, X, 10, 13, Majwiz 1989, 49 to 50, Martin 2001, 186 to 194, 207, Carey 2004, Roy 2000, 76 to 77, Smith 1998, 128 to 129, 141, Tryjarski 1995, 71 to 74, 90 to 98. In Europe, the language closest to Turkish is Gagauz of Moldova. The Gagauzes are Turkic-speaking Orthodox Christians. There are many theories on the origin of the Gagauzes. The one most widely accepted by scholars maintains that they are descendants of the originally Oghuz Turkic population of Dobruja. In 1262, the Byzantine Emperor, Michael VIII Palaeologus, reigned 1261 to 1282, gave control over a portion of this region to the Seljuk Sultan, Kikavas II, Is al-Din Kaykaz, who had fled before the advancing Mongols. The ethnonym Gagauz is perhaps derived from Kikavas. Because Kikavas's ersatz polity was located within Byzantium's borders, he had no choice, but in return recognized the dominant position of orthodoxy, and the ecclesiastical jurisdiction of the Patriarch of Constantinople. Nowadays, Gagauzes live in Moldova, Ukraine, and Bulgaria, numbering 160,000, 32,000, and 1,500, respectively. 20,000 more are scattered in Macedonia and Greece. Although some texts in their vernacular, written with the use of Greek characters, survive, their language was used largely at home and in their local communities. In public life, they employed the official languages, which used to be Russian, Romanian, and Moldovan in the 19th and 20th century depending on the period. Although the first Gagauz book was printed in Greek characters in Vienna in 1810, The continuous tradition of Gagauz literacy developed in Moldavia during the late Tsarist period and under Romanian rule in the interwar period thanks to a dedicated Bessarabian Orthodox priest, Mihail Chakir, Mikhail Chair, 1861–1938. He translated the Old Testament into Gagauz, published in 1907, and during the 1920s and 1930s, compiled the first Gagauz dictionary and grammar and wrote a brief history of the Gagauzes. Before 1918, he employed the Greek alphabet, and later, the Latin alphabet, also used for writing in Romanian and Turkish. After World War II, Romania's Bessarabia was made into Soviet Moldavia. From the official perspective, Gagauz remained an unwritten language though. 270. Orthodox Gagauz priests and their few literate faithful preferred to write their language in the Greek alphabet, symbolic of their faith. Similarly, the over 100,000 strong population of Orthodox Turkic speakers from central and southern Anatolia, or the Karamanlis, jotted down their vernacular in Greek letters before they were expelled to Greece in 1924. In 1957, the Soviet Moldavian authorities adopted a Cyrillic alphabet for writing the Gagauz language, and it was even the medium of instruction in Gagauz schools for the short period between 1958 and 1961. The first book, collection of poetry, in Cyrillic-based Gagauz was published in 1964, and prior to the breakup of the Soviet Union 40 more followed, including a Gagauz Moldavian dictionary, 1973, Moscow. A revival of Gagauz nationalism took place at the end of the 1980s. Its strongly linguistic dimension is visible in the title of the first ever Gagauz periodical, the weekly Ana Sozu, Mother Tongue, which started publishing in 1988. In 1990, a Surgine pro-independence Moldavian nationalism, which included a vague proposal of uniting the country with Romania, incited Gagauz irregulars to take up arms. But the swift intervention of Soviet Interior Ministry troops prevented any serious skirmishes. After the demise of the Soviet Union, 1991, there were no troops of this kind to stop a full-scale war between Moldovans and Russian speakers of separatist Transnistria, in 1992. Gagauzes, like these Russian speakers, were afraid of the imposition of Moldovan as the official language. Only 4% of Gagauzes could speak Moldovan, as opposed to 73% with a good command of Russian. Chisinau realized that only cultural and political concessions could restore peace in Moldavia's poorest southern region. In 1991, the first ever Gagauz University was founded in Comrat, and a Latin script-based Gagauz Turkish dictionary came off the press in Ankara. In 1993, the Moldovan authorities approved a Latin alphabet for Gagauz, as developed by the Turkish Language Society of Ankara. It was slightly altered in 2000. In 1995, the Gagauzes obtained their territorial autonomous unit of Gagauz Yeri, literally, Gagauz land, with the capital in Comrat. They adopted Gagauz, Moldovan, and Russian as co-official languages of Gagauz Yeri. Most education in this region is conducted via the medium of Russian, but in 1993, Ankara facilitated the opening Ofa High School with Gagauz and English as the languages of instruction, and numerous Gagauz students continue their education at Turkish universities. Bearing in mind that Moldova is Europe's poorest state, any development in Gagauz Yeri will have to be bankrolled by Turkey in the foreseeable future. Not surprisingly, it was the Stockholm-based Institute for Bible Translation, which reprinted Chakir's 1907 translation of the Old Testament, transliterated into Cyrillic, during the early 1990s, and sponsored the translation of the New Testament, which was published in 2006 in Moscow in two versions, one in Latin characters and the other in Cyrillic. Grimes 1996, 497, King 1999, 209–223, Magoxi 2002, 201, McCarthy 1997, 22. 271. Tatar and Karaim belong to the Kipchak group of the Turkic languages. The Kipchuks were a nomadic ethnic group, who, during the 9th century, settled the steppe area extending east of the Carpathians, along the north coast of the Black Sea to the mouth of the Volga flowing into the Caspian Sea. In Church Slavonic sources they were known as Polovci, blonde-yellow-haired, while in Latin they were referred to as Cumans. The former name was given as Palich in Magyar, and Valwen in Germanic. The Latin name Cumans is derived from the self-ethnonym Kun, which in turn, stems from Turkic Chu for blonde and yellow-haired. Hence, the Church Slavonic ethnonym is a direct translation of the Cumanic self-ethnonym. In the 13th century, Mongols conquered their lands and incorporated them into their Golden Horde. Some Cumans, who had already served as mercenaries in Hungary's army, left for the country. The Hungarian king, Ladislaus IV, reigned 1272–1290, was known as the Cumanian, because he had been born to a Cumanian mother. In 1282 and 1283, he granted to the Cumanian refugees 2 autonomous regions, in what is present-day central and eastern Hungary. They quickly became Magyarized, but their autonomous regions survived until 1876. Tatar might originally be a self-ethnonym of a Mongolian group, but later spread among Turkic speakers who constituted the majority of Mongolian troops fighting in the west. It is claimed that the ethnonym is derived from the Mongolian self-ethnonym Tata. In Western sources, the Tatars were often referred to as Tartars, by analogy with Latin Tartarus for hell. It is a reflection of the destructive 13th century Mongolian raids in Central and Eastern Europe. The Karaims, Karaites, stem from the Crimea. Their Hebrew self-ethnonym Kuraim, scripturalists, is derived from the Hebrew verb kara, to read. In the 8th century they adopted Judaism as many other Turkic speakers in the Khazar Empire. But unlike them, the Karaims rejected the rabbinical tradition of the Talmud. Their holy scripture is limited to the Old Testament, though they revere most the Pentateuch. Their insistence on sticking to the unchangeable canon of the revealed Holy Writ earned them the nickname of scripturalists, and is the starting point of their origin as a distinctive ethnic group. In the 13th century, some Karaim merchants migrated from the Crimea to Halych Ruthenia, Galicia. They were also joined by Armenian merchants, whose migration from the Caucasus to Halych Ruthenia lasted several generations, and in its course, they lost Armenian and began to speak Kipchak Turkic. In the mid-14th century Poland conquered Halych Ruthenia. In 1397 and 1398, Tatar and Karaim refugees from the Golden Horde, crumbling due to internal problems and under the military onslaught of Timur's reign 1370–1405 armies, were settled in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania on the border with the state of the Livonian Order. These Tatar settlers quickly assimilated with their Slavic-speaking neighbors, and adopted Ruthenian, and later Polish as their written language. However, until the 20th century they had written both languages in Arabic characters. Islam and the use of Arabic in liturgy allowed them to survive as a separate. 272. Ethnic group. Nowadays, several thousands of the Polish-Lithuanian Tatars live in Belarus, Lithuania, and Poland. Unlike these Tatars, the Karaim settlers preserved their language, and uniquely for the Turkic languages, noted it in Hebrew characters. Hence, both Tatars and Karaims were employed all through the 15th century in the Vilnius Chancery to service Tatar language diplomatic correspondence with the Crimean Khanate. Later mainly Karaims worked in this capacity. They were active in Thechan through the 18th century and became known as Arabic scriveners because they wrote with the use of Arabic letters. In Poland-Lithuania, Karaims were considered to be a mere subgroup of Jews until the mid-17th century. Even their specific ethnonym was recorded in official Polish-Lithuanian documents for the first time quite late, in 1506. It was the Swedish king, Charles XI, ruled 1660–1697, who led to the invention of the Karaims as a separate ethnic group. Wishing to learn more on the Karaims in 1690, he sent Gustav Peringer, 1651–1710, an Orientalist from the University of Uppsala, on a fact-finding mission to the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Paring's information on the Karaims contributed to the gradual perception and treatment of them as an ethno-religious group in its own right, separate from Jews. As a result, while the negative image of the Jew prevailed in the Polish-Lithuanian territories, the Karaims were seen as the positive opposite of Jews. The oldest Karaim texts date back to the 16th century. In the 19th century, they adopted the Russian Grazdanka and the Polish version of the Latin script for writing in their language. In 1842, the Karaim translation of the Old Testament was published. After World War II, the intergenerational transmission of the Karaim language was broken. At the beginning of the 21st century, several hundreds of the Polish-Lithuanian Karaims live in Lithuania, Poland, and western Ukraine. Those Karaims who remained in the Crimea adopted Crimean Tatar, originally written in Arabic characters, but they noted it in Hebrew characters, and made it into their own Judeo-Crimean Tatar, Krimchik, language, infused with a lot of Hebrew terms. They adopted the Karaim translation of the Old Testament for their religious needs. After the breakup of the Golden Horde at the beginning of the 15th century, the increasingly independent Crimean Khanate became an Ottoman protectorate in 1475. Russia conquered the Crimea in 1774 and formally incorporated it in 1783. A wave of 100,000 Tatar, mostly Muslim, not Karaim, refugees left for the safety of the Ottoman Empire. 20,000 of their descendants still live in Romania's Dobruja, and it is claimed that 5 million Turks are of the Crimean Tatar origin. In 2001, less than 300 Karaims remained in the Crimea. In the Soviet Union, the Crimea's Karaims were not recognized as a separate group, and for all practical purposes, they were treated as a subgroup of the Crimean Tatars. Thus, these Karaims shared the fate of the Crimean Tatars, including the Latinization and Cyrillicization of the Crimean Tatar language in 1928 and 1938, respectively, which were extended to Krimchik as well. 273. Until the 19th century, Russia's Tatars and other Muslim Turkic speakers wrote in the Persianized Eastern Turkic language of Chagatai, related to modern-day Uzbek and Uyghur. Chagatai emerged as a written language at the beginning of the 16th century in the Uzbek Khanate, with the capital in Samarkand, founded by descendants of Genghis Khan, 1162–1227. The glottonym is derived from the name of Chagatai Khan, reigned 1227–1242, Genghis Khan's second son. In the 19th century, Kazan, the third largest and most industrialized city in Russia after St. Petersburg and Moscow, emerged as the center of Tatar and Muslim learning in the empire. Abdul Qayyum Ansari, Qayyum Nasiri, 1825–1902, opined that the dialect of Kazan was the most beautiful and purest Turkish language. Following this dictum, he standardized Tatar, written in a modified Arabic script, by his copious linguistic, pedagogical, ethnographic, theological, and fictional works. In 1881, the Crimean Tatar, Ismail Bey Gasparinsky, Ismail Gasparali, 1851–1914, proposed replacing traditional Muslim religious schools with secular ones in Russia. This meant superseding Arabic and Chagatai with local vernaculars as media of instruction, but in practice, it was initially mostly Ansari's Tatar. In 1884, the first secular Muslim school opened in the Crimea, with Islam reduced to one of the subjects. The religion was retained as an ethno-cultural marker to prevent any merging of Russia's Muslims with the Russians. It was a legitimate worry, because after 1863 as many as 200,000 Tatars were forcefully converted to Orthodoxy, and could return to Islam only after 1905. Soon after, many more secular Muslim schools were founded across Russia. The pillar of Gasparinsky's secular type of Muslim school was the new method, Yuzul al-Jadid in Arabic, or writing following the phonetic pattern of the local vernacular. From this phrase, the term Jadidism developed for the modernizing and secularizing trend among Russia's Muslims, which Gasparinsky fostered among Russia's Muslims by his schools. In 1881, the first secular Muslim newspaper, bilingual, Tatar-Russian, started publication in Russia. It was widely perused in the Muslim world, from Egypt to India, and thus spread the message of Jadidism across the Ummah, or the Muslim world. The modernizing and secularizing goals and aspirations of Jadidism were similar to those of the Jewish Haskalah, or Enlightenment, though the latter movement originated a century earlier in the Holy Roman Empire, especially in Prussia, and the former in the Russian Empire. Gasparinsky, who was an early proponent of Pan-Turkism, wanted to create a common vernacular Turkic language at least for all the Turkic speakers in Russia. To this end, beginning in 1876, he employed the Crimean Tatar dialect infused with numerous Osmanlika, Old Turkish, words and Osmanlika and Persiambist neologisms. Like Ansari in the case of his Kazan Tatar, Gasparinsky also dubbed his language Turkish, Torki. He translated the Quran into Tatar with an eye to hindering the Orthodox proselytization. Gasparinsky also hoped that this translation would replace the Arabic original in mosques attended by Russia's 274 Turkic speakers, but the clergy disagreed. The monopoly of Gasparinsky's Tatar was broken in 1905 to 1907, when out of 50 newspapers and periodicals published in Arabic characters in Russia, 34 were in Tatar, meaning in Ansari's Kazan Tatar, and 16 in Gasparinsky's Pan-Turkic Tatar. An uneasy compromise followed. Kazan Tatar and other regional Turkic varieties were employed in Muslim elementary schools, and Gasparinsky's Tatar in Muslim secondary schools. However, prior to 1917, Arabic, specifically Crimean Tatar, Osmanlika, and Persian words had been removed from Gasparinsky's Tatar, which meant that it became indistinguishable from Kazan Tatar. In this manner, Tatar became the written language not only of the Tatars but numerous other Turkic speakers across the Russian Empire. Third-Jadidist modernization was so successful that in 1897, 20.4% Tatars could read, while only 18.3% Russians. In the Soviet Union, Tatar was replaced with numerous other Turkic languages, Azeri, Bashkir, Crimean Tatar, Kazakh, Kyrgyz, Turkmen, and Uzbek, among others, speedily devised to offset the possibility of the ethno-linguistic unification of the communist polities Turkic speakers as a single nation, which would have been the most numerous after the Russians. In 1919–1920, the core Volga territory inhabited by Tatars was arbitrarily split between the Bashkir Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic and the Tatar Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic. In the process, 3/4 of the Tatars were left outside the borders of their nominal republic, and they, not the Turkic-speaking Bashkirs, constituted the largest ethnic group in Bashkiria. The Latin alphabet was ordered to replace its Arabic counterpart for writing Tatar in 1927. The first ever typewriter produced in the Soviet Union in Kazan in 1929, employed the Yanalif, or a new, Latin, alphabet devised for writing Tatar. In 1939–1940, another change took place. Cyrillic superseded Tatar's Latin script, and Russification followed. In 1930, 96% of all Tatar children were enrolled in Tatar language schools, but in the late 1980s, only 7%. Not surprisingly, in 1989, 17% of Tatars could not speak their ethnic language. The fear of Christian proselytization returned with the 2001 publication of the Tatar translation of the New Testament. Today, out of 6.7 million Tatars, 2 million live in Russia's Autonomous Republic of Tatarstan, into which the Tatar ASSR was transformed, 3.5 million elsewhere in Russia, 0.85 million in Central Asia, and 0.33 million in Kazakhstan. At 3.8% of the Russian Federation's population, 2002, the Tatars constitute the second largest ethno-linguistic group in the state after the Russians. Tatar remains a co-official language, alongside Russian, in Tatarstan with the capital in Kazan. Apart from Chechnya, it is the most independent-minded out of all the Russian Federation's autonomous republics and regions. In 1999, the Parliament of Tatarstan legislated a switch from Cyrillic to the Latin script for writing Tatar, but the Russian Duma nullified this act in 2002 by forbidding the use of non-Cyrillic scripts for writing the languages of Russia's 275 autochthonous nations and ethnic groups with their cultural and political centers located within the state's borders. The decision is acutely unpopular among the Tatars, because they see the Latin script as a badge of pro-Tatar stance and Cyrillic as that of pro-Russian stance. Tatar national leaders like to claim that the tradition of Tatar-Bulgar literacy dates back to the 5th century, predating the earliest Slavic texts by 3 centuries. At that time, the Turkic speakers wrote in runic characters before adopting the Arabic script after their conversion to Islam in the 9th century. In the Soviet Union, the history of the Kazan, Volga, Tatars was definitely separated from that of the Crimean Tatars. 39 The Crimean Soviet Socialist Republic with the capital in Simferopol, established in 1921, was made into their ersatz nation-state, despite the fact that 180,000 Crimean Tatars constituted a quarter of the republic's population. In 1925, the Franz, today, Vernadsky Taurida National, University in Simferopol was entrusted with the codification of the Crimean Tatar language. In 1928, the language's script was changed from the Arabic to Latin alphabet, and in 1938, Crimean Tatar was Cyrillicized. In 1941, Nazi Germany occupied the Crimea and preserved a degree of ethno-linguistic autonomy for the Crimean Tatars, while the same was denied to the Russian speakers. When the Soviets reconquered the Crimea from German hands, 1944, Moscow summarily accused the Crimean Tatars of being an enemy nation and they were expelled to Central Asia. Almost half of them died en route. In 1946, the Crimean ASSR was abolished, and transferred from Russia to Ukraine in 1954, which sealed the unmaking of the Crimean Tatars and their language. Although they were rehabilitated in 1967, they were not allowed to return to the Crimea until the breakup of the Soviet Union. School teaching in Crimean Tatar recommenced during the late 1980s in Soviet Uzbekistan. In the last Soviet census of 1989, the Crimean Tatars were anew recognized as a separate nationality. After 1946, they had been treated as a subgroup of the Tatars. Today, 0.25 million Crimean Tatars live in Ukraine's Autonomous Republic of Crimea, 150,000 in Central Asia, and 20,000 in Romania's Dobruja. A mere 7% of them lost the command of their native language, which bodes well for the recreation of their national community in the Crimea. Unlike Moscow, in the case of Tatarstan, Kiev did not oppose the Latinization of Crimean Tatar, which made this language more similar to Turkish. Alysoskas etal 2006, 246 247, 764, Banco etal 1970, 667 to 668, Dam and Mikuzinska 2000, 115, 165, Esposito etal 1995a, 52 to 53, 351, Etymological Dictionary 2001, Gafarov 2002, Chrononobel 2003, 70 to 73, Grimes 1996, 495, 510, Hanzik etal 2001, 239, 375, 698, McCarthy 1997, 331 to 332, Menges 1987, 30 to 31, Pisowich 2000, 135, Price 1998, 108, 280, 473. Roy 2000, 7, Simpson and Wiener 1991, 908, 2012, Smith 1990, 228 to 229, 266, 278 to 280, 289, 325 to 328, 334, Stakowski 2003, Simel 1998, 276 to 283, 289 to 293, Tornoff 2005, 555 to 563, Tryjarski 1995, 73 to 74, World Scriptures 2006. 276. Bulgarian. Bulgarian was another language that developed in agreement with the pattern of diglossia set by Greek, Turkish or Serbian. In 893, Old Church Slavonic written in Glagolitic replaced Greek as the usual written language of administration in the Bulgarian Empire. This change also extended to the Greek alphabet, as contemporary sources claim that by the time some Slavic texts were recorded in it. However, no continuous Slavic text in Greek letters from the period has been discovered to this day. Soon, probably locally developed Cyrillic script replaced Glagolitic. The former was more practical as based on the Greek alphabet, more widely known among the empire's literati. Although the oldest surviving translation of the fragments of the Gospels into Slavic, done in Bulgaria, dates back to the turn of the 10th century, the two full extant translations of the Gospels, one in Cyrillic, and the other in Glagolitic, were produced at the turn of the 11th century. There had to be translations of the Old Testament as well, but only tentative fragments were preserved. Greek was imposed as the official language, when Bulgaria was subjugated to the Byzantine rule between 1018 and 1185. Church Slavonic survived in ecclesiastical use because the Bulgarian Patriarchate with its seat in Ohrid survived though demoted to an archbishopric. In 1185, when the Second Bulgarian Empire was founded with its capital in Târnovo, Slavonic resurfaced as the language of the court, the church, and administration. In 1223, the Bulgarian Patriarchate was renewed with its seat in the capital. Târnovo soon became the most important center of Church Slavonic in Bulgaria, as Ohrid had been in the First Bulgarian Empire. After 1370, the empire fragmented. Meanwhile, perhaps as many as 3 different redactions of the Slavonic translation of the Gospels were executed, gradually replacing Greek terms and syntactical constructions with Slavonic counterparts. In the 1370s, the Târnovo Patriarchate accepted as standard the last redaction, perhaps carried out by Bulgarian scholars at Mount Athos. It became the codification basis of the Bulgarian recension, variety, of Church Slavonic, which maintained its elevated role until 1396, when the Ottomans overran the last territories of the Bulgarian Empire. Târnovo fell into Ottoman hands in 1393, and the Bulgarian Patriarchate went defunct the following year. Later, the Bulgarian recension of Slavonic survived, alongside Greek, as a language of the Bulgarian Archbishopric of Ohrid, whose hierarchs had claimed the acephalous status for their ecclesiastical province since 1223. But the prestige of the Bulgarian recension was such that it was used in Serbia, Wallachia, Moldavia, Transylvania, and Muscovy. In turn, from the standard Bulgarian translation into Church Slavonic, the Gospels were translated into Ruthenian, 1517 to 1525, Wallachian, Romanian, 1547 to 1554, and slightly Ruthenized Church Slavonic, 1581. Especially the latter translation became the basis for the first modern Russian, 1819, and Serbian, 1820, translations of the Gospels. 277. In 1453, Sultan Mehmed II the Conqueror, reigned 1451 to 1481, subjected the Ohrid Archbishopric to the Patriarchy of Constantinople, which meant a strong influence of the Greek language. Ohrid archbishops continued to claim the title of Patriarch until 1767, when they were forced to discontinue this practice. It was the de facto end of the Bulgarian Patriarchate, which de jure had not existed. After that year, the use of Church Slavonic was limited to lower clergy and the Slavic monasteries in Mount Athos. The Bulgarian recension also survived in other monasteries across the Balkans, for instance, Rila near Sofia, but Greek hierarchs ordered destruction of Slavonic manuscripts in many of them. In Ottoman Bulgaria, Ottoman, Old Turkish, was employed in administration, and Greek in ecclesiastical administration and even liturgy. In the eyes of the Greek Orthodox hierarchs, the use of any other language than Greek disunited and weakened the vulnerable position of the Orthodox Church in the Ottoman Empire. For the Ottomans, all the Orthodox subjects of the Sultan formed the Orthodox millet and were known as Romans, that is, Greeks. Religion, not the language, was the main basis of political organization and group identification in the Ottoman Empire. Since the 14th century, the Bulgarian recension of Church Slavonic remained in wider use in Wallachia and Moldavia, though the influence of Ruthenian radiating from Poland-Lithuania was strong, especially in the latter principality, which was a Polish fief between 1387 and 1456. Bulgarian Church Slavonic was adopted as the official language of the Danubian principalities and gradually developed into a specific Dacian recension that remained in use until the beginning of the 18th century. Meanwhile, since the end of the 16th century, Cyrillic-based Wallachian, Romanian, had been increasingly used in the princely chancelleries, which contained Church Slavonic to ecclesiastical administration. At the beginning of the 18th century, the Phanariate administration replaced both languages with Greek in both principalities. Phanariate officials also supported the replacement of Church Slavonic with Wallachian in liturgy, which had been accomplished by the end of the 18th century. It is popularly claimed that the first printed book in Bulgarian was published in 1566 in the Wallachian capital of Târgoviște, but what it means is that the publication was in the Bulgarian recension of Church Slavonic. In the 16th century, Greek letters were increasingly used for writing in the vernacular. Elements of the Bulgarian vernacular surfaced in a religious book published thanks to the efforts of Bulgarian Catholics in Rome, 1651. In the 17th and 18th centuries, most literature created in Bulgaria was in the form of religious books written by Catholic authors, increasingly with the use of Latin letters. The Western European experience of the Reformation convinced them that the use of vernaculars facilitated proselytizing. Catholic missionaries only insisted that the Latin script should replace any others in such vernacular books. The Habsburg reconquest of Ottoman Hungary, accomplished during the last 2 decades of 278. The 18th century, convinced not only as many as 200,000 Orthodox Serbs to move to Vienna's military borderland in the 1690s, but were followed by 20,000 Bulgarian converts to Catholicism, who settled in Banat, today, in Romania, in the 1730s and 1740s. Catholic missionaries' use of the Latin script for writing in the Slavic vernacular reinforced the idea espoused by the Orthodox clergy that spoken Slavic of everyday life was not worthy of use in church and for writing books. Orthodox popes, priests, saw the Latin alphabet as a devil instrument, as much a danger to orthodoxy symbolized by Cyrillic, as the Arabic script of Ottoman. Like in Poland-Lithuania, Muscovy or Serbia, the literate Orthodox clergy of the Bulgarian Patriarchate called their written language our language or Slavic. When in the late 18th century and in the first half of the following century, they wished to refer to the vernacular they called it common language, simple language, or Bulgarian language written in a simple manner. Despite this Hochschrift given to the vernacular, a fledgling tradition of vernacular manuscript culture began in the 16th century with Slavic translations of Greek collections of sermons and religious songs. Such manuscripts were created and circulated widely in the Balkans, that is, modern-day Bulgaria, Macedonia, Montenegro, and Serbia, through the 19th century. 200 of them survive to this day, mostly deposited in Sofia. A small manuscript, which grew into the foundational code text of Bulgarian nationalism, was written by a monk, Pazii, 1722–1773, from the Slavic, Serbian, monastery Highlander on Mount Athos. He traveled across the Balkans and in the Habsburg lands. In the course of his wanderings, he acquainted himself with 16th-century Italian and Latin histories of the Slavic polities, which had thriven in the Balkans prior to the Ottoman conquest. This research inspired him to compose a brief 60-page-long book, Slavic Bulgarian History, completed in 1762. He wrote it in a strongly vernacularized Church Slavonic, reminiscent of the aforementioned Slavic translations of Greek religious books. In this book, Paisi admonished fellow Bulgarians, that is, Orthodox Slavic speakers of the Arid Patriarchate, to care about their own Bulgarian language, not to be ashamed to call themselves Bulgarians, and not to turn to foreign ways, such as reading and speaking in Greek. His advice is eerily reminiscent of Herder's opinions on language, though the latter expounded them only later, in the 1770s and 1780s. However, without the furor, which Herder's works gained at the turn of the 19th century, thus underwriting the legitimacy of Central Europe's and the Balkans' coalescing ethno-linguistic nationalisms, perhaps, Paisi's manuscript would have been of little more than antiquarian interest today. It was published only in 1885 in Lublin, located then in Russia's Congress Poland, to show St. Petersburg's continuing pan-Slavic support for the cause of Bulgarian nationalism, and to celebrate the unification of the Principality of 279. Bulgaria with the autonomous Ottoman region of eastern Rumelia into a territorial unit largely coterminous with present-day Bulgaria. The beginning of the Bulgarian language, as we know it today, is associated either with the aforementioned Slavic translations of Greek originals, or Paisi's history. The latter circulated in manuscript and inspired early Bulgarian nationalism. It also added the term Slavano-Bulgarian language as another name for the vernacular. As in the case of Serbian, the 17th century saw an influx of Church Slavonic publications in the Russian recension, which replaced the moribund Bulgarian recension, hardly known or used by popes, priests, and heavily Hellenized after the abolishment of the Bulgarian Patriarchate of Arid, 1767. At the beginning of the 19th century, books in the Serbianized version of Russian and in Slavano-Serbian, published in Russia and Austrian, started arriving, on the territory of the erstwhile Bulgarian Patriarchate, too. The idea of writing in the vernacular became more popular, though the Greek-speaking hierarchy thought it an utter anathema, and successfully imparted this viewpoint onto a section of the Slavophone clergy, including Kristaki Pavlovic, 1804–1848. The Constantinople Patriarchate wished to retain Byzantine Greek and Church Slavonic as languages of liturgy in Greek and Slavic-speaking areas. Sofrony Vrachansky, 1739–1813, was the most enthusiastic propagator of Paisi's history and the author of the first Bulgarian autobiography, 1804. Like Paisi, Vrachansky settled for vernacularized Church Slavonic, Slavano-Bulgarian, Burke 2004, 11, Delegat 1984, 158–159, Denikov 1985, 125, Dolichenko 2003, 207, Frush 2000, 112, Janik and Gruel 2002, 29, Ken and Zdenek 1984, 181, Magoxy 2002, 65, Mashinsky 2006, 36, Pinto 1980, 37–42, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 297, 463–464, 513–514, Riklik and Kuba 2003, 326–327, Sugar 1977, 45, Todorova 1992, 12–14. The status of the Bulgarians, or Orthodox Slavic speakers living on the territory of the former Bulgarian Patriarchate, saw a dramatic improvement in the wake of the 1820s Greek revolt, which led to the decline of the privileged position of Greek merchants and Phanariot officials in the Ottoman Empire. After 1829, the Ottoman administration and army increasingly turned to Bulgarian merchants for supplies, making them into the elite of the coalescing ethno-linguistic Bulgarian nation. In order to educate necessary personnel in the Bulgarian areas, Greek merchants had previously founded so-called Helleno-Bulgarian schools, which first helped Slavic speakers acquire Greek, and then provided learners with basic education via this medium of instruction. Orphaned Vasil Aprilov, 1789–1847, was taken by his brothers, who were merchants, to Moscow. There, he chanced across Iuri Ivanilins, pseudonym of the Panslavist, Georgi Ikusha, 1802–1839, 1829 book, Early and Contemporary Bulgaria, Moscow, which claimed continuity between the inhabitants of both medieval Bulgarian empires and the Orthodox Slavophone inhabitants of the demoted Bulgarian Patriarchate. As a successful merchant in his own right, he 280. Founded in 1835 the first secular with Bulgarian as the language of education in the village of Gabrovo. For him, Bulgarian meant the vernacular, and luckily for the students, Petr, Baron, 1795–1871, had already published a vernacular primer, Kronstadt, Transylvania, in 1824, which could draw on the authority of Petr Saponov's, 1800–1872, Slavano-Bulgarian translation of the New Testament, 1828. Between the 1820s and the 1840s, the first books in vernacular Bulgarian and vernacularized Church Slavonic, Slavano-Bulgarian, were printed in the colonies of Bulgarian merchants and intellectuals in Constantinople, Bucharest, Belgrade, and Budapest. In the 1830s, Russian Grazdanka, modeled on Antiqua, superseded the ecclesiastical, Church Slavonic, version of Cyrillic, which, like in Russia, continued in religious books earmarked for clergy. In 1840, the British and Foreign Bible Society published Neofit Rilski, 1793–1881, and Neofit Bosvelis, 1785–1848, Slavano-Bulgarian translation of the New Testament in Smyrna, Izmir, much to the dismay of the Patriarch of Constantinople, who dubbed it as the heretical and Protestant Bible. But the Orthodox Bulgarian-speaking faithful welcomed this translation. In 1844, the first grammar of vernacular Bulgarian came off the press in Bucharest. Rilski's 1835 grammar, printed in Church Slavonic Cyrillic, was of Slavano-Bulgarian. This Bulgarian New Testament and this grammar became the first bestsellers among the Bulgarian speakers. The first ever Bulgarian periodical, Lyuboslavy, 1842–1846, published in the vernacular, rolled off the press in Smyrna, which grew to be the center of the predominantly American Protestant missions to the Bulgarians. This periodical's title Love of Words indicates the clear connection of Bulgarian nationalism to language. However, those who established it were Konstantin Fodanov, 1790–1858, and Elias Riggs, 1810–1910. The former had been a staunch supporter of Church Slavonic in the role of the Bulgarian language, while the latter was the most prominent figure among the American Protestant missionaries. In the first half of the 19th century, the three camps championing Church Slavonic, Slavano-Bulgarian, and the vernacular as the basis of the Bulgarian language, reminded one of Lomonosov's corresponding three styles of Russian. In the latter case, the middle style, Slavano-Russian, won, whereas Church Slavonic, high style, became limited to Orthodox liturgy and the vernacular to realistic dialogues in novels. In Bulgaria, the proponents of vernacular Bulgarian had won by the mid-19th century. Increasingly vernacularized Church Slavonic remained as the language of the Bulgarian Bible, and, after it replaced Greek in this function, Church Slavonic survived in Orthodox liturgy. Later, the discussion was if Standard Bulgarian should reflect some features of Church Slavonic construed as Classical or Old Bulgarian, or exclusively of the vernacular. It was a vital decision as the former is highly inflectional, with cases, while it latter analytical, without cases, which is unique among the Slavic. 281. Languages, with the exception of Macedonian. The trend soon switched in support of entirely vernacular syntax. The first publications in New Bulgarian were written in Western Bulgarian, Macedonian, dialects, which early Macedonian nationalists saw as the potential basis for a common Bulgarian-Macedonian language. But the majority of early Bulgarian nationalists came from Eastern Bulgaria, so the Eastern dialects were eventually made into Standard Bulgarian. Later editions of the 1840 Bulgarian translation of the New Testament were even rewritten in accordance with the peculiarities of the East Bulgarian dialects. Had the standard been based on the Western dialects and supplied with Church Slavonics cases, Bulgarian would have been much closer to Serbo-Croatian than modern Macedonian, making it a viable option to build an all-South Slav language, Serbo-Croato-Bulgarian, Illyrian, Yugoslavian. One wonders if the outcome in the form of Bulgarian, as we know, was an accident of inter-Bulgarian discussion on the national language, or a conscious decision to distance the coalescing standard from Serbo-Croatian. Upon his ascent to the throne, Sultan Abdülmecid, ruled 1839 to 1861, commenced the Tanzimat, reform, of the state, which ensured greater equality among the subjects despite their different religious backgrounds. Bulgarian activists seized this opportunity for doing away with Greek dominance in Orthodox churches located in Slavophone areas. In an 1849 firman, decree, which the Sultan issued to allow for opening a Bulgarian church in Constantinople, he used the term Bulgarian millet. At that time, there was no such entity and all the Orthodox of the Ottoman Empire were contained within the Roman, Greek, millet. The semi-official term, Bulgarian millet, was the Sultan's tacit nod to a more ethno-linguistic definition of the Bulgarians as a nation in line with the ethno-linguistic nature of autonomous Serbia and independent Greece, which had emerged by detaching territory from the Ottoman Empire. Ethno-linguistic nationalism had eroded the empire's ideological bosses steeped in religion since the beginning of the 19th century, so it was only suiting that the empire struck back with the very same weapon. Before the sobriquet Bulgarian 40 was limited to referring to the Bulgarian nation in the last quarter of the 19th century, it meant Orthodox Slavic speakers, especially in the areas dominated by Greek clergy. By siding with the religious cum linguistic demands of these Slavophone Orthodox, the Ottoman administration limited the influence of Hellene, Greek, nationalism, which in line with its great idea, claimed all the members of the Orthodox, Roman, that is, Greek, millet for a future greater Hellene nation-state. In 1850, Protestant missionaries achieved a great success, when Constantinople recognized the Protestant millet, which was mainly joined by Armenian converts. On the one hand, it was the scene of penetration of the Ottoman Empire by Europeans, including Russians, and Americans, who published their own books and newspapers, and even ran their own postal. 282. Service in the Empire. On the other hand, the proliferation of millets in the second half of the 19th century, limited the demographic and political power of the traditional Orthodox, Armenian, and Jewish millets, which could be used by corresponding fledgling nationalisms. And last but not least, new millets protected converts from the wrath of the churches, which they had left. Until the turn of the 20th century, the system aptly preserved the power in Ottoman hands by maintaining equilibrium between the empire's socio-political groups despite various external impositions introduced by the Western powers. In the mid-19th century, many Bulgarian leaders were better at writing in Greek, Ottoman, or Church Slavonic than in Bulgarian, which had not been standardized yet. This was the usual phenomenon when the language of a coalescing ethno-linguistic national movement had not been in official administrative use thus far. Hence, early Czech nationalists wrote and spoke better German than Czech, their Magyar and Slovak counterparts better Latin and German than their respective Magyar and Slovak, early Ukrainian leaders better Polish, Russian, or German than Ukrainian, their Lithuanian, Latvian and Estonian counterparts better Polish and German, respectively, than their native languages, and so on. Afterward, it was difficult to speak a coalescing national language correctly prior to its agreed-upon final standardization. Willy-nilly, national leaders had to fall back on their local dialects, but often, for the sake of mutual comprehensibility, switched to an established language of wider communications like the participants of the All-Slav Congress in Prague, 1848, who debated in German. The penchant for purifying Bulgarian of Turkic and Greek linguistic loans set in during the first half of the 19th century. Writers replaced them with Church Slavonic neologisms, but supplied those with Turkic and Greek counterparts in brackets so as to make sure that the reader would know which words these neologisms were intended to replace. In the second half of the 19th century, most neologisms and linguistic loans were borrowed from Russian. It was the function of the growing dependence of the Bulgarian national movement on Russia. St. Petersburg used its influence among the Balkans Orthodox to further its imperial ambitions in the region. The pro-Russian center of radical Bulgarian nationalism emerged in the Wallachian capital of Bucharest, while the proponents of traditional Bulgarian nationalism, who strove for millet-like autonomy within the Ottoman Empire, concentrated in Constantinople. Other Bulgarian centers in Belgrade, Vienna, Budapest, or Odessa, were of secondary significance. Bulgarian language schools, established by merchant colonies and mainly American missionaries, spread elementary and secondary education among Bulgarians in the 1850s and 1860s. But most careers in the Orthodox Church and administration were still reserved for those with a good command of Greek. The Patriarch of Constantinople did not allow Slavophone bishops residing in 283 Slavic-speaking areas to write in vernacular Bulgarian, or to publish religious materials in this language. Exasperation with the policy was such that the Bulgarian church leaders and the faithful expelled the Greek bishops influenced by Bucharest's 1864 seizure of the land of Greek monasteries in Romania. The Patriarchate, succored by Athens, strove to limit Greek losses. But Sultan Abdulaziz, reigned 1861 to 1876, decided to use the conflict in order to weaken the Greek influence, and decreed the creation of the Bulgarian Exarchate in 1870. This de facto autocephalous Bulgarian church comprised present-day Bulgaria and most of historical Macedonia. Much to the dismay of Greeks and Serbs, the Bulgarian national movement equated the Exarchate with the territorial extent of their future nation-state. Between 1859 and 1871, Fodanov, Riggs, and Petko R. Slavikov, 1827 to 1895, completed the Bulgarian translation of the Bible, which was published in Constantinople, just a year after the founding of the Exarchate. The translation stabilized fledgling Standard Bulgarian. In 1875, Serbs began a revolt in Bosnia, intending to partition this province between Montenegro and Serbia. Bulgarian nationalists followed suit and staged their own rebellion a year later. The successful suppression of the Bulgarian rising provided St. Petersburg with a pretext to intervene on behalf of fellow Christians. In 1877 and 1878, Russia defeated the Ottomans and established the client state of Bulgaria, largely coinciding with the Exarchate. London and Vienna protested, and the Bulgarian Principality, with its capital in Sofia, was reduced to what today is northern Bulgaria. The south of present-day Bulgaria was made into the autonomous Ottoman province of Eastern Rumelia with its capital in Plovdiv. The short-lived Greater Bulgaria of 1878 became Bulgarian nationalists' own great idea. When a rebellion flared up in Eastern Rumelia in 1885, they managed to annex this province to Bulgaria. After the establishment of Bulgarian control in the Principality and Eastern Rumelia, persecution and forced expulsion of Muslims, mainly Turks, but also Slavic speakers and Circassians, followed, modeled on Russia's 1774 to 1878 expulsions of Muslims from the northern shores of the Black Sea and from the Caucasus, which St. Petersburg conquered. Then independent Greece and autonomous Serbia followed suit. Of Bulgaria's 1.5 million Muslims, less than 0.7 million, or 16% of the population, remained in 1900. Ethnic cleansing improved the chances of the ethno-linguistic homogenization of the nation-state. The Bulgarian National Library was founded in Sofia in 1879. The Bulgarian Literary Society, established in 1869 in Romania, moved to Sofia in 1911 and was transformed into the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. The first ever Bulgarian university opened in Sofia in 1888. The city emerged as the clear political and cultural center of Bulgaria, which facilitated the codification of Standard Bulgarian. In the 1870s, a compromise was sealed that Bulgarian should be based on the East Bulgarian vernacular, but with the use of the Bulgarian recension of Church Slavonic as a pool from which to draw in order to coin neologisms. In 284. Practice, Russian linguistic loans remained more popular. The new standard was codified and finally promulgated for official use in 1899. In the meantime, when in doubt how to write, Russian lexical and syntactic loans were the practical answer. State-approved efforts were also undertaken to purify Standard Bulgarian from Turkish and Greek words. A 5-volume dictionary of the Bulgarian language came off the press between 1895 and 1904. In 1908, Bulgaria declared outright independence from the Ottoman Empire, and the principality was elevated to the rank of Tsardom, kingdom, or empire. The defeat suffered in the Second Balkan War, 1913, ended Bulgaria's hopes of expansion into Macedonia and Thrace. 2 years later, the seat of the Exarchate was moved from Constantinople to Sofia. In 1945, the Patriarch of Constantinople recognized the autocephalous status of the Bulgarian Church. In 1953, the Exarchate was transformed into the Bulgarian Patriarchate, a move recognized by the Patriarch of Constantinople in 1961. By that time, the state's borders had coincided with those of the Bulgarian Church. After World War II, marked by Bulgaria's alliance with the Third Reich, Sofia resigned from the dream of a greater Bulgaria. The etymological orthography that preserved some phonetic and morphological peculiarities of Church Slavonic prevailed until 1945 with the brief interlude of 1921 to 1923, when a short-lived phonetic spelling was introduced. In 1925, the New Standard Translation of the Bible, commissioned by the Exarchate's Holy Synod, was published. It is used along with the 1871 translation, which preserves various peculiarities that obtained prior to the 1899 codification. The establishment of Communist Bulgaria in 1944 led, a year later, to the replacement of the bourgeois etymological spelling with the phonetic orthography that obtains to this day. 2 Bulgarian characters not used in Russian were dropped so that the Bulgarian form of Cyrillic is identical with its Russian counterpart, though some letters are pronounced differently. The strong Russian lexical influence continued until the collapse of the Soviet bloc in 1989. An authoritative dictionary of the Bulgarian language began to be published in 1977, and by 2004, 11 volumes have been published. It is interesting to note that the Bulgarian translation of the Quran was printed in 1930 for the use of the Pomaks, a Slavophone Muslim ethnic group. After World War II, Bulgaria was mostly spared vast ethnic cleansing and internal displacement, which plagued Central Europe, Yugoslavia, Greece, and to a lesser extent, Romania. Between 1944 and 1945, only 120,000 Bulgarians returned from Greece's Thrace. The 1912 to 1913 and 1941 to 1944 campaigns of Bulgarianizing Turkish and Muslim personal names of Bulgaria's inhabitants, that is, ethnic Turks, Pomaks, and Roma, were repeated in 1971 to 1973, and 1984 to 1989. The first 2 campaigns sent 220,000 refugees to Turkey between 1923 and 1949, who were followed by a wave of 155,000 expellees between 1949 and 1951. Afterward, Sofia practically sealed the Bulgarian-Turkish border. 285. Between 1965 and 1972, a separate campaign of the forced Bulgarianization of personal names was directed at Pomaks, Slavophone Muslims, and Roma. In 1972, Turkish was banished from schools as a subject and it was prohibited to speak in this language even at home. The last Bulgarizing campaign followed the 1981 celebrations of the 1300th anniversary of the founding of the Bulgarian state. It was conveniently forgotten that the Bulgar forefathers spoke in Turkic. Sofia slickly renamed them as Proto-Bulgarians. The scholars at the service of the communist national authorities, bent on emphasizing the Bulgarian, Slavic, character of Bulgaria, developed the triunine theory of Bulgarian ethnogenesis. In this perspective, by the 9th century, native Thracians, Slavic masses, and Proto-Bulgarian nomads coalesced into the Bulgarian nation. It was understood that after the 5 centuries of Turkish yoke the purity of the 9th century nation should be regained. In the second half of the 1980s, it was prohibited to speak in Turkish in public, and in early 1989, this Bulgarizing frenzy led to the forced expulsion of Bulgaria's most remaining Turks, including Roma and Pomaks, 310,000 in all, to Turkey. The international outcry, and the collapse of the Soviet bloc brought the Bulgarian communists down, too. Under the impression of the bloodshed spawned by the breakup of neighbor Yugoslavia, expellees were allowed to return to post-communist Bulgaria, where cultural and political rights of minorities are observed. About 1/3 of the expellees came back to Bulgaria. The destructive attraction of Bulgarianization was abandoned in favor of an accession to the European Union. It took place, as planned, in 2007, and thus Bulgarian became another one of the Union's official languages. Actually, it is the EU's first official language written in Cyrillic. Americans discover the Bulgarians 2006, Bulgaria Turks 1992, Dunaa 2003, Eberhardt 1996, 270, Frush 2000, 95, 103, 108 to 109, 264, Jelavic and Barbara 1977, 129 to 144, Magoxi 2002, 115, 191, 217, McCarthy 1997, 130 to 131, 206, 296 to 297, 331 to 341, Pinto 1980, 41 to 45, Price 1998, 44, 46, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 464, Carey 2004, Rees 2002, 10 to 11, Todorova 1992, 17 to 19, 38 to 40. Between 1738 and 1741, about 20,000 Slavic-speaking Bulgarian converts to Catholicism, led by French missionaries, left the Ottoman Empire for Habsburg-held Banat in Hungary. At the time, it was part of the military borderland depopulated by the recent reconquest. Because Church Slavonic was much distanced from their vernacular, and written in Cyrillic associated with Orthodoxy, the refugees adopted Latin script-based Croatian for written purposes. In the 19th century, they replaced Croatian with their vernacular as the medium of instruction at their schools. To this end, the first printed book in their language, a catechism, was published in 1851, Pest. It was printed in a Magyar-style Latin orthography, but with elements of Slovenian spelling. Obviously, Orthodox Cyrillic was not an option. At that time Catholics believed that the only appropriate way of writing was in Latin characters. This gave rise to a new written language, whose users began to refer to as Banat Bulgarian. A version of 286 Croatian-style Latin alphabet was developed for this language in an 1866 textbook, Pest, and a grammar of Banat Bulgarian followed 3 years later, Pest. Many Banat Bulgarian periodicals and especially religious books came off the press by the turn of the 20th century. The codification was rounded up with a Magyar Banat, Bulgarian Dictionary, 1896, Zjd. Later, Magyarization extinguished the grassroots support for this language, and after 1918, most of Banat Bulgarian speakers found themselves in Romania, where the building of an ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-state of the Orthodox Romanian nation took precedence over the cultivation of other languages and religions. The publishing of Banat Bulgarian books for Catholics revived in the 1930s, and the last periodical in this language published until 1943. In communist Romania, the principle of ethno-linguistic homogeneity triumphed again. Accordingly, the number of Banat Bulgarian-speaking Catholics plummeted from 30,000 in 1930 to 17,500 in Romania, and 5,000 in Yugoslavia Vojvodina, in 1965, to 7,600 registered in the Romanian census of 1992. After the fall of communism, publishing and cultural life in Banat Bulgarian revived during the 1990s. The Banat Bulgarian Bible was published, which to a large extent is a Latin script transliteration of the Bulgarian Bible. The most important periodical soon switched from publishing exclusively in Banat Bulgarian to trilingualism. Articles in Romanian and Cyrillic-based Standard Bulgarian appear, as well. The pool of speakers is so small that it is difficult to produce enough texts in Banat Bulgarian in order to codify it. Increasingly, it evolves into an identity symbol. In order to emphasize their loyalty to Romania, Banat Bulgarian speakers stress their ethnic difference vis-a-vis Southern Bulgarians of Bulgaria, and refer to their language as Polykian Bulgarian, or Polykian, and to themselves as Polykians. This glottonym and ethnonym go back to the Polykian sect, which emerged during the 7th century in the Byzantium-controlled Caucasus. They were resettled in the Balkans in the 9th century, and in the 11th century, influenced the rise of the sect of Bogomils, who thrived in Bosnia, and in turn, gave an impulse to the rise of Cathars, who became influential in southern France between the 11th and 13th centuries. It is probable that the French missionaries found it easy to convert the ancestors of the present-day Banat Bulgarians/Polykians, because the former were descendants of Bogomils and as such, did not wholeheartedly embrace orthodoxy. In 1995, a history of the Polykians was published in Polykian and Romanian. It claims that the ancient Polykians possessed an extensive state in what today is Ukraine. In turn, Bulgarian scholars and politicians maintain that Polykian, Macedonian, and Standard Bulgarian are the three written standards of the Bulgarian language. The Macedonians could not disagree more, but the opinion, of the few remaining Polykians cannot be made heard. Strangely, Sofia is usually silent on the subject of the Pomakian language. The Pomaks are Slavophone peasants, who converted to Islam between the 287, 16th and 18th centuries. The etymology of their ethnonym is oblique, but the popular belief is that it comes from the verb pomagam, to help, because the legend casts the Pomaks in the role of Turks' helpers. In reality, many served as pomagache, or auxiliary troops, in the Ottoman army. Bulgarian nationalists like to claim that the origin of the ethnonym Pomak is the Bulgarian word maka for torment suffered by Pomak's ancestors supposedly forced to adopt Islam. As it is known, most cases of such conversion were voluntary. But the relative newness of their conversion spawned the Turkic ethnonym Aryani for Pomaks, derived from Aharayen for new faithful. Another myth widespread among the Bulgarians is that the Pomaks speak the purest Bulgarian, though to this day, their vernacular preserves numerous Turkic and Arabic linguistic loans, which actually make Pomakian into a language quite different from Standard Bulgarian. The Pomaks, on a par with Bulgaria's Turks, were forced to Bulgarianize their Turkish/Muslim personal names in 1912 to 1913, 1941 to 1944, 1971 to 1973, and 1984 to 1989. In 1989, numerous Pomaks left for Turkey, too. Today, 300,000 Pomaks live in southern Bulgaria, and 40,000 in northeastern Greece. In 1996 and 1997, 3 grammars of Greek script-based Pomakian were published in Greece. Athens is interested in the codification of a separate Pomakian language, because it would allow for warding off Sophia's claims that Pomaks constitute a Bulgarian minority in Greece. Officially, Bulgaria defines its Pomaks as Bulgarians, but in practice they remain second-class citizens, shunned by real Bulgarians. To progress in life, educated Pomaks, with Bulgarianized names and who even converted to Orthodoxy, prefer to keep their ethnic origin secret, not to endanger their careers. In this situation, Pomaks have no chance of codifying their language in post-communist Bulgaria, and prefer sending their children to Turkish-language minority schools, thus expressing their displeasure at tacit Bulgarianization, and in order to ensure better educational and employment prospects for their offspring in Turkey, Dam and Mikuzinska 2000, 175, Dulichenko 2003, 207-208, 2004, 40-41, Huancheva 2001, Magoxi 2002, 201, Miklaus 2002, 49, Price 1998, 45, Todorova 1992, 7. The largest ideological cum-linguistic strife in which the Bulgarian language participates is that between Skopje and Sofia. The last phase of the Second Bulgarian Empire commenced with the moving of its capital to Ohrid in 997, and terminated when this rump realm was reincorporated to Byzantium, 1018. Macedonian nationalists claim that this fast-declining Bulgarian Empire was a Macedonian Empire, because it centered on Macedonia. Similarly, because Old Church Slavonic was developed on the basis of the Slavic dialect of Thessaloniki, the capital of historical Macedonia, Macedonian linguists prefer to dub this language as Old Macedonian. Then they also refer to the 16th century tradition of Slavophone vernacular writings in Greek letters as Macedonian. Bulgarian nationalists flatly refute all these claims as usurpation of the past and literacy that truly belong to the Bulgarian nation. Both groups of nationalists, 288, do not wish to accept the fact that common cultural tradition could spawn two different modern cultures. In addition, Sofia does not believe that culturally and dialectally close but politically different national centers can give birth to different standard languages. Hence, Macedonian is still classified in Bulgarian textbooks as a dialect of the Bulgarian language. Accordingly, no dictionaries or grammars of Macedonian can be purchased in Bulgaria. The situation is similar with regard to their Moldovan counterparts, which are not available in Romania. Slovenian. In the northernmost extreme of the South Slavic dialectal continuum, the Slovenian language developed. The so-called Alpine Slavs settled in this area during the 6th century. In the following century, they established their own polity, Carinthanii, Carinthia, whose name stemmed from its capital of Kruski, Krnsky, Grad, in German, Karnberg or Karnberg. The best known of the Slavic princes of Carinthia, Kakatius, Caritas, reigned 745 to 751, was baptized, when held as a hostage at the Bavarian court between 740 and 745. The Germanic Bavarians, 41 who established in the 6th century their realm in what is present-day Western Austria and Germany's land of Bavaria, were permanently subjected to the Frankish kingdom at the beginning of the 8th century. In turn, the Frankish kingdom incorporated Slavic Carinthia in 788 and overhauled it into a borderland mark under Bavarian control. In 976, an extensive Carinthian, Windish, mark was founded, and its territory was excluded from Bavaria. This mark coincided with present-day Slovenia, Austria's Länder of Carinthia and Styria, and Italy's regions of Friuli Venezia Giulia and Veneto, except the city of Venice. It was divided into smaller regions between 1000 and 1122. This relatively short-lived Greater Carinthia prompted some Slovenian nationalists to dream about a greater Slovenian nation-state, despite the fact that the medieval Mark's inhabitants spoke in Germanic and Romance alongside increasingly less dominant Slavic. Like the ethnonym Slovak Slovakian, the ethnonym Slovene, Slovenian is a relatively recent one, coined in the second half of the 18th century, and popularized as the self-ethnonym of the Slovenes in the first half of the 19th century. Both ethnonyms, Slovene and Slovak, were derived from Slav, and spread most among their intended users when Panslavism was an influential political idea in Austria's Slavophone areas between the 1830s and the 1850s. Until the inclusion of most of the Slovenian lands in the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, 1918, the majority of Slovenian-speaking population lived in the Austrian crown lands of Carniola, Carinthia, Styria, Gortz, Gorizia, Gradiška, Trieste, and Istria. A small group resided in Venice's adjacent territories, and another in the adjacent areas of the Hungarian comitats of Zala and Vas, immediately south of the town of St. Gotthard. Slovenian authors refer to the 289 latter region as Prekomorje, or Prekomorje, meaning the land beyond the river Mura. To complicate matters further, the north half of the Slovenian-speaking area was included within the borders of the Salzburg Archdiocese and the southern half in the Aquileia Archdiocese. Both archdioceses' eastern borders largely coincided with the frontier between the Austrian, Habsburg, lands and Hungary's province of Croatia. This overlapping of ecclesiastical and political boundaries created a boundary which unambiguously separated Slovenes and Croats who actually spoke same dialects in the borderland areas. In the 1930s, Slovenian linguists reified this ecclesiastical border as a linguistic one by producing appropriate maps of Slovenian dialects, which were imagined to delimit the correct national territory of the Slovenes. The Slovenes and the Croats share the Latin script, but the political cum ecclesiastical border separating them meant that the former tended to use German and Italian orthography while the latter Magyar and Italian. In addition, to a limited degree, Croats also employ Church Slavonic in Glagolitic until the turn of the 20th century. On the other hand, because there was no single political administrative or ecclesiastical unit, which would contain most of Slovenes and could be identified with them as an ethnic group, the Slavic speakers tended to identify themselves and their speech by association with the region in which they happened to live, for instance, as Carniolan, Carinthian, or Styrian. After the successful spread of the intended national self-ethnonym Slovenian among most of the population defined as Slovenian in the mid-19th century, the self-ethnonym Winden, continued to occur among the Slavic speakers in southern Carinthia between the towns of Lavamund and Rozg. Significantly, after the Great War, in the 1920 Klagenfurt plebiscite, most of them voted in support of the proposal that their region should remain in Austria. In addition, local identities of Slavic speakers, pegged on specific alpine valleys, persist to this day. At the same time, scholars tended to follow the regional sobriquets, or referred to these Slavic speakers and their speech as Illyrian. The problem was that the adjective was also popularly applied to the Slavic speakers of Croatia, Dalmatia, Slavonia, and Bosnia. In German, the Slavophone ancestors of the today's Slovenes were identified as Winden, and their language as Windish. The usage was akin to Germanic Welsche, and its variants, such as Walisk for Italians, for Romance speakers, sometimes for Celtic speakers, for example, Welsh, and by extension, for Slavophone shepherds in the northern Carpathians. Unlike in the case of Windish, the etymology of Welsche is clear. The word is derived from Germanic *walse for foreigner. Windish is a variation of Winnida and perhaps ultimately comes from Celtic *vindo, white, or *wen, belonging to the same lineage. A group of Slovenian speakers in Hungary declared themselves as Wenden until the beginning of the 20th century. Germanic speakers also applied this ethnonym to the Slavs living between the Oder, Odra, and 290 Elbe rivers. Because most of these Slavs lost their idiom to German by the 19th century, the usage became limited to the Slavophone Sorbs of Lusatia, but unlike Slovenian, Windish, Sorbian was referred to as Wendish. Sometimes the Slavic Kashubs of western Pomerania were dubbed Wenden. English speakers took over both terms, rendered as Windisch and Wendisch. In the 1st and 2nd centuries, Roman sources located the Wen, eds in Central Europe. Their ethnic provenance is unknown, but some believe they might be Celts or related to the Indo-European Illyrians. In the 6th century, Jordanes, a notary at the Ostrogoth court in Italy, mistakenly identified the Wanes with the Slavs, which accounts for the Germanic usage of Windisch and Wendisch for Slavic speakers. Obviously, Slavs themselves never used these appellations as their self-ethnonyms. Russia in Finnish is Veneja and Venema in Estonian. These coinages might arise by copying the Germanic use of Windisch and Wendisch, or, otherwise may have something to do with the small ethnic group of, perhaps Finno-Ugric, Vens, Wenden in German, who survived in north-central Latvia until the 16th century. Herodotus wrote of the, probably Italic, Venetii, who lived in the area, where Venice was founded. Julius Caesar mentioned a Celtic group Venetii, whom he located in Armorica. Just north of this area, the French region of Vendée emerged. In antiquity, the name of Lake Constance was Venetus. These names may be a reflection of some relations between Central Europe's Wanes and their Celtic and Italic neighbors. More often than not, Wanes were not of Italic origin, which, in the eyes of the Romans, made this ethnonym into a synonym of foreigner, applied to Celts and the non-Germanic barbarians of Central Europe. From ethno-linguistic vantage, the Slovenian-speaking area continued to contract in the north, Carinthia and Styria, losing to German, IC, until it stabilized in the mid-15th century. On the other hand, most Germanic-speaking settlers assimilated with their Slovenian neighbors in the Carniolan countryside. In the compact Slovenian-speaking areas, even towns remained predominantly Slavophone, with the exception of the narrow stratum of the richest patricians who spoke in German, IC. The exception was the coast where towns were Italianophone. Because relatively few Slovenes were members of the nobility, the Slovenian language was not widely used in public life. The situation contrasted with that in the lands of the Czech crown, where the mixed Bohemian, Czech, German character of the nobility translated into the official status for both languages until the late 1620s, when the expulsion of much of Protestant nobles led to the containing of Bohemian to the private sphere. Since the 8th century, the Slavophone lands off Utur Slovenia had been dominated by Germanic speakers. The border of the Holy Roman Empire separated the Slovenian-speaking territories from Croatia until 1806. Later, between 1809 and 1815, all of these territories, except Styria and Prekmurje, were contained in Napoleon's Illyrian provinces. This short-lived polity kindled the 291 vision of the Illyrian, that is, Yugoslav, or all-South Slav, nation-state. But the mid-19th century decision to base the Serbo-Croatian, Yugoslav, language in the Stokavian dialect of eastern Bosnia removed the ethno-linguistic center of gravity of the Yugoslav national movement by 200 kilometers away from the Slovenian-speaking area. In present-day northeastern Slovenia, the vernacular is close to Kajkavian Croatian, and in the southeastern corner of the country to Kakavian Croatian. Hence, there was a possibility of creating some compromise Kakavian-Kajkavian language for both Croats and Slovenes. The Stokavian solution nullified this chance. It did not substantially improve the situation for creating a unified Slovenian language either, as the mountainous character of the Slovenian-speaking area brought about the emergence of a plethora of very distinctive dialects, usually classified by linguists in as many as 7 separate groups. There was no single significant center of Slovenian-speaking culture, which could prevent this fragmentation. Laibach, Ljubljana, as the capital of the crown land of Carniola, and the seat of the Carniolan diocese, founded in 1462, with time, came to fulfill such a role, to a large degree, by default, for it was the sole sizable town in the center of the compact Slovenian-speaking area. Following Napoleon's defeat, the Congress of Vienna, 1815, re-established the status quo ante and it persisted until 1918. The Slovenes continued to live in the Austrian lands, while the Croats mostly in the Kingdom of Hungary. This border that survived a millennium largely unchallenged separated the Slavophone Catholics and significantly influenced their development into two separate ethno-linguistic nations, despite their shared linguistic and confessional commonality. The first monuments of Slavic literacy created on the territory of future Slovenia were written in Church Slavonic with the use of glagolitic characters, 10th century. The waning of Byzantine influence in the region, the arrival of Magyars who insulated the local Slavic speakers from Church Slavonic literacy then contained to the southern Balkans and Kievan Rus, and the Great Schism of 1054 prevented the rise of Cyrillic Slavonic literacy in the Carinthian Mark, and limited glagolitic Slavonic literacy to Dalmatia. Slovenia's claim to fame is the fact that the first surviving Slavonic text written in Latin characters was created in the lands that, nowadays, constitute Slovenia. This text was composed in the late 9th century, and is preserved in a manuscript from the turn of the 11th century. In the mid-19th century, these monuments of Slavonic literacy inspired the early Slovenian nationalists to rename Old Church Slavonic as Old Slovenian, which proved that Slovenian was a sister of the Greek language in which the Gospels were composed. But this legend is not often invoked nowadays, because, unlike Croatian, Slovenian does not face the arduous task of disentangling itself from the Serbo-Croatian linguistic commonality. The official employment of the Slavic vernacular survived until 1414 in the ceremony of the enthronement of the Dukes of Carinthia, who were usually 292 Germanic speaking. In the meantime, as elsewhere in Catholic Central Europe, the paramount language of literacy was Latin. Chancery German joined it in the 13th century. The Reformation gave the necessary impulse for the rise of the written vernacular, from which the codified Slovenian sprang up. The first printed book in this vernacular, published in 1551 in Tübingen, was Primus, Primaz, Trubars, 1508-1586, Protestant Catechism in the vernacular of Laibach, Ljubljana. He referred to the vernacular as Carniolan or Slovenian, meaning Slavic, hence Slovenian linguists claim that he was the first to coin the glottonym cum ethnonym Slovenian. The Catholic Habsburgs initially tolerated the spread of Protestantism in the region, overwhelmed by the sudden popularity of the Reformation in the Holy Roman Empire, and facing the continuing expansionism of the Ottomans. In 1584, Slavic, or the First Slovenian, translation of the Bible by the Protestant pastor, Juraj Dalmatin, 1547-1589, came off the press in Wittenberg in the vernacular consciously purged of some Germanisms. 8 years later, it was followed by a Latin-German-Italian-Slavic, Slovenian, dictionary, printed in Graz. The second edition was produced in 1608, Frankfurt am Main, and the third in 1744, Klagenfurt. The Slavic vernacular was variably referred to as Windish, Illyrian, and Vernacular Slavic. For writing in the Slavic vernacular, authors employed the German, Italian, or Magyar versions of the Latin alphabet. In his 1584 Latin Grammar of Latin Carniolan, published in Wittenberg, Adam Boeri c. 1520-1598, developed a specific alphabet that utilized numerous digraphs. The so-called Boersica became popular among those few who continued to write and publish in the vernacular during the Counter-Reformation. The first limited actions against Protestantism in Carniola, Carinthia, and Styria were taken during the 1580s. In 1598, Protestant ministers and teachers were banished. A year later, all townsmen were ordered to adopt Catholicism, or emigrate. After 1601, Protestantism survived in the Slovenian lands, but mainly in Hungary's Prekmurje, because religious freedom was granted to Royal, Habsburg, Hungary in 1606. The tradition of vernacular literacy came almost to a standstill after 1628 when, in the course of the 30 Years' War, Slovenian Protestant nobles and burghers were forcibly expelled or agreed to convert to Catholicism. This literacy continued in a limited and decentralized manner, in line with the needs of the Counter-Reformation. Jesuits adopted Protestant texts for Catholic use, and usually published them in the dialect of Ljubljana. But before the mid-18th century, 4 other distinctive dialects came to be used for writing. They were not conceptualized as dialects of a Slovenian language, as at that time, there was no concept of such a language, either. For instance, Dalmatin did not intend his translation of the Bible for Slovenes. He followed the tradition of supplying editions of Luther's German Bible with glossaries of words explained in local dialects or German chancery languages, depending on the place of publication. Dalmatin appended his translation with the list of 293 words, which differ in Carniolan, Carinthian, Slovenian, Prekmurjan, Croatian, Dalmatian, or Istrian. As a good entrepreneur, he clearly targeted his translation also at what today is Croatia, where the local 1560 to 1563 translation of the Holy Writ was done in Glagolitic and Cyrillic. Hence, Dalmatin's rendition in Latin characters appeared as more suitable for Slavophone Catholics in Croatia, Dalmatia, and Slavonia. Until the liquidation of their order in 1773, Jesuits were responsible for Slavophone education and book production in the Habsburg lands. Apart from the Czech lands with its well-established literacy in Chancery Bohemian, which remained a co-official language until the late 1620s, Jesuits treated the Slovenian and Croatian lands along with Upper Hungary, Slovakia, as a single, largely undifferentiated, Slavophone area. Slavophone priests and religious writers delivered sermons and published books all over this territory. The Jesuit, Juraj Habdelix, 1609–1678, Dictionary of the Slovenian, Slavic, language published in Graz in 1670, was based on the Kajkavian version of Croatian. In the 18th century, Slovenian Protestants in Prekmurje also published their books in Kajkavian, but written in the Magyar version of the Latin alphabet, not in Boersica. The written language steeped in Kajkavian or the Ljubljana dialect was intended as the means of mass communication mediated via books. Nobody spoke it, as people stuck to their local dialects, or spoke po domae, in the manner of their hometown. But religious publications for the simple folk had to accommodate the dialect differentiation in order to ensure easy comprehension. Thus, between 1758 and 1762, a Catholic catechism was printed in 3 different linguistic versions, namely in Styrian, Carinthian, and Carniolan, all of which, however, were in Boersica. The Jesuit divinity seminaries in Klagenfurt and Ljubljana educated Slavophone priests mostly for these areas that today are identified as inhabited by Slovenian speakers. After the late 16th century clampdown on Protestantism, the first original book in Slovenian, that is, the Slavic dialect of Ljubljana, was published in 1678 in Graz. The first print shop in Ljubljana opened a century later in 1778. Until the turn of the 19th century, Slavophone, German, IC, speaking, and Ital, IC, ophone inhabitants of the territory of modern-day Slovenia identified with their regions as Carniolans, Carinthians, Istrians, or Styrians. The same phenomenon persisted among Slavic and German, IC, speaking Bohemians and Moravians, before the communities split along the linguistic lines in the first half of the 19th century. The modern tradition of Slovenian writing emerged with the new vernacular translation of the Bible, 1784–1802, the first one done by Catholics, though closely following Dalmatin's translation, and the publication of a German Windisch dictionary, 1789. In the last 2 decades of the 18th century, especially after the 1784 replacement of Latin with German as the official language in the Habsburg lands, the novel normative belief emerged that language is the appropriate criterion of self and group identification. In line with this insight, the Carniolan writer, Anton 294. Thomas Linhart, 1756–1795, switched from German to Slovenian when composing poetry, though he continued to write his scholarly books in German. In his History of Carniola and the South Slavs of the Habsburg lands, he stressed the unity of Slovenes, which should be rebuilt within the borders of the extensive medieval Mark of Carniola. In his linguistic views, Linhart fell back on Marco Polon's 1735–1801 Slavophone grammar of Carniolan, in which the latter deplored the preference given to German over Carniolan. The creation of the French Protectorate of Illyria, and the novel political program of transforming the Holy Roman Empire and Prussia into a German nation-state, accelerated the polarization of the population along the ethno-linguistic lines. In 1797, Vienna permitted the publication of the first Slovenian newspaper, hoping to win Slovenes for the war effort against Napoleonic France. Earlier, the Jesuit linguist, Oswald Gutzmann, 1727–1790, had proposed that despite linguistic differences, which he deemed rather minute, a single dictionary should be compiled for the Slavic speakers of Carinthia, Carniola, and Styria. The head of the Imperial Library in Vienna and the censor of Slavophone publications in the Austrian Empire, Bartholomaus Jernaj, Kopitar, 1780–1844, carried out this program in his German-language grammar of the Slavic language in Carniola, Carinthia, and Styria, 1808, Ljubljana. In his effort to codify this language, he was also inspired by Herder's thought on languages as the basis of group identification, and also by the examples of Johann Christoph Adelung, Joseph Dobrovsky, and Samuel Bogomil Linde, who commenced the standardization of German, Czech, and Polish, respectively. Through the influence of his academic works, Kopitar christened Glagolitic and Cyrillic-based liturgical Slavic with the name Church Slavonic, and also identified Slovenian Slavic as the direct and purest descendant of the former. This contributed to the later Slovenian national myth that Old Church Slavonic was none other but Old Slovenian. The adjective Slovenian for referring to this vernacular and people speaking it emerged firmly only in the 1820s. The German term Windisch was rejected as it developed into a pejorative denotation for the Slovenes. Earlier, it had been usual to refer to Carniola Slavophone population as Carniolans, and to the ethnically close Slavic speakers in Carinthia and Styria as Slovenes, Slavs. By identifying Church Slavonic as Old Slovenian, Slovenian linguists and nationalists joined the competition for the Cyrillo-Methodian literacy and tradition, also contested by the Croats, the Bulgarians, the Macedonians, and to a lesser degree, by the Slovaks. But the Slovenes and the Slovaks have tended to refer to this tradition in a rather rhetorical manner. Their claims for exclusive national ownership of Church Slavonic as Old Slovenian or Old Slovak are rather rare in comparison to the heated and politicized discussion on this subject that has raged among Bulgarian, Macedonian, and Croatian intellectuals to this day. Another feature that the Slovenes share with the Slovaks is the ethnonym. Until the beginning of the 19th century, Slovenian and Slovak intellectuals had not 295 clearly distinguished between the ethnonyms of their respective ethnic groups, as at that time the generic name of Slavs was popularly applied to refer to most Slavophone peoples. Even today, all the three ethnonyms remain quite close. For instance, in Slovak the adjective Slovenian, Slovak, and Slavic are rendered as Slovenski, Slovenski, and Slovensky, respectively, and as Slovensky, Slovensky, and Slovensky in the Slovenian language. In 1774, Slovenian, that is, Slavic and Carniolan, was introduced as an auxiliary medium of instruction in elementary schools in Carniola and Gorizia. The 1784 replacement of official Latin with German limited the influence of Italian, previously equated with Latin, in Gorizia and Trieste. Although the French administration initially wanted all the Slavic speakers of the Illyrian provinces to use Croatian alongside French, Italian, and German, they allowed in 1811 the official use of Slovenian. This was a formative experience for the Slovenes, because apart from Styria and Prekmurje, all the Slovenian-speaking areas were included in this French protectorate. Vienna permitted the introduction of Slovenian as a subject to secondary schools in Graz, 1812, Ljubljana, 1817, and Gorizia, 1847, An ethno-linguistic Slovenian national movement had coalesced by the 1830s. Its leading figure was Franz Przeran, Franz Preschool Aaron, or Przern, 1800 to 1849, who like Linhart, resigned from German in favor of Slovenian, and with his poetry wrote the Slovenian language into European literature. Przern composed the Slovenian epic, Krstpri Savasi, 1836, Labak the Baptism on the Savica Waterfall, 1996, Bielj, on the conversion of the last Slavic Carinthian ruler to Christianity. During the 1830s, the poet and his followers combated the schemes for codifying separate Slavic languages for Carniola, Carinthia, and Styria. Thanks to the group's efforts, the first books of poetry and fiction in Standard Slovenian came off the press in 1836 and 1847, respectively. The 1820s and the 1830s also saw a veritable war of alphabets. The two modern proposals aspiring to replace Boersica, besides Latin characters, also comprised 8 and 12 Cyrillic letters, respectively. It was an anathema to most Catholic Slovenian intellectuals, including Przern's group, who feared it may be the first step to including Slovenian in a biscriptural Serbo-Croatian. They rejected the possibility of submerging painstakingly coalesced Slovenian in a larger South Slavic, Illyrian, language, or even an all-Slavic one with numerous literary dialects. Support for such pan-Slav projects was never strong among the Slovenes, unlike in Slovakia, Serbia, or Croatia. The script strife caused Slovenian intellectuals to settle for a compromise in the form of the Croatian alphabet. It is known as Gajica in Slovenia because the Croatian linguist and author Gajha developed it. The diagraphs of Boersica gave way to one-to-one grapheme-phoneme correspondence as pioneered by Czech Hussite writers in the 15th century. In the course of the 1848 revolutions, Slovenian leaders demanded the founding of a united Duchy of Slovenia, composed of all the Slovenian-speaking territories, within the Austrian Empire, the introduction of Slovenian into 296. Administration and education, and sided with the Czech opposition to the project of transforming the German Confederation into a German nation-state. The absolutist reaction actually removed Slovenian from secondary schools by 1852. But paradoxically, the apolitical Catholic Saint Mohorha, Hermagoras, Society, founded in 1851 in Klagenfurt, decisively contributed to the solidification of Slovenian nationalism. Its main purpose was to publish books in Slovenian, and the society excelled in this sphere. Between 1860 and 1918, it produced 16 million copies of Slovenian books for the population, which numbered 1.25 million in 1900. This effort and the unique, in Central Europe, prosperity of the Slovenian lands allowed for the virtual eradication of illiteracy among the Slovenes by the turn of the 20th century. Elsewhere, this feat was repeated in Central Europe, only in Austria proper, Prussia, the Czech lands, and Russia's Baltic provinces. Like Galicia's Poles, Slovenian deputies also supported the 1867 transformation of the Austrian Empire into Austria-Hungary. They were rewarded with the co-official status for Slovenian in proceedings before Carniola's law courts, and in the deliberations of the Carniolan Landtag, Diet. Under the 1869 Compulsory Education Act, the use of Slovenian as a medium of instruction expanded in elementary schools in Carniola, Styria, Gorizia, and Istria. Istria's Italian speakers protested this move. But in Carinthia, Thesol Slovenian German secondary school, founded in 1871, became completely German 3 years later. In 1882, 2 years after Czech had gained the status of co-official language in Bohemia and Moravia, Slovenian was introduced as a co-official language for law court proceedings in the Slovenian-speaking areas in Styria and Carinthia. In 1908, there were 4 bilingual, German-Slovenian, secondary schools in Carniola, and the sole Slovenian language secondary school in Gorc. Slovenian did not become a co-official language in administration, but it was widely used for official contact and proceedings with Slovenian-speaking subjects. The concentration of Slovenian cultural life in Ljubljana made the Carniolan dialect into the basis of Standard Slovenian. Between 1856 and 1859, a new Catholic translation of the Bible into Standard Slovenian came off the press. Between 1869 and 1882, the British and Foreign Bible Society published another translation of the New Testament, which was intended for Catholics, but Slovenian Catholics and Protestants shunned it. In 1894 to 1895, a 2-volume Slovenian-German dictionary came off the press. The Czech missionary, Antonín Križka, 1868 to 1953, translated the Bible for Protestant Slovenes, and it was printed in 1914. During the second half of the 19th century, the Slovenian language was purified of German loans, including the Gothic letters used until then, and the standard was distanced from the vernacular by adopting the 16th century language of Protestant writers as the guideline of correctness. In this respect, Slovenian emulated the codification course of the Czech language. This produced a considerable gap between the spoken language and the standard which one has to learn at school as a second language. 297. After Vienna's 1908 annexation of Bosnia-Herzegovina, many Slovenian politicians lost their cherished hope for the transformation of Austria-Hungary into a federation with United Slovenia as one of its states. This opened the trend, which advocated a union with the Croats and Serbs in a South Slav federation. In the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, Serbo-Croatian replaced Slovenian in the majority of state institutions. However, the former language functioned under the confusing ideological guise of Serbo-Croato-Slovenian, introduced by the 1921 constitution as the official language. Slovenian intellectuals successfully resisted any attempts at creating a common Serbo-Croato-Slovenian language, or making Slovenian into a dialect of the Yugoslav language, as Serbo-Croatian became popularly known after the 1929 royal coup, when the kingdom's long-winded name was replaced with that of Yugoslavia. These attempts at submerging Slovenian in Serbo-Croato-Slovenian, or Yugoslavian, brought about conscious reaction in the form of purifying Slovenian from Serbo-Croatian words and expressions. However, thanks to the legal construct of Serbo-Croato-Slovenian, the administration of the Slovenian lands was conducted actually in Slovenian, and Slovenian deputies spoke Slovenian in the state parliament in Belgrade. But Serbo-Croatian was the exclusive language of command in the Yugoslav army. In 1919, the first ever Slovenian language university was founded in Ljubljana. But only in 1938, the Slovenian Academy of Sciences and Arts was established in the city, that too, as a parallel to the Croats' Yugoslav Academy of Sciences and Arts in Zagreb, 1866, and the Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts in Belgrade, 1886. The Slovenian-speaking lands, which remained outside Yugoslavia, included Gorizia Gradiška, northern Istria, and southwestern Carniola granted to Italy, and southern Carinthia granted to Austria. In Yugoslavia, most of Carniola, southern Styria, and Prekmurje were divided into two administrative units until 1929, when, for the first time in history, Slovenia became a single administrative entity, the Drava Banovina. During World War II, between 1941 and 1945, this Banovina was split between the Third Reich and Italy. Accordingly, German and Italian replaced Slovenian as official languages. But the Italian occupation administration provided for the de facto use of Slovenian as a co-official language, and the Slovenian Academy of Sciences and Arts was accepted as a member of the Council of the Italian National Academy in 1943. This cultural leniency, on the other hand, the Italians murdered 6,000 Slovenes and sent 30,000 to concentration camps, was over in late 1943, when Germany seized control of Italy's occupation zone of the Banovina. As earlier in Germany's occupation zone, place names and public life were Germanized and Slovenian language schools and institutions were liquidated. The sole significant exception was the formation of a Slovenian army for helping the Germans fight the Yugoslav guerrillas. This contributed to a serious inter-Slovenian conflict, which claimed 50,000 lives, while 40,000 casualties were due to warfare and occupation repressions. 298. After the war, most of interwar Italy's Slovenian-speaking areas passed to Slovenia, made into a state within the Federation of Communist Yugoslavia. Appropriately, Slovenian was made into the official language of this Yugoslav Republic of Slovenia, but Serbo-Croatian held sway as the common language of the Federation, which meant much less opportunity to speak Slovenian in the Belgrade parliament than in the interwar period. The economic clout of demographically and territorially small Slovenia allowed for maintaining the elevated status of its language. In 1974, the ecumenical Slovenian translation of the Bible, intended for both Catholics and Protestants, was published in Belgrade. It was based on the Catholic translation printed between 1959 and 1961. Between 1970 and 1991, the 5-volume authoritative dictionary of the Slovenian language was published. Beginning in 1981, official protests were voiced against the encroachment of Serbo-Croatian on the Slovenian vocabulary and the various official spheres of language use earlier guaranteed for Slovenian. The most pressing question was that of employing Slovenian in the Yugoslav army vis-a-vis Serbo-Croatian. After the 1990 Declaration of Independence, Slovenian became the sole official language of the Slovenian nation-state. For the first time in history, Slovenian does not share its status of the official language in Slovenia with another language. In 1996, this event was celebrated by the brand new translation of the Bible into the newest version of Standard Slovenian, as defined by the aforementioned authoritative dictionary. Slovenian politicians take pride in Habsburg, Austrian, connection, which they claim, that radically differs their country from the rest of Balkan Yugoslavia. They also point to the fact that per capita Slovenia is the richest of all the post-communist states, which facilitated its accession to the European Union in 2004. In 2007, Slovenia was also the first post-communist state to become a member of the Eurozone. The bright picture is marred by 18,000 of the erased. Most of them were born in Yugoslavia's Slovenia, but they had other republican citizenship than Slovenian. After the Declaration of Independence, they failed to gain Slovenian citizenship, and subsequently, were erased from the register of permanent residents. Today, as stateless persons, they are deprived of any social, economic, and political rights. Obviously, Slovenian is one of the EU's official languages now, but its main claim to fame is the giant of Ljubljana, that is, the neo-Marxian philosopher Slavoj Žižek, born in 1949. He started his international career with his easily comprehensible exegesis of the French psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan's, 1901–1981, arcane writings, quickly translated into English and French. In 1990, Žižek unsuccessfully ran for Slovenian presidency, which contributed to his status of an international celebrity intellectual. Between 1989 and 2006, 28 of his books were published in English translations. Žižek's highly popular writings made Slovenian, mediated via English and French translations, into a recognizable language of world philosophy and social sciences, including the Alter Globalist Discourse, Badge 2004, 11–14, 19, Biblici N. Drusby in Slovenci 2006. 299. Biblija 2006, Dam and Mikuzinska 2000, 217, Daras 2000, 143, 145–152, Dulichenko 2004, 143, Etymological Dictionary 2001, Hafner 1987, 6–15, 1819, Hannan 1996, 69, Hassenmeyer ETAL 1981, 29, Hanzik ETAL 2001, 81–82, 310–312, Hosler 2006, 32 to 36, Jagodzinski 2006, Janik and Gruel 2002, 282 284, Ken and Ziedenike 1984, 43 to 44, 50 to 51, 210 to 216, 327 to 333, 336 to 337, 343, Lersplawinski 1949, 118, Lansik 1984, 315, Magoxi 2002, 43, 74, 98 to 99, 159, Megazer 1744, Price 1998, 445. Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 48, 80, 465, 547, Slovenia 2005, Stankiewicz 1980, 87 to 89, 91, 95, 98, 101 to 102, Toporizzi C 1993, 144 to 150, Urbanchik 2000, 143, Zizek 2006. The 19th century consolidation of the Slovenian language and nation was delayed in Prekmurje and the isolated Alpine valley of the Razia River, located in Hungary and Italy, respectively. Apart from the administrative border, also Protestantism isolated Prekmurje's Slovenian population from their ethnic kin in Austria. In addition, Prekmurje bordered directly on Theogram, Zagreb, Archdiocese, which spread the Croatian Kajkavian linguistic and cultural influence among Prekmurje's Slavophone Catholics. The first, overwhelmingly Protestant, manuscripts in Prekmurjan date back to the 17th century. They were composed in the Slavic dialect of Gorts, with a touch of the local dialect, close to Kajkavian, and noted in the Magyar version of the Latin alphabet. The first printed book in Prekmurjan, a catechism, came off the press in 1715 in Halle, and was followed by a primer, 1725, and the translation of the New Testament, 1771, Halle. All were intended for the Protestant readership. The tradition of Catholic literacy in Prekmurjan is connected to the founding of the Steinmanger, Zombadli, diocese in 1777. In 1780, Father Miklos Kuzmici, 1737–1804, published the first Catholic Prekmurjan book, a catechism merged with a prayer book, in Edinburgh, Sopron. Father Joseph Kosici, 1788–1867, who headed a parish in Sinek, authored numerous ethnographic, historical and linguistic writings in Prekmurjan. In 1875, the first periodical in Prekmurjan began publication, and at the turn of the 20th century, Protestant and Catholic literacies in Prekmurjan converged. Prekmurje Slavic speakers, like their counterparts in southern Carinthia, adopted the German Sobrkewins as their self-ethnonym. The incorporation of most of their region in the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes disenchanted them with both the South Slavic nation-state in making and the Slovenian national movement, which was overwhelmingly Catholic. The publication of books and periodicals in Prekmurjan intensified during the 1920s, and was crowned with the first ever dictionary of Prekmurjan, 1922. At that time, Prekmurjan speakers preferred to refer to their language as Hungarian Windish, stressing their attachment to historical Hungary, partitioned after World War I. During the 1930s, this trend waned, and Prekmurje's Catholics mostly switched to Standard Slovenian. The tradition of Prekmurjan literacy was carried on among the Prekmurjan diaspora in Pennsylvania. After World War II, a few prayer books in Magyar orthography Prekmurjan were published. 300. For Protestants in Vinci, which remained in Hungary. In the 1960s, scholars and antiquarians in Slovenia began to republish the most interesting of Prekmurjan writings. The Slavic speakers of the valley of the Razia River remained in Italy after World War II, when most of Italy's Slavophone areas were transferred to Slovenia and Croatia. They never adopted the ethnonym Slovenes and refer to themselves as Rusians. Their glottonym for their idiom is Rusian, too, or speaking in our way, Panas. The first manuscripts in Rusian appeared in the 18th century, and in 1875, the first book, a Catholic catechism, was printed in Warsaw, as a curiosity for Slavicists. At the turn of the 20th century, Rusians strove for the introduction of their language to schools, but to no avail. Rusian literacy was supported by the Catholic Church, which published in 1927 the first Rusian book intended for the Rusian speakers, a catechism. Since then Rusian books have been published in Italy and Slovenia, in a variety of orthographies drawing at Italian and Slovenian spelling, or a mixture of both. The current efforts aimed at the standardization of Rusian probably will never be finalized, as the Rusian speakers do not number more than 1,500, and all of them are bilingual in Italian and Rusian. Another factor that probably prevented either the mergence of Rusian with Standard Slovenian, or the Italianization of the Rusians is the fact that their valley is located in the midst of the Friulian-speaking area and squeezed between German, speaking islets. The ethnonym, Friulian, stems from the name of the ancient city Forum Iulii, today Cividale del Friuli. The alpine borderland between the Romance and Germanic-speaking areas, crisscrossed by political, ecclesiastical, and administrative borders reinforced the isolation of the population in their respective valley sand regions. Today this linguistic borderland is divided among Austria, Germany, Italy, and Liechtenstein. In 1938, the Romance language of Romanche was recognized in Switzerland as co-official with French, German, and Italian. This encouraged Swiss linguists to claim that Romanche along with Friulian and Dolomitic, Ladine constitute a separate Rheto-Romance subgroup of the Romance languages. Italian linguists disagree and believe that the three languages belong to the Lombardian language, or dialect. The knowledge of Tuscanian in the role of Standard Italian became widespread in Italy only after World War II, which allowed for the largely uninterrupted continuance of literacies in local, well-established Romance standards, including Friulian. The poetry of Hermes de Calordu, 1622–1692, became the basis for the emergence of written Friulian. The first grammar was published in 1846, and was followed by a dictionary in 1871. In 1945, the Academy of the Friulian language was founded, and the famous director and writer, Pier Paolo Pasolini, 1922–1975, wrote in a Friulian dialect. Since 1957, Friulian organizations have demanded the introduction of Friulian to schools, but so far with no success. In the same year, the Slavic-style diacritic 301 letters, C, G, S, and Z, were adopted for writing in Friulian so as to make it more different from Standard Italian. After autonomy was granted to the region of Friuli-Venezia Giulia in 1963, there has been increasing use of this language in the mass media. A 1996 regional law adopted a new unified orthography and provides for the protection and promotion of Friulian, spoken today by 0.7 million persons. Almost all Friulian speakers are bilingual and know Italian. Besides striving for the preservation of their language vis-a-vis Italian, Friulian leaders also struggle to limit the use of colonial Venetian in their region, that is, Venetan, or the written language of Venice. They believe that Venetan properly belongs within the borders of the region of Veneto. Dolichenko 2003, 178–179, 206, 2004, 143–144, Janik and Gruhl 2002, 78–80, Map 14, Magoxi 2002, 160, Price 1998, 265–266, 391–392, Tornov 2005, 460. Sorbian. This description of the broader socio-linguistic context of Central Europe cannot avoid having a look at languages of those speech communities who have not attained their own nation-states in this region. Nevertheless, their political, cultural, and economic influence left a significant imprint on the Central European past, and, in some cases, continues even nowadays. The only Slavic group that secured the internationally recognized status of nation without winning their own nation-state is the Sorbs of Lusatia in Germany. The Jewish diaspora that concentrated in Central Europe prior to the Holocaust spoke vernacular Yiddish and Ladino in their communities apart from cultivating the traditional and religiously motivated literacy in Hebrew and Aramaic. A similar but much less numerous diasporic group were Armenians. Last but not least, the Roma, with the only Indic language widely spoken in Europe, remain the most numerous ethnically distinctive diaspora in post-World War II Central Europe. The Sorbs live in the historical region of Lusatia, which derives its name from a subgroup of Slavic Sorbs, who settled in this region at the turn of the 7th century, after it was vacated by Germanic Vandals and Langobards. The arrival of Sorbs, ethnically close to the Serbs, who at the same time settled in the Balkans, was part of the broader process of Slavic settlement between the rivers Oder, Odra, and Elbe. The name Lusatia, Lausisan, Lansisan, perhaps derived from Slavic lug for puddle or pond, was recorded for the first time in 932. In the second half of the 9th century, Lusatia formed a borderland region between the East Frankish Kingdom and Greater Moravia. In the following century it was incorporated into the Holy Roman Empire. In the 11th century, Lusatia changed 302 hands between the Empire, Bohemia, and Poland. During the next 2 centuries, Upper Lusatia, the southern section of the region centered on Botsin Budisin in Upper Sorbian and Budisin in Lower Sorbian, belonged to Bohemia, and Lower Lusatia, the northern section of this land with its center in Kotbus, Chosebuz in Lower Sorbian, and Chosebuz in Upper Sorbian, to Saxony. In the course of the 14th century, Upper Lusatia and Lower Lusatia were incorporated into the Crown of the Czech lands. In 1462, Brandenburg obtained Kotbus within its vicinity, and during the 30 Years' War, entire Lusatia, except the Kotbus area, was granted to Saxony in 1635. At the Congress of Vienna, 1815, Catholic Saxony was made to cede all of Lower Lusatia and the northern part of Upper Lusatia to Protestant Prussia. In 1871, entire Lusatia, though administratively still divided between Prussia and Saxony, was included in the German Empire. Between the 10th and 16th century, the formerly Slavophone area between the Oder and the Elbe became overwhelmingly Germanic-speaking. In the mid-18th century, the speech community of the Polabian, literally at the Elbe, Slavs disappeared in the vicinity of Dannenberg, Lachau, and Wustrow, south of Hamburg, leaving the Sorbs the last Slavic-speaking group in this area. In 1990, 67,000 Sorbian speakers survived in Lusatia, but not more than 20,000 actively communicated in this language with family and neighbors on everyday basis. All Sorbian speakers are bilingual, knowing German. Germanic speakers used to refer to the Sorbs and their language with the adjective Wendish, similar to that of Windish discussed above, as applied to the Slovenes and their language. In Slavic languages, the ethnonyms Lusatians, Serbo-Lusatians, and Lusatian Serbs predominated along Slavicized versions of Wendish, which is obsolete nowadays. In English sources, Wendish remains popular to this day. In Sorbian, the Sorbian self-ethnonym Serb almost exactly the same as the Serbian self-ethnonym, which is SRB in Serbian. As explained above in detail, the Serbs and the Sorbs may share their ethnonym, because they had formed a single ethnic group, perhaps prior to the 6th century. The development of the Sorbian national movement convinced German speakers to favor Sorbis instead of Wendish, which many Sorbs found offensive. The change began at the end of the 19th century and was completed only after World War II, though in the legislation of the land of Brandenburg both terms are still today employed as synonyms. In the German rendering of the Sorbian self-ethnonym, the letter O replaced E to allow for marking the difference between the Sorbs and the Serbs, Serbisch. 42. The change in German usage also influenced English, in which Sorbian is now preferred to Wendish. This antiquated ethno and glottonym Wendish still crops up in German usage, because Protestant Lower Sorbs prefer it to mark thus their difference vis-a-vis predominantly Catholic Upper Sorbs. It is so because, for all practical purposes, the Lower Sorbian language ceased to fulfill this function, given that not more than 7,000 persons have a reasonable command of this language. 303. The division of Lusatia into northern Lower Lusatia and southern Upper Lusatia, reinforced by the confessional cleavage of Protestantism in the former and Catholicism in the latter, led to the rise of the two varieties of the Sorbian language, which some users and linguists also define as two different, though genetically close, languages. This vacillation whether Lower Sorbian and Upper Sorbian are dialects of Sorbian, or languages in their own right, reflects the same political cum linguistic question as in the cases of Bulgarian Macedonian Pomakian Polician, all Bulgarian, a Romanian Istro-Romanian Meglina Romanian Romanian Moldovan, all Romanian, Czech Moravian Silesian Slovak, all Czech, Czechoslovak, Bosnian Croatian Serbian/Macedonian, Serbo-Croatian, Yugoslav, Illyrian, Slovenian and Serbo-Croatian, Serbo-Croato-Slovenian, Belarusian Russian Ukrainian, Great Russian, All Russian, Belarusian Goralian Kashubian Masurian Polish Silesian Ukrainian, All Polish, Dutch Flemish Lower German Swiss German Upper German, German, Dutch Flemish, Netherlandish, or Calabrian Emilian Romagnol Ligurian Lombardian Neapolitan Piedmontese Roman Sicilian Tuscanian, Italian, Venetan, all Italian. Originally, Protestant Lower and Catholic Upper Sorbian languages developed around their respective urban centers of Cottbus and Botzen. It was the Reformation, which gave an impetus to the rise of Sorbian literacy. This division was deepened by the confessional cleavage as Protestantism dominated in Lower Lusatia and Catholicism in Upper Lusatia. But Protestantism did radiate to Saxony's Upper Lusatia, which spawned Catholic Upper Sorbian and Protestant Upper Sorbian by the 18th century. Written Lower Sorbian was based on the dialect of Cottbus, while Protestant and Catholic Upper Sorbian at those of Botzen and Wittekena, Kulo in Upper Sorbian, respectively. Earlier Sorbian authors had written in their local dialects, but between the 18th century and the late 1940s, continued to use the single Lower Sorbian and two Upper Sorbian written languages. Both Upper Sorbian languages were unified in ideologically atheist East Germany. The subjection of most of Lusatia to Protestant Prussia in 1815 contributed to the spread of Protestantism among Upper Lusatia's Catholic Sorbs, accelerated by the 1871 founding of the ideologically Protestant German nation-state in the form of the German Empire. At present, merely 15,000 Upper Sorbian speakers profess Catholicism. The earliest extant, Upper, Sorbian text dates back to 1532. The first book in Lower Sorbian was published in 1574 and in Upper Sorbian in 1597. The first grammar of Sorbian, actually its upper variety of Botzen, written in German, was published in 1686 in Botzen. Interestingly, this grammar and especially Latin language sources on Sorbian referred to it as the language of the Vandals, lingua vandalica, during the 17th century. The Lower Sorbian translation of the New Testament and the Old Testament were published in 1709 and 1796, respectively, and in 1824, under one cover. The Protestant Upper Sorbian. 304. Translation of the Bible came off the press in 1728, and the Catholic Upper Sorbian of the New Testament in 1896. A new Catholic translation of the New Testament in Unified Upper Sorbian was published in 1966, and was followed by the two-volume translation of the Old Testament in 1973 and 1976. Earlier, the translators of the Holy Writ drew usually on Luther's German Bible, and the Czech, Polish, and Slovenian Bibles. However, Catholic translators preferred the canonic Vulgate to Luther's translation. Protestant Sorbs wrote Lower and Upper Sorbian with the use of German-based orthography, while at the end of the 17th century, Catholics settled for noting Upper Sorbian in Czech diacritical spelling. The latter change drew from the popular, thus, self-fulfilling, belief that Lower Sorbian was close to Polish and Upper Sorbian to Czech. The Sorbian-speaking area of about 8,000 square kilometers is an insular remnant of the North Slavic dialect continuum, hence it developed quite independently of Chancery Bohemian or Polish. Mainly Czech, but also Polish and other Slavic linguistic loans in Sorbian were consciously introduced after 1840, to purify this language of Germanisms. Today, there are less than 5% of German loanwords in the lexicon of both standard varieties of Sorbian, though in colloquial speech they add up to half of the vocabulary. By the way of German, numerous English linguistic loans also enter Sorbian nowadays. In the field of Sorbian syntax, the Germanic category of article was successfully suppressed in the second half of the 19th century. Otherwise, alongside Bulgarian and Macedonian, Sorbian would have been another member of the exclusive club of standard Slavic languages, which possesses this feature. The consistent use of Gothic letters for writing and printing united both Protestant and Catholic varieties of Sorbian. The rise of Sorbian nationalism led to the 1841 decision to replace the Gothic script with Antiqua and to introduce the new spelling system based on Czech and Polish orthographies in Catholic publications. However, the change was not complete among Protestant Sorbs until 1937, when publishing and any other public, and ideally, private, use of Sorbian was banned in the Third Reich. Sorbian literature took off in the 1840s. The Catholic Upper Sorbian Masica Srpska, Sorbian cultural organization, was founded in 1847, and was followed by its Protestant Lower Sorbian counterpart, the Masica Srpska, Sorbian cultural organization, in 1880. The former organization began publishing the first scholarly Sorbian periodical in 1848. Further, Upper Sorbian newspapers and periodicals followed in the 1850s, but only one in Lower Sorbian. After the creation of the German Empire, Sorbian, like other languages non-definable as part of the German language, was banned from schools and public life. Catholic Sorbian clergymen had received education in Prague since 1706. With time, this ecclesiastical link facilitated contacts between Czech and Sorbian nationalists, which bore fruit in the form of a 3-volume Lower Sorbian German dictionary, published in St. Petersburg and Prague, 1911 to 1928. A modern extensive Upper Sorbian German dictionary had been published. 305. In 1866, and was followed by similar ones in 1920 and 1927. From 1847 to 1937, repeated attempts were undertaken to merge the Catholic and Protestant varieties into a single supraconfessional Upper Sorbian language, but to no avail. The institutional unification of the Sorbian national movement was more successful. In 1912, the Domovina, Homeland, publishing house was founded to cater to both Catholics and Protestants, and to the users of all the three varieties of Sorbian. After World War II, it was refounded in 1958. Literature in Sorbian was limited to folklore, poetry, and short stories. The first Sorbian novel was printed as late as 1955. Despite Czech support, at the Paris Peace Conference, 1919, the Sorbian National Committee did not obtain international recognition for the Sorbs as a national minority, let alone a promise of their own nation-state. The Weimar Republic denied them the status of national minority, because there was no Sorbian nation-state outside Germany. However, Germany's recognized national minorities cooperated with the Sorbs, which amounted to an indirect recognition that they were a national minority. In turn, these national aspirations of the Sorbs triggered assimilatory repression in the Third Reich when democracy collapsed in Germany in 1933. Earlier, Czechoslovakia had lent international support to the Sorbs, so, in effect, their nation had gained semi-formal recognition from the Slavophone nation-states and France. In the second half of the 1930s, the German administration gradually restricted the public use of Sorbian, and the language was banned in 1937. In 1945, Prague and Warsaw appealed to Moscow for attaching Lusatia to Czechoslovakia and Poland, respectively. The Kremlin refused, but instituted a nationality policy for the Sorbs in Communist East Germany in emulation of the Soviet model. Article 11 of the East German Constitution of 1949 provisionally secured this policy, but the actual details of how nationality and language rights of the Sorbs were to be carried out were contained in the so-called Sorbian laws Ishbi Saxony in 1948 and Brandenburg in 1950. At the constitutional level, the rights were confirmed in a more concrete form in Article 40 of the 1968 Constitution, as the Sorbs were mentioned by their name in this article. Sorbian was reintroduced to elementary and secondary schools in 1945, and numerous institutions were established to support, standardize, and popularize this language. Sorbian speakers received the right to use their language in state offices, and bilingual, Sorbian-German signposts with the names of localities and streets were erected in the Sorbian-speaking areas. Paradoxically, the atheistic policy of the state, combined with the collectivization of the countryside and rapid industrialization, increased the social and spatial mobility of Sorbs, thus hastening their Germanization. The East German authorities, despite their official support for the Sorbs, also wished to Germanize this group, as evidenced by various school regulations, which led to the sudden drop in the number of children learning both varieties of Sorbian from 12,800 in 1962 to 3,200 in 1964. By 1989, the number had slowly grown up to 6,174. 306. The definitive academic grammar of Upper Sorbian was published in 2 volumes, 1968, 1976, a feat not yet repeated in the case of Lower Sorbian. An extensive Upper Sorbian German dictionary and an Upper Sorbian Russian one came off the press in 1954 and 1974, respectively, and were followed by a 2-volume German Upper Sorbian dictionary, 1989 to 1991. A small German Lower Sorbian dictionary was published in 1953, and a more extensive one was produced in 1990. In 1999, an extensive Lower Sorbian German dictionary came off the press. No monolingual dictionary of Sorbian has been compiled yet, and there is a chance for such an achievement only in the case of Upper Sorbian, which enjoys a terminology-oriented core of such a dictionary available on the Internet. After 1945, Sorbian was written exclusively in Antiqua. The 1948 to 1952 linguistic reform secured the unification of Upper Sorbian and encouraged the use of this variety at the expense of increasingly neglected Lower Sorbian, which also became Upper Sorbianized much to the dislike of Lower Sorbian speakers. The standardization of orthography solidified the difference between Upper and Lower Sorbian. The former does not share with the latter the letters O and R, whereas DZ, R, S, and Z are specific to Lower Sorbian. In the wake of the reunification of Germany, 1990, the East German constitutional guarantees for the Sorbs were repeated in a more limited scope in the pre-unification treaty between East and West Germany, and in the constitutions of the re-established Länder of Brandenburg and Saxony, between which historical Lusatia is split. In present-day Germany, there are 4 recognized minorities. Danes are classified as a national minority, Nationalminderheit, Sinti and Roma, along with the Frisians as ethnic groups, Volksgruppen, and the Sorbsesa people or nation, Volk. Both varieties of Sorbian are used for radio and television broadcasting, and there are monolingual Sorbian elementary and secondary schools. Sorbian teachers are educated in the departments of Sorbian at the universities of Leipzig and Potsdam, catering to Upper and Lower Sorbian, respectively. There remains a degree of Serbian-German bilingualism in the public life of the Sorbian-speaking areas, but hardly any Sorb exercises the legally guaranteed right to use Sorbian in state offices and law courts. On the other hand, many new employers, usually stemming from Western Germany, unofficially discourage the use of this language and premises in their enterprises. Perhaps, in a generation or two, Upper Sorbian, like Lower Sorbian before, will also lose its last active speakers. In Ireland, Gaelic is preserved by lavish governmental support, but for all practical and everyday purposes, English is employed. Maybe, in a similar fashion, Sorbs will use their language for symbolical purposes, but German will become the overwhelming means of everyday and official communication for the vast majority of Sorbs. Siginski and Leschinski 1997, 107 to 108, 111, 131, 139, Dulichenko 2004, 282 to 284, 319 to 320, 378, 380, L 1995, Hanzik ETAL 2001, 363 to 364, 307. Janik and Gruel 2002, 290 to 294, Kameler 2000, 204 to 205, Kasper 1987, 16 to 17, Polanski 1980, Price 1998, 359, 447 to 449, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 472 to 473, 549 to 550, Stankiewicz and Worth 1970, 144 to 145, Wolk 2005, 294 to 295, Witter 2003, 133 to 139. Hebrew and Aramaic. Prior to the Holocaust, 70% of the world's 11 million Jews 43 lived in Central Europe. They were known as Ashkenazim or Ashkenazic Jews. In addition to that, 200,000 Sephardic Jews or Sephardim made their homes in the Balkans. The ethnonyms of both the groups are derived from the ancient Hebrew words Ashkenaz and Sepharad, which in the Middle Ages, rabbis used to denote the Germanic speakers of the Holy Roman Empire and the Romance speakers of Iberia, respectively. Ultimately, Ashkenaz is a personal name of the son of Gomer, son of Japheth, son of Noah. On the other hand, Sepharad is the name of a country mentioned in the Old Testament book of Obadiah. Medieval rabbis identified Sepharad with Iberia. The discrimination and persecution they suffered, especially in the wake of the Black Death in the mid-14th century, made Ashkenazim leave the empire for Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania during the 13th and 14th centuries. After 1492, the Sephardic Jews were expelled from Spain and settled in North Africa, the Apennine Peninsula, the Ottoman Empire, England, the Netherlands and Poland-Lithuania. In the 15th and 16th centuries, while Poland-Lithuania expanded eastward and the Ottoman Empire northward, Ashkenazic and Sephardic settlers followed. Magoxi 2002, 107. Both groups preserved ancient Hebrew and Aramaic literacies of Middle Eastern origin in their religious texts. Thethnonym and glottonym Hebrew was mediated by Latin Hebraeus and Greek Hebraeos from Aramaic Ebitre. This Aramaic form corresponds to Hebrew Ebitri for an Israelite, literally meaning one from the other side in reference to the river Euphrates, which Jews crossed when led into the Babylonian captivity in the 6th century BCE. Others maintain that the term originally denoted an immigrant from Eber or the region on the other side. The glottonym Aramaic is derived from the name of the biblical land of Aram, mostly corresponding to modern Syria. It may be related to Hebrew and Aramaic rum for to be high, hence, originally highland. Hebrew and Aramaic are closely related and belong to the group of Semitic languages. Hebrew literacy commenced in the 12th century BCE. The language was written in the specific Hebrew version of the Phoenician alphabet, from right to left. The letters were for denoting consonants only, so the reader had to insert vowels, drawing on his command of the spoken language. In the 6th century BCE, Aramaic, as the international language of the Middle East at that 308 time, began to replace Hebrew. The rise of the Hellenic Empire made Greek into another important language of the region. Hebrew disappeared as a spoken language of Judea at the end of the 2nd century, and Jews began to use Aramaic and Greek as their languages of everyday communication. But Hebrew remained the holy tongue, Leshon Kodesh, of the Jews because the Old Testament and the Talmud were written in Hebrew. The increasing dispersion, or diaspora in Greek, of Jews, in the period from the 1st to 4th centuries, entailed linguistic diversification of their communities. In order to maintain links with one another, the groups employed Hebrew for written communication, especially since the 5th century. Later, besides the usual employment of this language for religious commentaries, a growing variety of texts were composed in Hebrew, especially in Western Europe. Beginning in the 7th century, medical treatises appeared in the 10th century secular poetry, and after the mid-12th century scientific and philosophical works. Pronunciation of Hebrew varied sharply from region to the point of incomprehensibility. The main cleavage was that between Ashkenazic and Sephardic speakers of Hebrew. In the 13th century, this situation encouraged the rise of a single Hebrew orthography across Europe, but pronunciation remained as varied as before. In 1488, the Hebrew original of the Old Testament was published for the first time. The complete Bible with the New Testament translated into Hebrew came off the press in 1599. The centuries-long use of Hebrew for commercial purposes declined sharply in the 19th century when the use of the Hebrew script was banned from any legally binding documents, including contracts, in Austria-Hungary, the German Empire, and the Russian Empire. Until early modernity, Hebrew remained the written language of the Jews and their religion, not unlike Latin in the case of Western Christianity, or Church Slavonic and Byzantine Greek among the Orthodox Christians in Europe. The Old Testament and the Talmud were translated from Hebrew into Aramaic in antiquity. The use of Aramaic for specific religious and community purposes made it into a specifically Jewish tongue. It existed alongside two other Aramaic languages, the official idiom of Babylonia and the tongue of Christians, that is, Syriac, written in different scripts. Early Christians, including Jesus, spoke in Aramaic, which gave rise to Syriac. Jewish Aramaic survived in the diaspora, known as the translation language, that is, into which the Old Testament was rendered. As more prestigious than the more broadly used Hebrew, Aramaic was reserved for the most learned in Jewish communities. The central work of Jewish mysticism, the Zohar, was written in Aramaic, and it remained the preferred language of Talmudic commentary. Today, while Hebrew still functions as the language of liturgy and prayer in the synagogue, Aramaic remains the language of marital contracts among Orthodox Jews. Etymological Dictionary, 2001, Fellman. 309. 1973, 12-13, Majwez 1989, 40, Price 1998, 12, 225, Simpson and Wiener 1991, 77, 1713. The development of modern Hebrew removed from ecclesiastical usage began in the mid-19th century, when the first collections of secular poetry were published in Hebrew. This trend was encouraged by emancipation of Jews, which accelerated in the first half of that century, and by proponents of the Haskalah, or Jewish Enlightenment. This movement emerged among the Ashkenazim at the turn of the 19th century, and proposed modernization and assimilation of Jews with the populations in the countries of their residence. Jews were to pursue mainstream secular education in local official languages. But the first half of the 19th century also saw the rise of various ethno-linguistic national movements across Central and Eastern Europe, which gave rise to Hebraists, who believed that Jews were a nation, and as such should develop their own secular culture, using Hebrew as their unifying national language. The first novel in Hebrew was printed in 1853. The first Hebrew weekly started publishing 3 years later in Lutsk, in Austria's Galicia. 3 more followed, in 1860-1862, in Vilnius and 1 in Warsaw, 1862, in the Russian Empire. Interestingly, during that time a Hebrew translation of the Quran came off the press in Leipzig in 1857. The linguist and national activist Eliezer Perelman, 1858–1922, grew up in this newly coalesced tradition of secular literacy in Hebrew. In recognition of the national goals of Zionism, he changed his Germanic surname to the new Hebrew one of Ben Yehuda. In 1878, he opined that the only chance for the Jews to survive as a distinctive group and form their own nation, was to establish their Jewish nation-state in the Holy Land, complete with the national language, none other than Hebrew. He arrived there with his family 3 years later. When his first son was born in 1882, Ben Yehuda prohibited his wife to speak to him at all, because she did not know any Hebrew. As an Ashkenazic Jewess, she spoke in Yiddish, the Germanic language of everyday Jewish communication in Central Europe at that time. Ben Yehuda isolated their son from the family's friends and also other children in order to raise him speaking Hebrew only. This unusual manner of socialization delayed his development of speech until the age of 6. But, in this manner, he became the first native speaker of Ivrit, or modern Hebrew, 1,500 years after Hebrew had ceased to be a spoken vernacular. As a consequence, Ben Yehuda's wife suffered serious depression. In 1889, Ben Yehuda established the Plain Language Society. His efforts and personal example facilitated the creation of a small, though solid, base of modern Hebrew speakers by 1900. 3 years later, the Hebrew teachers proclaimed Ivrit as the unifying language of all the Yishuv, that is, of the entire Jewish population in Palestine. In 1910, Ben Yehuda published the first volume of his opus magnum, the Complete Dictionary of Ancient and Modern Hebrew. The publication of all its 17 volumes was completed in 1959. This work collected 310. All the extant Hebrew words and built the bridge between Old and Modern Hebrew. In 1948, upon the proclamation of the independence of Israel, construed as a Jewish nation-state, Modern Hebrew was elevated to the rank of the sole official language of this polity. By default, it meant harsh suppression, especially of Yiddish, which, until the Holocaust, had been slated for becoming the national language of the Jewish nation. In 1971, the Ivrit translation of the Quran came off the press in Tel Aviv, and was followed by that of the Bible 5 years later. Obviously in synagogues, only the Old Hebrew original of the Pentateuch is used in liturgy. In this respect, Judaism shares with Islam and Orthodox Christianity the unshakable attachment to the original of the Holy Book, construed as written in the unique and only holy language. Muslims, of whatever native language, recite the Arabic original of the Quran, Orthodox Greeks the ancient translation of the Old Testament and the ancient Greek original of the New Testament, and Slavophone Orthodox usually Church Slavonic translation of the Bible. Catholics followed suit until the turn of the 1970s, when only the Vulgate, Latin Bible, could be employed in liturgy. Ironically, the strict monolingualism of Israel, in line with the Central European concept of homogeneously ethno-linguistic nation-state, was breached in the 1990s with the mass arrival of Jews from the former Soviet Union. These new immigrants tend to keep to themselves, and speak exclusively in Russian. Their strength is numbers. In 2006, a 0.95 million of them constituted 13.6% of Israel's inhabitants, 7 million, but 17.8% of the state's Jewish population, 5.33 million. They feel no need or obligation to acquire Hebrew, and even consider Russian more cultured and European than Hebrew. Israel being a democratic state, there are no legal instruments to force these new arrivals to abandon their Russian in favor of the official language. Actually, in accordance with Israeli law, one is considered a Jew, not because of a language, but provided one professes Judaism, or at least had one grandparent, who did, and as such was recognized as a Jew. Orthodox Jews are even stricter in their definition of Jewishness, and maintaining that one is a Jew only if his or her mother was a Jewess. In this, Jewish nationalism, Zionism, is similar to Greek nationalism, where being a member of the Greek Orthodox Church is the ultimate test of one's Greekness, even if in reality one is an agnostic. Owners of the mass media in Israel follow this splendid business opportunity posed by the Russian-speaking community with much acumen. They furnish these Russian-speaking Jews with a plethora of locally produced and imported Russian-language periodicals, books, radio programs, and cable television. Numerous terrestrial television channels broadcasting in Hebrew customarily provide Russian subtitles. In 2001, an Israeli Russian-language television channel entered the market, providing just Hebrew subtitles for the startled Hebrew-speaking mainstream. For all practical purposes, Israel 311 became a bilingual Hebrew and Russian-speaking nation-state. Obviously, 1.39 million Arabic speakers are also Israeli citizens, but the ethno-linguistic cum-religious concept of this nation-state excludes them from any commonality with the Jewish nation. However, Arabic is used on street and road signs, and in public life, especially in the areas adjacent to the territories slated to become the Palestinian nation-state, Fellman 1973, 38, 46, Kleinert 1993, 87, Kaiser 2001, latest population figures for Israel 2006, Carey 2004, Waldstein 1916, 15, 19, 27. Interestingly, some claim that the original Yiddish and Slavic linguistic background of Ben Yehuda influenced modern Hebrew to such an extent that it should be classified as a Slavicized Semitic language or Semitized Slavic one. Ben Yehuda's contemporary and fellow Jew, Ludwig Zamenhof, 1859–1917, was born in the town of Białystok, in the Polish-Belarusian ethnic borderland. This necessarily influenced the character of the artificial language Esperanto, which Zamenhof began to codify in 1887, Price 1998, 19, Wexler 1990. Yiddish. Until the Holocaust, the true national language of the overwhelming majority of the Jews in Central Europe as well as in the Soviet Union and the United States was Yiddish. The name is derived from the German term Judisdeutsch or Jewish German. From the former part of this phrase, Judish, the English glottonym Yiddish was coined in 1875, and, in turn, gave rise to German Jiddisch. Before World War II, 3/4 of all the Jews spoke this language, namely 12 million people, out of whom more than 8 million Yiddish speakers lived in Europe, mostly in the central and eastern sections of the continent, 3.3 million in Poland, 3 million in the Soviet Union, 0.8 million in Romania, 0.25 million in Hungary, 180,000 in Lithuania and others in England, France, Germany, Latvia, Belgium, and Switzerland. Yiddish is a Germanic language that developed in the 11th century in the Holy Roman Empire, on the basis of Middle Upper Germanic. The initial main difference between Yiddish and German was that the former was written in Hebrew characters, while the latter in the Latin script. In addition to that, Yiddish speakers used a plethora of Hebrew and Aramaic words connected to their religion and specific way of life. After the forced migration of the Ashkenazim to Central and Eastern European the mid-14th century Yiddish acquired numerous Slavic linguistic loans. This also disconnected Yiddish from the area of Germanic dialects, and from its linguistic source in the form of East Middle Germanic. Unlike in Hebrew, vowels are represented by letters in Yiddish. Until the early 19th century, the special Mishkit font distinguished Yiddish publications, whereas square type was used for printing in Hebrew, and the rabbinic cursive, Rashi, for religious texts in Hebrew and Aramaic, and printing in Ladino, as well. 312. The earliest extant manuscript in Yiddish, written in 1382, was found in Cairo. The first printed Yiddish book, a Hebrew-Yiddish glossary, was published in 1534 in Krakow. Printed Pentateuchs in Yiddish came off the press in 1544, Augsburg, and 1560, Cremona. The first two Yiddish competing translations of the Hebrew Old Testament, done under the influence of Luther's German Bible and the Dutch Statenvertaling, official, literally state, translation, were printed in Amsterdam, 1678–1679. In 1686, the first Yiddish newspaper began publishing in this port city as well. In the last 3 decades of the 18th century, the Haskalah or Jewish Enlightenment developed in Western Europe. The movement grew around the person of Moses Mendelssohn, 1729–1786, who lived in Berlin. He and his circle condemned Yiddish as unworthy jargon and urged Jews to adopt the languages of the countries where they lived. To this end, Mendelssohn translated the Pentateuch into German for the use of enlightened Jews, but significantly it was published in Hebrew characters, 1780–1783. Ironically, the 19th century Maskilim, enlighteners or modernizers, had to use Yiddish in order to spread their secular message among Central European Jewry. 44. The eradication of Yiddish, prescribed by Maskilim, was achieved with little effort west of the Austrian Empire and the lands of erstwhile Poland-Lithuania, because only a handful of Ashkenazic Jews remained in Western Europe. This was the end of West Yiddish as a significant language of Jewish culture. At the same time, when the Haskalah unfolded in Western Europe, the strongly religious and anti-elitist movement of the Hasidim coalesced around their charismatic leader, Baal Shem Tov, actually, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, 1698–1760, in the mid-18th century. Initially, Hasidism radiated from Poland-Lithuania's Podolaya, where his rabbinical court was located in the locality of Medzhibors, Mezbaz in Yiddish, today Medzhibaz near the city of Khmelnytskyi in Ukraine. The Hasidim's program was in their name, which is Hebrew for the pious ones. This term crops up in the biblical books of Maccabees and in the Talmud, to denote those who distinguish themselves by loyalty to Jewish law and by charitable deeds. Hasidism shielded the Ashkenazic speakers of East Yiddish from the Haskalah, thus preserving the use of Yiddish as the vernacular of their everyday communication. The symbolic date of the birth of secular Yiddish literature is 1864, when the Hebrew language didactic writer Sholem Yaakov Abramovi, T.Sh. 1836–1917, adopted the pen name of Mendel Mosher, Moiker, Sforim, literally, Mendel the bookseller, and began to write exclusively in Yiddish. This development split the Hasidic community. Traditionally Hebrew was the sole language in which all writing was done, unless some pious texts were to be explained in Yiddish to women, who were not schooled to read and write in Hebrew. In addition, writing was limited mainly to matters religious with a narrow leeway for 313 business needs. But using the vernacular for writing good-for-nothing fiction was as unthinkable and antithetical to Hasidic ethos as the Haskalah. But modernization, imposed on Jews in the Russian Empire and Austria-Hungary during the second half of the 19th century, could not be just ignored. For instance, the legal ban on the use of the Hebrew script made the merchants and entrepreneurs to adopt the Latin or Cyrillic alphabet for drawing contracts, and necessarily their written Yiddish became similar to Standard German. With time, they also began to use Russian and Polish for business purposes. The gate for the assimilation was open. Popular education, especially in Austria-Hungary, accelerated this process. However, it was soon noticed that assimilation did not secure acceptance for Jews either in Western or Central and Eastern Europe. The rise of political anti-Semitism in the last decades of the 19th century brought about the reaction of Zionism, or Jewish nationalism conceived in ethno-linguistic terms. One of the first dictionaries of Yiddish was a Yiddish-Russian one published in 1876 in Zhytomyr, and was followed by a Russian New Jewish Dictionary in 1909, printed in Warsaw. Despite pogroms, acceptance of Yiddish was wider in Russia than in Austria-Hungary. To the Russian ear, Yiddish was a foreign language, unlike to the Austro-Hungarian one, to which it appeared as corrupted German in need of correction. In the Austro-Hungarian census of 1880, the nationality of the population was recorded for the first time on the basis of the language they used. In the next 4 decades, Vienna persistently rejected Jewish petitions that they should be recognized as a separate nationality with their own specific language. The census takers considered Yiddish a kitchen German and subsumed Jews into the German nationality. In reply to this policy, in 1908, Yiddish-speaking Jewish nationalists organized a conference in Czernowitz, Chernovtsi, in the easternmost Austrian crown land of Bukovina that bordered on Russia, Romania, the Austrian crown land of Galicia, and the Kingdom of Hungary. At this conference, Yiddish was proclaimed not the, national language of the Jews. This did not change Vienna's policy toward Jews in Austria-Hungary but lent prestige to the earlier despised jargon. The new elevated status of Yiddish led to the unceasing strife between the supporters of this language and Hebrew. The destruction of Central and Eastern European Jewry in the Holocaust tipped the scale to the victory of the latter. Meanwhile, during World War I, Yiddish was made into one of the official languages employed in the Land Ober-Ost, or Russia's territory composed of the former Grand Duchy of Lithuania, which found itself under German occupation. The German administration paired it with Belarusian, German, Latvian, Lithuanian, Polish, and Russian in the official Siebensprachenwörterbuch, Dictionary of Seven Languages, 1918, Leipzig, which sanctioned the policy. Although officially only the Latin script was allowed in this territory, an exception was made for Yiddish's Hebrew script, and Cyrillic publications in Belarusian were tolerated. The multilingual tradition of the Land Ober-Ost. 314. Continued in Soviet Belarus, where Yiddish remained a co-official language alongside Belarusian, Russian, and Polish. Its official status began in 1920, and was reconfirmed in 1924. At lower administrative divisions, Yiddish functioned also as a co-official language in Soviet Ukraine. The Soviet cities of Kiev and Minsk along with Vilnius, Warsaw, and New York became the centers of Yiddish-language secular culture, including theater and film. In 1925, the Yiddish Scientific Institute, YIVO, Yiddischer Wissenschaftlicher Institut, was founded in Vilnius, and the complete modern Yiddish translation of the Holy Writ came off the press in New York between 1926 and 1936. In 1923, 324 Yiddish book titles were published, over 70% in Poland, 13% in Germany, 6% in the United States, and 6% in the Soviet Union. Between 1864 and 1939, about 30,000 Yiddish book titles were published, or, on average, 400 per annum. The increasing isolation of the Soviet Union from the outside world drove a wedge in communication between Soviet Jews and worldwide Jewry. This bifurcated the progressing standardization of Yiddish into two separate varieties, which some even believe to be two different languages. In line with the atheistic policy, the Soviet authorities prescribed the purging of Soviet Yiddish in making from religiously tinted Hebraisms and Aramaicisms. Simultaneously, the use of Hebrew, branded as a backward clerical language, was banned. In 1923, as part of the officially espoused program of revolutionary modernization, the campaign of Latinization commenced. The main targets of this campaign were the Arabic and Cyrillic scripts. The former was branded as backward and Asiatic, and the latter, frequently referred to as Russian, was loathsome because of its association with Great Russian chauvinism. The Hebrew script of Yiddish, due to its Asiaticism, was slated for replacement with a version of the Latin alphabet, but the process was stopped, because Jewish nationalists feared that Latin script-based Yiddish would be too similar to German. On the other hand, the Soviet authorities thought that Latinization of Yiddish could result in the Polonization of Soviet Jewry concentrated close to the Polish border. The same consideration prevented the planned Latinization of Belarusian and Ukrainian. The Kremlin believed that any Polish cultural or linguistic influence might weaken the hold of the Soviet ideology in Soviet Belarus and Ukraine, or even precipitate a Polish military attack in this region. The Standardizing Conference on Soviet Yiddish took place in Kiev in 1934. Russification was rejected as a method of making Yiddish into a full-fledged modern language. New words and terms were to be coined on the basis of Hebrew, German, and Slavic, Belarusian, Polish, and Ukrainian elements. But in the end, almost all the new coinages and neologisms were loanwords or calques from Russian. In 1929, the Handbook of Soviet Yiddish Orthography was published, and was followed by a spelling dictionary and pocket Yiddish Belarusian dictionary in 1932. An extensive Yiddish-Russian dictionary came off the press in 1940. The belief was that a nationality or nation to exist, it has to possess a nation-state. 315. Following this idea, in 1928, Moscow established the Jewish Autonomous Soviet region of Birobidzhan in the Far East. Yiddish became the official language of the Republic, but few Soviet Jews moved to this outback region on the border with China. Meanwhile, the Russification of Soviet Jewry progressed apace. The proportion of Jews who declared Yiddish as their first language dropped from 72.6% in 1926 to 41% in 1939. World War II and the Holocaust brought death to the vast majority of Jews in Central Europe and the Soviet Union. Emaciated Soviet Yiddish cultural life continued in the service of Stalinism and the Cold War effort until 1952, when the 24 leading Yiddish writers and leaders were executed. A shadow of Yiddish culture was revived at the turn of the 1960s. The proportion of Jews claiming Yiddish as their first tongue continued to plummet to 21.5% in 1959, 14.2% in 1979, and 11.1% in 1989. In line with this statistics, 150,000 Jews spoke predominantly Yiddish, but in reality, not more than a few thousand frequented Yiddish libraries. In 1990, the last Yiddish book was published in the Soviet Union, and it was followed by the demise of the last Yiddish periodical a year later. The last significant achievement of Soviet Yiddish came in 1984 in the form of an extensive Russian Jewish, Yiddish, dictionary. After the war, the YIVO was moved to New York. The Yiddish cultural life concentrated in the city after the de facto liquidation of Yiddish culture in the Soviet Union in the wake of the 1952 purge. But assimilation with the English-speaking majority soon took its toll. Between 1945 and 1984, 1,200 Yiddish book titles came off the press in the United States and Canada, 500 in 1945 to 1954, 370 in 1955 to 1964, 200 in 1965 to 1974, and a mere 120 in 1975 to 1984. The YIVO oversaw the standardization of Yiddish. In 1968, a bilingual Yiddish-English dictionary was published. 7 years earlier, the publication of the authoritative multi-volume Dictionary of Yiddish commenced, but so far only the first 4 volumes covering the first letter of the alphabet, that is, 1/3 of the lexicon, have came off the press. The project moved from New York to Jerusalem, where it seems to have petered out. In Israel, modern Hebrew was promoted at the expense of Yiddish, which Holocaust survivors still spoke. The similarity of this language to German was an important argument to convince them to acquire Hebrew. However, such a speedy shift to Hebrew would not have been possible without Tel Aviv's heavy-handed policies, which amounted to the de facto censorship of Yiddish theaters and publications. In this manner, Hebrew-speaking Zionists, nationalists, won their ideological battle with Yiddish-speaking internationalists, socialists, communists, which raged unresolved before World War II. In Israel, Yiddish survives as the language of choice and school instruction among the Orthodox Hasidic communities, who account for about 1/10 of Israel's population, or 0.7 million. Such communities carry on also on the United States eastern coast. With no authoritative dictionary to fall back on, the standard of Western Yiddish was decided by the YIVO's 1961 Handbook of 316. Yiddish orthography and the actual usages employed in the most important Yiddish newspaper, Vorwärts, Forward, with its headquarters in New York and its European office in Oxford. In Paris a radio station broadcasts in Yiddish, and in Oxford, a scholarly Yiddish journal is published in the Latin and Hebrew scripts. The last flourishing of the Yiddish language arrived with the spellbinding fiction of Isaac Bashevis Singer, 1904 to 1991, which earned him the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1978. But even his books were published in English translations rather than in the Yiddish. Interestingly, in the Britannica World Language Dictionary, 1954, Chicago, English was paired with French, German, Italian, Spanish, Swedish, and Yiddish. To my knowledge, it is the only significant dictionary that granted the status of world language to Swedish and Yiddish. This reflected the significance of both languages among immigrant communities in the mid-20th century United States, rather than in the sphere of global-wide communication. In this dictionary, Yiddish words were given in the Latin script with the use of English orthography. In the 1950s and the 1960s, this unusual dictionary entered popular use in Northern America, included in the third volume of the deluxe 3-volume edition of authoritative Webster's Third New International Dictionary. Today there are no exclusively monolingual Yiddish language communities anymore. The renowned United States linguist, Joshua Fishman, and his colleagues wish to revive this language in emulation of the example of Ben Yehuda and the Orthodox Hasidic communities. In New York they buy houses along a single street to create secular Yiddish language communities. The very same method is used to create new Gaeltacht Thai, or Irish-speaking areas, in Ireland. In 1995, the Council of Europe passed a resolution calling for the perpetuation of Yiddish language and culture. But there seems to be not much hope for this project because there is no national movement or nation-state that would vigorously support it. Nowadays, Yiddish is a grandmother or great-grandmother tongue, because for decades the surviving Yiddish speakers tended to refuse to pass this language on to their children, preferring that they acquire locally spoken languages. In 1980, the National Yiddish Book Center was founded in Amherst, Massachusetts with the goal of preserving and reviving Yiddish culture across the world. So far, the center's success has been limited to preserving Yiddish publications. Thanks to a grant from the famous American film director, Steven Spielberg, 1946, since 1998, almost all of the Yiddish publications held at the center have been made available online in the Steven Spielberg Digital Yiddish Library, Aptrud 1989, Baumgarten et al. 1994, 588, Estrake 1999, 2-3, 37, 100, and 2-103, 106-108, 117-136, 179, 187, 190-191, 195, Fishman 1993, 322, Geller 1994, 26, 61-63, 72, Kleinert 1993, 83, Hutterer 1990, 350, Janik and Gruhl 2002, 114-120, Katz 2004, 323, Martin 2001. 198, National Yiddish Book Center 2007, Price 1998, 497-498, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 474-475, 555-556, Siebensprachenwörterbuch 1918, Simpson and Wiener 1991, 2361, Smith 1990, 367, Webster's 1961. 317. Ladino. This Romance language has been known as Ladino, Judeo-Spanish or Judesmo, Jewish language, to outsiders, or Haquisha in Morocco, from Arabic haka for to tell, and Spanulet in modern Hebrew, though its speakers preferred to speak about it as Spaniol or Español, Spanish. The name Ladino was also employed by the Balkan native speakers of this language, but usually to mean the sacral language of the Jewish Romance translation of the Old Testament. Ladino of this translation differs starkly from the Sephardic Romance vernacular, because it follows the Hebrew original word for word without heeding the flow of the Romance syntax. Nobody spoke this sacral language of Ladino, which made it possible to use it in synagogue on a par with Biblical Hebrew, a practice unheard of among the Yiddish-speaking Ashkenazim. The name Ladino comes from the Latin word Latinus for Latin, an adjective originally relating to the Latin language, Romance speakers, and Western Christianity. At the threshold of modernity, this adjective became a noun, which came to mean a person who knows Latin, and, in turn, spawned the Spanish term Ladino for a sagacious, cunning, crafty person. In the overwhelmingly Orthodox and Muslim Balkans, the knowledge of Latin and other Romance languages was not widespread, unlike in the Catholic and Protestant half of Europe. Hence, this unique linguistic ability gave Ladino speakers an advantage in commercial relations between the Ottoman Empire and Western Europe. Ladino shares the Latin etymology of its name with the Rheto-Romance language of Ladine, spoken by 30,000 speakers in the Alpine valleys of the Dolomites in northern Italy. However, Ladine is a scholarly coinage introduced only in 1873, similar to the term Rheto-Romance, developed by linguists at the end of the 19th century. It was the 1492 expulsion of Jews from Castile and Aragon that gave birth to the Sephardic community of Jews. The Spanish example was soon followed by Portugal, Navarre, Provence, Sicily, Sardinia, and Naples. Altogether 0.25 million Jews were expelled from the Iberian Peninsula. These expellees were welcomed to the Muslim states of northern Africa and the Ottoman Empire. In the empire, they found tolerance and administrative autonomy within their Jewish millet, system of non-territorial autonomy. In the course of their travels along the southern shores of the Mediterranean, their Romance vernacular acquired Arabic, Greek, and Turkic loans in addition to those from Hebrew and Aramaic, which had always been present in this Jewish vernacular as in Yiddish. In the Balkans, Slavic linguistic loans entered Ladino, as well. Until the expulsion, the main difference between Castilian as used by Christians and Jews was that the latter wrote it in Hebrew characters, while the former in the Latin alphabet. The earliest Castilian texts in the Hebrew script date back to the 14th century. Besides Castilian as the dialectal basis of the future Standard Spanish, the expellees also spoke Leones, Aragonese, and Galician. This elevation of 318 Castilian to the position of the official language of Spain at the turn of the 16th century, also influenced the Sephardim's perception of their speech. In Salonik, Thessaloniki, which was the most Jewish city of the Ottoman Empire, and later, of Greece, Sephardim constituted the plurality of the inhabitants. In 1913, they numbered 61,000 alongside 46,000 Ottomans, Muslims, and 40,000 Greeks. The Sephardic inhabitants considered those speaking in Castilian as more accomplished. Thus, Castilian dominated in the city and gradually crowded out Leones, Aragonese, and Galician. These low-prestige idioms continued to be spoken in the city's vicinity, and became the butt of ridicule, especially distinctive Galician, which, with time, was identified as Portuguese, a badge of a country bumpkin. In 1547, a Ladino translation of the Pentateuch in Hebrew characters was published in Constantinople. 6 years later, it was followed by the full translation of the Old Testament, which came off the press in Ferrara. Significantly, this translation was printed in Latin characters of the Gothic type as it was intended both for Jews and Christians. That is why, some scholars consider it to be the first published Spanish translation of the Holy Writ. This undeniably Jewish translation incited further Christian translations of the Holy Scripture into Spanish and Portuguese. After instituting freedom of religion in Amsterdam, this commercial hub which attracted Sephardic merchants and entrepreneurs also, developed in an important center of Ladino culture. The ready availability of state-of-the-art print shops facilitated this process. Between 1675 and 1690, the first Ladino newspaper, Geestheid Amsterdam, was published in the city, and in 1676 and 1685, 2 academies of this language were founded there. The Christian philosopher, Baruch Spinoza, 1632 to 1677, a son to a Sephardic merchant from Portugal, was born and lived his life in the city. The Ladino background helped him master Latin, in which he authored most of his works. However, Constantinople-based Rabbi Abraham ben Isaac Asa was destined to become the father of Ladino literature thanks to his complete translation of the Bible, which came off the press in Constantinople between 1739 and 1745. It remained the most popular book among Sephardim until the 20th century. By the 1620s, the predominantly Castilian vernacular of the Balkan Sephardim had already differentiated much from the Castilian of the Spanish court. At that time, Ladino was truly born, though the gradually widening difference did not prevent mutual comprehensibility between it and Castilian-based Standard Spanish, with the exception of specialized religious usages specific to Judaism. The tradition of printing and writing in Ladino with the use of the Rashi, rabbinic cursive, characters was gradually discontinued at the turn of the 20th century. In 1825, the first Ladino newspaper in the Ottoman Empire began publishing in Smyrna, Izmir. Further 5 followed in Constantinople, 1853 to 1867, and 5 more in Bulgaria, 1867 to 1911. The first Ladino newspaper in the Latin 319 alphabet was published in Romania beginning in 1885, that is, 2 decades after the final replacement of Cyrillic with the Latin script for writing Romanian. After 1860, French Jewish organizations, with Paris's support, started organizing schools with French as the medium of instruction for Ladino-speaking Jews in the Ottoman Empire. In 1910, over 30,000 Ladino students attended 116 French medium schools. Gradual Gallicization of Ladino also entailed the spread of the Latin alphabet for writing and printing in this language. In 1906, Spanish scholars joined the French organizations, but with a different aim, as they set out on a project of collecting the entirety of Judeo-Spanish folk songs. Until Epirus and southern Macedonia with its historical capital of Thessaloniki were incorporated to Greece in 1913, few Sephardim had cared to learn Greek. The prestigious language of administration and official communication in the Ottoman Empire was Ottoman, Old Turkish, not Greek reserved for the Orthodox millet. This attitude differentiated Ladino speakers from the several hundred Greek-speaking Jewish families, known as Romaniotes, literally Romans, who had established themselves in the Balkans and Asia Minor during the Byzantine times. In Greece, their laxed Ottoman attitude to public language use was replaced by the radical policy of Hellenization applied to public spaces and Jewish schools. As a result, the Ladino of Greece's speakers was infused with Greek linguistic loans, which crowded out their former Ottoman counterparts. In Turkey, the older shape of Ladino was retained, but the language reform of 1928, which replaced the Arabic script with its Latin counterpart, accelerated the switch from the Hebrew script to the Latin alphabet for writing Ladino. The last Ladino periodical to use Hebrew characters was printed in the United States and did not begin to use the Latin alphabet until 1948. Ironically, the independence of the Jewish nation-state of Israel was proclaimed in that year, and modern Hebrew written in Hebrew characters was made into the polity's official language. As in the case of Yiddish, the period of modern literature in Ladino commenced in the mid-19th century under the influence of the Haskalah, introduced in the Balkans by French Jewish organizations, and European nationalisms. In 1853, the first Ladino journal started publishing in Constantinople. 12 years later, the first novel in Ladino came off the press. In 1898, an extensive Jewish-Spanish French dictionary was published in Jerusalem. The flowering of Ladino literature continued in the Ottoman Empire until the end of World War I, and increasingly in Latin America, where numerous Sephardim emigrated. The breakup of the empire caused the dispersal of the Ladino speech community among a plethora of nation-states, and the fate of Europe's Sephardim was sealed by the Holocaust. In 1900, around 193,000 Sephardim lived in the Balkans. The northern boundary of their settlement was eastern Bosnia-Herzegovina, Serbia, and southern Wallachia. Today, there are no monolingual groups of Ladino speakers. As in the case of Yiddish, the users of 320 Ladino are middle-aged or old and usually strove not to impart the knowledge of this language to their children, preferring that they speak local languages as their own. Nowadays, Ladino speakers number about 150,000 worldwide. At least two-thirds of them live in Israel, where their language is ostracized, like Yiddish, in favor of official Hebrew. Other communities of Ladino speakers are in Latin America, Los Angeles, New York and, increasingly, in Spain. Ladino survives as the marker of Jewish identity and speech in Spanish and Portuguese language literature. Interestingly, a year before the famous Yiddish writer, Isaac Bashevis Singer, was awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature, this prize had gone to Elias Canetti, 1905–1994, in 1981. He was a Sephardic writer born in Bulgaria, who settled in Great Britain and wrote in German. No monolingual dictionary of Ladino has been published so far, and there is no Ladino institution similar to Yiddish's YIVO, which would attempt to standardize the Ladino language. Actually, very few bilingual dictionaries of Ladino have been produced at all. The two most extensive ones are a Judeo-Spanish-French dictionary and a Judeo-Spanish-Turkish dictionary, which came off the press in Madrid, 1977, and Istanbul, 1997, respectively. Interestingly, despite the deep cultural and linguistic connections with Spanish culture, merely a small brochure like a Ladino-Spanish dictionary was published in the Catalan capital of Barcelona in 1977, Etymological Dictionary 2001, Geller 1994, 2325, Harris 1994, 20–23, 55, Janik and Gruel 2002, 144, Magoxi 2002, 109, Mazur 2005, 47, 51–52, 284–285, 376–377, Price 1998, 262–263, 277–278, Romero 1992, 182, 223, Schlosser 2005, 97, 120, Sefiha 1997, Sugar 1977, 278, Tornoff 2005, 294–295, 406, 624–625. Armenian. Another important diaspora community of Central Europe is that of Armenians. In 521 BCE, this ethnonym, rendered as Armena in Persian, Armaniya in Elamic, and Urishto in Babylonian, appeared on the Bistun Cliff, near Bakhtarin, today, Kermanshah in Iran, in the inscription of the Persian king Darius I the Great, reigned 521–486 BCE. Also, Herodotus mentioned Armenioi as soldiers serving in the armies of Darius's son, Xerxes I, reigned 485–465 BCE. From the Latin version of this ethnonym, Armenii, present-day designations of Armenians are derived in European languages. Herodotus suggested that they were Phrygians, who had migrated from the Balkans to Asia Minor. Present-day Armenian scholars, drawing on the Babylonian Urishto ethnonym for Armenians, claim that the 9th BCE polity of Urartu, centered on Lake Van in eastern Anatolia, was the first Armenian state. They add another argument that in 859 BCE an Assyrian chronicle mentioned an Urartian ruler by the name of Aram. This would make Armenians into a native population of eastern Anatolia and the Caucasus. In Soviet Armenia, when religion was suppressed, Urartian art 321 and symbols were made into the expression of Armenian nationalism. Other theories say that the name of Armenia comes from the Iranian or Greek confusion of the Armenians with the Arameans, a Semitic group whose homeland of Aram, highland in Hebrew, extended from Canaan to the Euphrates. The self-ethnonym of the Armenians is Hay. They call their state Hayastan and language Hayuren. Recently, a clay tablet from the 2nd millennium BCE came to light during excavations in Hadasaz, today, Boğazkale in Turkey, the capital of Hutti, the earliest known Indo-European polity. This tablet recorded the name Hayasa, which could be related to the self-ethnonym of the Armenians. Christian folklore of Armenia created the figure of Haik, the father of the Armenians. He was to be a grandson of Noah's son, Japheth. Perhaps, the biblical story of Noah's Ark that after the flood reached terra firma on Ararat, the holy mountain of the Armenians, somewhat substantiated the postulated reality of Haik. All in all, there is no agreement on the origin or etymology of the terms Armenian and Hay. The historic geographic concept of Armenia overlaps with the high tableland of 1,000 meters above the sea level, located in the upper valleys of the Euphrates, Tigris, Arax, and Kurake. It is 650 to 800 kilometers long, and of nearly the same width. Lakes Van, Sevan, and Urmia demarcate the core of this region, crowned in the center with the towering mass of biblical Mount Ararat, 5,165 m. This area changed hands between Media, Persia, Alexander the Great, and the Seleucid Empire, before two largely independent Armenian polities emerged in 190 BCE. They merged in 94 BCE, but Rome defeated Armenia in 69 BCE, making it into a buffer state between the Roman Empire and Parthia. At some point between 278 and 313, Armenia was the first state to adopt Christianity as its state religion. However, most Armenian authorities cite this date as 301. Opportunely, this allowed for the merger of the celebrations of the 1700th anniversary of Armenian Christianity with the 10th of Armenian independence. In 387, the East Roman Empire and Persia partitioned Armenia. In the 7th century, the Arab armies of Islam seized the country. In 859, Armenia re-emerged as a vassal polity within the Caliphate, and gained independence in 885. In 1045, Byzantium and the Turkic Seljuks partitioned Armenia anew. Many Armenians moved southward to the Mediterranean southeastern corner of Anatolia, where they established the new Armenian Kingdom of Cilicia. In 1375, the Muslim Mamluks seized it and incorporated to their polity with its center in Egypt and Syria. Thereafter, there was no independent Armenian state until the 20th century. All these political upheavals sent waves of Armenian refugees and expellees. First, at the end of the 6th century, within the confines of the Byzantine Empire, many Armenians left, or were forced to leave, the Caucasus and settled in the Balkans, which was the empire's economic center. In the 9th century, in order to 322. Secure the borderland against Arabs and to uphold the religious uniformity, the ethnically Armenian sect of Polykians was persecuted and its members resettled in the Balkans, where they incited the rise of another sect of Bogomils in the 11th century. After the fall of the Caucasian state of the Armenians in the mid-11th century, another trickle of emigrants to Central Europe followed. The same process repeated itself in the mid-13th century after the fall of their Mediterranean state of Cilicia. In the wake of the fall of Constantinople, the struggle between the Ottoman Empire and Persia in the Caucasus played out during the 16th and 17th centuries, sending even more refugees to Central Europe. In addition, in 1604, the Persian Shah Abbas the Great, reigned 1587 to 1629, deported numerous Armenians from what is present-day Nakhchivan, Azerbaijan's exclave, to his capital at Isfahan, where they established their colony, New Julfa. From there, Armenians spread to India, the East Indies, and Australia. Meanwhile, Armenian merchants involved in Levantine and Mediterranean long-distance trade continued visiting and settling in this region throughout the 2nd millennium CE. In 1900, Armenians of Central Europe numbered 249,000, the vast majority of whom, 178,000, lived in the European part of the Ottoman Empire. Around 160,000 of the Ottoman Armenians resided at Constantinople, making it the largest Armenian city worldwide. In the empire, they were organized in a separate Armenian millet, founded in 1461. It grouped all the members of the monophysite Armenian Apostolic Church, who lived in the empire. But the ethno-religious unity was not absolute, as the Ottoman authorities included in this millet other ethnically non-Armenian monophysites also, namely Chaldeans, Copts, and Georgians. In the wake of the Greek revolt of the 1820s, the Ottoman authorities transferred the control of the empire's banking to Armenian hands, as they redirected governmental orders for army supplies to Bulgarian merchants. At the same time, Russia completed its seizure of most of Persia's section of Armenia, following the Russo-Persian Wars of 1796, 1803–1814, and 1826–1828. After the 1878 war with the Ottoman Empire, St. Petersburg seized another piece of historical Armenia. The gradual Russian annexation of the Ottoman territories extending along the northern, western, and eastern shores of the Black Sea, entailed wholesale expulsion of Muslims. In the Caucasian borderland, St. Petersburg strove to attract Christian, that is, Armenian, settlers from the Ottoman side of the border, and to incite Armenians remaining there to revolt in order to facilitate repeated Russian attacks. Although most of the Ottoman Armenians, concentrated in Constantinople and in western Anatolia, were the Sultan's loyal subjects, the events in northeastern Anatolia contributed to the repeated massacres of Armenians in 1894, 1895, and 1909. The ravages of the Great War combined with the Russian menace, contributed to the horror of the 1915 massacres perpetrated by the Ottoman government. The apparent objective was to deport Armenians to Mesopotamia. 323. Far away from the theaters of war, where they could come to the succor of Christian attackers. Due to the lack of logistical preparation and the growing enmity of the Ottoman administration and soldiers, Armenian communities were decimated throughout Anatolia, though most Armenians living in the capital remained there unscathed. However, the question of whether these deportations might not be intended as a means of annihilating the Armenians of eastern Anatolia remains. It appears that at the local level, time and again soldiers were given orders to kill deportees in their charge. Should it become unambiguously established that it was the Ottoman government's clear intention, the Armenian persistence to call the massacres by the anachronistic term genocide would be fully justified. After 1918, this forced expulsion created a new Armenian diaspora of 0.25 million in what today is Syria, Lebanon, Egypt, and Iraq. Many others left for Western Europe, mainly France, and Northern America. In Central Europe outside the Ottoman Empire, Armenian communities were scattered in Bulgaria, Romania, Austria's Galicia, and in the south of the Russian Empire. The emigration of Armenians from their homeland in eastern Anatolia usually took several generations before they reached the Western Rus principalities, later, annexed by Poland, Lithuania, and the Kingdom of Hungary, beginning in the 12th century. Because they traveled across the lands around the Black Sea, which at that time were mostly Turkic-speaking, they adopted Kipchak Turkic as their vernacular. In the course of their centuries-long residence in Central Europe, smaller groups of Armenians often adopted local languages. Like Jews, most Armenians lost their native language but continued to write their new vernaculars, exclusively in the specific Armenian script. Hence, numerous Arabic, Kipchak, Syriac, Ottoman, Old Turkish, and Tatar texts were written in this alphabet. What united diaspora Armenians was their own specific monophysite Christian church in which they employed the liturgical Armenian language, known as Grabar, or the written word. The religious and ethnic significance of Grabar meant that various bilingual glossaries and dictionaries were compiled in which it was paired with the actual vernacular spoken by Armenians in a given location. Saint Mesrab Mashtats, 355–349, developed an Armenian script in about 406, despite some Greek endeavors to write the Armenian vernacular in Greek characters. The Armenian alphabet with the perfect one-to-one correspondence between graphemes and phonemes is quite original, though some characters might be derived from Greek and Syriac counterparts. The popular belief, not supported though by a shred of evidence, is that either Mashtots developed equally specific Georgian and Akvanian alphabets too, or that they were modeled on the basis of the Armenian example. The tradition of Armenian literacy took off in earnest when the initial translation of the Bible was completed between 406 and 431. The revised version deemed as canonic was ready by the mid-5th century. Language change required the introduction of 2 additional 324 letters in the 11th and 12th centuries to maintain the one-to-one phoneme-grapheme correspondence. Since then the Armenian script has not changed. The Catholic Church, which sought a union with the Armenian Church, encouraged the use of Grabar. To this end, in 1695, a Latin Grabar dictionary was published in Rome. In 1701, Mikatar of Sebastia 45, today, Sivas in eastern Turkey, 1676–1749, founded an Armenian Catholic congregation in Constantinople. In 1717, it moved to Venice and became known as Mikatarist. A breakaway Mikatarist group established a new congregation in 1773 in Trieste, before it moved to Vienna in 1811. Meanwhile, an Armenian Catholic Church was founded in 1742, though most Armenians stuck to their monophysite Apostolic Church. The Mikatarist congregations in Venice and Vienna were the main centers of Armenian culture and literacy in Western and Central Europe. In the first half of the 19th century, American Protestant missionaries joined the competition for Armenian souls. Their efforts brought success, when the Ottoman authorities recognized the Protestant millet in 1850. The overwhelming majority of its members were Armenian converts. Understandably, the Armenian millet strongly opposed this unexpected development, but eventually was placated to recognize that the Ottoman Empire guarantees freedom of religion for all those who profess a form of Judeo-Christian monotheism. Further efforts of Protestant missionaries to attract Balkan Slavs to the Protestant millet spurred up the rise of Bulgarian nationalism, but failed to convince many Slavs to renounce their Orthodox Christianity. Armenian, like Greek and Albanian, has no cognates. These 3 idioms are singular representatives of their separate branches of the Indo-European languages at the same taxonomic level as the branches of the Slavic or Germanic languages. It was the German scholar, Heinrich Hubschmann, 1848–1908, who proposed this classification of Armenian in his seminal 1877 article. The first Armenian book was published in Venice in 1512. A Grabar Bible, based on a Silikian manuscript from 1295, came off the press in Amsterdam in 1666. It was reprinted in Constantinople in 1705. The Myktiarists used a manuscript dated 1319, to publish a Catholic version of the Grabar Bible in Venice in 1805. The Myktiarist also published the first modern grammar of Grabar in 1779. The first Armenian periodical, not in Grabar, but a local Armenian dialect close to that spoken in Isfahan, was printed in Madras, Chennai, in 1794. Grabar, though at that stage starkly different from the vernacular, continued to be used for writing. Between the 12th and 14th centuries, the tradition of literacy in Middle Armenian flourished in Cilicia. As a later version of Grabar, Middle Armenian was closer to the vernacular, but still hardly intelligible to an uneducated Armenian speaker. The situation was similar to the case of Greek in Byzantium. Ancient Greek was used in church and its somewhat later version, Byzantine Greek, for secular purposes. Similarly, Classical Grabar persisted in liturgy, and Middle Armenian in Silikian administration and literature. 325. In the 15th and 16th centuries, only Classical Grabar was used as the language of liturgy and ecclesiastical administration in the Armenian millet, but first poems in the vernacular appeared, too. Finally, a vernacular tradition of Armenian writing emerged in the 17th century. This new Armenian was dubbed Ash-Sarhabar, or secular, civil, language, as opposed to ecclesiastical Grabar. In his Latin language Grammar of Armenian published in 1674 in Constantinople, Hovhannes Holof distinguished three Armenians: classical, Grabar, vernacular, dialects, and civil, conceived as a fusion of the other two. This scheme predated Lomonosov's three styles of Russian by an entire century. Modern Russian emerged from the middle style, which was a mixture of the vernacular and Church Slavonic. Similarly, Civil Armenian spawned modern Armenian, which popularly goes by the name of the former, Ash-Sarhabar, in order to distinguish it from Grabar. Ash-Sarhabar developed in two variants, the Western based on the dialect of Constantinople, and the Eastern, which drew on the Ararat dialect of northeastern Anatolia, whose users created a lively cultural center in Tiflis, Tbilisi. Two other distinctive groups of Armenian dialects were left out from the standardization process, one of Poland, Lithuania and Transylvania, and another of Russia, Persia, and India. The first grammars of Eastern and Western Armenian came off the press in 1711 and 1727, respectively. This also gave rise to the question if they are varieties of one language, or maybe two separate languages. The degree of mutual comprehensibility is small. First, Western Armenian was infused with Turkic and Greek, and later, French and English linguistic loans. In the case of East Armenian, initially Persian, and afterward, Russian loanwords predominated. Grammatical structures also differ in both varieties. In addition, out of the 38 phonemes mapped by the Armenian alphabet, 10, though denoted with same letters in Eastern and Western Armenian, differ in pronunciation. Beginning in the 1840s, in the Armenian communities of Venice and Constantinople, the question raged if the Armenian nation should adopt Grabar or Ash-Sarhabar as its national language. The reply in favor of the latter was facilitated by American Protestant missionaries in the Ottoman Empire, who followed Luther's creed to translate the Holy Writ into the everyday vernacular of the faithful. The translations of the New Testament into Western and Eastern Armenian were published in Paris, 1825, and Moscow, 1835, respectively. The complete modern translations of the Bible in both varieties followed in 1858 and 1883, respectively. The Western Armenian translation of the Quran was published in the Bulgarian port city of Varna in 1904. St. Petersburg supported the development of Eastern Armenian spoken by Russia's Armenians, but the economic and political clout rested with West Armenian speakers in Western Anatolia, who also obtained much educational and cultural aid from the West. As in the case of Belarusian, Lithuanian, Latvian, Moldavian, and Ukrainian earlier, Armenian was banned as the medium of education and for printing. 326. Books in the Russian Empire. While the ban was lifted only in 1905, Western Armenian literacy unfolded largely unhindered during this period. In 1840, the first periodical in Ash-Sarhabar, Western Armenian, began publishing in Smyrna. In the same year, the first novel was written in Ash-Sarhabar, Eastern Armenian, yet it was finally printed only in 1858. In the 1860s, it was clear that Ash-Sarhabar was slated for becoming the national language of the Armenians. In 1866, a modern grammar of Standard Western Armenian came off the press in Vienna, and was followed 8 years later by its Eastern Armenian counterpart, published in Tiflis, Tbilisi, then a Russian city and the shared center of Georgian and Armenian culture. The two extensive dictionaries of Grabar, published in Vienna, 1836 to 1837, and Constantinople, 1844 to 1846, blazed the trail for the lexicography of Ash-Sarhabar. In Venice, a Grabar Ash-Sarhabar dictionary and its Ash-Sarhabar Grabar counterpart came off the press in 1843 and 1869, respectively. The tragic events of 1915 dispersed the thriving community of the West Armenian speakers, which tipped the scales in favor of Eastern Armenian as the national language of the Armenian nation. But the massacres, remembered in Armenian historiography as genocide, were made into a cornerstone of Armenian nationalism, as the Holocaust in the case of Jewish nationalism. In 1918, Eastern Armenian was made into the official language of the short-lived independent Armenian Republic, 1918 to 1920. Its successor in the form of Soviet Armenia was located in the northeasternmost periphery of historical Armenia. Russian never overwhelmed Armenian there, as it did in the cases of Ukrainian, Belarusian, or Kazakh in the respective national republics. Actually, the ratio of Soviet Armenians residing in their national republic, who claimed Armenian as their first language grew, from 89.9% in 1959 to 99.4% in 1989. In the course of the 1923 to 1933 Latinization campaign, Armenian along with Georgian, Yiddish, Russian, Ukrainian, and Belarusian were allowed to keep their specific scripts. Uniquely among native languages in the Soviet Union, the Kremlin absolved Armenian alongside Georgian and Yiddish from changing their scripts into the Cyrillic alphabet. 46 The specific script placed quite an impenetrable ethno-cultural border between Armenian speakers and the rest of the Soviet population united through the commonality of Cyrillic employed for writing their various languages. The authoritative 4-volume Dictionary of Armenian was published in 1944 to 1945 in Yerevan, and reprinted in 1955-1956 in Beirut. The 1915 Armenian genocide largely extinguished and dispersed the Western Armenian-speaking community of Western Anatolia. The remaining centers of Western Armenian speakers coalesced in Istanbul and Lebanon. This variety of Ash-Sarhabar still lacks an authoritative multi-volume dictionary and, in its lieu, the extensive 1-volume dictionary that came off the press in Beirut in 1953, must suffice. At least 7 more 1-volume dictionaries of Western Armenian were published by 2000, but they are less extensive than the 1953 one. 327. Since 1991, Eastern Armenian has been the sole official language of independent post-Soviet Armenia, and since the mid-1990s, of the Second Armenian State of Nagorno-Karabakh, carved out from the territory of Azerbaijan. Although institutionally and politically separate, in practice, both Armenian polities function as a single state. The international community does not recognize Armenian Karabakh as a state, which, in light of international law, remains part of Azerbaijan. Here, the situation is similar to Israeli occupation of the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem. The difference is that all Azeris either were expelled or fled from Armenia and Karabakh to Azerbaijan due to mutual ethnic cleansing, and the same measure was meted out to Azerbaijan's Armenians. As in all post-Soviet Caucasus, Russian remains in everyday use, including governmental offices, also in Armenia and Karabakh. However, fewer people know this language in the countryside, and Armenian youth, who gained education after 1991, tend to know better English than Russian. French is also an important foreign language acquired by Armenians due to their large and influential diaspora in France. Grabar survives in the liturgy of the Armenian Church, which after the 7 decades of Soviet-imposed atheism, is glorified as the national church of all Armenians. 47 Beginning in the 1970s, Ash-Sarhabar, usually Western Armenian, replaced Grabar among the Armenian Catholics. The disastrous 1988 earthquake and the war with Azerbaijan over Nagorno-Karabakh destroyed the Armenian economy in the 1990s. Predictably, a wave of 1 million emigrants left for Russia, Western and Central Europe, and Northern America. Alongside, these emigrants brought their Eastern Armenian. Thanks to Armenian satellite television, the internet, phone calls and regular air connections, they are unlikely to lose their mother tongue anytime soon. This new emigration also helps to rekindle interest in matters Armenian among Central Europe's old Armenian communities, who lost even the knowledge of Grabar for liturgical purposes. Last but not least, the novel situation contributes to the further decline of Western Armenian and champions Eastern Armenian as the Armenian language, Armenian versions of the Bible 2004, Arcanian 1985, 12, 16-17, 32, 39, 66, 84-86, Galistian 1981, 83, Kudavertian ETAL 1990, 41-42, Magoxi 2002, 109-110, McCarthy 1997, 334-335, Mojadel 2005, 28-32, Pisoich 2000, 135-137, Price 1998, 13-18, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 7, 282-283, 350, 462-463, 508-512, Carey 2004, Redgate 1998, Rogers 2005. 164-165, Smith 1990, 366, Stakowski 2003, Sugar 1977, 49, 277. Romani. After the destruction of the Jewish communities in Europe during World War II, only the Roma remain a significant diaspora on this continent. Like the Jews, they concentrate in Central European the Balkans. But Roma were not pulled into these regions by the opportunities of economy or religious freedom. 328. Quite the contrary, in the mid-14th century, they were enslaved in Wallachia, Moldavia, and Transylvania. The Roma slavery was gradually dismantled by the end of the 18th century in Transylvania, but in the two other regions they were finally freed from bondage only between 1855 and 1864. Many of the estimated 600,000 slaves left for Central and Western Europe looking for a living, after being removed from the estates of their former masters. The Roma are a people who, probably, stem from northwestern India. At the beginning of the 11th century, maybe in the course of the military hostilities between Islamic and Hindu armies, they left westward across Persia, the Caucasus, and Anatolia to Europe. Their slow-paced trek is mainly deduced from the foreign linguistic loans present in Romani. It acquired numerous linguistic loans from Persian, Kurdish, Armenian, Georgian, Turkish, Greek, Romanian, Magyar, and Slavic. The absence of any Arabic loanwords in this language allows for inferring that the Roma's involvement on the part of anti-Islamic forces continued, or they simply avoided lands inhabited by Arabs. In the 19th century, the authorities in British India classified several group PSAs gypsies on the basis of their nomadic or itinerant way of life. These groups were not linguistically or historically related with the Roma. But this classification spurred attempts to identify some specific group living in present-day India as Roma, who stayed in their motherland. In the 1970s and 1980s, when India was one of the leaders of the non-aligned movement, Delhi was partial to this idea, because it could heighten the status of India as an ancient civilization of worldwide influence. At its 1978 Congress in Geneva, the International Roma Union declared that India was the mother country of the Roma. In return, some organizational and other aid flowed to Roma organizations from New Delhi. To emphasize the link between India and the Roma, a Romani Punjabi English dictionary was published in Patiala, Punjab in 1981, and also some Romani texts in the Devanagari script, employed for writing in India's national language of Hindi, came off the press. However, it seems more probable that Roma and their language emerged outside historical India, when the ethnically variegated, Indo-European and non-Indo-European, ethnic groups, though united in their Hinduism, had already left the subcontinent. Roma arrived in the Balkans in the mid-13th century, perhaps in the wake of the Mongol Seljuk and Byzantine Ottoman struggle, which unfolded in Asia Minor. During the 14th century, Roma spread to Central Europe, and in the following century, to the western part of this continent. But, to this day, most of them reside in Central and Eastern Europe. In the 16th century, they reached Scandinavia, and latter, Muscovy. Between 1582 and 1724, numerous Roma were deported from Spain, Portugal, France, and Great Britain to the states' colonies in the Americas. In the second half of the 18th century, itinerant Roma were forced to become peasants, thus serfs, in the Kingdom of Hungary. In 1761 and 1767, a ban was introduced on speaking Romani at the penalty of 25 lashes. 329. Hungary's Roma were transformed into new Magyars, indistinguishable from other peasants. At that time in Spain, one could also have his or her tongue cut out for talking in Romani. All these instances of discrimination combined with the institution of Roma slavery in Wallachia, Moldavia, and Transylvania led to the emergence of anti-Gypsism, similar in its intolerant nature to anti-Semitism. But unlike Jews, most Roma converted to Christianity, except some in the Ottoman Empire, who chose Islam to improve their lot. Such generalized prejudice was directed against their itinerant way of life, language, and specific customs, which prevented their assimilation. The intensity of anti-Roma prejudice shows clearly in European ethnonyms used to refer to them. For instance, from English gypsy the verb to gyp, meaning to cheat, lie, was coined, first recorded in 1889, and from Polish cygan the verb cygani, meaning to cheat, lie, as well, was derived in the second half of the 18th century. Ethnonyms in other European languages also spawned a similar plethora of negative usages and meanings. To this day, the tendency remains to deny the status of a separate ethnic group, nationality, or nation to the Roma by writing their ethnonym with the initial lowercase letter, gypsy or cygan. In the same way, a denial of the ethnic separateness of Jews was often expressed in Central European languages. Rom is Tsikan in Bulgarian and Serbo-Croatian, Tsikan in Czech, Zigeuner in Dutch and German, Tsigana in French, Zingaro or Zigano in Italian, Cigani in Magyar, Cigan in Polish, Cigano in Portuguese, Tsigan in Russian, Cigan in Slovak, Sinjin in Turkish, or Tsihan in Ukrainian. Some believe that this ethnonym stems from Kurdish Isingar for blacksmith, or Byzantine Greek Athinganoi, which was the name of a heretic sect, and by extension became a synonym of heretic, foreigner, or stranger. English gypsy, Spanish gitano, or French gitan are derived from the name of Egypt. Until early modernity, it was popularly believed that Roma were emigrants from Egypt. Perhaps, it is a reflection of the fact that for a considerable period of time they resided in the Asian section of the Byzantine Empire. In the past, Roma called themselves by various names derived from regions where they resided, their occupations, and other local self-ethnonyms. Today, most Roma organizations and activists prefer Roma as their group's self-ethnonym, and strive to replace with it such previously popular ethnonyms as gypsy or Cigan, which they consider to be pejorative. Rom is Romani for man, husband. For the first time this ethnonym was recorded in English in 1841. Other Pan-Roman self-ethnonyms have similar meaning. For instance, Sinti preferred by Roma in the German-speaking states stems from Sinto for man. French Roma refer to themselves as Monouche, human being, man, and Roma in Spain, Wales, and Finland as Kale, from Kalo for man. Interestingly, despite these persisting differences in the use of their self-ethnonyms, almost all the groups call their language Romani. 330. The first records in Romani, exclusively written by non-Roma, date back to a 1542 publication. Longer texts appeared only in the 19th century. The oldest text written in Romani by a Roma came off the press in 1755, but Roma themselves started writing in their language at the beginning of the 20th century. In 1915, an essay written in Romani by the Romani author, Alexander Germano, 1893–1954, was printed in Russia. Much earlier, a scholarly reflection on the Romani language commenced. In 1782, Johann Rudiger proposed that this language is closely related with Hindustani, present-day Hindi and Urdu. His well-documented thesis allowed for pursuing this line of linguistic and historical research, which ascertained the link of Roma and their language with India. The first dictionary and grammar of Romani came off the press in 1844 to 1845 in Halle. In 1900, a grammar of the Russian Gypsy dialect was published in St. Petersburg, and was followed by numerous other works on Russia's Roma. The fledgling Roma elite and their organizations emerged during the interwar period. The creation of a multitude of ethno-linguistic nation-states in Central Europe marginalized Roma as others, who, like Jews, could be discriminated against with impunity, because they had no state of their own. This discrimination applied to Roma, as well as to other minorities, was meant to make them leave a given state or to assimilate with the state's nation. The nation-states of Central Europe were designed to be ethno-linguistically homogeneous. When Roma managed to establish their minority schools or periodicals, usually local languages were employed in them, though sometimes elements of bilingualism were introduced, too. Interestingly, the first ever Romani periodical published in the 1920s in Edirne, Turkey, was printed in the Arabic script, as Turkish began to be written in Latin characters in 1928. Having achieved little success in battling against discrimination, many a Roma activist came to a conclusion that, like Jewish Zionists, they should strive for establishing their own nation-state, a Romanistan. In 1934, Poland's Roma petitioned the League of Nations for a grant of land in Southwest Africa, Namibia. Later, they toyed with the possibility of founding a Roma nation-state in India or Uganda. In 1936, they requested Benito Mussolini, 1883 to 1945, for some land in Abyssinia, but to no avail. At the same time, Stalin's idea was that each inhabitant of the Soviet Union must belong to a specific nation before nationalism could be crushed and a communist classless nation of the Soviet people forged. To this end, a Roma nation had to be formed as well. Roma were forced to settle, which resulted in the formation of one Roma National Village Soviet, and 23 Roma National Collective Farms. Between 1925 and 1938, about 300 books were published in Romani, all of them in Cyrillic, because the Romani publication industry developed at the beginning of the 1930s, which saw the beginning of the end of the Latinization campaign in the Soviet Union. In 1931, a new monumental grammar of the Gypsy language came off the press, and a small 331 Gypsy Russian dictionary followed 7 years later. In 1931, the National Roma Theatre opened in Moscow, but its productions were mainly in Russian. Roma intellectuals complained that Roma were denationalized in the Soviet Union, because merely 64.2% Roma claimed Romani as their first language in the 1926 census. Several schools with Romani as a language of instruction were founded in the early 1930s, but all were closed down in 1937. To this day, the Roma remain largely traditionalistic and the majority of them are illiterate. The huge dialectal diversification of their language 48 and imperfect command of the local languageofa polity where they happen to reside caused the authorities to treat them as vagabonds or lumpen proletariat. In the age of nation-states, the Roma were repeatedly denied the status of a distinctive nationality or national minority, especially in the Soviet bloc prior to the fall of communism in 1989. Instead, opportunistic steps were taken to assimilate them into one nation or another, though, simultaneously they were stigmatized as gypsies, or, recently, as blacks. This process of marginalization and downgrading of the Roma culminated during World War II, when Nazi Germany made them a target of the Endlosen, final solution, along with the Jews. About 0.2 to 0.5 million Roma perished during the Holocaust. 49 After 1945, in the Soviet bloc countries Roma were productivized. It meant the destruction of their traditional semi-nomadic life of itinerant craftsmen and traders, and settling them in substandard, ghetto-like communities usually isolated from the non-Roma population. In 1958, the communist authorities of Czechoslovakia ascertained that it would be reactionary to create a literary Romani language. It was forbidden to print anything in Romani in Bulgaria through the 1980s. The situation of Roma was slightly better in Yugoslavia. In 1971, they were recognized as an ethnic group, which allowed for forging an elite of Roma politicians, activists, and intellectuals. The mass media heeded their request to use Rom instead of pejorative Tsikan. In 1978, a biography of the Yugoslav communist leader, Josip Broz Tito, was printed in Romani in Skopje, and 2 years later, was followed by the first ever grammar of Romani in Romani, though it was a bilingual publication, and the parallel text was in Macedonian. Illiteracy was a blessing in disguise, as it allowed the Roma to preserve their vernacular despite persecution and discrimination. In the case of Central Europe's Jews and Armenians, it was a specific religion and church, respectively, which shielded them from assimilation. This was enough, even if a Jew could not speak in Hebrew, Ladino, or Yiddish and an Armenian did not acquire a command of Armenian. In the case of the Roma, it was Romani that has functioned as an ethnic boundary separating them from the outside world. The assimilatory pressure of the nation-state proved unsuccessful when directed at an illiterate community. Social engineering, as conducted in communist dictatorships, relied on full literacy. A Rom could be sedentarized by force, his traditional way of living destroyed, but his language let him remain a Rom nevertheless. 332. This social potency of language and the example of Central Europe's model of ethno-linguistic nation-states convinced the coalescing Roma national movement to embrace Romani as its ideological basis. Today, half of the world's 8 to 12 million Roma population speak Romani. At least 2/3 of them live in the Balkans and Central Europe. In the region, the retention of Romani as the first language remains high, at the level of around 90%. The exception is these countries, where anti-Romani and anti-Roma measures were consistently enforced from the 19th century until the fall of communism in 1989. It is estimated that only half of Roma in the Czech Republic and Hungary speak Romani, and the level is only slightly higher at 60% in Slovakia. After World War II, the Roma national movement had no chance to be rekindled in the areas where most Roma lived, because from the legal viewpoint they did not constitute an ethnic or national minority in the Soviet bloc. The impetus came from the West with a significant involvement of non-Roma. The First World Gypsy Congress took place in London in 1971, thanks to the support lent by the World Council of Churches and the Indian government. This Congress adopted the term Roma as the self-ethnonym, and also the Romani flag and anthem. In the event's wake, the International Roma Union was founded, and the national movement of the Roma was recommenced in earnest. The first success came in 1981 when Yugoslavia recognized the Roma as a distinctive nationality following an Indian suggestion, as Delhi had treated them as a national minority since 1976. However, only the two Yugoslav republics of Bosnia and Montenegro decided to implement this change on their territories. Elsewhere in communist Yugoslavia, Roma remained an ethnic minority. In 1973, the first radio station started broadcasting in Romani in the Macedonian town of Tetovo, Yugoslavia. 2 years later, the first Romani language periodical began publishing in Hungary. But the Roma national movement remained an elitist affair until the fall of communism in 1989. The Fourth World Roma Congress held at Sierok near Warsaw in 1990, among other things, set the course for the standardization of Romani, to be based on the Vlax dialect, seen as most mutually intelligible with other Romani dialects, and spoken by 2.5 million persons, and the publication of a multi-volume encyclopedia in this language. Since then on, various Roma NGOs have taken over the program of Roma nationalism. Some are pan-European, but most limit their activities to specific localities, regions, and home states. Their overreaching goal is to create conditions, which would allow Roma to participate more fully in the mainstream of social, political, and economic life. The post-communist transition deeply stratified societies, and Roma, who did not fit because of their language and way of life, lost in the competition and became even more marginalized than they used to be during the communist period. Their worsening position evoked a stream of legislation and programs from the Council of Europe to improve the 333 standing of Europe's Roma. Anti-Gypsyism is rampant and additionally limits the already slim chances of employment and social advancement for Roma. A limited success came in the growing recognition that not only Jews, but also Roma were singled out as an ethnically defined group to be liquidated in the National Socialist Holocaust, Greek for all burnt, meaning sacrifice. This event, known to the Roma as Porajmos 50, Romani for devouring, is bound to become the founding basis of Roma national history, as the show, Hebrew for catastrophic upheaval, in the case of Jewish nationalism. It is sad to reflect that all of Central Europe's three most significant diasporas of Armenians, Jews, and Roma suffered a genocide in the 20th century. It is the most telling sign how antithetical diaspora peoples and minorities are to the project of building ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-states. Most Romani publications are either bilingual or in the language of the country of residence. Minority Roma schools rarely offer anything more than Romani as a subject. Romani enjoys a semi-official status only in Macedonia. In 1993, it became a medium of instruction in Macedonia's Roma schools. In addition, Romani is almost the sole language of politics in Skopje's nearly exclusively Roma municipality of Shuto Orizari with the population of 20,000. But the weakness of international appeals and of the Roma national movement in general translates into the lack of any practical progress in the codification of a single Roma language. At present, there are at least 11 standardization projects steeped in local Roma dialects, and conducted for the sake of Roma publishing, broadcasting, and education in Austria, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic and Slovakia, Finland, Germany, Hungary, Macedonia, Romania, Russia, Serbia, and Sweden. These projects often draw on the orthographies of local languages, but, in general, favor the Latin script, with the exception of Russia where the tradition of Romani literacy in Cyrillic continues. However, in the Latin script-based orthographies, the tendency is to use Czech-style diacritical letters, such as C, S, or Z. Because of the diasporic character, the Romani literacy develops most vibrantly via email correspondence. The discrepancies between various standards orthographies, and the general difficulty of using diacritic characters, leads to the gradual anglicization of Roma spelling with, for example, CH, SH, and ZH in the place of C, S, and Z. It seems that the Romani-speaking community connected via the Internet, thanks to their sheer number, may act as the regulating agency of this language in the absence of any formal one to which all the Roma leaders would subscribe. Romani-speaking users of the Internet tend to use the most widespread and mutually intelligible syntactical forms and words. The coalescing of German as a standard language unfolded in a similar manner in the wake of Luther's German Bible, though via the medium of print. Portions of the Bible, mainly the New Testament, have been published in different Romani varieties since 1837. The entire New Testament in Calderish and 334. Balkan Romani came off the press in 1990 and 1995, respectively. In 2004, the Lavari translation of the Bible was published in Hungary. In 1990, the revival of Russian Romani was announced by the publication of a Gypsy Russian and Russian Gypsy Dictionary, Moscow, which mostly records Calderish vocabulary. The so far most extensive Romani German-English dictionary, Wiesbaden, 1994, contains Romani vocabulary drawn from all the dialects spoken in the territory of erstwhile Yugoslavia. There are a plethora of small, usually monodialectal dictionaries that pair Romani with Albanian, Bulgarian, Czech, English, Finnish, French, German, Latvian, Macedonian, Magyar, Norwegian, Punjabi, Russian, Serbo-Croat, Slovak, Spanish and Swedish. No monolingual, let alone authoritative, dictionary of Romani has been compiled so far. The pluricentric character of Romani has prevented such a feat, but the bottom-up resource of Romlex seems to be approaching this ideal in agreement with the variegated needs of Romani speakers. This online multi-dialectal dictionary was made available to the public in 2005. It covers 25 varieties of Romani and 15 target languages. Romlex offers a pool of dialect-to-dialect and Romani-to-target language dictionaries, which can be printed on demand. Perhaps, a Romani encyclopedia is possible only if it is developed in a similar manner. The startup Romani version of the online Wikipedia Encyclopedia 51 is a good beginning, because the 1990 World Roma Congress's official pronouncement that Romani should be standardized on the basis of the Vlax dialect, and a multi-volume encyclopedia in this standard ought to follow, has failed to bear any fruit so far. Significantly, some standard works on the European languages still do not cover Romani as, for instance, the authoritative reference, Spraakculturen in Europa. In International's Handbook, Languages in Europe, an international handbook, this extremely detailed and wide-ranging work published in 2002, includes even Sami of northern Scandinavia as well as the tiny and not codified Slavic language of Polshian. One wonders if this omission of Romani is just an accident or rather an expression of ingrained anti-Gypsyism. A similar complaint can be leveled against, otherwise excellent, the Everyman Companion to East European Literature, 2003, which records the few and far apart literary publications in Upper and Lower Sorbian, but fails to mention literary works in Romani, which seem to be of wider influence. Poems of the Polish Romani writer, Papusa, actually, Bronisław Łagisz, 1910–1987, were published in Polish translation during the 1950s. In the latter half of the 20th century, they were translated into English and other languages, and earned her the sobriquet of Mother of Romani Literature. In 1998, the PEN American Center sponsored the publication of the Rodsoft the Roma, a PEN anthology of Gypsy writers. A half of the texts in this anthology were originally written in Romani, Bakker and Kyuchkov 2000, 14–15, 17, 40–41, 57–61, 81, 83, 90, 98–100, 100, and 19–120, 128, 132, Bankowski 2000, 207, Cordiad 1998, Crow 1996, 16, 47, 87, 120, 121, 129, 173, 176–179, 226–227, Dam and Mikuzinska 2000, 57, Fikowski 335. 1985, 423, Fraser 1995, 263, Hancock et al. 1998, 11–19, Hancock 2002, 17–25, 139, Kenrick and Puxon 1995, 150, Martin 2001, 44, Marushiakova and Popov 2005, 435, 437–440, 2006, Matros 2005, Murga and Mraz 1994, 50–51, 86, Mraz 1971, 254, Pleasant Fiction 1998, 8, Price 1998, 379, Reject 2001, 105, Simpson and Wiener 1991, 724, 1608, Timeline of Romani, Gypsy, History 2004, World's First Gypsy Bible 2003. Esperanto. The past of the constructed, artificial, language of Esperanto closely mirrors the exigencies of Central and Eastern European history in the 19th and 20th centuries. The language grew out from the typically multilingual landscape of the region, which led many locally based intellectuals to the fallacious belief that the multitude of mutually incomprehensible languages bore responsibility for the majority of conflicts between individuals and human groups. This idea harked back to the biblical myth of the Tower of Babel, which claims that the humankind lived peacefully thanks to the sharing of a single, Adamic language. Thus, the cause of antagonism was mentally shifted from individuals and their actions to the inanimate phenomenon of language, making it possible to propose a new universal language, in the bosom of which all people could regain the peaceful bliss of Edenic existence. This messianic streak agreed well with the regionally generated movements, which strove for the reawakening of nations and promised the proletariat a socialist, or communist, paradise on earth. The dramatic social and economic change, much faster in Central and Eastern Europe than in the western section of the continent, where it was spread over several centuries, bred an acute sense of anomie, easily explained on the ground of the shared Abrahamic tradition of Christianity, Islamic, and Judaism, with the trope of the last days immediately preceding the end of the world and the return of the Golden Age from before the fall of man. In the era of dreaming up ethno-linguistically defined nations and aspiring to win for them suitable nation-states, Europe's Jews found themselves left without a country, which they could claim as their own. Anti-Semitism on the rise across the continent at the turn of the 20th century deepened their feeling of being edged out from the Europe of nation-states. Attempts at emulating the ethno-linguistic sort of nationalism, favored in Central and Eastern Europe, did not serve well the cause of nascent Jewish nationalism, Zionism, due to the lack of a single language, which all Jews would recognize as theirs. The use of the Hebrew of the Pentateuch shared by all Jews, was limited to religious celebrations and theological works. Naturally, neither Yiddish nor Ladino speakers wished to learn a completely new Jewish language. Even if such a decision had been taken, there was no Jewish central authority or nation-state to enforce it. In the context of advancement afforded to Jews by emancipation, it seemed that the solution to 336. The Jewish question was assimilation with a nation on the territory of which one resided, while one's Jewishness would be limited to one's optional participation in religious observances held in synagogues. Gentiles, however, forgetful of the aims of emancipation, continued to single out even assimilated Jews as a collective scapegoat, presumably responsible for all social, political, and economic ills of the age. Gradually, the path to genuine assimilation was closed. The proponents of Zionism, who soon settled on the project of recreating Jewish polity in Palestine as a Jewish nation-state, also sided with the project of reintroducing Hebrew as the national language of the postulated Jewish nation. In 1878, Eliezer Perelman, later, Ben Yehuda, embarked on the project almost single-handedly, and actually created Ivrit, or modern Hebrew, from scratch. His namesake, and peer, born just a year later, Eliezer Samenhof, 1859–1917, devised a similar scheme. Samenhof experienced multilingualism obstructing communication in the Russian town of Belastok, now Bialystok in Poland, where he was born, and where Belarusian-, German-, Polish-, Russian and Yiddish speakers brushed sides. Soon enough, Samenhof came across various instances of anti-Semitism and pogroms in Warsaw, where his family had moved, and in Moscow, where he pursues medical studies. At the university he adopted a Gentile name, Ludovic, and his surname phonetically transcribed into Russian, yielded Zamenhof in the Latin script. When his brother, Leon, became a doctor and began signing as Dr. L. Zamenhof, Ludovic added to his name the Russified version of his given name, Lazarus, which resulted in Dr. L. L. Zamenhof. In the same year of 1878, when Perelman steeled himself to carrying out the task of constructing Ivrit and spreading its knowledge among Palestine's Jews, Zamenhof completed the first version of his Lingua Universala, universal language, because he came to a conclusion that his favorite Latin could not serve the intended purpose. Eventually, thanks to the administrative support of his father, who was a censor of Hebrew and Yiddish books, and to the financial help of his father-in-law, Zamenhof presented his linguistic project in the textbook, Lingvo Internatia, International Language, 1878, Warsaw, tailored for Russian speakers. It is often referred to as Unua Libro, or the first Esperanto book. Polish, French, German, English, Hebrew, and Yiddish editions of this textbook followed in quick succession. Zamenhof signed these textbooks as Dr. Esperanto, one who hopes, which gave rise to the modern name of this language. Esperanto is an Indo-European language, whose vocabulary derives mainly from Romance roots, supplemented by others from English, German, Greek, and Slavic. Perhaps, Zamenhof's insistence on the Romance basis for Esperanto was intended to attract Sephardim to this project, which, if successful, would produce a single common language for Ladino and Yiddish-speaking Jews. What started as an insignificant folly, in the words of Zamenhof's father, quickly gained an unexpected momentum. In 1888, Leo Tolstoy, 1828–1910, 337, wrote in support of Esperanto, and a year later, the members of the Nuremberg Club of another constructed language, Volapük, its name was derived from the altered English words world and speak, 52 decided that Esperanto was a better choice, and transformed their gathering into the first club of Esperantists. The year 1889 was an annus mirabilis for Esperanto. The first Esperanto periodical began to be published in Germany and another followed immediately in its footsteps in Bulgaria. Zamenhof also printed the address book of 1,000 people who had mastered Esperanto. In 1891, 33 Esperanto textbooks appeared in 12 languages. 2 years later, Zamenhof's Universal Vordarau, Universal Dictionary of Esperanto, Warsaw, came off the press. Together with the 1887 Unua Libro, it constitutes Fundamento de Esperanto, Foundation of Esperanto. In 1895, Tolstoy's new enthusiastic article on Esperanto caused St. Petersburg to forbid the printing of Esperanto publications in Russia and their importation from abroad. This decision reflected the broader policy of Russification, which by banning or sidelining languages other than Russian, was to lead to the transformation of the empire into an ethno-linguistically homogeneous Russian nation-state. The sudden popularity of Esperanto as a hopeful international language could not, thus, be tolerated. The limitations, as in the case of Russia's other languages, were scrapped after 1905, but Russification returned to the empire already at the turn of the next decade. On the wave of international enthusiasm for Esperanto, in 1906, Zamenhof published a Russian-language brochure with his project of a universal religion, Humanitarismo, Esperanto for humanitarianism, but it never gained a wide following. Single-handedly, he translated the Old Testament into Esperanto. The British and Foreign Bible Society commissioned an Esperanto translation of the New Testament, which came off the press in 1910. The entire Esperanto Bible was published in 1926 in London. In 1905, the First World Congress of Esperanto was held in France. It attracted almost 700 participants. The proceedings were exclusively in Esperanto, and led to the founding of the Universal Esperanto Asocio, UEA, World Esperanto Association, 3 years later. The First Congress also founded the Lingua Comitato, Language Committee, which was transformed into the Academio de Esperanto, Academy of Esperanto, in 1948, that is, the regulating body of Esperanto. In recognition of his achievements, members of the British and French parliaments nominated Zamenhof for the Nobel Peace Prize in 1907 and 1910, respectively. Prior to World War I, Esperanto was taught in Chinese, Bulgarian, and Greek schools, while the followers of the Bahá'í Faith accepted the language as their lingua franca in Asia. Since 1905, a group of French Esperantists had hoped to reform Esperanto, mainly by infusing it with more Romance elements. When this proved impossible, their leader, Louis Couturat, 1868–1914, founded the Delegation for the Adoption of an International Auxiliary Language. Surprisingly, in 1907, many French Esperantists threw their weight behind Couturat's supposedly anonymous project of 338. Ido, abbreviated from Idiomo di Omni, or Language for All, which the delegation had selected. About one-fifth of Esperantists followed this new language, which they saw as an improved Esperanto, but Ido's popularity declined sharply after the Great War. About 40 other constructed languages, many derived from Esperanto, were proposed by the middle of the 20th century, which was an acute case of oversupply. The delegation, transformed into an International Auxiliary Language Association in 1924, eventually abandoned Ido in favor of predominantly Romance-based Interlingua, International Language, in 1954. None of these proposals seriously rivaled Esperanto as the primary choice for those wishing to acquire a neutral international language. In the wake of World War I, many saw Esperanto as a significant instrument for fostering international understanding, and thus conducive for preserving peace. In 1920, under Comintern's auspices, the Bulgarian, Greek and Yugoslav communist parties established their Balkan Communist Federation, which supported the use of Esperanto in the Balkans. In 1921, the French anarcho-syndicalist, Eugene Lanty, Pseudonymophagein Adam, 1879–1947, founded a famous leftist Esperantist organization, the Senasica Asocio Tutmunda, SAT, World Non-National Association, with its seat in Paris. To this day, SAT has employed Esperanto to unify the workers' movement and to overcome national cleavages within its fold. In 1920, it was proposed to adopt Esperanto as a working language of the League of Nations alongside French, English, and Spanish. Paris's staunch opposition prevented an implementation of this popular proposal. The French government covertly supported Ido and banned Esperanto from French schools in 1922 to lessen the influence of Esperantists. Perhaps, in this manner, France hoped to preserve the self-proclaimed position of French as the real international language, especially in the context of the emergence of English as the first global language. But in 1924, the League of Nations managed to issue a recommendation for its member states to adopt Esperanto as an auxiliary language. At the time, the Brazilian Ministry of Education employed Esperanto for its international correspondence, and Soviet Russia supported the teaching and learning of Esperanto as an instrument of spreading communist revolution to Western Europe. Stalin, who had learned Esperanto during his several terms of imprisonment in Azerbaijan and exile in Siberia, 1909–1917, approved the establishment of the Soviet Esperanto Union, 1921, which soon aligned with SAT. Thousands of Soviet Esperantists successfully engaged in correspondence with mainly German workers to win them for the communist cause. In the mid-1920s, a group of Soviet Zionists established an Esperanto-speaking collective farm in the Crimea, an experiment, which lasted for a decade. Furthermore, in 1924, the Japanese syncretic Shinto Buddhist religious movement of Omoto adopted Esperanto as its language alongside Zamenhof, believed to be an aspect of a single master god. To this day, the movement's 45,000 members are required to study Esperanto, and at least 1,000 of them are 339 fluent in the language. In the 1920s, the secretary of the Esperanto Association of Britain, Montague Christine Butler, 1884–1970, was the first to raise Esperanto-speaking children. Unlike Perelman, who isolated his son from everybody else but himself, to make him into the first native speaker of modern Hebrew, Butler allowed her children for interaction with English-speaking peers. The international rise of Esperanto was over in the mid-1930s. First, the crowning of the movement came with the publication of La Enciclopedia de Esperanto, Encyclopedia of Esperanto, in 1933–1934 in Budapest. In 1935, the first authoritative and full grammar of Esperanto came off the press in the Hungarian capital. Hitler vilified Esperanto as a language of Jews and communists, and subsequently it was banned in Germany along with Esperantist organizations in 1936. After the end of Korenizatsiya at the beginning of the 1930s, the tendency was to present Russian as the lingua franca of the Soviet Union and global communism. Esperanto being a viable alternative could not be tolerated, so it was expediently branded a bourgeoisie language of spies and traitors. Personal ties between Soviet citizens and their counterparts abroad became a suspicious liability in the eyes of the increasingly isolationist Soviet regime. The Soviet Esperanto movement was abolished in 1937, and the following year, its leaders and official members were summarily executed or exiled to Siberia. These repressions targeted about 30,000 people. The year 1938, when Russian was introduced to all the schools in the Soviet Union as an obligatory subject, also marked the final end of the remnants of Korenizatsiya. Japan, Portugal, and Spain adopted a similar approach to Esperantist. During World War II, the Esperantist movement was liquidated on the territories occupied by the Soviet Union and the Third Reich. After 1945, the role of English as the first global language became apparent, leaving no international space for such a neutral language as Esperanto. 53 In the Soviet bloc, Russian mirrored the cultural, economic, and political dominance of English in the West. The UEA and SAT resumed their activities in Rotterdam and Paris, respectively, but international recognition of the movement was late in coming, unlike after 1918. In 1954, the UEA gained a consultative relation with UNESCO, and as late as 1985, the latter organization decided to encourage the UN members to add Esperanto to school curricula. The top priority of those times was the Cold War, in the waging of which neutral Esperanto was of no help. In 1952, the UEA and SAT appealed to Stalin to allow for a revival of the Esperantist movement, but to no avail. For the first time after the war, Western and Eastern Esperantists were permitted to meet in Warsaw in 1955, that is, 2 years after Stalin's death. National Esperanto associations were re-established in Vietnam, 1956, China, Czechoslovakia, 1957, Poland, 1959, Hungary, 1960, and East Germany, 1961, among others. Much later, Esperantists were allowed to resurface in Romania, 1978, but they were an anathema to the country's national communist regime because of their association with the vilified Magyar minority. Hence, Esperantist clubs and groupings were banned in 1982, and after. 340. 1986, it was illegal to teach Esperanto in Romania. Esperantists in the Soviet Union had to wait for the re-establishment of their organization until 1979. In 1987, Esperanto Centennial was celebrated at a World Congress in Warsaw. For the time being, the codification of Esperanto was completed with SAT's publication of an extensive one-volume dictionary of this language in 1970 in Paris. Numerous books and periodicals have been published in Esperanto after World War II, including the translation of the Quran in 1969 in Copenhagen, as well, but there is no hope that this language may rival the position of English in global communication, as it did in the context of English and French after 1918. But the Esperantist movement survives. In 1992, International PEN accepted an Esperanto section. 9 years later, the Esperanto Wikipedia, was launched, mainly on the basis of the 1933 to 1934 Encyclopedia de Esperanto, and in 2005, an internet-based television channel began to broadcast from Brazil. Since the beginning of the 21st century, about 200 book titles are published in Esperanto per annum. It is commonly accepted that 100,000 to 2 million people worldwide have a sound command of Esperanto, but native speakers are not more numerous than several hundred to 1,000. Most Esperanto speakers reside in Central and Eastern Europe, and in East Asia. Banak 1984, 324, Breton 2003, 21, Linz 1988, Price 1998, 19-20, Carey 2004, Smith 1998, 76 to 79, 154 to 155. This overview of Central European languages and literacies is not and cannot be complete. New languages and nations were and are still emerging. This is especially true of Slavic languages and nations at the peripheries of established nation-states. Such languages, among others, include Kashubian spoken on both sides of the pre-1939 German-Polish border at the Baltic littoral, Polshian used in the Belarusian-Ukrainian borderland close to the frontier with Poland, Carpatho, Rusin at the confluence of the Polish, Slovak, and Ukrainian borders, and also Lachin and Silesian in the region of historic Upper Silesia, where Czechoslovak, German, and Polish borders met prior to 1938. The breakup of Yugoslavia created numerous new languages, Bosnian, Croatian, perhaps Montenegrin, and Serbian, as well, alongside the brand new nations of the Bosnians and the Montenegrins. Nations, ethnic groups, and languages are not forever either. The Ruthenian people and their Ruthenian language vanished in the 18th century, though the tradition of both is claimed by the Belarusians, the Russians, and the Ukrainians. The Serbo-Croatian, Yugoslav, nation of interwar Yugoslavia split into the numerous nations of Communist Federal Yugoslavia after 1945. The fate of the Serbo-Croato-Slovenian, Yugoslav, language was similar. During World War II, it spawned Croatian, Serbian, and Slovenian. In 1944, Macedonian was added to this repertory, while Croatian and Serbian were fashioned into 341. Serbo-Croatian, Croato-Serbian. In the aftermath of the breakup of Yugoslavia, Bosnian, Croatian, and Serbian emerged from this language. Similarly, the commonality of the Czechoslovak nation and its Czechoslovak language unraveled after the destruction of interwar Czechoslovakia in 1938 to 1939. In their places the Czechs and the Slovaks coalesced with their respective national languages. The issue of the aforementioned languages of Kashubian, Lachin, Polshian, Carpatho, Rusin, and Silesian and their corresponding national movements are intimately connected with the process of nation-building and linguistic homogenization in Central Europe, which unfolded in the 20th century. Therefore, I decided to deal with them in the further chapters, which constitute the main focus of this study. Script variants, alphabets, and politics. In Chapter 2, I wrote about the intimate connection that developed and persisted between various alphabets and religions in Europe and the Middle East. The pattern of these scriptural confessional divides emerged in the second half of the first millennium CE and was complete at the beginning of the second millennium. Let me reiterate. The Jews wrote in Hebrew characters, the Latin alphabet dominated among Western Christians, the Orthodox world stood fast by Cyrillic and the Greek alphabet. The use of other Orthodox scripts was localized or ethnically specific, while Muslims committed words to paper in Arabic letters. Even stark differences among languages did not matter. Islamic writers used the Arabic alphabet for recording messages in Arabic, Persian, Ottoman, Old Turkish, or Slavic for that matter. The same was true of the Latin script that, beginning in the late Middle Ages, was employed to write such diverse languages as French, English, German, Czech or Magyar, among others. The use of Cyrillic was limited to Church Slavonic and Ruthenian. But since the 18th century, the quick succession of newly standardized East and South Slavic languages have been recorded in this script, for instance, Russian, Ukrainian, Serbian, or Bulgarian. The use of the Greek script remained largely confined to the ancient and modern Greek language, though some Slavic and Turkic texts were written in Greek characters until the 20th century. On the other hand, what united all the scripts employed in Central Europe was their uniformly alphabetic, phonemic, character. No other systems of writing, Moraic, syllabic, morphemic, or mixed, has ever been employed in the region. Only the Hebrew script for writing Hebrew and Aramaic is a bit faulty in this respect as an abjad, or consonant tree, which does not allow for marking vowels. However, Hebrew script vowel characters were developed for writing Ladino and Yiddish. At the onset of modern times, the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation split the world of Western Christianity into the inimical camps of Catholicism. 342. And Protestantism. At the beginning of the 18th century, the process of separating the sphere of secular power from the Church commenced in Muscovy. In the course of the next 2 centuries, this momentous change spread to other Orthodox polities. The tradition of Caesaropapism held longest in the Ottoman Empire, where religious differences translated into socio-political divisions survived until the proclamation of the Turkish Republic, 1923, and the subsequent dissolution of the Caliphate in 1924. As in earlier times, these political and religious changes mentioned above, found their reflection in scriptural policies. When printing developed in Western Europe in the mid-15th century, the font of the first publications closely imitated the lettering of handwritten manuscripts. In a nutshell, during the 1st century the Greek scriptural practices gave rise to the Roman inscriptions in capital letters of the Latin alphabet. When the codex form of the book developed in the 2nd century, the uncial, rounded, form of the Latin script was developed as more suitable for writing on parchment. This majuscular, uppercase, form of writing came into popular use during the following century and remained the favorite of scribes for half a millennium. In 5th century, the more cursive half-uncial appeared that allowed for employing lowercase letters. But this hand remained less popular than uncial until the Carolingian minuscule emerged at the end of the 8th century. The Carolingian minuscule introduced small, or lowercase, letters for writing sentences that started with capital letters and ended with periods. This made possible the division of text into sentences and paragraphs. Later, the minuscule became laterally condensed. The strokes became heavier, and it was transformed into the Gothic minuscule script. The Gothic hand, also known as black letter or the Old English script in England, originated in Northern Europe and became popular throughout the continent, where the Latin script was used in the 10th to the 15th century. The Gothic script was an angular and compact letter form. Its 3 basic forms were known as textura, rotunda, and bastarda. In the early 15th century, the humanistic minuscule was devised in Florence. It combined the uppercase letters of Roman inscriptions and the Carolingian minuscule. Cosimo, 1386–1464, the founder of the power of the Medici family in Florence and Tuscany, chose this script for copying the Latin texts, which he commissioned. The hand became known as Littera Antica or Antiqua, antique script, because, purportedly, it harked back to the style of writing as employed in classical Rome. Antiqua came to be employed in the papal chancery in Rome, and beginning in 1465, this type was used for printing Latin language literature, first in Italy, and shortly afterward, elsewhere in Europe. For the time being, the Gothic script ruled supreme as the Latin language Bible of Gutenberg, 1454–1455, Mainz, was published in textura, and other print shops followed suit. Around 1481, the Schwabaker, literally, the script of Swabia, another kind of the Gothic type, came in use with the eye-catching. 343. Superscript E for rendering umlauts in German. Today, the double dots fulfill this function, placed above a letter, as in German A, O, and U. The name of this hand comes from the region of Swabia, Schwaben, as publications in it originated there, especially in the city of Mainz, the initial font of the Gutenberg galaxy. The German language Bible of Martin Luther, 1483–1564, was published in Schwabaker, 1534. Protestantism spread the use of this font in the north of the Holy Roman Empire, and the tradition of Schwabaker publications persisted in Bavaria until the 19th century. The Holy Roman Emperor, Maximilian I, reigned 1486–1519, spoke German, Latin, French, Italian, English, and Czech. As a man of his times and connoisseur of paintings, architecture, and music, he disapproved of the humanistic minuscule, Antiqua, as a thing of the past. He went for the then modern Schwabaker, and in 1510, commissioned Leonard Wagner, a monk from Augsburg, to prepare a set of various scripts based on this font. In 1513, the emperor selected the one he considered the most beautiful, most probably, on the advice of the artist, Albrecht Dürer, 1471–1528. It became known as Fraktur, literally broken letters, due to its notably pointed and heavy-bodied letters. With the use of this script, the emperor wished to print some 150 books that would glorify the Habsburgs and especially himself. He died too early to carry out this project, but Dürer, with the support of Archduke Ferdinand, future emperor reigning in 1558–1564, popularized Fraktur in the 1520s. Although Maximilian foresaw this font for Latin books, eventually, it came to be used for printing in German. The tradition developed to print Latin books in Antiqua, Hartmann 1998, 339, Capper 1993, 13–36, Morrison 1972, Passim and 306–308. Lorenzo Valla, 1407–1457, born in Rome, was a scholar and humanist. Pope Nicholas V, 1447–1455, chose him to translate the works of Herodotus and Thucydides into Latin. Valla undertook this labor for the sake of reintroducing classical Latin in place of medieval Latin, which he considered clumsy. His criticism of contemporary usages also extended to Schwabaker, Textura, and Bastard, a thought he disparagingly termed as Gothic. He threw his support behind a humanistic minuscule, Antiqua, as true to the tradition of classical Latin. The successive popes supported the use of this hand in their chancery, though they realized its neo-pagan origin that, ideologically, did not suit the papal administration. During the pontificate of Pope Sixtus V, 1585–1590, Antiqua was overhauled to dissociate it from the pre-Christian Roman Empire. In the meantime, the use of this font for printing Latin books spread throughout Europe, while French and Italian language were also published in this Roman, papal, type of the Latin alphabet. The spread of the Reformation limited the political and cultural influence of the papacy to Catholic states. This meant that the Luther Bible set the standard often used in Protestant areas. During the second half of the 16th century, the establishment of the network of elementary schools in the homogeneously 344 Lutheran north of the Holy Roman Empire made the Gothic script into the standard one in this area. In the Calvinist cantons of Switzerland and in the Calvinist Netherlands, the inhabitants strove to emphasize their difference vis-a-vis the Lutherans as well as to gain independence from the Catholic emperor. Because the Lutherans and the emperor employed the Gothic letters, the Swiss and Dutch Calvinists chose the Roman type, Antiqua. Similarly, Calvinist Scotland settled for Antiqua, as Gothic letters persisted in England, Capper 1993, 53, Morrison 1972, 309–314. In the course of the 16th century, books in languages other than Latin were printed in the Gothic script across the Holy Roman Empire and on the territories of the Teutonic Order along the southeastern littoral of the Baltic from West Prussia, Danzig-Gdansk, to contemporary Estonia. These languages included German, Czech-Slovenian, Lithuanian, Estonian, Latvian, Sorbian, and Provenian. In the Kingdom of Hungary, the switch from the Gothic type to Antiqua for publications in Magyar and Croatian took place in the mid-16th century. The proximity of Venetia and Rome in the times of the Counter-Reformation caused the change of the Gothic to Antiqua font in Slovenian language books already during the second half of the 16th century. The successful recatholicization of the Slovenes only reaffirmed this change. Interestingly, the recatholicization of Bohemia after 1620 was not reflected in the script, though a few Czech language books had been printed in Antiqua as early as the mid-1530s. Gothic letters continued to persist in Czech language books, and this influence spread to the Slavic speakers of Upper Hungary, future Slovaks, Bercic 1968, 36, 46, Jocko 1976, Il 46, Capper 1993, 53, Kopecki 1978, IL 22, 24, Pasca 1968, 13, Rouse 1979, 10, Soltes 1973, IL 19, 21, 25, Trotman 1910. In Poland-Lithuania, the change from the Gothic script to Antiqua in Polish-language publications took place at the end of the 16th century, despite the significant spread of Protestantism in the state during that time and in the following century. North of this polity, the Gothic script was established in Lutheran Prussia, Livonia, and Scandinavia, including far-flung Iceland. The ideological example of the Luther Bible was irresistible. Similarly, the King James Bible, 1611, as published in the Roman font, Antiqua, caused the switch from the Gothic script to Antiqua in England. However, the simplified version of black letter survived in English-language juridical literature until the 19th century. Also in that century, antiquarians brought out some editions of Geoffrey Chaucer's, 1342–1400, works in Gothic letters. Apart from the use of Antiqua in Presbyterian Scotland, Catholic Ireland was presented with another scriptural complication in the sphere of English domination. The half-uncial of the medieval Irish manuscripts served as the model for the printing press that was set up in 1571 at the order of Queen Elizabeth I, reigned 1558–1603, so as to publish a catechism and other religious books in the Irish language, Gaelic. The decision was taken to hinder the penetration of Ireland by Calvinist Gaelic books from 345 Scotland, which were printed in Antiqua. All Irish publications were produced in the Irish, Gaelic, script until 1735, when Antiqua started to make inroads into the Irish language publishing market. The rise of the Irish national movement during the 1890s gave a new lease of life to this tradition of printing in the specific Irish script that persisted in independent Ireland until the period immediately after World War II, until it was finally abolished in the name of progress in 1965, Ivardson 1994, 34, Holloway 2004, Jarve 1983, 164, Colmencioas 1976, IL 39, 47, Linham 1924, 2–3, 35–36, Stanton 2005:88. Generally speaking, in the production of publications in vernaculars, the Gothic script, however, persisted in the Holy Roman Empire and the Lutheran polities through the 18th century, while Antiqua ruled supreme elsewhere in the Catholic and Calvinist areas of Europe. The slow transition to Antiqua commenced due to the rise of German nationalism at the beginning of the 19th century. From that time, the cultural commonality of the Lutheran world unraveled, giving way to the politicization of ethnic and linguistic divisions. Ergo, the Gothic font gradually ceased to be perceived as the symbol of the Lutheran cultural religious heritage, and evolved into the ideologically charged German script. Sweden reacted first, already in the mid-18th century, in line with the 1743 decision of the Swedish Academy of Sciences to publish its proceedings in Antiqua. The renewal of the Slovenian and Croatian language printing, which took off again at the end of the 18th century, continued the 16th century tradition of book production in Antiqua. This allowed for emphasizing their difference vis-a-vis the German speakers. In the last 3 decades of the 18th century, a handful of Icelandic books were printed in Antiqua, but the Gothic script continued to dominate in Icelandic books as local printers were not able to purchase enough Antiqua fonts due to economic difficulties. Only when the Althing, Icelandic parliament, was restored in 1845, the decision to publish its proceedings in Antiqua caused the decisive abandonment of the Gothic script in Iceland. It also marked the difference between the Icelanders and the Danes who stuck to the Gothic script. The 1848–1851 War of Denmark against Prussia and the Austrian Empire over the principalities of Schleswig, and Holstein, Holstein, flared up the Danish national feeling vis-a-vis the Germans. Beginning in 1850, the first Danish language books were printed in Antiqua. The Gothic alphabet ceased to be taught at Danish schools in 1875, but the increasingly narrowing trickle of books printed in this script continued appearing until the 1930s. A similar process took place in Norway. Norwegian schools stopped teaching the Gothic alphabet in 1860, and in book production the switch to Antiqua took place in the period 1890 to 1920. In the Grand Duchy of Finland, in 1809 seized by the Russian Empire from Sweden, the Gothic script persisted in Finnish-language publications until the beginning of the 20th century, though Antiqua made its appearance already in the 1840s. The Gothic type allowed emphasizing. 346. The difference of Finland in relation to Sweden, the former country's erstwhile suzerain, Benedict's 1969, 41, 51, Versailles 1968, 55-106, Ivardson 1994, 42, 48, Finnish Historical Newspapers Library 2004, Script 2004, Jarv 1983, 253, OM Godisk Handskrift I Norge 2004, Peterson 1959, 26-27, 185. St. Petersburg wished to homogenize the empire, preferably by Russifying the population, or at least, by making the vast majority of the inhabitants adopt Orthodox Christianity as their faith. The hope was that this would allow for transforming the polity into a Russian Orthodox nation-state, deemed as the indispensable first step to Western-style modernization. To this end, during the last 4 decades of the 19th century, a succession of bans were clamped on the printing and importation of books and periodicals in Belarusian, Latvian, Lithuanian, Moldavian, and Ukrainian. In the case of a few religious and ethnographic books that were permitted in these languages, the Russian kind of Cyrillic was imposed. It meant the wholesale replacement of the Latin alphabet when it came to publishing works in Belarusian, Latvian, and Lithuanian, the suppression of the Ukrainian version of Cyrillic, and in the case of Moldavian, the prevention of a switch from Cyrillic to the Latin alphabet in emulation of the Romanian example. Initially, this policy of Russification and Cyrillicization was applied only to these lands that were believed to have constituted part of Kievan Rus, whose territory and heritage St. Petersburg claimed for the Russian Empire, arguing that this medieval polity was the direct predecessor of Russian statehood and Russian Orthodox culture. Hence, neither were the local languages abolished nor was Cyrillic imposed on them in the provinces that in the past belonged to Denmark, Sweden, and the Teutonic Order, or constituted the non-Rus section of Poland-Lithuania. These languages were divided into 2 groups. German, Polish, and Swedish, which had been established languages of administration and literatures in other states, continued in this role in the territories seized by Russia from these polities. The emerging new languages of Estonian, Finnish, and Latvian were tolerated, though attempts at banning or Cyrillicizing them were taken at the close of the 19th century. Latvian, meaning Latgalian in Polish orthography, was effectively banned by the requirement to publish Latvian books in Cyrillic, but such measures were never successfully applied to German orthography. Latvian, Estonian or Finnish. Publications in German, Polish, and Swedish continued to be printed largely unhindered, though Russian finally replaced Polish in the function of the language of administration in the mid-1860s and German in the mid-1880s. The Grand Duchy of Finland was the empire's sole region, where local languages, Finnish and Swedish, retained their function of co-official languages alongside Russian, despite the 1900 ban on Finnish and Swedish. After 1905, practically all restrictions were abolished on publishing in local languages, the Latin script, and in non-Russian versions of Cyrillic in the Russian Empire. 347. The Gothic font persisted in Estonian and Latvian language books and periodicals until the end of World War I, and even in the interwar period, though Antiqua began to be used for publications in these languages already in the 1880s. The prevalence of Gothic letters with the concomitant rise of Antiqua reflected the use of both scripts in Germany. And the cultural link between Germany and Russia's Baltic provinces was quite strong due to the direct border with East Prussia and to the fact that German, not Russian, functioned as the official language in these provinces until the mid-1880s. The final, though gradual, Switch from the Gothic font to Antiqua took place only after 1918 in independent Estonia and Latvia in order to dissociate these two nation-states from the erstwhile Lutheran-cum-German cultural commonality. But the use of Gothic font survived until World War II, especially in Lutheran prayer books published for the Estonian and Latvian-speaking faithful, AUS Laulu Ramat, 1926, Krastens ETAL 1942, 13-15, Robert 1988, 124, 129, 130-134, Ziebensprachen Wörterbuch 1918. A similar Lutheran confessional commonality kept the Lithuanians, living in Lithuania Minor and elsewhere in East Prussia, from using Antiqua, that was the sole script for printing Lithuanian language books in Russia's Lithuania Major, until St. Petersburg's ban on Lithuanian books other than those published in a prescribed form of the Cyrillic. Catholic Lithuanians despised this imposition, because they unambiguously associated Cyrillic with orthodoxy, and smuggled Lithuanian books in Antiqua from East Prussia. Obviously, the Russian authorities ideally hoped to entice Lithuanians into the Orthodox fold through this use of Cyrillic, or at least, to make their acquisition of Russian swifter. Another argument for banning Antiqua from Lithuanian and Belarusian books was the fear that this Polish alphabet, in combination with the continued cultural and political dominance of the Polish language in the empire's western borderlands, could lead to the further Polonization of numerous Lithuanian and Belarusian speakers, instead of Russification, as striven for by the authorities. Similarly, Prussia's overwhelmingly Lutheran Lithuanians disliked Antiqua, seen as the symbol of Catholicism, which dominated among Lithuanians in the Russian Empire. Not surprisingly then, the Gothic script predominated in the Lithuanian prints published in Germany until the end of World War I, though Lithuanian books and periodicals had begun to be printed there in Antiqua already in the 1880s. This change was connected to the fact that following the ban on Lithuanian books in the Latin alphabet in Russia's Lithuania Major, they were published in Germany for smuggling to Russia. Because Lithuanian speakers in the latter country could not read the Gothic script or associated it with Lutheranism, prints earmarked for distribution among them had to be published in Antiqua. After 1918, in independent Lithuania, Antiqua was employed for printing, while the Gothic script continued to be used for an increasingly smaller number of 348 Lithuanian language publications in Germany until 1941, when Berlin officially prohibited any further use of this script. Kaunas 1996, 330-333, 589, 631. A similar persistence of the Gothic script was observed among other linguistic minorities in the German Empire. Sorbian books appeared in this font until the mid-19th century, and much longer among Lower Sorbian-speaking Protestants. Although the Polish speakers of the province of Poznan, continued the established Polish tradition of using Antiqua, just across the provincial border in the province of Silesia, Slavic, Polish, speaking Protestants had their books published in the Gothic script. The very same script remained in use until 1919, among the Catholic Slavophone Moroks in the small region around the town Hulcin, Hlocin, in the southeast of Silesia on the border with Austria-Hungary, today, in the Czech Republic. The Protestant group of Slavophone Mazurs and Lithuanian speakers from East Prussia also wrote and published their books in Gothic letters. This font survived among the Slavophone Kashubs until the mid-19th century, and later, among a small group of Kashubs, who professed Lutheranism. Although in the interwar period, there was a tendency to employ Antiqua in Kashubian and Masurian language publications, especially in those print shops, which identified the two languages as dialects of Polish, or, as in the Kashubian case, catered to Catholics. The Gothic script persisted until the 1941 ban, especially among the overwhelmingly Lutheran Mazurs. Briza 2001, 11-50, Dolichenko 2003, 254-255, Komisarava 2002, Petra 1986, 32, Plasik 2000, Saxon 1990, 23-63. Across the border, in the non-Hungarian section of the Austrian Empire, the Czechs stopped using the Gothic script in favor of Antiqua during the 1830s to emphasize their ethnic and cultural difference vis-a-vis the Germans and the German-speaking Austrians. Joseph Jungmann's authoritative 5-volume Czech-German Dictionary of the Czech Language, 1835 to 1839, was printed in Antiqua, though with the exception of German words that were given in the Gothic type. At that time, this was a popular convention that foreign language words, sentences, and texts appeared in Antiqua when a book was published in a language that typically employed the Gothic script for printing, and vice versa. Books in languages that utilized Antiqua preserved the Gothic type of quotations from languages, especially German, that stuck to the latter script. However, this tradition in the Antiqua-based languages began to disappear in the second half of the 19th century, though it did not completely vanish until the 1930s. Niemiecko Polski 1862, Rank 1920, Rouse 1979, IL 99, 80. The administrative border between the Austrian and Hungarian parts of the Austrian Empire, institutional differences and different history delayed the spread of the Czech example to the Slovaks. However, beginning in the 16th and 17th centuries, the latter had accepted the Czech language for written purposes, complete with its Gothic type. The switch to Antiqua took place gradually at the turn of the 1850s, but some Protestant periodicals in Standard Slovak 349 were published in Gothic letters until the end of the 19th century. In the mid-19th century, stronger cultural and ideological links developed between Czech nationalists and the nascent Slovak national movement, hence the first Slovak language publications had been printed in Antiqua as early as the 1830s. Following the Czech model of using Antiqua was not advantageous for Slovak nationalism. This script allowed the Czechs to differentiate themselves from the Germans or the German-speaking Austrians, but from the typographical vantage, Antiqua made Slovaks closer to the Magyars who had employed it since the 16th century. On the other hand, German being the dominant language of Austria-Hungary and the German Empire, the speakers of languages written and printed in Antiqua had to learn the Gothic script in order to be able to acquire the German language. To this end, for instance, Czech language primers included some texts written in Gothic characters, Druha, 1860, Kovaci and von Grey 1963, IL 21, 22, 25, 26, 37, 41, 43, 100, Pasca 1968, 13-15. For the longest time, the Gothic script remained attached to publications in the German language wherever they happened to be produced in Central and Eastern Europe. But, beginning in the mid-18th century, a movement against the use of this type began to swell. Those German-speaking intellectuals, who aspired to transplant elements of the French Enlightenment to the Germanophone lands, considered the Gothic type as the symbol of backwardness and wished to replace the script with Antiqua, associated with progress and modernity. In 1749, the first collection of German-language poetry was published in Antiqua, and since then this script was slowly but gradually more frequently used for publications in German. The rise of the mass German national movement at the beginning of the 19th century made the Gothic type into the German national script, which translated into its continuing, though declining, popularity in Germany, Austria-Hungary, and other German-speaking areas across Central and Eastern Europe. In 1861, in Prussia, 78% of German-language books were published in Gothic letters, whereas in Germany, this percentage sank to 59% in 1891, and 57% in 1928. And in 1928, about 60% of Germany's periodicals were published in the Gothic type. In line with the German prescriptive approach to language use, not only spelling and pronunciation were under the pressure of various reformers, but beginning in 1881, also a heated discussion commenced whether the Gothic script should bear place with Antiqua or not. In 1885, an organization supporting Antiqua was founded, and 5 years later, the proponents of the Gothic type established their own association. Between 1908 and 1911, The question of the German script was discussed several times in the Reichsrat, German parliament. The wide-ranging political and cultural discussion continued after World War I. In 1916, a book came off the press that accused the Gothic type of being a Jewish script, and as such antithetical to Germanness. Ironically, another organization founded in support of this type, the Gesellschaft für Deutsche 350. Schrift, Society for the German Script, 1918, unambiguously hailed it as the German script. The conflict was finally settled in 1941 when the authorities of the Third Reich prohibited the use of Swabian Jewish letters, Schwabäische Judenlettern, and the aforementioned society was abolished. From that moment, all publications produced in wartime Germany were to be printed exclusively in the normal script, normal Schrift, that is, Antiqua. At schools, children stopped learning the Gothic script, too. After 1945, the occupation administrations in Germany and Austria upheld this change, though some books were allowed to be published in the Gothic type until the late 1940s, probably in ideological defiance of the 1941 ban unambiguously associated with National Socialism. To this day, the Gesellschaft für Deutsche Sprache und Schrift, Society for the German Language and Script, brings out publications in Gothic letters. Ironically, the image of the Gothic type as the Nazi or Hitlerian script persists to this day in the popular mind of Central Europe. When the Allies agreed to move Poland's western border 300 kilometers westward, the ensuing policy of de-Germanization applied to this new Poland's formerly German territories, did not discriminate between Masurian, Kashubian, and German books, even if Masurian and Kashubian were officially considered Polish dialects. As long as a book was in Gothic letters it was classified as German and slated for pulping. The same fate met Gothic script books in Polish, published until the 1880s for Lower Silesia's Slavophone Protestants, Hartmann 1998, 28-33, 405, Capper 1993, 78-82, Weisgerber 1948. A similar scriptural discord, as observed between the Gothic script and Antiqua, also took place in the Orthodox world of Eastern and Southeastern Europe where Cyrillic was employed for writing. Peter the Great, reigned 1682-1725, who overhauled Muscovy into the Russian Empire in 1721, wished to modernize his state by emulating Western Europe. His efforts touched upon every sphere of public life, including the script. He decided to replace the traditional type of Cyrillic used for writing and printing in the Church Slavonic language, with a new one modeled on the Antiqua of Latin language books. This change was intended to limit the influence of the Orthodox Church on the essentially non-ecclesiastical spheres of public life. The ideological role which this novel Cyrillic script was to play was clearly spelled out in its name, Gражданский Schrift, Gражданka, in short, or the civil script. On the symbolical plane, Gражданka marked the Western in its inspiration, separation of church and state, though the Russian Tsar remained the figurehead of the Russian tradition of ideologized Caesaropapism until the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917. Apart from Antiqua, another source of Gражданka was the hand of the Muscovy Chancellery. First, trial publications in Thepland New Script were printed between 1699 and 1707 in Amsterdam thanks to the personal involvement of Peter the Great, who, incognito, sojourned in the Netherlands during the years 1697 to 1700. The first book printed in Gражdanka in Russia came off the press in Moscow in 1708. 351. The introduction of Gражdanka also entailed the replacement of the use of letters in the function of numerals with the Hindu Arabic numerals, which had been popularly employed in Western and Central Europe since the 15th century. This system of numerals, borrowed in the 11th century from the Arabs of the Iberian Peninsula, replaced the Roman numerals, based on the numerical values of some letters of the Latin alphabet, in the 13th century among merchants and scholars in the north of the Apennine Peninsula, and also in the south of France and the Holy Roman Empire. In 1710, not unlike the Holy Roman Emperor Maximilian I. In the case of the Gothic type, Peter the Great commissioned a repertory of several versions of Grajdanka. He selected those letters he liked most and made this document into a decree that ordered all books on commerce and technology published in Great, Little and White Russia to be printed in this script. The new script left the narrow circle of the secular literate elite in 1748, when the first school textbook was published in Grajdanka. Peter the Great did not know the name of Grajdanka, as it is a later development. He referred to this script as Rusk-Litery, Ruthenian letters. Drawing on the tradition of the Ruthenian literacy as developed in Poland-Lithuania, Peter the Great also ordered non-ecclesiastical books to be published in the Ruski Yazyk, Ruthenian language. This allowed for distancing secular literacy from the Church Slavonic language of the Orthodox Church, and to steep this secular literacy in the vernacular filtered through Muscovy's Chancery, Ruthenianized, version of Church Slavonic. Thanks to such a development, the stage was prepared for the codification of the Russian language in the second half of the 18th century, Schitzkel 1947, 8, 24-25, 1959, 5-6, 92, 259, 265, 1974, 31-32. At the turn of the 19th century, the Russian Empire, thanks to its military and economic ascendancy, became the model of development, which other Slavophone Orthodox peoples and polities strove to emulate. Only through the gradual detachment of the Church from the secular sphere of life, was it possible for vernacular, that is, civic, languages to replace Church Slavonic among these peoples and polities. It was a prolonged process. Initially, transitional language forms, which were hybrids of Church Slavonic and vernaculars, emerged. For instance, Slavano-Russian, formed in the first half of the 18th century from Muscovy's Chancery Church Slavonic and Poland-Lithuania's vernacular written language of Ruthenian. On the other hand, Slavano-Serbian, which developed at the turn of the 19th century, contained elements of Church Slavonic, the vernacular, and increasingly, of Standard Russian. From Slavano-Russian, Standard Russian emerged in the second half of the 18th century, and Slavano-Serbian spawned Serbian in the first half of the 19th century, but before this language completed to emerge, it was unified with Croatian into the biscriptural, Cyrillic and Latin alphabet, Serbo-Croatian language. On the other hand, Slavano-Bulgarian, which included, apart from Church Slavonic and 352 vernacular elements, many Greek lexical and syntactic loans, emerged at the beginning of the 19th century. Vernacular-based Bulgarian, heavily influenced by Russian linguistic loans, replaced it in the function of standard language by the mid-19th century. The earliest Cyrillic-based Orthodox language that achieved the feat of replacing prestigious Church Slavonic in secular administration, however, did not follow this pattern. It was the Romance language of Wallachian, Romanian. Due to its pronounced difference vis-a-vis Church Slavonic, this language clearly stood out from the Church Slavonic linguistic and cultural commonality, despite being written and printed in the Church Slavonic type of Cyrillic. Wallachian language books had already been published in the 16th century. At the same time, Cyrillic-based Wallachian, Romanian, became the Chancery language of Wallachia and Moldavia. It even replaced Church Slavonic as the language of administration and liturgy of the Orthodox Church at the end of the 17th century in Transylvania, and at the end of the following century in Wallachia and Moldavia. In the first half of the 19th century, the main question faced by Romanian nationalists was not whether to develop a Romanian version of Grajdanka in order to replace Church Slavonic Cyrillic, but how to achieve a switch to the Latin alphabet. This alphabet was perceived as the script of progress that was true to the Latin/Roman character of the Romanian nation, because the nationalists claimed that both their nation and the script stemmed directly from ancient Rome. In Transylvania, the very first Wallachian language books in the Latin alphabet came off the press during the 1560s, but the tradition of continuous Latin script-based literacy in Wallachian, Romanian, commenced in this province in the 1780s. But the change from Cyrillic to the Latin script was a protracted process that lasted from the 1820s to 1860 in Wallachia and 1863 in Moldavia. Meanwhile, there emerged various types of transitional alphabets, which mixed Latin and Cyrillic letters. In these mixed alphabets, the Latin fonts were always of the Antiqua type, and the Cyrillic ones closely followed the model of Grajdanka. Because the movement to replace Cyrillic with the Latin script for writing in Romanian commenced in Transylvania under the ideological pressure of Latin script-based literacy in the Kingdom of Hungary, the change was swifter in this region, especially among Wallachian, Romanian, speaking Greek Catholics. The switch either to Grajdanka or the Latin alphabet was much slower in Bessarabia, or the eastern half of Moldavia incorporated in the Russian Empire in 1812. Church Slavonic Cyrillic for writing in Moldavian, Moldovan, predominated there until the turn of the 20th century. The change in script from Grajdanka to the Latin alphabet actually did not take place until 1989, when Soviet Moldavia, now known as Moldova, commenced its way to independence, which arrived with the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. The Latin script had also been used for writing and publishing in Moldavian, then officially 353. Known as Romanian, in the interwar period when Bessarabia was included in Romania. The backwardness of Bessarabia combined with the 1827 imposition of Russian as the sole language of administration kept Wallachian, Moldavian, to few ecclesiastical uses in this vastly illiterate society where only 4% of Wallachian-speaking women and 18% of Wallachian-speaking men could read at the end of the 19th century. The ban on the use of Wallachian in education, 1842, was followed by the reintroduction of Church Slavonic in Orthodox liturgy and ecclesiastical administration. The Russian administrators called the Romance vernacular of Bessarabia the Wallachian Moldavian language. Soon, the Romance phone population spoke of it as the Moldavian language and saw it as different from Romanian, which had been written and printed in Latin letters since the early 1860s. After 1905, the printing of Moldavian language publications was allowed, and in 1913, the Russian Orthodox Church permitted the use of Moldavian in churches. These few publications that were printed in Moldavian prior to 1918 were of religious character and mostly in the Church Slavonic type of Cyrillic. Grajdanka entered secular publications in Moldavian after 1905. This persistence of Church Slavonic Cyrillic allowed the Moldavians, today, known as Moldovans, to keep their ethno-cultural distinctiveness, not only in relation to the Romanians but also the Russians, who used Grajdanka. Nowadays, Moldavian, known as Moldovan, is written in Latin characters in independent Moldova, but the use of Grajdanka for writing and publishing in this language continues in separatist Transnistria, Clark 1927, CHS 9,10, Osachenko 1983, IL 3, Tomsko 1968, IL 28, 79, 85, 88, Vertisu 1968, 221 to 250. In the 18th century, Slavano-Serbian books were published outside Montenegrin or Serbian ethnic territory in Venice, Vienna, Buda, and St. Petersburg. Apparently, the first Slavano-Serbian book that was printed in Grajdanka was the Montenegrin Vilatica Vasilis, reigned 1750 to 1766. The History of Montenegro that was published in St. Petersburg in 1754. In Vienna, Grajdanka was used for Serbian publications for the first time in 1786. But the tradition of publishing at least all their religious Cyrillic books and Church Slavonic type continued in Vienna and Buda until the mid-19th century. Out of the 13 books that came off the press in Cataro, Kotar, during 1798 to 1802, all were in Italian but 2. Out of the 2 Slavophone ones, one was published in Church Slavonic Cyrillic, 1799, whereas the other was in the Latin alphabet. The new chapter in Serbian language printing commenced in 1832 and 1833 when the Serbian Prince Milos, reigned 1815 to 1839, and the Montenegrin Vilatica Petar II, reigned 1830 to 1851, respectively, established state presses using the Cyrillic printing presses complete with Grajdankan Church Slavonic fonts purchased from Russia. The first primer of the Serbian language, published in Montenegro in 1836, was in Church Slavonic Cyrillic. 2 years later, another primer followed it, this time in Grajdanka. Both Cyrillic scripts were taught at school, but due to the gradual development of printed culture in the 354 second half of the 19th century, Church Slavonic Cyrillic became increasingly insignificant as limited to ecclesiastical uses only. Like in Russia, this script was employed for the production of liturgical books. In the Balkans, the growing obscurity of Church Slavonic Cyrillic in printing coincided with the decline of the tradition of handwritten books. In the mid-19th century, printing clearly took over even in the Slavophone areas of the Balkans remaining under the Ottoman control. Arnautow IC 1912, 25-28, Ivic and Pasikin 2004, Martinov IC 1994, 136-138, 141, 144, 152, UBCU 2004. The change from Church Slavonic Cyrillic to Grajdanka was slower in Slavophone books published in the Ottoman Empire. It was so because most of the books were religious and it was the print shops of the Orthodox Church that produced them. Neither Church Slavonic nor Slavic vernaculars served any state administrative purposes, hence, writing in these languages was limited to the ecclesiastical sphere. However, the influence from Central European the West was strong enough that it necessitated the introduction of Hindu-Arabic numerals already in the 1810s. Beginning in the mid-19th century, the Bulgarian national movement introduced the knowledge of Grajdanka among Bulgarian speakers, thanks to its connections with Russia and the example of the Serbian language production in this type. The first Bulgarian language books in Grajdanka came off the press in the 1840s. The first Bulgarian language newspapers, which made an appearance in the same decade, were published in Church Slavonic Cyrillic. These Bulgarian language periodicals in Church Slavonic Cyrillic survived until the end of the 1850s, but Bulgarian newspapers began to be printed in Grajdanka as early as 1848, and started taking over their Church Slavonic Cyrillic counterparts in the 1850s. The change from Church Slavonic Cyrillic to Grajdanka reflected the switch from Church Slavonic and Slavano-Bulgarian to the vernacular as the basis of Standard Bulgarian. The 1850s and 1860s were the period of the final transition from the Church Slavonic to Grajdanka script. Initially, the print shops publishing Bulgarian language books outside the Ottoman Empire, in Moscow, Belgrade, and Bucharest, led this change, but the influence soon spread to print shops in Constantinople, Smyrna, Izmir, and Salonik, Thessaloniki. The popular and widespread use of Grajdanka became possible in the core Bulgarian-speaking territories after Bulgaria gained autonomy in 1878. Later, Bulgarian, alongside Ottoman, became an official language of this autonomous polity, and the volume of publications produced in Grajdanka-style Standard Bulgarian increased rapidly. As in the case of Serbia and Montenegro, the amount of Bulgarian secular publications in Grajdanka soon outnumbered religious books and periodicals in Church Slavonic Cyrillic. This change was delayed in historical Macedonia, which remained part of the Ottoman Empire until 1913. In this region, Ottoman, Old Turkish, was the official language, and Greek predominated in Orthodox churches and the Orthodox. 355. Church-controlled educational system that served the pastoral and educational needs of Slavophone Orthodox Christians. In addition, Macedonian nationalism was a latecomer, which managed to spawn a vibrant national movement as late as in the 1940s, but only when lavishly aided by Yugoslav communists, who, in this manner, wanted to obliterate Bulgarian influence in Yugoslavia's section of historical Macedonia. Hence, Bulgarian and Macedonian nationalists nowadays lay claim to the same part of the pre-20th century Slavophone printing output that originated in the center of the Balkans, namely on the territory of historical Macedonia, at present within the borders of Bulgaria, Greece, and Macedonia, Atanisov 1959, 149, 153, 198, 207, Iankev and Iankova 1982, 115, 146, Polinakovic 1989, 288, Stoyanov 1957, 12-13, 58-59, 80-81, 202-204, 306-307, 313-315, 328-329, 336-337, 352-353, 388-389, 433-436. As in the Balkans, Church Slavonic Cyrillic persisted among the Slavophone population of Ruthenians, Ukrainians, Rusyns, in eastern Upper Hungary, that is, today in Ukraine's Transcarpathia, and eastern Galicia, western Ukraine. They were members of the Greek Catholic, Uniat, Church, unlike the ethnically similar Little Russian, Ukrainian, population who lived across the border in the Russian Empire. Following the partition of Poland-Lithuania at the end of the 18th century, those Little Russians who had been members of the Uniat Church were pressed by the Russian administration to embrace the Orthodox faith during the first decades of the 19th century. In this way, the Uniat Orthodox divide overlapped with the new political border between the Habsburg lands and the Russian Empire. In addition, while secular publications had already began to be printed in Grazdanka in the Russian section of future Ukraine during the 1780s, Church Slavonic Cyrillic persisted in secular publications in the Ruthenian-speaking areas of the Habsburg lands until the 1860s. This type of Cyrillic became limited to religious books in the Church Slavonic language, but religious books and periodicals in the vernacular, today, identified as Rusin, continued to be published in this script well into the interwar period, first in eastern Upper Hungary, and after 1918, in Czechoslovakia's Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Today reprints of these Church Slavonic Cyrillic publications are still produced for the Rusin faithful and supporters of the Rusin national movement. The influence of the changes in the political ownership of Galicia was not limited to Cyrillic, but also bore its imprint on the use of the Latin alphabet. Vienna annexed Galicia in the wake of the first partition of Poland-Lithuania, 1772. Among others, it meant the introduction of German as the medium of culture, and beginning at the end of the 18th century, as the language of administration, too. This change entailed the decline in the use of Antiqua connected to Polish language, and its partial replacement with the Gothic script in which German language publications were then printed. 356. Until the mid-19th century, Orthodox religious books were printed in Church Slavonic Cyrillic all over the Russian Empire, despite the dominance of Grazdanka in secular publications. This Hort experiment in publishing religious texts with the use of Grazdanka during the 1820s was soon abandoned due to the backlash from the Orthodox hierarchy. Grazdanka began to enter the sphere of religious publications after the first Russian translation of the Bible approved by the Orthodox Church, 1856, was printed in this script. From that time, more religious prints earmarked for the faithful were produced in Grazdanka, though books for the perusal of the Orthodox clergy continued to be published in Church Slavonic Cyrillic. The argument was that in Russia and other Slavophone Orthodox areas, the Orthodox liturgical books were, and still mostly are, in the Church Slavonic language. The eventual phasing out of the Church Slavonic script took place after the Bolshevik Revolution, when religion and various churches were suppressed in the Soviet Union. Following this revolution, between 1917 and 1918, the Russian version of Grazdanka was also modernized, meaning that letters employed mainly for Greek sounds used in religious texts and vocabulary were abolished, thus reaffirming the Slavic and secular character of the revolutionary Russian language. Interestingly, between 1707–1710, Peter the Great did not allow inclusion of these letters in Grajdanka in order to emphasize the difference between his civil script and the Orthodox Church's Church Slavonic Cyrillic. But under the Church's subsequent pressure, the letters were reintroduced to Grajdanka between 1735 and 1738. In the 18th century, this church, as the guardian of the purity of orthodoxy, became the basis of the imperial ideology, and increasingly more secular academic works, printed in Grajdanka-based Russian, were devoted to the past of the Orthodox Church. This necessitated the use of the church letters, which Peter the Great had espoused. After the Bolshevik Revolution, Church Slavonic Cyrillic survived in religious books produced for Orthodox Christians in these eastern sections of Poland and Czechoslovakia that Moscow would annex during World War II. In the wartime Soviet Union, a small revival of orthodoxy and literacy in Church Slavonic Cyrillic was allowed in order to reawaken the formerly denigrated Orthodox-based Russian national feeling. Stalin agreed to this unprecedented move, because from the ideological viewpoint, Russian nationalism was more effective in mobilizing the masses for the sake of war effort than communism, popularly associated with genocidal scale purges and arbitrary application of law. After 1945, the use of Church Slavonic Cyrillic in Russia was limited to a few approved liturgical and prayer books in Church Slavonic. This script suffered a similar fate across the Soviet bloc, in the areas where Slavophone Orthodox communities resided. It is worth noting though that scholars writing in the Grajdanka-based Slavic languages were allowed to quote from Church Slavonic Cyrillic publications with the use of this antiquated script. 357. This tradition continues to this day. Deditsky 1859, Dulichenko 2003, 335 to 336, 362 to 363, 386 to 387, Magoxy 1979, 9, 11, Mojadel 2005, 43 to 44, Pedniuk etal 1965, 49, Tichy 1938, 154 to 159, Zapasko and Isajevic 1981, 10, 61, 71, 1983, 118 to 119. The practical abolishment of Latin script-based White Ruthenian, Belarusian construed as a dialect of Polish, in the 1830s, and White Russian, Belarusian, and Little Russian, Ukrainian, in the 1860s on the territory of the Russian Empire had several implications. In the case of White Russia, Belarus, it meant the gradual replacement of Polish with Russian as the language of administration and education, and entailed the switch from the Latin alphabet to Cyrillic, which was not fully completed until the early 1920s in Soviet Belarus. Alongside mainstream Cyrillic, the use of Latin alphabet persisted for writing and publishing in Belarusian in interwar Poland's share of Belarus, while the employment of Cyrillic was discouraged in entire Belarus under German occupation during World War II. In Russia's Ukraine, the ban on the Little Russian, Ukrainian, language did not cause any change in the alphabet. However, a few ethnographic and literary texts that were allowed to be published in Little Russian had to be printed in the Russian version of Grajdanka. Church Slavonic Cyrillic employed for Ruthenian, Ukrainian, language publications in Austria's Galicia was not allowed for Little Russian in the Russian Empire, so the first Ukrainian nationalists developed their own specific type of Grajdanka in the 1840s in order to draw a line between Russian and their language. Due to the 1860s ban on Little Russian and its specific kind of Grajdanka, these nationalists could develop a wider use of Little Russian Grajdanka in print only after the 1905 liberalization. It is worth noting that from the 1830s to the 1850s, there was an ongoing discussion in Galicia whether Ruthenian, Ukrainian, should be written and printed in Church Slavonic Cyrillic or in the Polish version of the Latin alphabet. The discussion was settled in 1859, when the Ruthenian-speaking intellectuals and Greek Catholic clergy successfully rejected the official imposition of the Polish alphabet. The subsequent dissociation of both Ruthenian and Little Russian from the Latin script was so decisive that, unlike in the Belarusian case, This alphabet was not reintroduced for writing in Ukrainian in interwar Poland, and the German occupation authorities did not attempt imposing it on this language during World War II. For Belarusian nationalists, who became active quite late, at the turn of the 20th century, the question was not so much their own kind of Grajdanka, but whether to write and publish Belarusian books in the Latin alphabet associated with White Ruthenian since the 18th century, or in Cyrillic, which was the telling mark of White Russian, seen as a branch of the Great Russian language. Both scripts were used side by side, often literally, in a single periodical, in the wake of the 1905 liberalization in the Russian Empire. The German administration of the Land Ober-Ost banned Cyrillic and allowed exclusively the 358th Latin alphabet for writing and printing in the White Ruthenian, Belarusian, language, though publications in this language produced in Cyrillic were tolerated. After World War I, in Soviet Belorussia, a specific kind of Cyrillic became official for writing the Belarusian language, while the dual Latin Cyrillic scriptural tradition, with the predominance of the latter alphabet, persisted in interwar Poland's section of Belarus until the outbreak of World War II. During the war, the German occupation authorities discouraged Cyrillic and favored the use of the Latin script for writing and publishing in White Ruthenian, Belarusian, but in reality more Belarusian books were printed then in Cyrillic than in Latin letters. When all of Belarus and Ukraine became a permanent part of the Soviet Union in 1945, the Soviet versions of Belarusian and Ukrainian Cyrillic became the only allowed scripts for writing and printing in the respective languages. In Western Europe and Northern America, Belarusian and Ukrainian immigrants continued to write and publish in other non-Soviet versions of Belarusian and Ukrainian Cyrillic, and also in the Latin script in the case of Belarusian. In addition, the new post-war western border of the Soviet Union almost perfectly overlapped with the westernmost extent of the official use of Cyrillic in Central Europe, with the minor exception of Soviet Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, where the Latin alphabet was retained for writing and publishing in Lithuanian, Latvian, and Estonian. Magoxi 1978a, 5-7, Pedniuk etal 1965, 49, Shevchenko 1886, Ziebensprachen Wörterbuch 1918, Ulyanov 2004, Vacher 1956, 68-73, 90-91, 130. The political significance of script was such that the Austro-Hungarian administration of Bosnia prohibited Cyrillic upon the outbreak of World War I, when the dual monarchy found itself at loggerheads with Russia. The same measure was extended to Serbian publications in the south of the Kingdom of Hungary. The Latinization campaign, carried out in the Soviet Union during the years 1922 to 1932, saw the Latin alphabet as the pinnacle of civilizedness and cultural development to which Cyrillic was inferior, and the Arabic alphabet even more so. The discussion on the civilizational merits spilled to Turkey, where the Arabic script was replaced with the Latin one in 1928, and to Bulgaria, where Latinization seemed an option worth following at the beginning of the 1930s. The end of Latinization in the Soviet Union re-established the dominance of Cyrillic for writing all languages native to the Soviet territory, with the exception of Armenian, Georgian, and Yiddish. Neither was Cyrillicization extended to major minority languages written in other scripts than Cyrillic outside the Soviet Union, for instance, Latin script-based German or Polish. After the breakup of this polity, Cyrillic remains the script of Ukrainian and Belarusian, though not of Moldovan, formerly, Moldavian, as the Latin alphabet replaced it in independent Moldova, except separatist Transnistria. Similarly, the split of Yugoslavia apportioned the Latin alphabet to Croatia and Slovenia, and Cyrillic to Serbia and Macedonia, with Bosnia, Montenegro, and Kosovo being the transitory zone. 359. Between both alphabets. However, despite the fact that the Latin alphabet is not deemed a national script in Serbia, unlike in Montenegro, numerous publications are printed in Latin letters in this country. It is a legacy of Yugoslavia's biscriptural tradition of Serbo-Croatian literacy. On the other hand, publishers in Slovenia and Croatia have not reciprocated in kind, and practically no Cyrillic prints are published in both states. The use of the Latin alphabet and Cyrillic is also strictly regionalized in Bosnia. Besides the federal government and the international administration publishing in both scripts, Cyrillic is the sole script of the Serbian Republic, unlike in Serbia, whereas the Latin alphabet is of the Bosnian Croatian Federation. Both the Republic and the Federation constitute Federal Bosnia. In the International Protectorate of Kosovo, independent since 2008, the situation is similar, with Albanians sticking to the Latin alphabet, and Serbs to Cyrillic. The difference is that these Albanians add up to the vast majority of the province's population, which, in practical terms, makes Cyrillic a minority script. The end of communism also meant a small-scale revival of Church Slavonic Cyrillic. It survived even in the Soviet Union, when some liturgical books in the Church Slavonic language were published in this script. The pressure for the use of Grajdanka and Russian in these books was so strong, however, that liturgical books in Church Slavonic language but printed in Grajdanka were officially registered as in the Russian language. This led to the curious phenomenon of equalizing Grajdanka with the Russian language and Church Slavonic Cyrillic with the Church Slavonic language, irrespective of the actual language in which a publication was printed. This development paralleled the 19th century identification of the Gothic type with the German language, and Antiqua with other Western and Central European Latin script-based languages, whose users strove to dissociate their respective national cultures and projects from any German influence. Obviously, in both cases of such blatant ideologization of script, the actual language of a text recorded in a print with the employment of a given script practically did not matter. The Gothic type entailed Germanness, Grajdanka Russianness, and Church Slavonic Cyrillic Orthodox Christianity and liturgy in Church Slavonic. After the fall of communism, the authorities do not attempt suppressing Orthodox churches in the post-Soviet and post-Yugoslav nation-states anymore, or even actively support them. It only depends on churches and the faithful themselves how many liturgical and religious books are published in Church Slavonic Cyrillic. Even in the communist times, a university student tended to have a few lessons in how to read the Cyrillic to enable him or her to peruse old books useful for research in Belarusian, Bulgarian, Macedonian, Russian, Serbian, or Ukrainian history, culture, and literature. Nowadays, the use of Church Slavonic Cyrillic has modestly broadened when the Orthodox churches in the Slavophone Orthodox nation-states aspire to teach young children this 360 Holy Script of Orthodox Christianity along with some elements of the Church Slavonic language, Dobrajvici 1997, Iankev and Iankova 1982, 146, Kravitsky and Pletnova 2001, 227 to 228, 247, Martin 2001, 203, Mitrofanova 2004, Sipka 1999. In order to complete this picture on the political uses of script in Central Europe and in its immediate vicinity, it is necessary to have a glance at the Greek alphabet. When the first printed Greek language books were produced at the end of the 15th century, they preserved the lettering of Byzantine manuscripts. This type of the Greek alphabet, used for publications, remained largely unchanged to this day. In some cases, the Greek printing font became similar to the thick and ornamented letters of Church Slavonic Cyrillic, originally copied from some Greek language Byzantine manuscripts, while in some other cases, the font looked similar to the regular strokes of Antiqua due to the influence of Latin and Italian publications produced in the Apennine Peninsula. The Antiqua-like type of the Greek script dominated in Greek language books published in the West, and the former in publications produced in the Ottoman Empire. Because Greek was the main language of liturgy and administration in the Orthodox Millet in the Ottoman Empire, the Antiqua-like slim letters of the Greek alphabet caused some print shops to copy this exemplane Church Slavonic language publications produced in Church Slavonic Cyrillic. This might also be one of the influences, which convinced Peter the Great to introduce Antiqua-like Grajdanka for secular use in Russia. In independent Greece, the Antiqua-like version of the Greek alphabet won hands down, due to the unwanted association of the thick-lettered type of the script with the half a millennium of Turkish yoke, suffered by Greeks in the Ottoman Empire. In the mid-18th century, in Greek language publications, the Hindu-Arabic numerals replaced Greek letters in this role, probably, in emulation of the Russian example, though the Western influence should not be underscored either. However, years tended to be given on the title pages of Greek language books side by side in Greek letters and the Hindu-Arabic numerals until the 1820s. These numerals superseded Greek letters in this role much faster when it came to noting years and numbers in the body of text. The first issue of the Governmental Gazette of the Kingdom of Greece was published in 1833. The Gazette was bilingual with 2 columns of text on the page, one in Greek and the other in German. The German text was in Antiqua, bowing to the influence of this type of the Latin script, which emanated from the Apennine Peninsula and France. Obviously, the Gazette's Greek text was composed in the Antiqua-like version of the Greek font, associated with the times of classical Greece and Alexander the Great's Hellenistic Empire. Similarly, when the Austro-Hungarian administration was established in Bosnia-Herzegovina in 1878, all the governmental publications in German did not employ the Gothic type either. Outside Central Europe proper, the German language was exported in the garb of Antiqua. 361. Although there were cases that Albanian, Gagauz, Slavic, Macedonian, Pomakian, and Turkish were noted in Greek letters, the Greek alphabet is unique in this respect that it has not come to serve permanently any other language than Greek. On the contrary, the script of the Latin language is now employed for writing all the languages of Western and Central Europe, while Cyrillic, that is, Grajdanka, formed on the basis of Church Slavonic Cyrillic, for the graphic representation of all the Slavic languages of the Orthodox nation-states in Eastern Europe and the Balkans. What is more, Greek alongside Latin and Church Slavonic were the most significant written languages of Europe from the Middle Ages to early modernity. All the three, including Greek, eventually fell out from administrative and public use, since Demotic Greek is as different from Byzantine Greek as Italian from Latin. But Latin gave rise to the Romance languages of Catalan, French, Galician, Italian, Romanian, Portuguese, and Spanish, just to enumerate the most significant ones. Likewise, Church Slavonic was the foundation from which, among others, Belarusian, Bulgarian, Macedonian, Russian, Serbian, and Ukrainian sprang up. In the case of Greek, its Atticizing, Classicizing, Byzantine version spawned just Demotic Greek, at present, construed as the standard Greek language. Ironically, when the territory of the Greek nation-state was ethnically and linguistically homogenized and, despite some serious setbacks, its area grew in leaps and bounds from the 1830s to the second half of the 1940s, at the same time, the territorial extent of the use of the Greek language outside this polity shrank. The independence of Greece was preceded by the 1820s abolishment of Greek as the administrative language of Wallachia and Moldavia. The Ottoman administration, mistrustful of Greeks, chose to support, at the cost of the Greek language, more written Slavic in ecclesiastical administration and the life of the Orthodox Church in the Ottoman Empire's Slavophone areas. This tendency slowly extended to education as well. An unintended result was an encouragement for the founding of autonomous Bulgaria in 1878, which convinced Ottoman administrators to allow more Greek back into public use in order to stem the rise of Slavic separatisms. The Greek-Turkish War at the end of World War I, known as the disaster to the Greeks, and the Turkish War of Independence in Turkey, culminated in the 1923 population exchange that did away with the Greek language life and communities in Western Anatolia. The last attempt at creating a Greater Greece by unifying Cyprus with the Greek nation-state triggered the division of this island in 1974. Hence, the Greek language vanished from the north of this island. One could argue that the same phenomenon of shrinking pertained to Turkish in the context of the northern, western, and eastern shores of the Black Sea, and of the Balkans and Greece. True. But Ottoman, Old Turkish, gave rise to contemporary Turkish alongside, though not everyone agrees with this view, Gagauz and Azeri. In addition, the examples of both Ottoman and modern. 362. Turkish shaped all the other significant Turkic languages in the Balkans, the Caucasus, and Central Asia. So far, Northern Azeri, 54 Gagauz, Kyrgyz, Turkmen, and Uzbek followed the Turkish example and switched from Cyrillic to the Latin script after the breakup of the Soviet Union. In 2002, the Russian authorities prevented a similar switch to the Latin alphabet for writing in Tatar in autonomous Tatarstan. A modest reversal in the shrinking of the geographical area outside Greece, where Greek is used, took place with the accession of Greece to the European Community in 1981. Now Greek is one of the European Union's official languages. But in the 1990s, practically all Pontic Greeks left their homeland of Crimea, nowadays, in Ukraine, for Greece, Polinakovic 1989, 288, Stakos and Sklavanit 2000, 15-18, 23, 25, 46, 57, 66, 85. The socio-political story of Greek reminds that of Central Europe's languages and cultures. The pre-modern and early modern tradition of using numerous different alphabets and scripts side by side within a single polity gave way to cultural and scriptural homogeneity that underlies and emphasizes the striven for ethno-linguistic homogeneity of the nation-states in this region. For all practical purposes, Church Slavonic Cyrillic and the Gothic script eventually fell out of use during the first half of the 20th century. Simultaneously, upon the establishment of the ethno-linguistic nation-states, or national republics, in the Balkans and Central and Eastern Europe, the use of Grajdanka, today, the sole standard type of Cyrillic, was limited to the borders of the Soviet Union, Bulgaria, and Communist Yugoslavia. Elsewhere in Europe, excluding the diasporic literacies of Jews and Armenians in the Hebrew and Armenian scripts, respectively, one wrote in the Antiqua type of the Latin alphabet, with the exception of Germany and Austria, where the Gothic script survived until 1941. As the Soviet Union expanded westward in the course of World War II, the area where Cyrillic was the sole official script moved in the same direction as well, with the notable exception of the Soviet Baltic republics of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, where Antiqua continued to be used for writing and publishing in these republics' national languages. This Cyrillic Latin alphabetical borderline remained unchanged after the breakup of the Soviet Union, but for Moldova where the Latin alphabet supplanted Cyrillic in writing the Moldovan language. However, because Russian remains a significant language of business, politics, and social life in the post-Soviet states, especially if a sizable Russian-speaking minority exists in such a polity, Cyrillic continues to exert its cultural influence there. The importance of the Russian language in present-day Europe is underscored by the fact that it is the only non-EU official language in which the Euronews channel broadcasts. The final changes in the border between Cyrillic and the Latin alphabet took place in the 1990s, during the post-Yugoslav wars. Cyrillic was allocated to Serbia and Macedonia, while the Latin alphabet to Slovenia and Croatia. The sole region where both scripts still coexist in a legally enshrined manner consists of 363. Bosnia, Montenegro, and Kosovo. One only wonders if this notable exception is bound to last, especially when the logic of building ethno-linguistically differentiated nations and nation-states still holds in Central and Eastern Europe, the Balkans, and on the territory of the former Soviet Union. Czechoslovakia split into the Czech and Slovak nation-states in 1993, and the proliferation of the post-Yugoslav nation-states continues. In 2006, Montenegro and Serbia parted ways, fashioned into separate nation-states, and the tangible possibility that Kosovo may follow suit soon was realized 2 years later. Looking eastward, after the Latin alphabet replaced Cyrillic in Azerbaijan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan may also emulate this example, especially if the polity gathers enough oil wealth to be able to afford to reaffirm its ethno-linguistic separateness vis-a-vis its own sizable Russian-speaking minority and Russia itself. 55. Interestingly, Turkey is a lone post of the Latin alphabet, almost surrounded by nation-states with official languages that are written in other scripts. In Turkey's Balkan neighbors, Cyrillic dominates in Bulgaria and the Greek script in Greece. Across the eastern Mediterranean, Turkey faces Cyprus, where Greek is the official language except in the unrecognized Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. In Turkey's Middle Eastern neighbors of Syria, Iraq, and Iran, the official languages are written in the Arabic alphabet. Armenia and Georgia are Turkey's Caucasian neighbors, where the specific Armenian and Georgian scripts are employed, respectively. Across the Black Sea, Turkey faces Russia and Ukraine with Cyrillic as their official script. The sole exceptions, where the Latin alphabet is official, are Romania, separated from Turkey by the Black Sea, and Azerbaijan's exclave of Nakhchivan, separated from its parent polity's main body of territory by Armenia. Part I. Central European Politics and Languages in the Long 19th Century. The advent of nationalism. The political shape of Central Europe in the 19th century resulted from a series of momentous events. First, Poland-Lithuania completely disappeared in 1795, apportioned to Austria, Prussia, and Russia. Second, the impact of the Napoleonic Wars defined the political and social relations in Central Europe until World War I. The Holy Roman Empire was dissolved in 1806 and the Venale German Confederation replaced it in 1815. The ideals of nationalism sown by French bureaucracy and armies began to germinate. Third, a semblance of the pre-Napoleonic order, which the Congress of Vienna reintroduced in 1815, was challenged in 1848 when various ethno-linguistically defined national movements tabled their political demands and, sometimes, struggled for their sake with military means. The Holy Alliance of Catholic Austria, Protestant Prussia, and Orthodox Russia successfully suppressed the rise of this novel force of nationalism, but not for long. In the 7 Weeks' War, 1866, Prussia defeated the Austrian Empire, which secured for Berlin hegemony among the Germanophone states and brought an end to the German Confederation. Prussia consolidated its victory by adding to its German customs union the North German Confederation, 1867. Since 1834, the former organization had steadily spread the growing might of the Prussian economy in the German Confederation, apart from Austria. The North German Confederation finally clothed Prussia and the other members of the German customs union in political garb. These events paved the way for the establishment of the German Empire, 1871, as a little German nation-state, named so because numerous German-speaking territories remained outside it. The German Empire was the first nation-state of Central Europe. From the beginning of the 19th century until 1871, nationalism was a faith of political underdogs. Later, it was they who gained the upper hand in Central European politics. The question whether the nation-state was an appropriate form of political organization for Central Europe ceased to be asked. Leaders of the proliferating national movements just waited for the opportune moment to put their postulated nation-states on the political map. The War of 1914, which 366 commenced as the usual sparring among the great powers, soon turned into the Great War, which destroyed the old order. With the support of Western Europe, nationalists frantically worked to replace this old order with a new national one. Woodrow Wilson, 1856–1924, the Schuyler-turned United States President, 1913–1921, ennobled the national principle as paramount for organizing the political shape of Central Europe and, later, the entire world. After 1918, all of the Central European polities were nation-states, with the tiny exception of the Free City of Danzig, Gdansk. They aggressively set out on the policies of making their populations homogeneous in accordance with the ideals of the ethno-linguistic kind of nationalism. Language appeared an obvious instrument to this end. Throughout the 19th century, the national movements had successfully used it to define and delimit their postulated nations vis-a-vis others. What is more, after its unsuccessful struggle against the Catholic Church in the mid-1880s, Berlin had resigned from the course of political and social nullification of the Catholic Church's universalistic influence in the German Empire, and focused on making language politics into the sole ideological basis of national consolidation. 4. The Polish case, from natio to nation. Should we reflect upon our Polish language, if we compare it with dead and living languages alike, we will see why it is most beautiful, advantageous, and the best of all theother-known languages that were sadly created in barbaric times and, for that matter, in an unseemly manner.